Impel Down 4th underground level. Waves of scorching heat from the blazing hell drifted upward through the ventilation ducts. By the time they reached the vice warden's private office, the heated air had been filtered by special condenser pipes into a gentle breeze. Carl sank deep into the wide oxhide armchair. He crossed his feet and propped them casually on the redwood desk. The heavy black military boot left half a muddy print on the edge of a stack of confidential documents. He did not even raise his eyelids. In his hand, he held a white porcelain teacup, steam curling upward. Carl leaned close, blew at the leaf dregs floating on the surface, and took a slow, deliberate sip. The water scalded his tongue. He sucked in a sharp breath and slammed the cup onto the desk. Porcelain struck wood with a dull thud, and spilled tea soaked the edge of a News Coup newspaper. This was the great prison at the bottom of the sea, said to be an iron fortress from which no one would ever see the sun again. From the corridor outside came the faint crack of a jailer's whip and the muffled screams of prisoners. Carl turned a deaf ear. He reached up and pulled loose the navy tie that was strangling his neck, then unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. The leather chair creaked as he shifted. Other people strained every nerve to climb into Marine headquarters, aiming for promotion and riches. Not Carl. Half a month ago he had graduated at the top of his class in the new recruit competition. Admiral Zephyr personally wrote a letter of recommendation promising him a post as a corps officer at Marineford. Sengoku even swore he would make Carl a vice admiral candidate within 3 years. Carl refused on the spot. Instead, he took the Impel Down transfer application and slapped it down on Sengoku's vast desk. Sengoku was so furious that his mustache bristled. He smashed 3 enamel mugs stamped with the seagull emblem. Spit sprayed across Carl's face. At the time, Carl just picked his ear, turned, and left without looking back. Coming to this dark, damp underground prison was his own calculated move. 20 years ago, he had inexplicably landed in Windmill Village in the East Blue. No father, no mother, wearing only a pair of beach shorts. Makino, the kind-hearted tavern owner, gave him half a loaf of black bread, saving him from starving on the beach. Later, 3 snot-nosed kids were stuck to him, like Shadows, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Those wretched brats would tear the roof off if left alone for a single day. Every day they shouted about going to sea and becoming pirates. Armed with water pipes, they went to the junk mountain behind the village to provoke wild beasts, and every time, they came back covered with bites and scratches. Carl had smacked their heads more times than he could count. When it hurt, Luffy would hug his thigh and wail, smearing sticky tears and snot over Carl's freshly washed pants. This sea devoured people without spitting out bones. With those 3 reckless boys crashing headfirst into the world, they would sooner or later cause a catastrophic mess. The only way to protect them was to find an absolutely safe retreat. Marine headquarters had too many rules. Morning meetings today, escorting the celestial dragons at Sabaody. Tomorrow, no holidays, no rest. Even a lie-in was ruined by the emergency alarm. Carl had had enough. In his previous life, he had died at his desk after 5 sleepless nights. He would never grind himself to death again. Besides, he had a much better option. 2 months ago, a mechanical voice had rung through his mind the 9-to-5 clocking system. As long as he clocked in and out on time and stayed in a state of slack-off, he could draw abilities from 10,000 worlds. Impel Down. Was there a better retirement unit in the world? Room and board included, no cold sea wind. Prisoners were all locked in sunless iron cages with thick sea prism stone chains. As long as he guarded against the poisonous gas that Warden Magellan leaked from time to time, this place was paradise. At the end of the shift, he simply returned to his dormitory and locked the door. If the sky fell, the tall men could hold it up. Carl rubbed the stubble on his chin and felt it rough. Today was his first day as vice warden of Impel Down. At 9 o'clock sharp in the morning, he pressed his red fingerprint neatly into the attendance register. The system rewarded him generously. First day check-in successful. Reward issued, Kyoka Suigetsu, the Zanpakuto of Aizen Sosuke, from Bleach. Carl's fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the redwood desk. Tap, tap, tap. A slender tachi lay quietly in system space. Its hilt was wrapped in green cord, and its scabbard gleamed with cold light. With a single thought, this blade that could dominate the 5 senses of an enemy would appear in his palm. Now he felt power surging through his body, a power that could easily cut through this undersea fortress and split the sea in 2. But he did not want to move at all. Destroying things on the first day would make the report too hard to write, and would probably cost him his perfect attendance bonus. The office was very quiet except for the slow ticking of the wall clock, and another faint scraping sound. Shoo, shoo. It came from the private bathroom attached to Carl's office. It was mixed with heavy, ragged breathing. Carl stretched widely, yawned, and squeezed 2 drops of moisture from the corners of his eyes. He rose slowly from the chair and shuffled to the bathroom door. He kicked open the half-shut louvered door. A sharp smell of lemon toilet cleaner hit him right in the face. Inside the bathroom, an old man with blonde hair tangled like dry weeds was kneeling on the tiles. He wore a black and white striped prison uniform. In his hand was a short plastic brush, and he was grinding his teeth as he scrubbed the inside of the toilet. His legs were cut off below the knees, and 2 rusty sword blades were tied on as replacement shins. A half-broken ship's wool was stuck in his head, looking absurd. This was the legendary great pirate, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki, once a rival of Pirate King Roger, a fearsome figure who had almost turned the world upside down. But now he was working as a cleaner. Scrub cleaner, old Gene. Carl leaned against the doorframe and picked his ear. Shiki's whole body froze. The toilet scrubbing stopped. The hand gripping the plastic brush bulged with veins, knuckles turning white. He jerked his head around, bloodshot eyes fixed on Carl. His eyes burned with madness and humiliation. I am Shiki. I sank half of Marineford. A beast-like growl was squeezed from his throat. His teeth gnashed as he spoke, spittle flying, rage twisting his face. Carl paused and picking his ear. He casually flicked away the dirt under his fingernail. Then he took half a step forward. His leather boot stepped on the tile with a sharp crack. No armament hockey, no drawn sword. Only an invisible heavy pressure suddenly descended on that space of less than 5 square meters. The air became thick. Breathing turned difficult as if stones blocked his windpipe. Shiki's straight back was forced downward. His sternum creaked. He propped himself on the wet tiles, gasping painfully. The pressure struck directly at his soul, like a heavy hammer, smashing into his mind. Spiritual pressure. What did you say? The wind was too loud, I did not hear. Carl's tone was calm, even lazily satisfied. Cold sweat dripped from Shiki's forehead. The drops fell into the toilet cleaner foam and dissolved. His proud conqueror's hockey was nothing more than a matchstick in a storm. Before this power, it could not even strike a spark. Half an hour earlier, Carl had just arrived at the office and decided the toilet bowl was not shiny enough. He took the elevator directly to level 6, the infinite hell, and dragged out Shiki, who had been snoring in his cell. Shiki had flown into a rage at that moment and tried to twist this newcomer's neck. But he did not even touch the corner of Carl's clothes before an invisible hand pinned him against the toilet lid and scrubbed him there for 10 minutes. His face was swollen like a leavened bun and his nose was raw. No, I didn't say anything. Shiki swallowed, his voice dry and hoarse. He turned back with difficulty. His wrist trembled as he jammed the brush into the U-bend of the toilet. Shoo, shoo. He scrubbed harder than before, as if trying to scrape off a thin layer of the porcelain glaze. Carl nodded with satisfaction. That's it. Reform through labor is the first step. Press harder on the yellow stain on the right, but don't leave any dead corners. If you don't finish, no lunch. After giving his instructions, he stepped back into the office and closed the louvered door. The office temperature was just right. Carl walked back behind the redwood desk and sank into the soft oxhide chair again. He glanced at the wall clock. 1:30 in the afternoon. Perfect time for an afternoon nap. He opened the drawer, pulled out a black silk eye mask. He had just put it over his head to block the glaring ceiling light, his body not yet fully stretched out. In the upper left corner of the desk, a special communication device under a dust-proof glass cover suddenly lit up. It was a golden-shelled Den Den Mushi. The snail's eyes were a pair of round glasses, and its mouth was shut tight. This was the high-level encrypted line directly connected to Marine headquarters, reserved exclusively for Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Normally this thing was as good as dead. It had not rung once in 3 months. Now it vibrated violently. The thick shell struck the glass cover with urgent pounding sounds. Then a piercing ring exploded in the quiet office. Brup, brup. Carl's brow knitted into a knot under the eye mask. The drowsiness he had just summoned was shattered. He clicked his tongue in irritation. He grabbed several newspapers and covered the Den Den Mushi's head, trying to muffle the sound. Brup, brup. The sound grew even louder. The Den Den Mushi's face turned bright red as if it were demanding his life. Even Shiki behind the louvered door stopped scrubbing and pricked up his ears to listen. Just as Carl was about to close his eyes for a nap, the golden Den Den Mushi, reserved exclusively for the Fleet Admiral on the desk, burst in a harsh ringing. Carl's brow furrowed into a tight knot beneath the black silk blindfold. The fabric snagged on a few of his eyelashes, pulling them painfully. He yanked the blindfold off and tossed it carelessly onto the mahogany desk. The golden Den Den Mushi, still ensconced in its glass cover at the corner of the desk, continued to ring frantically. Pura-pura-pru. The snail's body swelled, its shell clattering against the glass casing. The face it mimicked was livid, veins bulging, with an intricately braided beard materialized on its chin. That was the iconic visage of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Carl clicked his tongue, tasting the bitter dregs of sleep in his mouth. He shuffled over and reluctantly lifted the glass dust cover. His fingers hovered in the air for 2 seconds before he finally picked up the receiver. Click. Carl, you little bastard. The moment the line connected, a deafening roar exploded in the office. The shockwave of sound sent the classified documents on the desk fluttering. Ripples spread across the surface of Carl's freshly brewed tea. He quickly held the receiver away a full half-meter from his ear and used his pinky to dig at his right ear, which was ringing from the blast. Fleet Admiral, good afternoon. Have you eaten yet? Carl let out a wide yawn, squeezing 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. His voice was weak and listless, like a network administrator who had pulled an all-nighter. The breathing on the other end of the line became heavy. Eat. You're giving me a stomach ulcer. Sengoku's voice shifted from a roar to a furious hiss. It's been half a month. The deployment order has been sitting on your desk for half a month. Why haven't you signed it? Carl shifted his weight, leaning back fully into his executive chair. The leather chair let out a long, drawn-out squeak. Huh, what order? I didn't see it. He casually grabbed a thick document used to level the desk and tossed it into the waste paper basket without a second glance. Maybe the rats in Impel Down got it. They're everywhere, probably needed it to line their nest. The Den Den Mushi's face turned a deep mottled purple. Sengoku gripped the edge of his own solid wood desk, his fingernails scraping against the surface in an awful screech. Stop playing dumb with me. Zifa was at my office again yesterday, throwing a fit. He said throwing a talent like you into a sunless prison is a crime against nature. Sengoku took 2 heavy breaths, his tone softening slightly, taking on a persuasive edge. Carl, come back. Headquarters needs you. The emperors in the New World are getting bolder, and the number of pirates doubles every day. With your talent after 2 years of training at Marineford, the position of Admiral candidate is yours for the taking. Carl stared at the cold fluorescent light on the ceiling. He felt no stir of emotion, almost finding it funny. Admiral candidate. That just meant being on 247 call. If a celestial dragon got punched at 3 in the morning, he'd have to drag himself out of bed in his pajamas to clean up the mess. No dog would want that miserable job. Fleet Admiral, it's not that I don't want to come back. Carl cleared his throat, his tone turning somber. The Den Den Mushi's eyes widened slightly. Sengoku seemed to be holding his breath on the other end. It's my health. I just can't handle the sea breeze at Marineford. The Den Den Mushi was stunned. Sea breeze. You're a monster with peak physical conditioning, and you're afraid of the sea breeze. Carl clutched his chest and coughed heavily. Really, the wind at HQ is too harsh, it gives me migraines. And that justice coat is too heavy, it compresses my cervical spine when it hangs on my shoulders. My hands have been so numb lately, I can barely hold a newspaper. As he spoke, he casually picked up a white porcelain teacup from the desk with one hand. He applied a little pressure with his thumb. With a crack, the thick porcelain teacup was crushed into fine powder. Tea and fragments flowed over his hand. Sengoku heard the noise and gritted his teeth. What was that sound? Ahem, my hand slipped, the cup fell on the floor. Carl grabbed a few tissues to wipe his hand. Carl. Sengoku roared again, clearly losing patience. Stop giving me that nonsense. Sengoku's voice lowered, carrying an undeniable authority. I'm getting old. I don't have many years left in this seat. Akainu is too extreme, Akiji too laid back, and Kizaru is a sly old fox. If you transfer back now, I'll personally mentor you. I guarantee you'll be the next Fleet Admiral. Fleet Admiral. The pinnacle of naval power. Commanding 100,000 elite forces with direct access to the highest echelons of the world government. It was a grand, tempting offer. Any other young officer would have been on their knees swearing an oath of fealty by now. Carl shuddered. Not from excitement. From fear. Fleet Admiral. That meant endless overtime and dealing with the 5 old men of the Gorosei. He was practically being pushed into a pyre of death by overwork. Fleet Admiral, no, absolutely not. Carl sat up straight, his voice laced with genuine panic. I really can't be the Fleet Admiral. To be honest, this place, Impel Down, is built on the ocean floor. The humidity is terrible. He lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially into the receiver. I've only been here a few days, and I've already developed a severe case of hemorrhoids. The Den Den Mushi's expression froze. Sengoku's breathing stopped. Carl piled it on. The doctor saw me yesterday. He said I can't sit for long periods. Being Fleet Admiral requires sitting in meetings and signing documents all day, right? Imagine it, if I were the Fleet Admiral, I'd have to bend over the table during every meeting. Or put one of those donut-shaped cushions on my chair. If word of that got out, where would the Navy's dignity be? What would the world government think of us? You. Sengoku was clearly choked up, his breathing sounding like a wheezing bellows. So for the sake of justice and the Navy's reputation, it's best I stay here in Impel Down as a logistics officer. Carl fired off his words in a rapid stream, giving Sengoku no time to respond. The signal's bad. This underwater snail needs a new battery. Drink plenty of hot water, Fleet Admiral. Gotta go. Slap. Carl slammed the receiver back onto the Den Den Mushi. The glass dust cover clattered shut. Finally, peace. Carl let out a long sigh and collapsed back into his leather chair. Dealing with superiors was more exhausting than fighting Shiki. He closed his eyes, ready to resume his interrupted nap. Meanwhile, outside the deputy warden's office, beside the heavy oak door, 2 imposing figures stood side by side. One was the deputy head jailer, Domino. She wore a crisp beige uniform with a wide black-framed pair of sunglasses perched on her nose. In her arms, she held a stack of freshly compiled prisoner ledgers. The other was the chief jailer, Suddy. Her tight, dark red leather outfit accentuated her curves, and she habitually toyed with a barbed leather whip in her hand. The oak door had excellent soundproofing, but Sengoku's voice was too loud, and Carl had held the receiver away from his ear earlier. The entire conversation leaked out without a single word missed. A wall sconce in the corridor flickered. Domino's fingers tightened around her ledgers. Her fingernails dug deep crescent-shaped marks into the leather cover. Her chest heaved, and behind her sunglasses her eyes were filled with shock. Next, Fleet Admiral. Domino murmured, her voice trembling. She turned to look at Suddy beside her. Suddy was biting her lower lip hard. She bit so hard, she broke the skin, tasting a hint of blood. Her leather whip fell to the floor with a soft thud. But she didn't even bother to pick it up. He refused, Suddy said, swallowing hard, her throat dry. To stay here and Impel Down, he'd even make up. Such an absurd excuse. Domino took a deep breath and adjusted her sunglasses. She stared at the closed oak door, her expression changing. It shifted into a look of almost fanatical reverence. You don't understand, Domino said, her voice soft, but filled with unwavering conviction. This sea might be policed by the Navy on the surface, but the true darkness is all locked up right beneath our feet. She pointed a finger at the floor. Any one of those monsters on level 6 could destroy a country if they ever got out. The admirals at HQ looked glorious, admired by millions. But Lord Carl. He sees through it all. Suddy spun her head, her red curls whipping over her shoulder. Domino's breathing quickened, her words tumbling out faster. He gave up the ultimate power, gave up fame. He even used a self-deprecating excuse like hemorrhoids to anger the Fleet Admiral. Why? Domino stared intently at the door. He stays in this most dangerous sunless place to single-handedly suppress those legendary evils from the abyss. Suddy gasped, a cold shiver running down her spine. Goosebumps erupted all over her skin. She wrapped her arms around herself, her body trembling. It was a physical reaction to her overwhelming emotions. Oh my God! Suddy squeezed her thighs together, a blush rising to her cheeks, bearing the misunderstanding of the higher-ups, enduring loneliness that no one can imagine. In this moldy hell, silently guarding the peace of the world, Suddy picked up her whip from the floor and clutched it tightly to her chest. Lord Carl is so great. He is so ruthless to his own reputation. Domino nodded emphatically. The two of them stood outside the door, their backs ramrod straight. Like two statues, they voluntarily stood guard for the man inside. They even shooed away the patrol guards passing through the corridor, forcing them to keep a 10-meter distance, afraid that any stray footstep might disturb Lord Carl's profound forbearance. Inside the room, Carl sneezed. He rubbed his nose, muttered, "Who's talking about me?" and turned over. The leather chair creaked comfortably under his weight. The office's ventilation fan hummed continuously. A high-set iron window facing the sea was open a crack. Salty sea breeze squeezed through the gap, making the potted cacti on the windowsill sway gently. The sky outside was overcast. Flap, flap, flap. A frantic beating of wings sounded from outside the window. Carl's eyelids, just about to close, snapped open. A newsbird wearing the Navy's white sailor cap struggled to squeeze through the narrow opening. Its feathers were ruffled and a piece of seaweed was stuck to its beak. The bird circled the office once. Carl ignored it. The coin box on the desk corner was wide open, overflowing with coins. The newsbird accurately dropped a rolled-up newspaper. The paper unfurled midair. The pages, smelling of fresh ink, fluttered down towards the desk. A single separate piece of paper detached from the main body of the newspaper. It spun twice in the air, then slid down the edge of the mahogany desk. Just as his two female subordinates were gazing at the door with adoration, a newsbird flapped through the window and dropped the latest East Blue newspaper. A wanted poster fluttered down and landed at Carl's feet. Carl lowered his head. At the edge of his military boot, a rough yellowed wanted poster lay quietly. He bent down, pinched the corner of the paper between his fingers, and lifted it. The pungent smell of cheap ink stung his nostrils. In the center of the poster, a black-haired youth wearing a tattered straw hat dominated most of the page. The youth flashed a wide grin, revealing a row of white teeth, laughing with reckless abandon. Below him, a bold black line of text read, "Dead or alive." Further down, a long string of staggering zeros. 30000 berries. Carl's movements froze. His back, which had been slumped like mud in the chair, snapped upright with a jolt. The expansive leather chair back let out a dull thud of recoil. His half-lidded eyes flew wide open. The languid air brought on by lack of sleep dissipated in an instant, leaving not a trace. Carl's thumb, pinching the paper's edge, pressed down with increasing force. His knuckles turned white. The edges of the wanted poster were crushed into several sharp, permanent creases. 30 million berries. The East Blue. A straw hat. So that brat Luffy finally went to sea after all. Carl's chest heaved as he took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air tinged with sea salt. His mind flashed to a face often marked by two trails of clear snot. Meanwhile, in the common areas from the 1st to the 5th basement level of Impel Down. Today, the news coup had not only delivered newspapers to the deputy warden's office, but had also tossed some less important old newspapers down through the ventilation shafts. Large handfuls of paper drifted like snowflakes into the gloomy cells. On the 3rd basement level, the hunger hell. Deep furrows were dragged into the dry sandy soil by shackles. A pirate, blinded in his left eye, grabbed a newspaper and shook off the dust. His cracked lips read out the number on the wanted poster. The next second, he burst into a harsh, grating laughter. 30 million berries. A backwater place like the East Blue, and they issue a wanted poster for that. The one-eyed pirate crumpled the poster into a ball and hurled it hard against the iron bars. Several nearby prisoners, starved to skin and bone, joined in the jeering. Chains dragged across the stone floor, creating a clattering noise. Back in my day on the Grand Line, my bounty was 55 million. A snot-nosed kid in a straw hat like that, I could cut down 10 of him with one swing. The Marines are getting weaker with each generation. Can't catch us, so they're scraping the bottom of the barrel to meet their quotas with this East Blue trash. The mockery spread like a plague, crawling up and down through the ventilation ducts. On the 4th basement level, the blazing hell. Several hardened criminals hauling firewood by the blood pool wiped the bloody sweat from their faces and spat bloody phlegm at Luffy's picture. Look at those skinny arms and legs. Throw him in the blood pool, and he wouldn't even make a splash. He looks dumb as a post. He'd probably get eaten by a sea king before he even finds the entrance to the Grand Line. These desperados, usually tormented to the brink of death by the jailers, could only reclaim a sliver of their former glory as great pirates by ridiculing these newcomers, with pathetically low bounties from the outside world. For a time, the entire upper and middle sections of Impel Down were in an uproar. Prisoners banged on the iron railings, whistled, and vented their contempt for the East Blue pirates with abandon. In the deputy warden's office, Carl's ears twitched. Even through the thick, soundproof stone slabs, the vibrations traveling through the ventilation shafts did not escape his perception. Annoying. Laughing at East Blue trash. Mocking that snot-nosed kid. Carl's molars clenched tight. A hard knot of muscle bulged on his jaw. He stared at Luffy's smiling face on the poster, and a heavy snort escaped his nose. Humph. Without warning, the air stopped moving. The The ripples on the surface of the leftover tea in his cup were instantly flattened into stillness. A wave of terrifying, almost tangible pressure erupted from Carl's office chair. Spiritual pressure. This was not just a physical force but a suppression that acted directly upon the depths of the soul. A faint blue aura flickered across Carl's body and vanished. The immense pressure surged downwards, flooding through ventilation shafts, cracks in stone and iron doors. On the third basement level, the one-eyed pirate's raucous laughter was severed as if by a dull blade. His knees buckled, and he slammed heavily onto the sandy ground. The sharp crack of his kneecaps shattering was clearly audible. He gasped for air like a fish thrown onto the shore, desperately sucking in breath. His lungs felt as if they were stuffed with a block of solid iron, unable to draw in a single wisp of oxygen. On the fourth basement level, the hardened criminal who had been spitting into the blood pool dropped the firewood from his hands. He clawed frantically at his own throat, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. A moment later his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed head first onto the scorching stone floor. Clatter, clatter. The sound of chains hitting the ground echoed one after another. The deep-sea prison, which had been as boisterous as a market just moments before, was now plunged into a deathly silence. From the first to the fifth basement level, every prisoner who had mocked the poster was pinned to the ground. No one could stand. Even the most vicious criminals with bounties over 100 million could only lie prostrate in the filth and dirt, trembling in despair. The cold fluorescent lights overhead flickered. A faint buzzing sound of electric current followed. Throughout Impel Down, the steel bars groaned and subtly warped under the pressure, emitting a teeth-grinding screech of metal. Carl retracted his spiritual pressure. The air in the office began to flow again. He released his grip and smoothed the wanted poster flat onto the center of his desk. He weighed down one corner with the coin box full of change. Then he pressed the communication button on his desk. "Dominique, come in." His voice was not loud, but it carried an unyielding firmness. Outside the door, Dominique had also just felt the terrifying fleeting pressure. She had to brace herself against the wall to keep from falling to her knees. Hearing the call, Dominique took a deep breath of the cold, sweat-scented air. She pushed up her sunglasses, which had slid down her nose, straightened the hem of her uniform, and walked in. "Deputy Warden." Dominique snapped to attention, clicking her heels together. She noticed Carl's expression was grim. The face that usually wore a languid look was now covered in a layer of frost. Dominique even softened her breathing. Carl tapped the wanted poster on the desk with his fingertip. "Spread the word. Impel Down is adding an internal regulation." He paused, his voice hard. "From now on, no one in Impel Down is to accept any mission related to the capture of the Straw Hat Pirates. If the Marines outside need to borrow our ship's supplies or intelligence to catch this Straw Hat." Carl's finger thumped heavily on the solid wood desk, producing a dull, resonant sound. "Refuse all requests. Do not provide any assistance. Anyone who violates this rule, I will personally throw them into the blood pool for a bath." Dominique was stunned. Her eyes behind the sunglasses widened in disbelief. The Straw Hat Pirates. She dared a quick glance at the newspaper on the desk. An unknown nobody from the East Blue, with a bounty of 30 million, wasn't even worth a second glance from a big shot at the deep-sea prison. "Deputy Warden, this." "Why?" Dominique stammered slightly. The world government and Marine headquarters were one and the same. If Impel Down openly refused to cooperate with the Marines in capturing pirates, Fleet Admiral Sengoku would be furious when he saw this report. Carl scratched the back of his head, messing up his hair. He felt a tightness in his chest. It was hard to come up with an excuse. He certainly couldn't just come out and say that the kid grinning like an idiot in the photo was his own little brother whom he had raised with his own hands since he was a snot-nosed brat. Carl coughed and picked up the base of a teacup. "The East Blue is too poor." He curled his lip, grasping for a random reason. "Catching some 30 million trash isn't worth the fuel our warships would burn. Impel Down's budget is over this year. We need to tighten our belts. We're the ones who house the world's worst criminals. We shouldn't lower ourselves to deal with East Blue nonsense." Dominique's lips parted slightly. She looked at Carl's face, which seemed to betray a hint of guilt. The gears in her head began to spin wildly. Budget overrun. Fuel costs. Dominique's breathing quickened. She understood. The deputy warden was trying to undermine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku had just been pressuring him on the phone to go to Marineford as a vice admiral candidate. Not only had the deputy warden refused, but he was now using his position to cut off Impel Down's logistical support for Marine headquarters. Using a small-time East Blue pirate as a pretext, he was declaring to the top brass, "Impel Down is not your beck and call servant." What formidable political maneuvering. Understood. Dominique stood ramrod straight, striking her left chest with her right fist. Her voice trembled with excitement. "I will immediately revise the prison regulations. We won't let Marine headquarters get a single drop of Impel Down's fuel." With that, Dominique spun around and strode out of the office in her high heels. Carl opened his mouth, his arm half raised in the air. "Wait. I didn't say we were going against headquarters." Bang. The oak door slammed shut, cutting off Carl's muttering. The office was once again empty, leaving only Carl. He looked at Luffy's wanted poster on the desk. He flicked the smiling face in the photo with his finger. "You little brat, causing trouble as soon as you hit the sea." He sighed. Carl felt a wave of inexplicable irritability. It was as if a fire was burning in his chest, a restless ache. He placed his hands on the edge of the desk and pushed himself up. The wide leather chair slid backwards. Carl crossed his hands and stretched upwards, his bones cracking in a series of sharp pops. He then pressed his hand against the back of his neck, twisting his head from side to side. His cervical vertebrae clicked audibly. Sitting too long makes my bones ache. Carl picked up a heavy ring of solid steel keys from the corner of the desk and tossed them in his hand a couple of times. The keys clinked together with a crisp metallic sound. He strode towards the door. Time to find some fun on the 6th level to stretch my limbs. Ding! The elevator door slid open. A dull metallic groan echoed through the empty corridor. Carl stepped out. His combat boots squelched against the slimy stone floor. The air in LV6 Infinite Hell was foul. The fermented stench of blood mixed with the moldy odor of eternal darkness assaulting his nostrils. There was also the peculiar acrid scent of sea stone. Carl sneezed and rubbed his nose. Did the ventilation system in this dump break down again? He grumbled, pulling the collar of his uniform jacket up. The temperature here was a dozen degrees lower than above, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into every crevice. The cells on either side were pitch black. Occasionally the sharp clink of dragging chains could be heard. Locked in here were monsters whose names had been erased by the world government. But now these monsters were all cowering in the shadows like hibernating turtles. Not even a loud breath could be heard. The spiritual pressure Carl had unleashed upstairs still lingered in the air. Carl walked straight towards the depths. He twisted his neck, his cervical vertebrae letting out 2 crisp cracks. His muscles still weren't loose, and a nameless rage was bottled up inside him. At the end of the corridor, the second to last cell. The thick sea stone bars were corroded, covered in a layer of dark red rust. Carl stopped. On the straw pile on the cell floor, a figure was lying face down. A messy mop of golden hair was tangled with a few black and rotten straws. Golden Lion Shiki. The old man lay on his side completely still. There wasn't even a visible rise and fall of his chest. If not for the rhythmic heartbeat Carl could hear, he would have thought the old geezer had already kicked the bucket. Carl pulled the heavy brass key ring from his pants pocket. He selected the largest key and inserted it into the lock. Click. The rusty lock cylinder let out a dry, grating sound. The heavy iron door creaked open a crack. Carl's hands were empty. He carried no sidearm, and no long weapon was slung on his person. He swaggered right in. Stop playing dead old gold, Carl yawned. He shook his wrist as he walked. Get up and stretch your old bones. The golden lion on the ground still didn't move. Not even a strand of hair shifted. Carl took a step forward. The toe of his boot kicked aside a piece of rubble. The stone rolled and clinked against the wall. In that flash of an instant, the rotten straw on the ground exploded upwards. Dust and mold burst into a cloud of yellow haze in the gloomy cell. The golden lion's eyes, which should have been shut tight, snapped wide open, bloodshot and fierce. He hadn't been sleeping at all. He was waiting for the door to open. Die? You snot-nosed brat. A beastly roar was squeezed from the golden lion's throat. Spittle flew wildly in the air. 2 replacement swords were bound to his severed legs, even with sea stone cuffs suppressing his float fruitability. He was confident that with his own tempered, battle-hardened body alone, he could tear this unarmed newcomer to shreds. Carl carried no weapon. That was the only sliver of hope the golden lion saw. His sword-bound leg swung, kicking up a foul wind, the blade edge slicing straight for Carl's throat. The distance was too close. The wind pressure from the blade had already ruffled the hair on Carl's forehead. Carl didn't even blink. He even leaned his head back in disdain, dodging the spittle the golden lion had sprayed. Bad breath. When's the last time you even brushed your teeth? His right hand casually grasped at the empty air to his side. A ripple of golden light flickered. A sheathed katana materialized in Carl's palm. The scabbard gleamed with a cold, dark luster. It was none other than Kyokusuijetsu. Carl didn't even unsheath it. A layer of jet-black armament haki instantly coated the surface of the scabbard. The wooden scabbard became harder than steel in an instant. Gripping the hilt, he swung it in a reverse arc, smashing down from top to bottom. The speed was astonishing. It wasn't a fancy swordsmanship move, it was like swatting a fly that had landed on his face. Thud! A dull, heavy impact exploded within the cell. Even the sea stone bars outside vibrated with a humming echo. The haki-coated scabbard connected precisely with the back of the golden lion's skull. The golden lion's roar was choked off in his throat. His entire body twisted in a grotesque posture, slammed headfirst into the ground. A faceplant. The hard bluestone floor tiles cracked into a spiderweb of fissures. Stone chips flew everywhere. A crisp snap echoed as the golden lion's nose bone broke. 2 streams of warm blood spurted out, splattering the floor. A few bloody back teeth flew from his mouth, rolled a couple of times on the ground, and disappeared into the straw pile. He lay like a toad struck on the back by a stone. His limbs twitched weakly on the floor for a moment, then went completely limp. TSK. Carl shook his right hand. The recoil had numbed his tiger's mouth. This old bone was still pretty tough. He looked down at the golden lion, who was now a puddle of mush at his feet. He raised his right foot, still in its combat boot. Without much force, he pressed it onto the golden lion's golden head. He ground the sole against the tangled hair. Lost your mind? Carl's voice was flat. His tone carried the distinct irritation of someone with unresolved morning grumpiness. The golden lion panted heavily. His lungs sounded like a broken, leaking bellows. He tried to struggle, but the foot on the back of his head was as heavy as a mountain of iron. He couldn't even lift his chin to get his face out of the rubble pit. You? Who the hell are you? The golden lion spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. His voice was a mumble. He couldn't understand how that sword had appeared out of thin air. Carl pressed down with the ball of his foot. The golden lion's face scraped against the rubble. Cut the crap. Carl interrupted impatiently. I'm asking you, did you clean the toilet next to the deputy warden's office? The golden lion's head was ringing. He thought Carl had come down to mete out some personal punishment, or to break one of his arms for resisting earlier. But he asks this. That yellow stain on the rim of the toilet bowl, did you just give it a quick swipe with the brush and call it a day, eh? The more Carl spoke, the angrier he got. He had a slight case of OCD. Earlier when he'd used the restroom, he'd looked down and seen that unclean spot, and it had bothered him for ages. I'm a great pirate. The flying pirate. The golden lion finally snapped. The humiliation made him roar out heedless of the consequences. His cheek was scraped raw against the stone. Even if you were the Sea King himself, you'd still have to get that toilet clean today. Carl used the scabbard as a walking stick for leverage. Your dinner is cancelled for today. He looked down at the back of the golden lion's head. If Domino dares to give you an extra half scoop of soup, I'll make her scrub the toilets for a month. The golden lion's eyes rolled back. He nearly fainted from rage. Losing dinner was a slow, agonizing torture for a prisoner of Impel Down who never got enough to eat. Tomorrow at 6 a.m. sharp you report back upstairs. Got it. Carl's foot pressed down harder. The golden lion's cervical vertebrae let out a strained creak. Gee. Got it. He ground his teeth and swallowed his pride. Under such absolute violent suppression, even his will to die was being slowly crushed. Carl retracted his foot with satisfaction. The sole of his boot was stained with blood and dust. He wiped it disdainfully on the dry straw nearby. What a pain he'd have to polish his boots again. Carl turned to leave. He was mentally calculating whether he should swing by the next cell to have some fun with Barrett too. Just as he took his first step out of the cell door, a crisp electronic sound suddenly rang out from the depths of his mind. It wasn't a hallucination. The sound struck him directly on his nerves. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Impel Down for 1 full year. The annual mystery grand prize is about to be awarded. The mechanical voice slammed into his nerves. Carl's molars clenched hard, his tongue pressing against the roof of his mouth. He didn't even bother pretending anymore. The listless, half-dead expression on his face instantly cracked apart. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed a large gulp of cold air tinged with the taste of blood. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at the golden-haired head beneath his feet. The mud-caked sole of his military boot lifted off the back of the golden lion's skull. Ahem. Carl cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the trembling in his fingertips brought on by sheer excitement. A pale blue light screen visible only to him flickered open across his retina. Text blazed across the virtual panel. 1 year of consecutive check-ins completed. Annual mystery grand prize distributed. Reward 1 Zanpakuto Hyoka Suijetsu, full release state. Reward 2 base physical enhancement for a soul reaper. As the light screen dimmed, a tingling current of electricity shot up from Carl's tailbone, racing all the way to the back of his skull. He couldn't suppress a distorted grunt that escaped through his nose. Every joint in his body crackled and popped beneath his clothes, as if someone were taking a hammer to each of his bones, shattering them only to piece them back together. The circumference of his muscles didn't thicken, but beneath his skin the muscle fibers were being violently torn apart, forcibly reknitted, and stretched in a frenzied manner. His clothes radiated a wave of heat from his sharply rising body temperature. Carl kept his eyes shut, a fine sheen of sweat beading on the tip of his nose. This was the racier physique of a soul reaper. Light, yet brimming with the power to dismantle this undersea prison into scrap metal with his bare hands. In his right hand, he held the sheath katana. The green cord wrapped around the hilt now felt like he was touching his own pulse. Flesh and blood intertwined. He didn't even need to think about how to draw the blade anymore. This sword was an extension of his own body. With a single thought, even with the blade sheath, he could toy with the 5 senses of the entire world in the palm of his hand. Just as Carl was savoring the lingering sensation of his bones being reforged, a thunderous boom erupted from deep within the corridor. The vibration traveled through the stone slabs underfoot. Dust and grit showered down from the ceiling, a mix of soil and sea stone powder, settling on Carl's shoulders. Irritated at having his experience interrupted, Carl rubbed his sore eyes. He looked up towards the sound. At the end of the corridor, a 2-inch thick sea stone door was twisted out of shape. Along with half a section of moss-covered brick wall, it had been violently kicked out from its frame. The iron door crashed onto the ground, skidding over 10 meters and scraping a trail of blinding sparks. During the gap between guard shifts, 3 burly men covered in black hair crawled out from the dust cloud. Their black and white striped prison uniforms hung off them in tatters. They had worn through the locks, with sheer brute force remnants of heavy iron chains still dangling from their wrists. The leader was bald. A terrifying red centipede tattoo crawled up the right side of his face, its tail extending all the way to the artery in his neck. Puck. The bald man spat out a wad of bloody saliva mixed with a broken tooth. His grating voice echoed through the corridor. 3 years. 3 years cooped up. This damn cage is finally open. He took deep, greedy breaths of the foul air like an addict getting his fix. His jaundiced eyes landed on Carl standing ahead of him, then on the golden lion lying sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. The bald man froze for a moment, then a wide grin split his face, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Huh. And who do we have here? If it isn't the flying pirate. He dragged the broken chain along the ground, creating a clattering noise. Looks like you're just a weakling who folds when stepped on. He strode purposefully towards Carl. Other prisoners who had been lurking in the shadows of their cells on either side, drawn by the commotion, poked their heads out and gripped the bars. The bald man pointed a thick carrot-like finger at Carl's nose. Hey, you pretty boy in the deputy warden's coat. He let out a loud, resonant belch even though he hadn't had a drop of alcohol in 3 years. Hand over the keys to the main gate and the elevator. I'm in a good mood today, so I might just consider not snapping your scrawny neck. The two hulking brutes beside him joined in with vicious sneers. They cracked their knuckles and began to flank him, their massive forms like 3 moving walls of flesh. Carl let out a sigh. He raised an arm and casually wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The physical enhancement had just finished, and he was feeling a bit stuffy on level 6. All he wanted was to get back to his office and crank the air conditioning to maximum. These days, any piece of trash thinks it can make a racket on the 6th level. Carl didn't even shift his stance. He couldn't be bothered to grip the sword's handle. Instead, he held the scabbard and lightly tapped its base on the slick stone floor. Tap. The sound of wood hitting stone was soft. But this faint sound sent a ripple spreading outward across the puddles on the ground. The bald centipede man had already closed the distance to less than 5 meters. He swung his right arm in a wide arc. The half-length iron chain whistled through the air, aimed directly at Carl's face, carrying enough force to shatter a skull. The next second, the trajectory of the wind changed. The bald man's body twisted midair at a bizarre and unnatural angle. His jaundiced eyes instantly flooded with blood. The chain didn't hit Carl. Instead, it swung around with full force and smashed squarely into the temple of the fanged brute on his left. Bang! The blow landed with brutal impact. The sickening crunch of bone fracturing was enough to make one's teeth ache. The fanged brute didn't even have time to scream. Half his face caved in. An eyeball popped from its socket under the pressure, blood and white tissue fluid splattering across the floor. Who the hell are you hitting? The brute on the right wiped the hot blood from his face completely, losing his mind. He roared and lunged at the bald man, opening his mouth filled with yellow grime and sinking his teeth deep into the carotid artery in the bald man's neck. He wrenched his head back, tearing outward. A chunk of skin and flesh was ripped away. The bald man clutched his gushing neck, letting out a shriek like a stuck pig. In his hallucination, he had seen his father's murderer coming at him with a blade. He had fought back in desperation only to have an admiral bite through his throat from behind. The 3 of them thrashed and tore at each other like rabid dogs. They clawed at eyeballs, bit at windpipes. There was no defense, only a desperate suicidal frenzy. The scene of flying flesh and blood was more primal and savage than any coliseum. A deathly silence fell over the cells lining the corridor. The prisoners who had been watching through the bars were all choked by the sheer strangeness of the spectacle. They forgot to breathe. The golden lion was still lying in the gravel pit at Carl's feet. Blood from his nose had reached his lips, yet he didn't even lick it. He just tilted his head, watching the absurd drama unfold before his eyes. The golden lion was stunned. He had seen it all perfectly clearly. That brat in the uniform hadn't even drawn his sword the whole time. He had just tapped the floor with the scabbard. Then he stood there pulling out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his nose. Those 3 escaped convicts hadn't even come close to touching the hem of Carl's clothes. They just started tearing each other apart. There was no clash of hockey. No transformation from a devil fruit. What in the world was this sinister power? The golden lion felt a cold sweat break out on his back where it pressed against the stone floor. His untamable heart gave an involuntary shudder in his chest. 5 minutes later, the sounds of tearing and biting gradually ceased. The 3 mountain-like brutes lay piled together in a pool of blood. More out than in. The floor was covered in dark viscous fluid and unidentifiable chunks of flesh. Carl took a disgusted half-step back, careful not to step in the blood with his boots. He crumpled the tissue into a ball and flicked it casually onto the bald man's face. So noisy. Can't even die quietly. Just then a heavy, urgent sound of leather boots thundered from outside the corridor. The footsteps were chaotic, sounding like an elephant charging down the hallway. Carl, my friend, are you all right? Came a voice accompanied by heavy, rasping breaths. Warden Magellan's massive frame squeezed through the iron door of level 6. The tubes of poison on his back swayed violently with his movement. His gas mask was knocked askew. Sweat beaded on his broad forehead, dripping down past his eyebrows. He had been alerted that prisoners were breaking out on level 6, and had rushed down, immediately dropping his paperwork. As Magellan ran closer, he saw the 3 heavy criminals lying in the pool of blood. Then he looked at Carl, whose uniform wasn't even wrinkled. He let out a long sigh of relief, a gratified smile spreading across his fleshy face. He opened his mouth to commend Carl on his efficiency. Carl, my friend, well done. Gurgle. Before he could finish, Magellan's ruddy complexion suddenly flushed a sickly deep purple. The muscles in his face twitched violently. His thick legs snapped together, knees clamping inward. He clutched his round, swollen belly with both hands and collapsed into a painful crouch. Magellan's stomach let out a thunderous rumble. The sound was so loud it drowned out the draft whistling through the corridor. His face flushed red from running, instantly drained of all color, turning a ghastly pale. Carl, my friend, I can't hold on any longer. Magellan clamped his legs together tightly. His 2 thick legs trembled in midair, his inner knees rubbing frantically against each other. Even the gas mask on his face was knocked askew by his contorted features. He sucked in cold air, beads of sweat dripping onto the stone floor, shattering into 8 pieces. Puff! A stream of pungent purple poison gas hissed out from the seams of his trousers. Don't come near me. Carl stumbled backward 2 huge steps in fright. He clamped his left hand over his nose and mouth. The gas smelled like rotten eggs left to ferment in a sewer for 3 days. Magellan, with trembling hands, fumbled desperately at his belt. He tore off a large jangling bunch of purple metal keys. This was the warden's authority key representing the highest power in Impel Down. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the keys at Carl like a grenade. Carl instinctively tried to dodge, but the keys slammed into his chest with a heavy thud. The burden for this week is on you. I'll be back in a moment. Before he could finish, Magellan spun around and sprinted away. His massive frame blurred as he tore down the hallway. Bang! The door to the private restroom at the end of the corridor was violently thrown open, followed by an earth-shattering sound of relief. Carl looked down at the set of purple keys in his hand, still warm. He rubbed his sore chest. Again, how many times does this make it? He irritably shoved the keys into his pocket. He intended to head back to his own deputy warden's office for a nap, but the keys in his pocket dug painfully into his thigh. Carl sighed, resigned to his fate, and turned towards the elevator. Since he was forced to take charge, things would be done his way. This gloomy, oppressive prison aesthetic was long overdue for a change. Half an hour later, 4th level of Impel Down, the warden's private office. This room was more than twice the size of Carl's. Thick red carpet covered the floor, soft underfoot. The air conditioner hummed, blowing cool air, the temperature just right. Carl unceremoniously commandeered the boss chair draped in a white bearskin. He propped his feet up on the solid wood desk. Pressing the intercom on the desk, he said, "Domenico, bring a notebook in here and take some notes." In less than a minute, Domenico rushed in on high heels. The sound of her heels was muffled by the thick red carpet. She held a black-covered notebook, her chest heaving slightly. "Deputy Warden, no acting warden, sir." Domenico quickly corrected herself. "How is Warden Magellan's condition?" "Don't mention him, it makes me sick." Carl waved a dismissive hand. "Pass down my orders, we're reorganizing Impel Down's schedule." Domenico flipped open her notebook and uncapped her pen. "First, all prison guards will now work only 6-hour shifts starting today." Carl yawned, picking at his fingernails. "Overtime is strictly forbidden. Anyone caught loitering in the cell blocks after hours gets their monthly bonus docked." Domenico's pen tip froze on the paper. Ink bled into a large dark stain. She looked up sharply, her black-framed sunglasses nearly slipping off. 6 hours. "But acting warden Carl, we don't have enough manpower for that. Who will do the night patrols?" "Patrol what?" Carl rolled his eyes. "The prisoners are all bound with sea stone. It's not like they can sprout wings and fly. Let the guards get proper rest. I don't want to see them walking around with dark circles. It's bad for my mood." He shifted into a more comfortable position. "Second, keep the prisoners busy. The pirates on levels 1 through 5 are to be forced to put on a talent show every day from 2 to 4 p.m. Carl gestured with his finger in the air. "Comedy sketches, crosstalk, acrobatics, singing, whatever they want. You make the schedule. Anyone who slacks off or isn't funny will have their meals cut for 3 days." Domenico was completely dumbfounded. Her mouth hung open, her mind short-circuiting for several seconds. Impel Down was the world's greatest prison. It was a living hell of torture and anguish, screams, a place that struck fear into the hearts of pirates worldwide. A talent show. Those ruthless killers performing crosstalk by the blood pond. Acting warden Carl, this absolutely cannot happen. Domenico closed her notebook, her voice urgent. "If this gets out, Fleet Admiral Sengoku will have our hides. This completely violates world government regulations." Before she could finish her sentence, Carl flicked his wrist and extracted something from his system inventory. A cup of iced pearl milk tea, condensation beating on its clear plastic walls. The black pearls tumbled lazily within the milky white liquid at the bottom. Carl placed the tea on the desk and slid it forward. The bottom of the cup clinked softly against the mahogany surface. "It's hot out, have a sip to wet your throat before you continue." Carl's tone was casual. Domenico froze. The sea had red wine, rum, even freshly squeezed juice. But this strange drink with odd black spheres, she had never seen anything like it. The cool mist emanating from the cup was tantalizingly refreshing in the dry office. Domenico swallowed hard. As if in a trance, she reached out and took the cup of milk tea. The icy coolness spread from her palm through her entire body. She leaned towards the straw and took a small, cautious sip. Sweet. A silky smooth sweetness with a rich aroma of milk and tea exploded instantly in her mouth. And that black pearl, soft and chewy when bitten. Domenico's eyes lit up. She was usually a strict, disciplined person, carefully controlling her diet to fit into her tight uniform. But now all her principles crumbled before this sugary concoction. "So, where were we?" Carl asked, watching her with a grin. Domenico took a huge slurp, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster's. She swallowed hastily, a faint, unnatural blush creeping onto her cheeks. "We were saying that the new schedule is a brilliantly creative idea." Domenico stood up straight, answering loudly. "Keeping prisoners cooped up all day twists their minds. Introducing some recreational activities will definitely improve prison management. I'll go issue the notice right away. Go get it done. Also drag that golden lion from level 6 out and put him on the generator wheel for some exercise." Carl waved his hand. Domenico, clutching the milk tea in her notebook, retreated contentedly. Within half a day, the entire atmosphere of the deep-sea prison had completely changed. Guards gleefully shed their uniforms. They swapped them for the popular beach shorts from Marine headquarters and played cards in the break room. With reduced hours, their morale and energy were higher than ever. They looked at Carl as if he were their savior. On the first underground level, among the sword trees of the Crimson Hell, several pirates with bounties in the tens of millions were tearfully performing a cancan dance in a line. If their movements weren't synchronized, the nearby guard would threaten to dock their dinner rations using a loudspeaker. On the third underground level, two former rival pirate captains stood face to face. One was the straight man, the other the funny man. A crowd of prisoners gathered around them laughing uproariously. Carl, holding a transponder snail, listened to the program reports from each level with great satisfaction. This was the life. What living hell. This was clearly a leisure retirement home. A few days later, in Magellan's office, Carl was sprawled out in the plush boss chair. Beside him sat a silver tray piled high, with purple grapes air freighted from Amazon Lily. They were a snack from a system lottery draw yesterday. Apparently, they were the favorite of the warlord Empress Boa Hancock. The grapes were chilled, their skins dusted with frost. Carl casually picked one up, peeled it, and tossed it into his mouth. Juice burst forth cloyingly sweet. Just as he was chewing contentedly, the private transponder snail belonging to the acting warden on the corner of the desk suddenly started ringing frantically. Brew 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 brew. Carl frowned, spitting the grape seeds into the wastebasket. This snail line was only accessible to top marine brass. He reached over and lifted the receiver. The snail's body puffed up instantly. Its face contorted, mouth turning down, and a simulated pair of yellow-tinted sunglasses materialized on its face. A lecherous face formed. Cotter stared at the suddenly transformed Den Den Mushi on the table. The snail's soft body inflated like a balloon. Its mouth curved downward into an exaggerated inverted U-shape. On the snail's two eyes a pair of brown-tinted windproof sunglasses materialized. Even across half the comm belt, Carr could smell the innate sleaziness. He wrinkled his nose in disgust. Extending his right index and middle fingers, he pinched the edge of the receiver, as if holding a dead rat by its tail. He lifted the receiver. Brother Balyosalinua, what brings you to call it? From the other end of the Den Den Mushi came a strange, drawn-out sound. Moshi Moshi. Is that little brother Carr? The yellow ape's voice was languid, as if he had just woken up and was still yawning. In the background, the clinking of glass cups and the tinkling laughter of women could be heard. Carr wedged the receiver between his shoulder and ear. Freeing his hands, he plucked a chilled grape from the silver tray. Brother, you're quite well informed. Instead of chasing pirates, you're prying into my affairs. How scary. The Den Den Mushi mimicked the yellow ape's expression, its mouth drooping even lower. I've heard that you infuriated Director Maisholland so much he ended up in the intensive care toilet. Young people nowadays sure have impressive methods for power struggles. The yellow ape slurped some drink on the other end, making a sucking sound. Mr. Jean Gua has been throwing daily tantrums at headquarters, smashing several teacups. He says you'd rather guard the basement than take over his position. Carr chewed the grape, the sweet juice sliding down his throat. He mumbled back, he's just bored. What do you really want? If you don't tell me, I'll hang up. Don't be in such a hurry, little brother Carr. The yellow ape's tone carried a forced warmth. I happen to be running an errand at the Zyangabadi archipelago. Caught a few reckless supernovas, and just locked them in the base. A click of a lighter came from the Den Den Mushi. The yellow ape exhaled a smoke ring. The shakedown bar here just got a shipment of fine-aged rum and sizzling oil-dripping sea king hind leg meat. Little brother Carr, how about coming over for a few drinks? My treat. No, it's on the Navy headquarters expense. Carr spat the grape skin into the wastebasket. He grabbed a tissue to wipe his hands. No. Too far, I get seasick. He refused decisively, without a hint of hesitation. The yellow ape was taken aback. Don't be so cold. With your physical skills, it's only an hour or two by moonstep. A drink to relax would be nice. Admiral Balyosalinua. Carr straightened up, his tone turning serious. Look at the clock on the wall. It's 5:03 p.m. That's my off-work time. The yellow ape on the other end was confused. What's wrong with off-work? Off-work is the perfect time to drink and relax. Brother, your ideological awareness is seriously lacking. Carr leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. Off-work hours are my private life quota. If I go to your gathering, what's that called? That's called invisible overtime. Cotter launched into his anti-overwork theory. Think about it, if I go drink with you, can I just drink? I'd have to talk about work, about pirates, about headquarters gossip. Half drunk, I'd still have to raise my glass to toast you, the Admiral, and listen to you boast about how you once kicked an entire pirate crew over. How is that relaxing? It's more tiring than beating prisoners in the infinite hell. The Den Den Mushi's mouth hung open, unable to make a sound for a long time. Only the faint hiss of a burning cigarette could be heard. Feeling thirsty, Carr took another sip of cold water from the table. Brother, with your fixed salary as an admiral, how much work do you do in a day, eh? Catching pirates, writing reports, acting as bodyguards for the celestial dragons. 24 hours a day, you're practically selling your soul to the world government for 18 of them. Cotter set down his glass heavily. The bottom thudded against the desk. Now that you finally got off work, you're still trying to recruit me, a newbie, under the guise of official expenses. Aren't you tired? The yellow ape fell silent on the other end. The noisy bar sound seemed to drift away from him. Work is endless, but life is your own. As long as I have no morals, the boss can never hold me hostage. No socializing after work, absolutely no overtime. Even if Mary Geo's collapses now, I'll wait until I clock in tomorrow at 9 a.m. before going to save anyone. A violent coughing fit came from the Den Den Mushi. The yellow ape seemed to have choked on his smoke, coughing so hard his lungs might burst. After a full half-minute, the yellow ape finally recovered. Little brother Carr. The yellow ape's voice trailed off, its tone altered. The characteristic mockery vanished without a trace. There was actually a trembling bitterness in his voice. I've served in the Navy for 30 years. The yellow ape took a deep drag of his cigarette and stubbed it out in the ashtray. I always thought I was lazy enough, following the justice of ambiguity. After hearing your words today, I feel like my entire life I've been as foolish as a milled donkey. The yellow ape on the other end slammed his palm on the bar counter, knocking over a glass. A role model for our generation. The yellow ape was deeply moved, his tone filled with the excitement of meeting a kindred spirit too late. Don't worry, I've seen the light completely. From now on, unless it's work hours, even if that old thing Zhangua smashes the Den Den Mushi to pieces, I absolutely won't answer. Cotter smiled with satisfaction. The feeling of bamboozling an admiral was even better than drawing a system reward. That's right, brother. Money belongs to the country, but life is your own. Go home early, soak your feet, and sleep. The two of them then enthusiastically exchanged 108 ways to slack off at work. The atmosphere was as warm as long-lost brothers. Suddenly, one of the monitors on the right side of Kata's desk flashed red. It was the dedicated surveillance matrix for Level 6 of Impel Down, the Infinite Hell. A piercing electronic alarm instantly tore through the office's tranquility. DDD. The red warning light spun wildly on the wall. The sound pierced his eardrums. Kara frowned, stopping his idle chatter with the yellow ape. He turned to look at the flashing screen. The image was distorted by strong vibrations speckled with snow. In a corner cell of LV6, the man with wild golden hair and a body like a raging bear was kneeling on the ground. He was clutching his ears in agony, hands pressed tightly. From the loudspeaker at the top of the cell, a loop of the gentle, sleep-inducing pure music that Kara had just selected was playing. Melodious wind chimes mingled with soothing piano keys. It was utterly out of place in the gloomy hell. The man known as the demon progeny, Dajalesai Baylite. The veins on his forehead bulged like earthworms about to burst. This soft, flimsy music was more torturous to a maniac pursuing ultimate violence than the 10 worst tortures of the Qing dynasty. Baylite was like a beast driven mad. He suddenly raised his head, letting out an inhuman roar. His massive arms burst outward with force. Muscles bulged like rocks, tearing the blood-stained prison uniform. Those were specially made sea stone chains that even an elephant couldn't break. Under Baylite's beastly roar, the chains stretched taut. The iron rings scraped violently against each other, emitting a metallic wail. Crack! The snowflakes on the screen flickered faster and faster. The crisp sound of metal snapping echoed through the speaker, shaking the empty glass on the mahogany table until it spun, its bottom clinking against the wood. Carl dug a finger into his ear. He glanced at the Den Den Mushi where Kazuru was still lamenting on the other end, and clicked his tongue. Bro, there's a mosquito buzzing. Gotta go. Snap. Ignoring whatever Kazuru was about to say, Carl pressed the communication cutoff button. The Den Den Mushi's soft body deflated, its eyes closing. The office was left with only the piercing wail of the alarm. Carl found the sleep-inducing music quite pleasant, actually. Barrett was simply being ungrateful. He stood up, tugging at the wrinkled fabric of his uniform trousers. His body was still not fully accustomed to the enhanced physique, and his strength was a bit difficult to control. He concentrated his power on the soles of his feet. His leather boots pressed lightly against the red carpet. Thump! A transparent shockwave exploded around him. Carl vanished into thin air, leaving only the creaking boss chair swaying behind him. LV6, Infinite Hell. The usual damp, musty smell was today overpowered by a pungent, violent stench of sweat. The fourth cell from the end. The iron bars had been smashed outward, leaving a bulging breach. The broken ends of the iron pillars were jagged with barbs. Douglas Barrett stood shirtless in the corridor. His striped prison uniform hung in shreds around his waist. His blocky muscles bulged, covered in old scars. The C-prism stone chains lay in shattered segments. The iron rings had fallen into potholes on the stone floor, splashing murky water. Barrett panted heavily. Like a raging bull. The speaker that had been playing wind chime music above had been crushed into scrap metal and tossed into a corner. In the cell diagonally opposite, Shiki was peering through the bars. A dirty bandage was plastered on his forehead. Seeing Barrett break free, he grinned, revealing gaps in his teeth. Yo, this young lad's got quite a temper. Shiki lowered his voice, muttering, ready to watch the show. These past 2 days scrubbing the toilet had nearly made him vomit his own stomach acid. He was itching for some reckless fool to step up and divert some of that fiery anger. Bring that little brat down here, and you'll get what's coming to you. Shiki rubbed his hands together in malicious glee. The air shimmered with a watery distortion. Carl appeared like a ghost, abruptly standing less than 10 meters in front of Barrett. The soles of his shoes splashed into a puddle, making a plop sound. You're the acting warden. Barrett's bloodshot eyes locked onto Carl. His voice sounded like it had been ground through gravel. Playing that soft, pathetic garbage music to piss me off. I'll tear you into strips of meat. He didn't give Carl a chance to speak. The muscles in his legs bulged suddenly. The bluestone floor beneath him was crushed into a half-meter deep crater. Rubble flew in all directions. Barrett shot forward like a cannonball. His right fist clenched tight. Jet black, gleaming armament hockey enveloped the fist, as large as a sandbag. The iron gray hardening extended all the way to his elbow. The air around his fist screamed with a sonic boom. Too fast. The punch's wind blasted Carl's bangs backward. If it had been a vice admiral from headquarters, their brains would likely be smeared on the wall by now. But Carl didn't even consider dodging. He even yawned halfway through, his jaw still slightly open. The limitless technique had long become a passive instinct. No hand seals needed. Barrett's fist was now just 1 centimeter from Carl's nose. It stopped. Not because Barrett chose to. The space itself was being infinitely stretched. Barrett's eyes widened. He felt his heavy punch sink into a mass of solidified mercury. There was no sensation of impact. Impossible to advance even a millimeter further. The veins on his neck bulged and a low growl escaped his throat. He pushed his armament hockey to its peak, his joints creaking. The punch's wind peeled a layer of plaster off the wall behind Carl. But that 1 centimeter gap became an insurmountable chasm for Barrett. He could see Carl's look of disgust, yet he couldn't touch a single hair. Not enough to eat. So weak. Carl closed his mouth and exhaled a puff of warm air. He half-lidded his eyes. This limitless defense mechanism was simply unreasonable. He didn't even bother to activate hockey. Carl raised his right hand. His movements were slow as if shooing a fly. With a backhanded slap, he casually struck Barrett's bulging veined right cheek. Slap. A crisp sound of flesh hitting flesh. No special effects. Pure physical force amplified by his enhanced physique. Barrett's body, weighing over 200 pounds, instantly lost balance. His neck snapped violently to the left. Several teeth sprayed out, clattering on the floor tiles. His entire body flew sideways like a tattered sack. Boom. A dull thud echoed from the C-prism stone wall at the end of the corridor. Barrett was slammed into the load-bearing wall. The surface dented into a crater surrounded by a web of cracks. Rubble rained down, landing on his unconscious head. Barrett's eyes rolled back, saliva mixed with blood dripping down. He was completely embedded in the wall fissure, impossible to pry out. The entire LV6 fell silent save for the sound of dripping water. Shiki's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the bars. That was Barrett after all. The monster who had fought Roger to a draw. Knocked out with a single slap, like smashing a cucumber. Old Jean, close your mouth. Drools on the floor. Carl turned his head and shot Shiki a glare. Shiki shuddered violently, quickly wiping his mouth frantically with his sleeve. He scrambled back into the depths of his cell, terrified that Carl might casually give him a slap too. Carl walked up to Barrett, still embedded in the wall. He extended his index finger and flicked Barrett's forehead. Thump. Not dead, still had a heartbeat. Vandalism. Carl flicked the dust off his hand in disgust. He pulled out his transponder and pressed the talk button. Domino, bring a few guards down. Pry this hunk of meat off the wall. Isn't Impel Down short on electricity? Throw him into the generator room on the bottom floor. Carl looked at Barrett's legs. Let the human generator do the grinding. Run 12 hours a day. If he doesn't meet the quota, no dinner, just dry sand. Having given his orders, Carl stuffed the transponder back into his pocket and clapped the dust off his hands. He turned around, ready to head back to the office to continue sleeping. He had taken only 2 steps when from the dark corner of the staircase at the end of the corridor came 2 faint sounds of bones knocking together. Clack, clack. Carl stopped, frowning as he looked over. In the shadow beyond the light's reach, he met a pair of eyes. Chief Guard Hannibal was clutching the Pharaoh's staff tightly. His thin legs trembled like autumn leaves in the wind, his knees knocking together. He was shaking all over, but his eyes burned with a green light as fierce as a starving wolf's. Clang. The golden Pharaoh's scepter slipped from Hannibal's hand. It struck the stone floor, emitting a sharp ring. The sound was amplified infinitely in the deathly silent corridor. Hannibal quickly clamped both hands over his mouth. His thin legs trembled violently, as if jolted by electricity. His kneecaps knocked together, producing a chattering sound. Yet his tiny pea-sized eyes gleamed with an eerie green light in the dim corner. It was the greed of power. Just 10 minutes ago, while Magellan was suffering from diarrhea, he had sneaked down to the 6th level. He had intended to catch some solid evidence of Cal's slacking off, to report him to headquarters, and smoothly seize the warden's seat. Instead, he stumbled upon Barrett breaking free from his chains. What's worse, he witnessed Cal, without even activating his conqueror's hockey slap, that demon's descendant clean into the wall with a single backhand. Hannibal's bladder tightened in sheer terror. But the ambition for power forcefully suppressed the primal fear. He swallowed a large gulp of saliva. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down with difficulty. Hannibal braced himself against the moss-covered wall, forcing his trembling legs to stand straight. Why, you're violating the regulations. Hannibal mustered his courage and stepped out from the corner, pointing at Cal's back, his fingers trembling like he was plucking cotton. Article 7 of the Impel Down regulations. He stammered through the rules, his voice cracking. No unauthorized changes to prisoner schedules. And definitely no talent shows. Cal turned around. He looked at this pot-bellied head jailer, saying nothing. Hannibal felt his scalp tingle under Cal's gaze. But he believed Cal wouldn't dare kill him. And Article 8. Using disciplinary action on serious criminals requires a written report for approval. Hannibal puffed out his chest, his belly wobbling. I'm going to report you to the world government. Report you for dereliction of duty and abuse of power. Hannibal grew more fluent as he spoke, his confidence inexplicably swelling. Once I get rid of you and that diarrhea-ridden Magellan, the warden's seat will be mine. Before he knew it, he had blurted out his deepest desire. The air froze for 2 seconds. Hannibal quickly covered his mouth. But he immediately lowered his hand, his neck stiffening with defiance. That's right. Mine. The warden's seat will be mine soon. Cal smiled. He had been feeling a bit bored these past few days. Now someone had proactively come to entertain him. Cal extended his right hand, flexing his 5 fingers. His knuckles cracked with crisp popping sounds. Brother Hannibal, you're truly passionate about your work. Cal took a step forward, walking towards Hannibal. His leather boots splashed through the puddles on the floor. Squelch, squelch. He didn't activate his full bring, nor did he use his Shinigami pressure to suppress him. Cal only channeled the most basic armament haki. A black aura coiled around his fists. His fair hands instantly turned an iron blue hue. They radiated the cold, hard sheen of metal. Hannibal stared at those pitch-black fists. His eyes bulged wide in an instant. The The fat on his legs quivered violently as he stumbled back 2 steps, his back pressing flat against the wall. What are you doing? I'm the head jailer appointed by the world government. If you dare hit me, I'll... Bang. Before he could finish, an iron fist slammed solidly into Hannibal's right eye socket. The force was perfectly controlled. No bone was broken, but the pain was maxed out. Hannibal's obese body spun half a turn on the spot, like a top. Ouch! Hannibal screamed, clutching his eye. The head jailer has a lot of work-related stress. Let me give you some deep psychological counseling. Cal's tone was gentle. He threw another punch, striking Hannibal's left eye socket. Now they were symmetrical. What followed was a long and brutal 5 minutes. Throughout the entire LV6 corridor, only the dull thuds of flesh impacting flesh and Hannibal's distorted pig-like squeals of agony echoed. In the distance, Shiki watched from his cell, shrinking his neck in fear. He felt grateful that the hit he had received earlier was relatively light. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Hannibal rolled around on the ground, clutching his head. Cal kicked him square in his round rear, flipping him over. The warden's seat is yours. I don't want it anymore. I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me. Bang. Another punch landed in his stomach. Hannibal spat out stomach acid, tears and blood from his nose smearing across his face. Cal was extremely precise with his strikes. He only hit the fleshy areas. It was agonizingly painful, but wouldn't damage internal organs, ensuring he could still work the next day, using the most primal violence to beat the most stubborn careerist into submission. 5 minutes later, Cal exhaled a refreshing breath of hot air. He shook his iron fists, which were slightly damp with sweat, and the armament hockey receded like a tidal wave. He pulled a tissue from his pocket and leisurely wiped the dust off the back of his hand. A lump of flesh was crouched in the corner. Hannibal was beyond recognition. His head was swollen like a purple steamed bun. His eyes were reduced to 2 thin slits, his pharaoh robes torn into rags as he huddled miserably. So who's in charge of Impel Down now? Cal crumpled the dirty tissue into a ball and casually tossed it at Hannibal's feet. Hannibal, ignoring the bone-deep pain racking his body, scrambled over and lashed onto Cal's mud-splattered calf. You are? Brother Cal. His voice whistled through the gap where he had bitten his lip during the beating. Hannibal's ambition was utterly shattered by those 5 minutes of physical education. In the face of absolute violence, all reports, all world government appeals, none of it mattered. You are the eternal supreme ruler of Impel Down. If anyone dares to report you, Hannibal will be the first to bite them to death. Hannibal tried desperately to open his slit-like eyes, frantically pledging his loyalty. Just then a few guards sent from above happened to arrive on the 6th level. They were pushing a flatbed cart for transporting heavy prisoners, staring dumbfounded at the scene before them. The head jailer was bawling his eyes out while clinging to the acting warden's leg. Hannibal, sharp-eyed, quickly scrambled to his feet. He wiped the blood from his nose and turned to bellow at the guards. What are you looking at? Get over here and make Brother Cal some tea now. He limped over to the cart and fished a bottle of water out of the supply crate. He meticulously wiped the bottle opening with his sleeve. Bending at the waist, he presented it to Cal with both hands. Brother, you must be tired from all that swinging. Have a drink. Cal took the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. All right, stop loitering around here. Cal pointed to Barrett, who was still embedded unconscious in the wall in the distance. Go get that piece of trash out of the wall, and don't forget to put him on the generator treadmill. Hannibal nodded vigorously, moving faster than the guards. Don't worry, brother. I'll whip him personally. I'll make sure he generates 300 degrees of electricity a day. If he falls short, he doesn't eat. He obsequiously picked up the pharaoh's scepter from the floor. Gesturing to the still-dazed guards, he hurriedly went to pry Barrett out of the wall. Cal stretched comfortably. His bones emitted 2 satisfying cracks. The pent-up frustration from the past few days was now thoroughly vented. He felt an indescribable lightness all over. He turned and walked towards the elevator. His leather boots tapped on the floor tiles, his steps much livelier. He returned to the warden's office on the 4th level. The cold air from the air conditioner hit him, dispelling the damp chill clinging to his clothes. Cal sank into the wide bearskin chair. He habitually propped his legs up on the desk. He let out a long, comfortable sigh. With a flicker of intent, a pale blue virtual screen silently unfolded before his eyes. Cal opened the system shop interface. The long string of check-in points in the top right corner was reassuring to behold. He had been lying low and Impel Down for over a year, accumulating quite a fortune through punctual attendance. His gaze swept across the rows of gleaming golden artifacts from myriad worlds. He skipped over the Zanpakuto upgrade options. He skipped over the flashy but impractical devil fruits. His eyes continued down the list until they stopped at the miscellaneous section. He locked onto a green category icon. Senza bean. The product description was clear: as long as you're not dead, one bean fully restores you to peak condition and recovers all stamina. Cal stared at the icon of the round beans. His fingers drummed unconsciously on the leather armrest. The image of the wanted poster from the East Blue newspaper surfaced in his mind. That brat with the straw hat grinning without a care in the world. He knew that kid's personality all too well. Stubborn, reckless, in a fight, a classic blockhead. Cal clicked his tongue and muttered to himself. Luffy's about to head into the Grand Line. Better get him some life-saving supplies. Kara looked at the string of zeros on the screen. A pang of pain struck his heart, but he still gritted his molars and tapped on the icon of a Mortal Bean's small pouch. Ding! A crisp tone sounded. His points instantly shrank by a small portion. Kara felt his heart bleeding. These were points he had saved over half a year by never being late or leaving early. Watching those numbers rise every day was his only joy in this dark prison. A small palm-sized coarse cloth pouch now appeared in his hand. The fabric felt a bit prickly. Inside were 10 green beans. Kara weighed the pouch in his hand, then called up the system's fixed-point teleportation interface. Target location first half of Vita Honglu. Precise coordinates locked the bottommost storage cabinet in the kitchen of the Straw Hat pirate ship, Huangjin Meili. Clicked send. The coarse cloth pouch in his palm turned into a faint white light. It dissipated silently into the air, leaving not even a trace of energy fluctuation. Eat sparingly, you fool, Kara muttered, leaning back in his chair. Those brats went to sea without even bringing proper medicine. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He had just propped his legs back on the desk. Before he could close his eyes to catch a nap, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the corridor outside. The footsteps were extremely heavy. Each step was like a drumbeat, causing ripples to form on the surface of the tea in the cup on the mahogany desk. This was definitely not the sound of a patrolling guard. Then, bang! An earth-shattering noise exploded in front of the office door. The 2-inch thick pure steel office door, along with the alloy hinges on the doorframe, was ripped out entirely by a brutal force. The steel door flew in like a kite, with a broken string brushing past Kara's scalp, and crashed heavily onto the expensive red carpet, leaving a dent in the floor. The wind scattered the papers on the desk everywhere. Kara choked and coughed from the flying dust. He quickly covered his teacup with his hand, afraid that walled dust would fall into the water. "Wah, Kara boy, I've come to see you." A deafening laughter came from the doorway. It was full of energy, shaking the ceiling and causing dust to fall. A burly old man strode over the wreckage of the steel door on the floor. He wore a red floral shirt, collar open, revealing a broad expanse of solid chest muscles. In his left hand, he carried an empty sack of unknown contents. "Navy Hero Minchi D. Kapu. Old man, what madness has possessed you?" Kara jumped in anger, pointing at the completely deformed steel door on the floor. "This door is a special high-quality item. Repairing it requires a 3-month approval process." Kapu didn't even glance at him. He swaggered around the desk, kicked away the trash can in his way, and went straight to the snack cabinet in the corner with practiced ease. He yanked open the solid wood cabinet door. "Save the nonsense. I traveled all the way from Ma Lin Fan Duo, and my stomach is already empty." Kapu half buried himself in the cabinet, rummaging around. The plastic wrappers rustled loudly under his hands. A few bags of chips fell to the floor, and he stepped on them. "Do you have new flavored senbei hidden here? And the donuts with filling from last time?" Kara pressed his throbbing temples. He walked over to close the cabinet door, but Kapu pushed him away with his butt. "Stop looking. That's my midnight snack I saved up by scrimping." Kara panicked and reached to grab it. "Found it." Kapu cheered, and with a shoulder push shoved Kara aside. He directly pulled out 2 large bags of system limited edition spicy senbei. Without ceremony, he ripped open the package and stuffed a handful into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Kapu chewed, sending crumbs flying. The snacks here have real flavor. The senbei at headquarters cafeteria are tasteless." Kara watched his half-empty snack cabinet with a pained heart. He could only resign himself to walking back to the desk, kicking away the broken bricks on the floor. He opened a drawer and took out a tin tea canister. "Can't you call ahead with a Den Den Mushi if you want to visit?" Carter grabbed a pinch of tea leaves and tossed them into 2 coarse porcelain cups. He picked up the hot water kettle and poured water. "Every time you come I end up with a ruined door. That old Maijaluan is giving me strange looks." Kapu, while chewing senbei, pulled over a chair and sat down with a grandiose air. "I'm testing your vigilance." Kapu stared with round eyes, bits of black seaweed still on his lips. "Staying in this basement too long will make your bones rusty. I'm helping you exercise." Kara pushed the brewed tea in front of Kapu. He rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. "Don't give me that. You said the same thing back in Fengche village." Kara pulled a chair and sat down. "When I was 12 that winter, you tricked me into going to the back mountain," Kara recalled through clenched teeth. "Said you had something good to show me, then kicked me off a cliff. I had just taken a bath at the time, didn't even have time to put on my underwear. Froze and hung at the bottom of the cliff for the whole night." Kapu picked up the teacup and blew on the steam. He showed no sign of guilt, instead bursting into laughter. "That was to stimulate your survival potential." Kapu tilted his head back and gulped a large mouthful of boiling tea. It scalded him, making him wince. "Turns out my love education was quite successful. You're now thick-skinned and tougher than anyone." Cotter snorted coldly. "That's because I was lucky. If I hadn't grabbed the vines on the cliff edge, you'd be visiting my grave at sea now." Though cursing, Cotter still dug out an unopened bag of donuts from the bottom of the drawer. He tossed it to Kapu with a hint of disdain. Kapu's eyes lit up, immediately tossed away the empty senbei bag and tore open the package. The old and the young sat facing each other, one devouring snacks, the other sipping tea slowly. This strange harmony seemed out of place in a bloody place like Tujincheng. 20 years ago, Kara washed up on the beach of Fengche village. Kapu had pulled him out of the waves. This old man, though extremely unreliable and with brutal teaching methods. But in those years, whenever Kara was bitten by wild beasts, Kapu would coldly apply herbal medicine. "That brat Lu Fei has gone to sea." Kapu swallowed the donut in his mouth and mumbled indistinctly. His chewing slowed down. Cotter looked down at the tea leaves unfurling and turning green in his cup. "I know. The wanted poster from the East Blue just arrived today. 30 million berries. Really brings honor to his grandfather." Kapu sneered, crushing a piece of senbei with his thick fingers. The crumbs fell on his pants. I told him to be a marine, but he insisted on becoming some damn pirate king. And that scoundrel AI, see his fame is growing, and it's only a matter of time before he causes a disaster. Kara looked up at Kapu. Underneath the old man's nonchalant expression lay deep exhaustion and worry. The grandson of the Navy hero becoming a pirate. This deadlock of positions, Kapu felt it more bitterly than anyone. Children grow up, they always have their own ideas, Kara said in a flat tone. That Luffy has been stubborn since childhood. Once he sets his mind on something, you can't chain him down. Kapu sighed. He poured the last crumbs of sunbae into his mouth. He patted his hands covered in crumbs, grabbed a tissue, and roughly wiped his mouth. The tissue tore hanging on his stubble, and he yanked it off. The relatively relaxed atmosphere suddenly changed. The roguish demeanor on Kapu receded like a tide. In its place was the pressure of a top-tier powerhouse forged from countless piles of corpses. The air seemed to thicken. Even breathing became difficult. The sound of the sea breeze outside the window was forcibly cut off by this aura. Cotter silently set down his teacup. He knew that after the old man's preamble, it was time for business. Kapu dropped his grin, straightening his back. The bulging muscles beneath his floral shirt tensed. His weathered eyes like two sharpened blades fixed on Kar. His gaze was piercing. Kar boy. Kapu's voice was deep, carrying an undeniable force. That old Jean Gua has been complaining to me about you every day in his office for the past half-month. Kapu tapped his fingers on the desk. Thump thump. Two shallow dents appeared on the mahogany surface. Said you sent away the adjutant from headquarters and threw the promotion order into the trash. Even today on the phone you used the excuse of hemorrhoids to fool him. Kar gave a dry laugh, instinctively touching his nose. He rubbed his nose twice. Well, Marshal Jean Gua is too serious. I did it for. Don't try to fool me. Kapu slammed the table, cutting him off. The wooden desk let out a painful groan, a half-foot-long crack appearing on its surface. Kapu leaned forward. A tremendous pressure pushed toward Kar like an invisible wall. He stared intently into Kar's eyes, trying to see through the soul of this young man he had raised. Your talent, your strength. I see them more clearly than Jean Gua. You've long had the foundation to rival an admiral. Kapu gritted his teeth, his cheek muscles bulging. With your intelligence, you can't not know what power means on this sea. There's an open admiral position at headquarters, and Jean Gua wants to push you into it. Yet you stubbornly stick to this sunless underground prison, slacking off. Kapu narrowed his eyes. There was no trace of his usual laziness. Tell me honestly. Kapu's voice was very low, yet it rattled Kar's eardrums. Why are you so determined not to become an admiral? What are you planning? Garp's presence was so overwhelming that the papers on his desk trembled. Karl didn't respond. He endured the oppressive aura that would terrify any pirate and bent down. His hand rummaged through a hidden compartment under the tea table. He pulled out a silver thermos with a handle. As he unscrewed the cap, the metal thread scraped with a harsh sound. Karl then dug out a clear plastic jar from the back of a drawer. He grabbed a small handful of shriveled red goji berries and tossed them into the bottom of the thermos. He picked up the kettle beside the table and poured boiling water over them. Steam immediately rose up. The dried berries tumbled in the water. They slowly absorbed the water, swelled, and floated to the surface. Karl held the thermos with both hands, brought it to his lips, and gently blew on the steam. The berries on the surface were blown to one side of the cup. He took a small sip. "'Tisk a bit hot," he said, smacking his lips, tasting a hint of sweetness on his tongue. Garp stared with his round bull-like eyes, his fists cracking as he clenched them. "I'm asking you a question. Are you playing deaf and dumb with me?" Garp slapped his own thigh, his floral shirt straining tight. Karl closed the thermos and set it beside him. "Old man, don't get so worked up. How many more years do you think Fleet Admiral Sengoku's black hair will last?" Garp froze, his rage stuck in his throat at the absurd question. "What black hair, white hair? I'm asking you why you didn't become an admiral." Karl leaned back into his leather chair, folding his hands over his stomach. "An admiral? Becoming an admiral is a death sentence." Karl began his nonsense with a serious face. "Look at the 3 admirals at HQ right now. That Sakazuki, he's always scowling, snapping at everyone. He's always erupting with magma." Karl raised a finger and wagged it. "What is that?" "That's called excessive liver fire, emotional instability. Long-term high-pressure work leads to endocrine disorders, and it's very easy to get a cerebral hemorrhage." Garp's mouth hung open. Crumbs from his unfinished donut fell onto his floral shirt. The words sounded new to him, yet somehow ominous. "Now look at Kazan." Karl raised a second finger. "He wears that green sleep mask all day, sleeping wherever he goes. He can snort even while standing." Karl slapped the table. "That's not laziness. That's classic severe neurasthenia. Staying up late reviewing documents, sailing out to catch pirates, he's worn his spirit down, his biological clock is completely out of whack." Garp swallowed. "That Kazan kid has been sleeping more than usual lately. His head always hits the table during meetings. As for old man Borsellino, he's even worse off." Karl sighed, a look of pity on his face. "He's only in his 50s, right? Look at the wrinkles on his face. When he smiles, he could crush a seagull. That's severe collagen loss plus kidney depletion. Classic symptoms of overwork." Karl picked up his thermos and took another sip of goji water. "The admiral job. Even a dog wouldn't do it. No days off all year round. If a celestial dragon gets beaten up in the middle of the night, you have to get up and clean up the mess." "What is that?" Karl clicked his tongue. "That's a death warrant from the workplace." Garp was completely disoriented by Karl's barrage. He scratched his graying hair. "But, with your physique you wouldn't die from a little hard work, right?" Garp's intimidating aura had completely dissipated, his muscles relaxing. Carl hugged the thermos to warm his hands, his tone suddenly softening. Old man, those 3 little brats from Windmill Village, 2 of them, have already run off. You're always drifting out at sea without a fixed home. Carl looked at Garp's weathered face. If I went to HQ and killed myself with work, I'd drop dead at my desk before I'm 40. Who would push your wheelchair then? Who would bring you tea and water? Who would take care of you in your old age? The 3 consecutive questions hit Garp, leaving him stunned in his chair. His eyes, sharp as blades, slowly began to redden. His Adam's apple bobbed, though he knew this brat was probably just making excuses. These words did strike the softest spot in the old man's heart. Bullshit. Garp sniffled hard. He slammed his hand on the table to hide his emotion, the wood letting out a dull thud. I'm as strong as an ox. I can punch a mountain to pieces. Why would I need you to push my wheelchair? Despite his harsh words, Garp's clenched fist loosened. He grabbed a banana from the fruit bowl, peeled it, and took a huge bite. But you kid. You've always known your own mind. Garp mumbled as he chewed. Your temperament is steadier than that old fossil Sengoku's. Not craving power is a good thing, saves you from getting caught in the middle later. Carl smiled. Crisis averted. With this old man logic, didn't work, only emotional appeals and nonsense. The right medicine for the right ailment. Where's Ace these days? Carl changed the subject. At this, Garp's face darkened again. That damn brat. He went to the Grand Line and started some spade pirates. Garp tossed the banana peel into the wastebasket. And he ate the Mara no Mi. He's out there burning ships all day. HQ has their eye on him. He just turned down the warlord invitation a few days ago. The more Garp talked, the angrier he got, his fingers creaking as they gripped the solid wood armrest. That idiot is going to get himself killed. Carl swirled his cup. The Mara no Mi. So the kid's fate was still turning. It couldn't be stopped. What about Luffy? Carl asked casually. Don't even mention that more troublesome one. Just hearing the name made the veins on Garp's forehead throb. He's picked up a swordsman with green hair, a thief, and a liar with a long nose in the East Blue. They're sailing around in a beat-up sloop, shouting about heading to the Grand Line. Garp rubbed his throbbing temples. Smokers stationed at Low Town. That kid has a bad temper. If Luffy runs into him, he's in for a beating. Carl looked down at the red berries in his cup. If Smoker dared to go for the kill, then he'd turn him into a dead smoke pipe. The senza bean he'd sent out earlier was probably already in the kitchen of the Mary by now. Let them do what they want. Carl screwed the cap back on his thermos. Young people need to learn from their mistakes. As long as they're alive, that's all that matters. Garp glanced at Carl. The kid said it so casually. But if anything really happened to those 2 little ones, the first to go crazy would definitely be the vice warden sitting here, drinking goji water. Back in Windmill Village, when Luffy was pinned under a mountain bandit's foot, a 12-year-old Carl had grabbed a rusty kitchen knife and chased that bandit across 3 mountains. He had cut him to pieces. Ah well, each generation has its own fate. Garp downed the last of his tea. The empty cup clattered onto the table. Garp laughed heartily, stood up, and patted his belly. His bones cracked, and his floral shirt vibrated with the jiggle of his gut. All right then. Garp looked down at Carl lounging in his chair. But today I want to see for myself just what kind of god-awful state you've let Impel Down get into. Garp kicked a chair out of his way. Lead the way. To level 6. Carl wearily set his silver thermos on the mahogany table. The base of the cup knocked against the wood with a dull thud. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a heavy string of brass keys, twirling them around his finger twice. You can look. Carl turned around, letting out a half-suppressed yawn. But try not to drop your jaw in shock, old man. The 2 men walked toward the heavy elevator at the end of the corridor. The iron lattice door slid shut. With a rough grinding of gears, the elevator cab began its slow descent. A feeling of weightlessness set in. The dim ceiling light flickered twice. Kapu cracked his broad knuckles, producing sharp, crisp pops. Stop trying to mystify me. Kapu grinned, flashing a full set of white teeth. I've seen every kind of storm there is. Do you think I'm some greenhorn? The men locked up down here are all old acquaintances I put away with my own hands. He sniffed. Those scum have foul tempers. If you can't keep them in line, consider today me helping you establish your authority. Carl leaned against the rusty iron wall, saying nothing. He simply reached up and scratched his neck. Ding. The elevator slammed heavily into its base at the bottom. LV6, Infinite Hell. The heavy alloy doors slid slowly open to both sides. Kapu crossed his arms and strode out with long, confident steps. He prepared himself for the roar of furious shouts and the thick stench of blood. The dark hockey was already faintly surging around his fists. Then, Kapu's right foot, which he had just lifted to step forward, froze midair. The sole of his boot hesitated, refusing to touch the ground. There was no eerie wailing of ghosts. There was no nauseating smell of fermented blood and filth. Instead, the air was filled with the scent of cheap lemon-scented disinfectant. The fluorescent lights above were blindingly bright, illuminating the corridor clearly. Kapu blinked stupidly. He looked down the corridor. Outside the 3rd cell, on the right, a blonde-haired old man with half a ship's steering wheel stuck in his head was perched on a plastic stool, scrubbing diligently. He held a spray bottle in his hand, spraying a cloud of mist onto the bulletproof glass outside the iron bars. SSSS. The glass cleaner sprayed across the surface. Shiki, the golden lion holding a rag, was wiping up and down with great effort. He polished it until it gleamed like a mirror. Kapu's mouth hung open, his jaw dropping half an inch. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking his vision was playing tricks on him. Shiki. Kapu called out tentatively, his voice cracking. The golden lion's rag stopped moving. He whipped his head around and saw Kapu. A wave of purple-blue humiliation washed over his wrinkled, aged face. The bruise on his nose bridge was still fresh. "You bastard Kapu. Don't you dare come here to laugh at me." Shiki gritted his molars, a low growl rumbling from his throat. He was about to throw down his rag and explode in anger. But out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Carl, who was casually picking his ear behind Kapu. Shiki's body gave a violent shudder. His raised right hand froze in midair. Then he forced the rag back onto the glass. He turned around and began rubbing the glass frantically, producing a loud, squeaking noise. He didn't even dare show Carl the back of his head. Kapu felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He turned his head woodenly, looking deeper into the corridor. From there a deafening rumble echoed. It sounded like some colossal machinery was in operation. Kapu stiffly moved his legs and walked over. The end of the corridor had been knocked through, transformed into a massive open workshop. In the center stood a metal wheel over 10 meters in diameter. It looked just like one of those running wheels for hamsters. Thick cables ran from it in rows, stretching all the way up to the upper levels. Inside the wheel, a man built like a wild bear was sprinting at full speed. Douglas Barrett, bare-chested, his muscles bulging and engorged with blood. His striped prison uniform was soaked through with sweat, twisted into a rope and tied around his waist. Barrett's legs pumped, sending the wheel spinning at a blurring speed. His motion was a continuous streak. The generator outside, powered by his running, was crackling with dazzling electric sparks. "Not enough. Faster," a prison guard shouted through a megaphone from below the wheel. "We're still 2,000 kilowatt-hours short of today's quota. If you don't hit the target, no hot water for your shower tonight." Barrett let out a roar of sheer frustration. Tears and sweat flew from his face. But instead of stopping, he ran even faster. The wheel let out a mournful groan as if it couldn't bear the load. Kapu was stunned. The armament hockey he prided himself on had long since dissipated without a trace. Was this the man known as the Demon Heir, the strongest fighter on Roger's ship? Now he's a human generator. What the hell? Kapu's throat was dry. He couldn't even find the words to curse. He turned his head stiffly, looking at the long row of cells on the left. Those legendary pirates who were notorious throughout the Grand Line. The Evil King. The Colossal Battleship. The Lonely Red. At this moment, all these monsters were wearing faded, washed-out prison uniforms. They sat obediently on small plastic stools inside their cells. Each one held a copy of today's Navy newspaper, sitting in a row reading the paper. They were as quiet as if they were in a self-study session. The Evil King had even put on a pair of reading glasses, barely daring to breathe, terrified of making a sound and angering the man in the vice warden uniform walking down the corridor. "You call this a deep-sea prison?" Kapu turned his stiff neck. He looked at Carl as if he were a ghost. His voice was unsteady. "This wasn't a prison. This was a heartless factory exploiting labor." Carl pulled a bag of potato chips from his pocket and tore it open. He took a crunching bite. "What did you expect? Without labor, how can they reform?" He pointed at Barrett. "The monthly electricity bill for Impel Down is too high. This is recycling, saving the world government some money." Kapu stared at Carl's nonchalant face. A chill he couldn't suppress crept up from the depths of his heart. It wasn't fear. It was the shock of a true powerhouse. To force these unruly monsters to bow their heads and work. This wasn't something you could achieve with some devil fruit ability. This required absolute, overwhelming violence. To take these men's dignity, their backbone, their pride, and grind it underfoot until it was utterly shattered. Once wasn't enough, do it twice. Twice wasn't enough, do it 10 times. Beat them until they couldn't even conceive of resistance. This brat he had watched grow up. Just what level of power had he reached? Kapu rubbed his face hard, trying to snap himself back to reality. Old man done looking. Carl tipped the last of the chips into his mouth. He brushed the crumbs off his hands. "If you're done, let's go. It's almost my lunch break." Kapu didn't argue. For the first time, he didn't trade barbs with Carl. He just gave Carl a long, deep look, his expression profoundly complex. "I'll be heading back." Kapu turned around, his steps somewhat unsteady as he walked toward the elevator. His back seemed a little hunched, like a lingering side effect of having his worldview shattered. The elevator doors closed. Kapu left Impel Down, looking utterly dejected. Carl watched the floor indicator lights rise. He yawned, turned, and walked back. "Old Gene, after you finish the glass, mop the floor." The golden lion snapped to attention behind him, wiping the glass with even more vigor. Over the next few days, Impel Down returned to its usual state of calm. The prisoners ran the wheel to generate power during the day and held cultural performances at night. Regular schedule. Carl slept in every day, sipped goji berry tea, read the newspaper, and lived like a king. Until one morning a few days later. Carl was lounging in Magellan's spacious office chair. A comic book was covering his face. He had just started to feel drowsy. Bang, bang, bang. A frantic, urgent knock came at the door. "Lord Carl. Lord Carl, are you awake?" Domino's voice filtered through the door panel. Her tone was strained, barely concealing her panic. Carl was jolted awake, his brow furrowing into a deep scowl. He yanked the comic book off his face. He sat up straight in the chair, thick with sleepiness. "Enter." The office door was flung open. Domino rushed in urgently on high heels. Her black-framed sunglasses were askew on her nose, and she didn't have time to fix them. Her chest was heaving, and she clutched a red-titled official document in her hand. "Vice Warden." Domino swallowed hard, her voice rapid. "Marine Headquarters has sent a VIP prisoner. The ship has already reached the first-level surface." She thrust the red document forward. "It's a warlord who was just stripped of their title. 1 hour before Domino's frantic knocking the air within level 6 of Impel Down, known as the Infinite Hell, was remarkably free of its usual musty stench. In its place hung the faint sweet aroma of burnt caramel sunflower seeds. Carl sat upon a worn canvas folding stool, his long legs awkwardly bunched up, knees nearly touching his chin. He held a brown paper bag in his hands. Crack! He split open a sunflower seed with his teeth, worked the kernel with his cheek, and expertly spat the shell into the tin trash can at his feet. Directly before him, a broken wooden table, its missing leg propped up with 2 bricks, sat square in the middle of the corridor. A crude Chu River Han border was drawn across its surface. It was a drawing Carl had made with charcoal scraped from the wall in a moment of boredom yesterday. Squatting on either side of the table were 2 men. On the left was Avalo Pizarro, the corrupt king. The man's signature wild blue hair was now a tangled mess, looking like a nest ravaged by stray dogs. The 2 cat ears atop his head drooped listlessly, completely devoid of the arrogance he once had when he aimed to rule the world. Pizarro's thick fingers pinched a cannon piece crudely carved from rotten wood. Unable to control the strength in his hands, his thick, calloused thumbnail gouged a deep groove into the wooden piece. Meow. Where the hell am I supposed to move this piece? Meow. Pizarro gritted his teeth, the scarred flesh of his jaw twitching violently. A murky bead of cold sweat rolled down his whiskers and splashed onto the broken table, leaving a dark water stain. Squatting on the right was red-haired Belorico Redfield. His once elegant blood-red shirt, a symbol of his aristocratic grace, had long since been torn into mere strips of cloth hanging from his shoulders. Yet he still held his gaunt spine ramrod straight. He was trying to cling to the last shreds of his pitiful dignity in this damp, dark underground cell. Vulgarian. Redfield stared coldly at Pizarro, his voice as harsh as 2 pieces of sandpaper grinding together. Your horse was captured by me just now. Your only path to survival is to sacrifice your chariot to save your general. His eyes, which once troubled even marine admirals, were now bloodshot and terrifying. It wasn't a display of killing intent. It was purely from staying up all night pondering this strange game called Xiangqi in his cell. He had literally stared at the board until his eyes were red. Carl, chewing on the sunflower kernel, interrupted them with a garbled voice. Old Red, a true gentleman, watches the game without speaking. You open your mouth again, and I'll call a foul on you. Redfield's thin shoulders stiffened. He silently closed his withered lips. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva that tasted of rust. He even slowed his breathing. The stakes of this game were too high. So high that these 2 legendary pirates were having cold sweats even in their dreams. This was a new rule Carl had just implemented yesterday, to enrich the leisure time of the high-security inmates and improve the prison's oppressive atmosphere. He would pick 2 of the big names daily to play Xiangqi in the corridor. The winner would get an extra boiled egg in their coarse grain bun for dinner. The loser would be responsible for going to the first-floor guards' communal bathhouse to scrub the backs of the just-off-shift sweat-soaked guards. It was mandated that a full half-gene of grime must be scraped off. For every liang short, the offender would be hung on the wall to cool off in the wind all night without sleep. Just thinking about that image made Pizarro's stomach churn uncontrollably. He was the mighty corrupt king who once kicked the heads of countless kings around like footballs. Now he was supposed to take a tattered rag and scrub the grime off the backs of a bunch of grunts. I'm not playing anymore, meow. Pizarro finally snapped. He surged to his feet, right fist raised high, and slammed it down towards the broken wooden table with a whoosh of air. I'd rather you just beat me to death. I can't take this humiliation. His fist whistled downwards, just as it was 3 centimeters from the tabletop. Carl stopped chewing his sunflower seeds. He didn't draw the blade at his waist, nor did he get up from his stool. He simply stretched his right foot clad in a leather boot forward. The sole casually tapped against the edge of the tin trash can. Dong! A not-so-loud metallic clink. Then from the generator room at the end of the corridor came the cooperative, shrill howl of Barrett, along with the harsh, grating squeal of an overworked treadmill wheel. Barrett had been locked in there for 2 days and nights, his voice long gone hoarse, sounding like a wailing ghost. Pizarro's fist froze midair. He didn't dare press down even a single millimeter further, listening to Barrett's inhuman screams. Sweat poured down his forehead like a faucet turned on full blast. That fiery burst of bravado was instantly doused with a bucket of ice-cold water, chilling him to the bone. I just meant. Pizarro stammered, trying to cover his tracks, his voice trembling. There's dust on this table, meow. I was just helping to pat it clean. He carefully unclenched his hammer-like fist into a flat palm, lightly wiped the tabletop twice, then obediently hunched his shoulders and squatted back down. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Redfield let out a short, cold laugh. He extended 2 withered fingers, picked up a chariot piece, and slammed it down hard onto the board's wooden grain. Checkmate. Pizarro stared fixedly at the board. His general was cornered, surrounded on all sides. He had lost. This once indomitable, ferocious beast now slumped to the floor like a deflated balloon, staring blankly at the gray ceiling. Carl clapped the seed husk fragments from his hand, stood up, and kicked the obstructive folding stool aside. All right, the winner is decided. Old Pigo report to the public bathhouse later. Carl let out a long yawn, squeezing 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. Remember to get a decent scrub mitt from Domino. Use some elbow grease. The guards have been tired on their night shifts lately. Pizarro buried his face deep in his thick hands. The corridor echoed with his muffled sobs. Carl couldn't be bothered to look at the miserable state of these old-timers any longer. He laced his fingers behind his head, cracking his stiff neck. This basement is making me sleepy. I'm going back to the office for a nap. He turned and walked towards the elevator. Back to the present. 1 hour later. The 4th level acting warden's office. Carl had just started to drift off in his soft bearskin chair, even dreaming of having a barbecue on the beaches of Sabeti Archipelago. When he was jolted awake by dominoes pounding on the door. Vice Warden. The Marine headquarters has sent a VIP prisoner. The ship has already reached the 1st level surface. It's a warlord who was just stripped of their title. Domino stood panting in front of the desk, her chest heaving violently. The official red document was crumpled in her tight grip. Carl rubbed the sleep from his eyes in annoyance, tossing the manga he had over his face onto the desk. He sat up straight in his chair, grabbed a glass of ice water beside him, and took a large gulp to wash away the bitter taste in his mouth. A warlord. Carl set the glass down with a clear clink. Geez, the warlord title is devaluing fast these days. Haven't looked at the papers for a few days, and someone's already been fired. He tugged at the collar of his uniform, wrinkled from sleep, stood up, and stretched lazily. His joints popped and cracked. Oh, a warlord has fallen. Let's go welcome the newcomer. Carl grabbed his large justice cloak from the coat rack by the door. He casually tossed it over his shoulders. Let's go pick up Hannibal on the way. Can't have a proper job without someone to carry the bags. 10 minutes later. Level 1 of Impel Down, the Crimson Hell. At the massive elevator shaft by the entrance. Sea breeze blew in through the rusty iron gates. It carried the strong smell of the sea mixed with the faint distinctive scent of blood from the 1st level. Carl stood on the stone platform at the edge of the passageway. The wind made the justice cloak billow loudly behind him. He held a white porcelain cup, idly sipping hot water to ward off the chill. Hannibal followed timidly behind him, like a turtle pulling its head into its shell. The swelling on the fat man's face hadn't gone down. It was a patchwork of black and blue, puffed up like a spilled paint palette. He was now more obedient than the most well-trained hunting dog. He clutched Carl's spare thermos and a bag of snacks in both hands. Whenever Carl's gaze flickered towards his cup, he would immediately scurry over like a loyal sycophant to refill it. Boss, the wind is too harsh out here on the edge. Why don't you step back a bit? Don't want you catching a chill. Hannibal said with a fawning smile. He accidentally pulled at the split in the corner of his mouth, hissing in pain. Carl ignored him. His gaze was fixed on the sea ahead. The thick fog began to tear apart under the sea breeze. A marine battleship like a steel leviathan broke through the white waves. It slowly sailed into Impel Down's private enclosed port. On the towering mast, the flag bearing the blue seagull emblem was pulled taut by the wind. Kaboom! The heavy black iron anchor plunged into the dark, gloomy water, sending a white spray several meters high. The thick wooden gangplank was pushed out by the sailors on board. It landed heavily on the blue stone slabs of the dock with a resounding thud. A column of fully armed, heavily equipped marine soldiers were the first to run down the ship. They quickly formed ranks on both sides of the gangplank. Their rifles pointed down, their expressions stretched taut to the limit. Then a tall figure emerged from the dark lower decks of the ship. His black pointed leather shoes stepped onto the slippery wooden planks, making a heavy, slow tap-tap sound. It was a man dressed in a high-end black suit and overcoat. He also wore a heavy dark fur cloak over his shoulders. His hair was slicked back immaculately, though the strands were damp from the sea air. A vicious stitched scar ran across the bridge of his nose, making him look in the shadows like a desert viper forced into a corner. Sir Crocodile, once the exalted warlord of the sea, the man hailed as a hero by the people of Alabasta. Now he was just a prisoner stripped of all privileges awaiting his sentence. Crocodile's hands were locked in specially made heavy sea stone handcuffs. The heavy chains dragged across the gangplank, producing a harsh scraping sound. Even his left hand's iconic solid gold hook was densely wrapped in black iron chains meant to restrict his powers. Crocodile stopped in the middle of the gangplank. He still stubbornly bit on a thick cigar, though it was unlit, giving him a slightly disheveled air. He slowly lifted his head. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with an extremely sinister gleam, swept past the soldiers in front of him and across a distance of over 10 meters. He stared grim-faced and unblinking directly at Carl, who stood on the shore drinking his hot water. Crocodile clenched the coarse cigar between his teeth. The cigar was unlit. Dry shreds of tobacco fell on his tongue, leaving a bitter taste. His face, marked by a vicious scar, looked exceptionally fierce under the gloomy sky. The sea wind whipped his black and gray fur coat wildly. Heavy seastone handcuffs locked his wrists tightly. Even the pure gold hook on his left hand was bound by thick iron chains. Yet he still struggled to keep his back straight. With a defiant, arrogant gaze, the kind one reserves for garbage, he stared at Carl, who was yawning on the shore. Is Impel Down running out of people, eh? A dry horse laugh squeezed out of Crocodile's throat. Dragging his leg irons, he took a half step forward. The wooden gangplank groaned under the strain. Sending a beardless pretty boy to greet me. Crocodile spat out the tobacco shreds. I am Sir Crocodile. Even if the world government stripped me of my title, I was once the man who had this sea under his heel. Who the hell are you to stand there yawning in my face? His voice boomed, carrying the arrogance of one long accustomed to power and the bluster of a man trying to hide the fact that he was now a prisoner. The surrounding Marines, rifles at the ready, gripped their weapons, nervously, cold sweat beading on their palms. Carl didn't even lift an eyelid. He slowly brought the white porcelain cup to his lips, draining the last of the hot water. This water tastes awful once it's cold. Carl frowned and casually handed the empty cup back. Hannibal, behind him, quickly bowed, receiving the cup with both hands. Take it easy, boss. Mind your hands. The bruise on Hannibal's face hadn't faded. His smile was uglier than a cry. Watching Carl completely ignore his provocation, Crocodile was boiling with rage. Veins bulged one by one on his forehead. You damn brat, are you listening to me? He raised his shackled hands, the pure gold hook slicing a heavy arc through the air. Trying to reclaim some of the intimidation befitting a big shot, Carl rubbed his ear. He strode forward on his long legs, stepping onto the gangplank, walking straight toward Crocodile. His leather boots thudded dully against the wood. Crocodile watched Carl approach, a primal sense of wrongness creeping over him. This young man in the deputy warden's uniform carried no killing intent whatsoever. But it was precisely this nonchalant disregard for everything that sent a chill down one's spine. What do you want? Crocodile gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to step back. Even with Seastone on, I could crush you like an ant. Before he could finish, Carl was already standing before him. No drawing of a blade, no use of armament hockey. Carl merely extended his right hand casually. His 5 fingers seized the collar of Crocodile's expensive suit coat. The fabric bunched up. Carl's arm tensed slightly. Crocodile's massive frame, over 2 meters tall, was lifted clean off the ground. He was like a chick gripped by the scruff of its neck. Hoisted into midair by Carl's single hand. His breath was cut off instantly. The collar choked his windpipe, his face flushing crimson. His bloodshot eyes bulged in disbelief. His hands instinctively clawed at Carl's arm. But the weakening effect of the sea stone, combined with Carl's monstrous core strength, left him flailing his legs helplessly in the air like a fish out of water. His black pointed leather shoes kicked at the empty space, making a comical scuffing sound. So noisy. Carl curled his lip in disgust. Why do all prisoners these days have so much to say? Still holding Crocodile aloft with one hand, he turned and walked towards the heavy elevator at the sea inlet, carrying him as easily as a bag of trash. Hannibal, clutching the thermos and a bag of snacks, scurried ahead like a loyal dog to press the elevator button. The 2 rows of Marines stared, jaws practically hitting the floor. That was a Logia user, a former warlord of the sea, and he couldn't even struggle in this young deputy warden's grip. The elevator doors slammed shut, sealing off the sea breeze outside. The rough grinding of gears echoed in the enclosed cabin. A sensation of weightlessness hit as the elevator plummeted. Carl still hadn't let go. Crocodile dangled in the air, the veins on his neck bulging from lack of oxygen. His face had gone from red to purple. He gritted his teeth, a painful hiss escaping his throat. But he was after all a man who had weathered the new world. He swallowed the words of begging, forcing them back down. He glared at the floor indicator above the cabin through the corner of his eye. LV1, LV3, LV5. Finally, the red indicator stopped at the bottommost number. LV6. The infinite hell. Crocodile, in his extreme suffocation, twitched the corner of his mouth. Almost a laugh. Throwing me straight into level 6. What a foolish brat. The monsters locked up there all harbor blood feuds with the world government. Once I'm there with my former reputation, I could easily rally a few madmen and maybe even overthrow this prison. Ding. The elevator let out a dull chime. The doors slid open slowly. Carl released his grip. Crocodile's bulky frame hit the cold, damp stone floor with a heavy thud. He clutched his neck, greedily gulping down air. His lungs heaved like a bellows. He lifted his head, his face dark and grim, staring ahead, preparing to face the expected darkness, bloodshed, and the mad howls of his fellow inmates. Then, Crocodile's expression froze completely. The breath he'd just taken caught in his throat, unable to escape. No blood-soaked torture devices. No emaciated, starving beasts. The air didn't smell of blood. Instead, it carried a faint scent of lemon-scented dish soap. In the middle of the corridor, a blond old man with half a ship's wheel embedded in his head was wearing a pink floral apron of unknown origin. He held a large mop, his rear end stuck out as he mopped the floor with great effort. Old Goldie, the dust in the corner isn't clean. Want to lose your dinner? Hannibal shouted from behind Carl, using his master's authority to bully others. The blond old man flinched violently. He dropped the mop and lay flat on the floor, frantically rubbing the dust out of the cracks between the tiles with his sleeve. While rubbing, he groveled with a fawning smile. Please forgive me, Chief Warden. I'll get it clean right away. Absolutely spotless. Crocodile's mind went blank. Something inside him shattered. That old man scrubbing the floor. That iconic blonde hair, those 2 famous swords strapped to his severed legs. Golden Lion, the flying pirate who was once the equal of Roger and Whitebeard, who nearly destroyed Marine headquarters. Crocodile's hands and feet turned ice cold. He stiffly turned his neck to look at the adjacent cell. Devil's Air Bullet was sweating profusely, sprinting inside a giant hamster wheel. Running with tears streaming down his face, counting the rotations for generating electricity. Giant Battleship, San Juan Wolf was pitifully holding a needle and thread, mending a torn prison uniform. His fingers were too thick, and he kept pricking himself, hissing in pain. What the hell kind of place is this? Crocodile's breathing began to tremble. He felt like he hadn't been thrown into a prison, but had fallen into a bizarre nightmare. That shred of warlord pride he held so dear. The moment he saw Golden Lion in a pink apron, it was crushed into dust. Golden Lion heard the elevator, looked up, and saw Crocodile sitting on the floor. A flicker of complex sympathy crossed the old man's eyes. He lowered his voice, muttering just loud enough for the 2 of them to hear. Newbie, don't fight it. Give up early. Even the spots for scrubbing toilets are almost taken here. Every hair on Crocodile's body stood on end. His legs gave way, and he scrambled backward on his hands and feet. He retreated until his back hit the cold wall outside the elevator with nowhere left to go. His prized Suna no Mi ability was a joke here. If even these legendary monsters had been tamed into livestock, what was he? Carl clapped his hands looking at the cowering crocodile with a devilish smile. Since you're a sand user, my office could use some art. Your job starts tomorrow. Early the next morning. On the 4th level of Impel Down inside the acting warden's office. Hannibal planted a kick on Crocodile's calf. Old Sand stumbled. His knees went weak, almost forcing him to his knees on the thick red carpet. His eyes were fixed on the floor. Dark circles hung heavily beneath his eyes, which were bloodshot and riddled with red veins. He hadn't slept a wink. The moment he closed his eyes, the image of Golden Lion grinning at him in a pink apron filled his mind. That image was more torturous than an admiral's hockey. Half of the heavy seastone cuffs on Old Sand's wrists had been replaced. Carl found it a waste if he were completely sealed and unable to work. So they fitted him with a special pair of handcuffs mixed with iron. It allowed him to barely muster the power of the Suna no Mi, but not enough to cause any real damage. In front of the desk, the space where documents once lay had been cleared completely. Now it was piled high with a cartload of pure white high-grade sea sand. The sand still carried a faint, damp, briny scent. Carl leaned back in the leather chair and yawned. In his hand, he was tearing open a bag of original flavored potato chips dropped by the system. He shoved 2 chips into his mouth, crunching loudly. Awake. How was your first night on level 6? Carl brushed the salt off his fingers. Crocodile clenched his molars. The unlit cigar in his mouth was already chewed to shreds. Dry tobacco crumbs fell on his tongue, leaving a bitter taste. He didn't utter a word, just stared at the sand on the table. Carl pulled a colorful poster from the drawer and slapped it onto the desk. He pushed it forward. No more nonsense. Follow the picture on this, and use the sand on the table to sculpt it. Crocodile lowered his gaze. The poster showed a woman with her hands folded and a strange smile. Below were written the words Mona Lisa. Old Sand's breath instantly grew heavy. His chest heaved violently. He was the mighty Shichibukai, the sand crocodile. A mastermind who had once toyed with the kingdom of Alabasta in the palm of his hand. And now he was being told to sculpt sand like a street-performing clown. Don't even think about it. Crocodile's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. He twisted his head away, his neck stiff. Carl sighed. He picked up another chip and shoved it into his mouth. Hannibal. Right here, boss. At your command. Hannibal immediately straightened his back, his belly fat jiggling. Boss, the public toilet on level 6. Old Golden can't scrub it all by himself, can he? Carl didn't even look up. Hannibal grinned, his swollen mouth stretching his already fleshy face. Reporting to boss. There are a dozen stalls. Just the right job for someone to lick the cracks in the tiles with his tongue. A sudden wave of goosebumps crawled up Crocodile's back. Stomach acid surged into his throat. Lick the toilet tiles. And with that crazy old Golden Lion. He glanced at Carl's expressionless face. That bastard kid would definitely do it. Crocodile's right hand, not completely bound, slowly lifted. The special handcuffs clinked against the desk, producing a crisp sound. Resigned. Yellow sand began to flow slowly from his fingertips. But the flow was so sluggish it made one want to doze off. The suppression of the sea stone was still in effect. Mobilizing even a sliver of his ability felt like scraping bones with a dull knife. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Fine sand spiraled in the air. Little by little it piled up and took shape on the table. Half an hour later, a sand sculpture barely recognizable as a human figure stood on the desk. Crocodile's forehead was covered in sweat as big as soybeans dripping down the bridge of his nose. They fell onto the carpet. He gasped for breath, feeling like his lungs were about to burst. His stamina drained rapidly. Carl leaned over to take a look. This Mona Lisa. Why does she look like she has a stroke? The corners of her mouth don't even curve upward. She looks like she's been dead for 3 days. Carl extended a finger and gently poked it. The sculpture's head plopped off and scattered into a pile of loose sand. Crocodile's eyelids twitched violently. He bit his gums until they bled. The metallic sweetness spread through his mouth. Remake it. It doesn't have that mysterious smile. Carl sank back into his chair. Your craftsmanship is terrible. You spend all your time in the desert scheming against people, but never practice the basics. He sipped an iced cola while pointing and criticizing. Old Sand dared not retaliate. He could only swallow the blood. His hands rose again, trembling as they controlled the sand flow. This time he spent an hour. His fingers were cramping. Carl still wasn't satisfied. The eyes are too big like a toad's. The chin is too sharp. Could it kill someone? Knocked down again and again. Restarted again and again. Under this relentless nitpicking, Crocodile's mental defenses crumbled bit by bit. He began to wonder if the first half of his life had been wasted on a dog. His control over sand was being criticized as worthless. By noon, the Mona Lisa was finally barely acceptable. Old Sand had just let out a sigh of relief and was about to lean on the desk to rest when Carl threw out another poster. Alright, next one. The Thinker. The poster showed a muscular man sitting on a rock, naked with his chin resting on his hand in thought. It required extremely high attention to detail. Crocodile's vision went dark. His legs gave way, and he only kept himself from collapsing by gripping the edge of the desk. Hurry up and sculpt. Carl burped, laden with carbonated gas. When you're done, Hannibal, we'll take you to lunch. The cafeteria has seafood fried rice today. Crocodile mechanically raised his hands. The terrifying sandstorm that had once swept the kingdom was now reduced to pitifully shaping the outline of an arm. His mind was completely numb. All dignity, all pride. In the face of absolute power and this endless mental torment, they had become a joke. Only one thought remained in his head: finish the sculpture quickly. He wanted that seafood fried rice. He was really hungry. Another 2 long hours passed. Crocodile's 10 fingers were as stiff as rusty iron bars. He finally added the last shadow line of an abdominal muscle to the thinker. I'm done. His voice was as weak as if he were about to die. His eyes were actually rimmed with red. The humiliation had forced tears out of him. Carl nodded in satisfaction, brushing the snack crumbs off his hands. Nice sand sculpture. Don't make another one. Just put it on the right side of my desk as a decoration. Hannibal clapped enthusiastically on the side. Boss is wise. This thing on your desk is truly a blessing for this sand. Old Sand didn't even have the strength to retort. He leaned against the mahogany desk like a dead dog, gasping for air. Just as Hannibal stepped forward to cuff Old Sand and take him to lunch, Carl had just picked up his hot tea to moisten his throat when a layer of white frost suddenly formed on the teacup's wall. The steam vanished instantly. The scalding tea turned into hard ice crystals. The temperature of the entire office plummeted below freezing in less than a second. Tiny ice crystals formed in the air. Hannibal sneezed loudly from the cold mucus dripping onto his chin. With a creak, the solid steel door was slowly pushed open from the outside. A tall figure accompanied by piercing white mist stepped inside. Ka-air let out a violent shiver. A breath of icy air laced with frost filled his nostrils. A tickle stirred in his throat. Achoo! He turned his head and sneezed loudly, his hand jerking. The ice cube that had just frozen in the porcelain cup fell onto the carpet, leaving a dent. His fingertips were numb with cold. He looked up. A layer of frost had already formed on the edge of the solid steel doorframe. A tall figure was stooping, slowly squeezing through the doorway. The newcomer wore a white vest. A green sleep mask was pushed up on his forehead. His messy curls still carried the dampness of the sea. Marine Admiral Kuzan. Code name Qingji. Yo. Qingji raised a hand and greeted weakly. A puff of white cold air exhaled from his mouth. The temperature in the office continued to drop. Kulawaka de Air, who had been sweating profusely moments ago, was now shivering violently. Bare-chested with sweat crystallizing into tiny ice crystals on his skin. Lao Sha gritted his teeth, arms wrapped around his own shoulders, staring intently at Qingji as he entered. Qingji noticed him too. His gaze lingered on Lao Sha for 2 seconds, then shifted to the newly sculpted thinker sand statue on the desk. The hero of Alabasta. Qingji scratched the back of his head, his tone carrying a sleepy sluggishness. Switch to handcrafting now. This clay figure is quite unique. Kulawaka de Air's breathing grew heavier. His face alternated between pale and flushed. Being tormented by Ka-air was one thing, but now being openly mocked by an admiral. The humiliation brought a metallic taste of blood to his throat. He wanted to curse, but he was too cold to open his mouth. All right, Han and I, ba, take him away. Ka-air rubbed his stiff hands. Don't let him freeze to death here. The carpet is hard to clean. Take him to eat some seafood fried rice. Han and I, ba, quickly nodded and bowed. He tugged at the iron chain on Lao Sha's wrist, pulling him outward. Move. Get out of Big Brother's sight. Kulawaka de Air, half resisting and half yielding, lowered his head and strode out quickly. Now he only wanted a hot meal and to leave this den of devils. The door closed. The cold air was halved, but the room was still like an ice cellar. Qingji pulled a chair from across the desk. The chair groaned under the strain. He stretched his long legs and slumped into it like a boneless heap. Hand over documents. Qingji pulled a crumpled stack of papers from his pocket. The edges of the pages were still a bit damp. He tossed them directly onto the mahogany desk. Ka-air didn't even glance at the documents. He bent down, pulled a woolen blanket from the bottom drawer, wrapped it around himself, then fished out a black silk sleep mask and slipped it on with practiced ease. He adjusted the chair back to its most reclined angle. Qingji was stunned. He watched Ka-air's smooth movements, and the eye not covered by the mask blinked twice. You? Going to sleep now? Qingji's tone was incredulous. Ka-air wriggled under the blanket, finding a comfortable position. Just supervised a prisoner through a big project. Physical exhaustion. Rest a bit. Leave the files there. I'll sign them tomorrow. Qingji said nothing. He looked around the acting warden's office. In the corner sat a fully automatic cooling machine. On the desk were half-eaten potato chips, peeled 9 Snake Island grapes, and an exquisite sand sculpture ornament. Then he looked at Ka-air wrapped in a blanket and snoring soundly. Qingji suddenly fell into deep self-doubt. He had always believed in lazy justice. He thought he was already skilled at slacking off, usually wearing a sleep mask while standing at meetings and traveling by pedaling a broken bicycle across the ice, going wherever he ended up. But compared to the man before him, Qingji felt he was practically a model worker. What kind of laziness was his? At best it was a wandering under harsh conditions. Look at this guy. The 7 warlords sculpted ornaments for him. He ate imported fruit while enjoying a cool breeze. Even watching prisoners work counted as physical exhaustion. Qingji reached for the unfinished bag of chips. Crunch. He stuffed them into his mouth and chewed. Marshal Sengoku curses you every day at Marineford. Qingji said while chewing. Says you have no ambition and have turned Impel Down into a mess. These documents were supposed to be delivered by a vice admiral, but he insisted I come just to see if you're faking illness. Ka-air pushed the sleep mask up an inch, revealing a lifeless dead fish eye. Well, now you see. I'm very sick. Hemorrhoids are turning into encephalitis. Qingji sighed, brushed the crumbs off his hands. I just went to the West Blue 2 days ago. My legs are almost worn out. That woman Nico Robin runs too fast. He rubbed his sore knees. Just got back, barely caught my breath, and I'm sent to this dark seabed. Kair rolled his eyes. You should have thrown that bicycle into the sea long ago. Next time requisition a battleship. Qing Ji smiled bitterly. Battleships are too slow and too conspicuous. Marshal Sengoku says my ability is best for solo mobility. He's tricking you into free labor. Kair sat up straight, the blanket slipping to his waist. He began to impart his theory of anti-overwork to the admiral. Bro, you need to learn to cherish yourself. Kair tapped his fingers on the desk. Next time he tells you to ride a bicycle across the sea, say you have rheumatism. Your knees can't stand the cold, and you can't get out of bed. An admiral is a scarce resource. You have to hold your own worth high. If you do everything so efficiently, next time the dirty work will still be yours. Qing Ji listened stunned. That sleepy eye gradually widened. He thought it over carefully, and found it surprisingly reasonable. Every time he pedaled over the ice, he was indeed the most efficient. But the result was that for all remote messes, Marshal Sengoku thought of him first. Faking illness. Qing Ji stroked the stubble on his chin, lost in thought. Does that trick really work? Of course it works. Look at me. I've successfully stayed here, haven't I? Kair shrugged. Work is endless. Catch one pirate, and 10 more will pop up in the sea tomorrow. We get a fixed salary, not a commission to risk our lives. Qing Ji looked at Kair. Suddenly felt that the young vice warden before him was radiating a brilliant light. It was the light of wisdom. The light that broke worldly shackles and pointed straight to the truth of life. Their eyes met. At that moment, the ice admiral and the prison demon shared a soul resonance that transcended positions. They regretted not meeting sooner. Qing Ji felt that the decades before had been wasted. Brother Kair. Qing Ji's address changed, his tone becoming solemn. I have learned. When I get back, I'll get a rheumatism certificate from the medical bay and paste it on Marshal Sengoku's forehead. The two exchanged smiles. The cold air in the office seemed to warm, just as the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Gurgle. A long, loud rumble came from Qing Ji's stomach. Qing Ji looked down at his belly. He scratched his curly hair awkwardly. Well, I left in a hurry this morning and only ate an apple. Can I get a meal in your cafeteria? Kair immediately threw off the blanket around his waist. He jumped down from the boss chair. He walked around the desk and generously put an arm around Qing Ji's shoulder. Qing Ji was too tall, so Kair had to stand on tiptoes slightly. But that didn't affect his enthusiasm as the host. Why eat in the cafeteria? The cafeteria is for laborers like Han and I. Ba. Kair patted Qing Ji's sturdy back. Regret not meeting sooner. Come on, big brother, let me take you downstairs for an authentic Sichuan hot pot. The ingredients are absolutely confidential. Heaving open the massive soundproof iron door, a pungent wave of beef tallow mixed with the fiery sting of facing heaven peppers assaulted his senses. Qing Ji, unprepared, inhaled a deep breath of it. Cough, cough, cough. The irritation brought tears to his eyes, and he coughed several times in succession. A large round table stood in the center of the booth. At the table's center, a brass cauldron was set up. The crimson soup base bubbled with egg-sized bubbles, emitting a gurgling sound. Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies bobbed on the surface. Yet none of this was what stunned Qing Ji the most. His uncovered eye, the one not hidden by the eye patch, stared fixedly at the two men standing by the table. The bald man on the left bore a scar that cut across the entire bridge of his nose. The man on the right, a burly figure like an iron tower, was missing an ear. Qing Ji recognized both of them. 2 years ago, they had wreaked havoc in the latter half of the Grand Line with bounties exceeding 300 million. Back then, he had personally led the team to capture them. Now these two ferocious pirates, dressed in pale, worn prison uniforms, had heavy sea stone collars locked around their necks. Each of them held a blue and white porcelain plate. On the plates, neatly arranged slices of tripe and duck intestines lay in perfect order. The cuts were uniform in thickness, displaying excellent knife skills. When the two pirates saw Qing Ji, their legs trembled with fear, nearly causing the tripe to slide off the plates. They hastily bent their waists, forcing sycophantic smiles onto their faces that were uglier than crying. Welcome. Good afternoon, Admiral. The green eye patch on Qing Ji's forehead slid down along with the sunglasses on his nose, nearly plunging into the boiling red oil pot. He quickly reached out to steady the frame. Old pal Kair, this. Qing Ji gestured at the two 300 million pirates, bowing and scraping. His throat felt a bit dry. Isn't this a bit too absurd, eh? It's labor reform, Kair said as he pulled out a chair and sat down casually. These two used to be chefs. Their knife skills are decent. From a cardboard box under the table, he pulled out a white insulated container. Sit. Today let you taste something truly good. The container opened, and a puff of white cold air drifted out. Kair took out a plate of top-grade wagyu with beautiful marbling. The red and white snowflake fat was enough to whet anyone's appetite. This was his check-in reward from yesterday. Kair picked up a slice of beef. He dipped it in the boiling red oil 7 times up and down, blanching it for over 10 seconds. The meat slightly curled, coated in red oil and minced garlic. He popped it into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and squinted his eyes with satisfaction. SSS, hits the spot. Qing Ji swallowed his saliva. He also pulled out a chair and sat down, mimicking Kair by picking up a slice of tripe and swishing it in the pot. Dipping it into the sesame oil and garlic paste, he put it in his mouth. The fiery hot oil combined with the ultimate crispness exploded on his tongue. Qing Ji was a user of the ice fruit. His body temperature was always lower than that of ordinary people, Swallowing this mouthful of searing hot pot, he felt a fire burn straight into his stomach. A fine layer of sweat immediately broke out on his crown. Delicious. Qingji's eyes lit up. Without pausing, he reached for the duck intestines. The spiciness made him slurp, but he simply couldn't stop. Cotter casually fished out 2 bottles of beer from the ice bucket at his feet, popped the caps with his thumb, and handed one to Qingji. The glass bottle was beaded with water droplets. They clinked their bottles together with a crisp sound, then tilted their heads back and gulped down a large mouthful of ice-cold beer. Ice and fire clashed in their esophagus, an absolutely divine pleasure. What's that Sakaseiji up to lately? Cotter threw a few pieces of old tofu into the pot, and asked casually. Qingji set down the bottle and let out a loud, resonant belch. He reached up to loosen his tie and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Sweat from his forehead dripped down his chin. Don't even mention it. He's always talking about absolute justice. Qingji shook his head, his voice laden with deep weariness. Last month, when he went to capture someone in the New World, he burned half the town to magma. Mr. Sengoku is staying up late every night writing reports to calm the public's anger. Kara picked up a piece of boiled tofu and placed it into Qingji's bowl. See, that's the result of being overworked. The more you do, the bigger the trouble. In the end, you admirals still catch the blame. Qingji bit into the scalding tofu and nodded in deep agreement. Sometimes I really wonder what kind of justice that even hurts civilians is supposed to mean. Brother Kazan. Cotter put down his chopsticks, wiped the red oil from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and stared into Qingji's eyes. To be honest with you, your so-called lazy justice won't work at headquarters at all. Qingji's hand holding the chopsticks froze. Above you there's a marshal who likes to play mediator. And beside you there's a mad dog like Sakaseiji. Cotter leaned back in his chair. Sooner or later the 2 of you are going to have to fight. For the sake of that damn justice you each insist on. Qingji said nothing. He silently picked up the beer bottle and drained the remaining half into his stomach. He had a premonition himself. The rift within the Navy had long been irreparable. So what's the point of fighting and killing? Cotter leaned forward. Why not resign? Resign? Qingji was stunned, his eye patch slipping to the back of his head. How could an admiral, the highest combat power of the Navy, resign from anywhere? Come to my Impel Down, Cotter said, pointing at the 2 300 million pirates trembling as they served plates. I've been keeping the position of security captain open for you. Room and board included. No overtime. Just manage these scumbags every day. You can sleep as late as you want. All the seafood hot pot you can eat. Qingji looked at the boiling soup base, then at the 2 once arrogant thugs who now cowered like quails. He suddenly felt that the lousy job of a Navy admiral was not as good as the security captain of Impel Down. Here justice didn't need to be hijacked by complex political interests. No interference from the world government. Just follow Connor's orders, punch in on time, and clock out. Simple. Pure. For the first time, Qingji felt a genuine disdain for that heavy cloak of justice. He looked at Cotter's carefree, yet utterly confident face, and a certain string deep in his heart was heavily plucked. I will seriously consider it. Qingji picked up a bottle opener, opened another beer himself, and proactively clinked it with Cotter. He drank this bottle very slowly. The hot pot meal lasted over an hour. The plates of meat and vegetables were completely cleared. Qingji even took off his suit jacket, left in only a white shirt soaked with sweat. His lips were reddened by the spice. Sated and full, Qingji stood up and rubbed his stomach with satisfaction. Satisfying. I've never had such a hearty meal in my life. He picked up his jacket from the back of the chair and draped it over his shoulder. When you're full, go back and get the rheumatism certificate. Cotter also stood up to see him off. He waved his hand, and the 2 pirates who had been serving plates relieved quickly began tidying the table. The 2 walked side by side out of the hidden booth, passing through the dead silent corridor of level 6. Shiki and Bullet were napping in their cells, hearing the footsteps outside. They even forced their thunderous snoring to an abrupt halt, fearful of disturbing the deputy warden's peaceful slumber. They walked all the way to the heavy sea-stone door. The cold air from outside blew in. Qingji put on his coat, pushed up his sunglasses, and was about to turn around to say goodbye, just as they both stepped onto the threshold. A crisp mechanical prompt suddenly popped into the depths of Cotter's mind. Ding. Detected host dining with an admiral-level character. Triggering special node check-in. Carl's right hand still hung in midair. In his palm lingered a trace of piercing coldness, the remnant of Akiji's handshake. The body temperature of this ice fruit user was scarcely better than a corpse. Carl had just devoured a piping hot Sichuan spicy hot pot. His entire body surged with seething energy, his palm burning like a small furnace. When their hands had clasped together moments ago, ice and fire collided, squeezing out a faint wisp of white steam between their fingers. Take care, brother Kazan. Carl shoved his right hand into his pocket, calling out casually. Send me a fax of the rheumatism certificate once you get it. I'll save the security captain's spot for you. Akiji draped his suit jacket over his left shoulder, waving his right hand dismissively without turning around. Rest assured, I'll register at the clinic first thing tomorrow morning. He shuffled slowly toward the heavy elevator at the end of the corridor, his black pointed leather shoes scuffing the floor. Carl stood still, his expression still carrying that lazy post-meal drowsiness. But in his pocket, the fingers of his right hand were already twitching rapidly. That was a physiological reaction to excitement. The crisp mechanical sound in his mind was more melodious than any celestial tune. System pop up the panel. Carl murmured inwardly. On his retina, a translucent pale blue light panel instantly unfolded, its borders flashing with dazzling golden light. Special node check-in successful. Detected that the host had lunch with the Marine's top combat power, triggering a hidden achievement. Carl licked his lips, the spicy taste of the hot pot still lingered on his tongue. His gaze was fixed on the slowly rotating treasure chest at the center of the light panel. With a click the chest swung open and a line of gilded characters leaped out. Reward issued King's treasure weapon vault of all realms. Carl's breath caught for half a second, his chest feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. This was a top-tier divine skill. That golden shimmer signature ability containing countless prototype weapons from myths and legends. Most crucially, it was all money. Mountains of gold, silver, and rare treasures. He had struck it rich. That was the first thought that surfaced in Carl's mind. His retirement fund for slacking off was finally secured. But today he had indeed been a bit too elated. Having just eaten the explosively spicy Sichuan hot pot, all his pores were wide open, excreting sweat. His mind was in the most relaxed, unguarded, laid-back mode. This top-tier reward, a veritable dimensionality reduction strike, had just loaded into his soul. The vast mythical-era law force instantly overflowed the control valve of his body. The air in the corridor suddenly stopped flowing. The cold draft hit an invisible wall, halting abruptly in midair. There was no sound, but the entire 6th level of the deep-sea prison let out a groaning, unbearable creak. The void behind Carl twisted violently, like boiling water. Rings of dazzling golden ripples spread out of thin air like stones thrown into a calm lake. 3 golden ripples slowly expanded on the wall behind Carl. The edges of the ripples flickered with blinding electric sparks. At their center, a black hole seemed to stretch endlessly, connecting to a treasure vault in another dimension. A rusty spear tip protruded half an inch from the middle ripple. A broadsword with a dark red blood groove revealed its hilt from the left ripple. Just that tiny glimpse. A horrifying pressure completely alien to this pirate world crashed down like a tsunami bursting through a dam. This was not the mere willpower deterrence of Conqueror's hockey. It was a higher dimensional, lofty law-level crushing. Like a human gazing down at ants beneath their feet. A dozen meters away, Akiji's footsteps froze mid-stride on the bluestone floor. His right foot, which had just lifted halfway, hung suspended in air, unable to land. Akiji felt as if a spike forged from 10,000-year-old ice was pressed against his spine. Every hair on his body stood on end. His heart was clutched by a giant hand. Thump, thump, thump. The frantic beating pounded against his chest, rattling his own eardrums. Akiji turned his stiff neck with difficulty, the bones emitting a grating sound. He looked back. The green visor on his forehead slipped down, but he couldn't care. Behind the sunglasses, his eyes were stretched to their limits. He stared fixedly at the 3 golden ripples behind Carl, and at the ancient spear tip, radiating an aura of destruction. What was that? Awakening of a devil fruit. No fruit ability had such a despair-inducing oppressive force. Akiji swallowed a dry gulp of saliva. His throat felt like it was stuffed with coarse sea sand, burning painfully. From that battered old spear he smelled the genuine scent of death. Intuition told him if that spear were fired, his proud ice fruit defense was no more substantial than a sheet of window paper. He would die. He would be utterly annihilated, leaving not even ashes. Akiji felt his knees go weak. The fragile familiarity they had built at the hot pot table was shattered completely by this divine might. His assessment of Carl's strength was completely overturned in that moment. Previously he thought Carl was a hidden physical combat monster at best admiral level. Now he understood. This young man who constantly preached about health, slacking off, and anti-hustle theory held the trump card to overturn the entire world. The world government was nothing. This rebellious thought suddenly crossed Akiji's mind. What was an admiral in the face of such an armory? In the distance, inside their cells, Golden Lion and Barrett, 2 lawless monsters, pressed themselves tightly against the farthest walls. Golden Lion's false teeth were chattering. Barrett covered his mouth with both hands, terrified of making even a sound that might invite doom. Carl felt a prickling sensation on his back. He turned his head slightly, meeting Akiji's horrified, ghost-seeing gaze. Damn, it leaked. Carl cursed inwardly. He quickly focused his mind, forcing the immense soul power down. The golden ripples behind him popped like soap bubbles. With a soft puff, the spear and broadsword instantly retracted, and the golden light vanished without a trace. The corridor returned to its original cold, dim state. The pressure receded like a tide. Carl let out an awkward laugh, scratching the back of his head, messing up his hair. Just ate something spicy, had a bit of a hiccup. Accidentally let some of my fruit ability leak. Don't laugh, brother. The excuse was so flimsy, not even Golden Lion would believe it. Akiji didn't smile. His face was stiffer than the 10,000-year-old ice of the West Sea. He gave Carl a long, deep look. In that look hid profound wariness and a reverence bordering on pilgrimage. Carl, old brother, you've hidden it deep. Akiji's voice was hoarse. He didn't ask another word. A wise man knew what to ask and what to bury in his gut. He turned back. His pace was no longer the slow, unhurried shuffle. He quickened his steps, moving more than twice as fast as when he had arrived. He almost fled into the heavy elevator with a hint of panic. The elevator door slammed shut. Carl let out a long, turbid breath. This damn system, dropping such a powerful reward without warning, almost scared the admiral into a psychological shadow. He patted his chest, calming his excitement. He was about to turn and head back to his office to close the door and carefully count how many gold bricks were in the king's treasure. Clatter, 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 clatter. A frantic clatter of high heels on the floor came from the corridor corner. Domino stumbled and ran her golden hair a mess the collar of her beige uniform askew. She twisted her ankle and fell to her knees on the bluestone, tearing 2 holes in her expensive stockings. But she ignored the pain. Her hands held a golden Den Den Mushi aloft, as if carrying a bomb. The snail was screaming wildly, its body convulsing. Its cry was as shrill as a chicken with its neck caught. Vice Warden. It's terrible. Domino scrambled toward Carl, her voice choked with tears. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has gone mad. Carl snatched the golden Den Den Mushi that Domino held aloft. The pure gold casing of the device still radiated residual warmth while its soft body expanded wildly. Before Carl could bring the receiver to his ear, Sengoku's roar, one that seemed capable of shattering tempered glass, exploded directly from the speaker. Carl, you little bastard, what do you think you're doing? The sound wave swept through the corridor. Domino's knees gave way in terror, and she collapsed onto the cold, wet bluestone floor. She clamped her hands over her ears, not daring to lift her head. Carl's eardrums ached from the vibration. He quickly moved the receiver away and used his pinky finger to dig at his buzzing right ear. Fleet Admiral, I was about to clock out. If your voice gets any louder, you might just send me straight to the afterlife. Clock out. You have the nerve to talk about clocking out. The Den Den Mushi gasped heavily on the other end. The snail's face twisted into a contorted shape, vividly embodying Sengoku's furious expression. Even the braided beard on his chin trembled. Alabasta is in big trouble. Sengoku slammed his desk hard. A sharp crack, the muffled sound of wood splintering, came through. That useless crocodile. The esteemed Shichibukai, a pirate recognized by the world government, was beaten to a pulp in his own territory by a brat fresh out of the East Blue. Carl leaned against the cold wall. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. That kid Luffy sure moved fast. Yesterday, the bounty poster from the East Blue had just arrived at Impel Down, and today, he already tore down Crocodile's nest. Calculating the time, the Senza bean he had just sent off probably hadn't even been used yet. That was a life-saving treasure he had exchanged for a hefty amount of points. So what if he got beaten? Carl's tone was flat, even carrying a hint of detached amusement. The Shichibukai have always been a bunch of useless trash. Getting beaten by a rookie just proves they lack strength. Is this trivial matter really worth getting the old man all worked up? He even found it somewhat ironic. That crocodile with his lousy sand sculpting skills was indeed nothing but a poser. The Den Den Mushi on the other and let out a sharp gasp. Sengoku was clearly infuriated by Carl's nonchalant attitude. Trivial? You call this trivial? Sengoku's voice shot up an octave, cracking. That's a Shichibukai? The key to maintaining the balance of the 3 great powers in the Grand Line. Now that fig leaf has been ripped off in public by a rookie from the East Blue. Sengoku paced back and forth, his leather shoes tapping against the hardwood floor in an irritable rhythm. The world government's top brass are furious. The Gorsi I personally called and chewed me out. They think the Navy is incompetent, can't even manage a rookie pirate. Now to save face for the world government, we have to announce that Vice Admiral Smoker quelled the rebellion. Sengoku took 2 heavy breaths. But that won't fool the information brokers in the underworld. The Navy's reputation, the world government's prestige, all ground into the sand by that straw hat brat. Carl switched hands, holding the Den Den Mushi. He tucked his left hand into the pocket of his uniform trousers, idly flicking a few coins inside. Then go after that straw hat kid for payback. Why come to me? I'm just a deputy warden who guards the gate. You think I don't want to? Sengoku smashed another teacup on the other end. The crisp sound of shattered porcelain fell. That straw hat brat's name is Monkey D. Luffy. He's that old bastard Garp's own grandson. The Den Den Mushi's face turned purple with rage. Sengoku roared through gritted teeth, spittle nearly flying across the line to Carl's face. That old geezer is in my office right now, sitting in my chair eating my rice crackers and laughing his head off at the newspaper, saying his grandson did a great job. When I tried to send an admiral to arrest him, the old man flipped my desk over. Hearing this, Carl's mind automatically conjured up Garp's thuggish image. He couldn't help it, the corner of his mouth twitched. He almost laughed out loud. Good job, old man. True to form as the protective patriarch of Fusha Village. Ahem. Carl cleared his throat, suppressing his amusement. That's a tough spot. When Vice Admiral Garp goes berserk, no one at headquarters can stop him. So, did you call me just to hear me offer you some consolation? Carl. Sengoku's tone suddenly turned deadly serious. No longer the furious roar, but a cold authority befitting the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. In the entire Navy headquarters, only you can go without Garp stopping you. Sengoku spoke slowly, each word deliberate. That old bastard trusts you, treats you like his own grandson. He thinks you have a sense of proportion and won't go for the kill. If I send a Kainu or Kizaru, half of Marineford would be sunk by today. But I can't just let that straw hat brat keep running wild on the seas. Carl's fingers holding the receiver paused briefly. The wind in the corridor seemed to die. I want you to leave Impel Down immediately. Sengoku issued a direct order. Take a warship and intercept the Straw Hat Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Capture that troublemaking brat and bring him back to headquarters. Sengoku paused. The breathing from the Den Den Mushi grew heavy, as if he were making a difficult decision. If he resists. Sengoku's voice turned cold with a murderous intent. Kill him on the spot. The world government will never allow a second dragon to appear, nor allow anyone to disrupt the balance of the seas. Do you understand, Carl? Kill him on the spot. Those 4 words echoed through the speaker, reverberating in the dim corridor. Domino, still lying on the ground, shuddered. She buried her head, even lower, not daring to breathe. Carl said nothing. He stood still, his eyes lowered. The stray hair in front covered his eyes. Just a moment ago he had exuded that lazy post-meal nonchalance. That carefree, indifferent aura of one who felt nothing mattered even if the sky fell. But the instant he heard those 4 words, that aura vanished like leaves swept away by a gale. The air on level 6 grew thick and oppressive. Not from the cold of the ice fruit or the corrosion of poison, but from a pure, tangible chill. A chill seeping from Carl's very marrow. Crack. The plastic receiver in his hand, the hard black plastic, began to emit faint, strained fissures under the pressure of his fingers. His fingers were pale. Blue veins rose on the back of his hand. Old man Sengoku, Carl muttered in his heart. Have you been sitting in your office so long that your brain's gone soft? You want me to go kill the brother I raised with my own hands? The Den Den Mushi on the other end remained silent, waiting for a reply. Carl, did you hear me? Sengoku's voice carried displeasure. This is a direct order from headquarters. Don't give me some excuse about hemorrhoids or seasickness. Move out immediately. That's an order. Carl slowly raised his head. The eyes beneath his bangs, usually clouded with sleepiness, were now clear. Now they were filled with a frost that had never thawed so cold that a single glance would freeze one's soul. He opened his mouth. His voice was flat, devoid of any inflection. No furious roar, no heated argument. Calm as a stagnant pool. I understand, Fleet Admiral. As soon as the words left his mouth, Carl's right hand clenched inward with sudden force. Without any armament, hockey, relying solely on raw physical strength. Crack. A sharp explosion. The hard black plastic receiver, along with the delicate copper wires and transmitter inside, was crushed into a mass of fragments in Carl's palm. Crackling. Black shards of hard plastic slipped through Carl's fingers, mixed with twisted copper wires and a ruined transmitter that still sparked with faint electric flickers. The pile of debris crashed onto the damp flagstones, producing a chaotic clatter. The pure gold-shelled Den Den Mushi fell completely silent. The snail's eye rolled upward, and its soft body retracted swiftly into the thick golden shell, never moving again. Domino remained sprawled on the ground. Her face was nearly pressed against the ice-cold floor tiles, and she forgot to breathe. Her chest ached from the strain, forcing her to exhale in short, ragged gasps. Even though she hadn't faced Carl directly, the oppressive aura that had leaked out just moments ago made her feel as if a rusty, ice-cold steel blade were pressed against her neck. Sweat dripped from the tip of her nose onto the floor, forming a small dark stain. Carl didn't look at Domino on the floor. He casually flicked his hand, brushing off the plastic powder clinging to his palm. Pale, strained marks remained on his knuckles from the earlier exertion. He strode forward, stepping over the wreckage of the Den Den Mushi. His leather boots thudded heavily and oppressively against the stone floor. He didn't return to his seat. Instead, he pulled open the office door, and headed straight for the special elevator leading to the surface. He yanked open the iron gate. Gears ground together with a harsh, scraping sound. The carriage rumbled upward, racing towards the very top of Impel Down. A few minutes later, at the open-air watchtower of Impel Down, Carl shoved open the heavy, rusted iron door. The hinges let out a piercing shriek. The air in the comm belt was stagnant, but at this altitude of several hundred meters, strong currents still raged. The sea breeze, thick with a salty, fishy tang, slammed into Carl. His large, flowing justice coat was pulled taut and flapped noisily behind him. Carl walked to the edge of the tower platform. He pressed his hands onto the cold, rough stone railing. He gazed down at the pitch-black sea below and the massive shadows of sea kings that loomed faintly beneath the surface. His eyes were terrifying. The usually drowsy, murky pupils now churned with undisguised savagery. Go after Luffy. Kill him on sight. Carl ground his molars, the muscles in his jaw bulging into hard knots. He'd rather sink all of Marineford to the bottom of the ocean than let a single hair on that brat's head be harmed. But he couldn't just storm the Marine HQ. Luffy needed to grow, to struggle, and fight his way through this ruthless sea. If he jumped in as a full-time babysitter now, the kid would never amount to anything. He needed a different approach. He would crush in their infancy those flies trying to claim the credit, those who sought to trade his brother's head for their own advancement. Carl released the railing. He focused his mind inward. A pale blue holographic screen silently unfolded before his eyes, its edges flickering faintly in the sea breeze. He navigated directly to the special items section of the system shop. His fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Purchase successful, world-class communication, hijack, module, one-time use. 5000 check-in points deducted. Carl didn't even raise an eyebrow at the depleted points. To protect his own, this small cost meant nothing. Accessing highest-level encrypted channels of the world government and Marine headquarters. Firewall breached. Connection successful. The air before Carl shimmered like a heat haze. A virtual microphone glowing with a faint blue light materialized, floating in the air before his lips. All he had to do was speak into it, and his voice would forcefully broadcast through the encrypted network, overriding every military Den Den Mushi in the world. Carl took a deep breath of the cold, high-altitude air. The cold air filled his lungs. His chest expanded slightly. He didn't use his usual lazy, mocking tone. Instead, he deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound like two pieces of raw iron grinding against each other. As the sound left his mouth, a wave of Conqueror's haki, so terrifying it was almost tangible, flowed from his vocal cords and poured directly into the virtual microphone. The system's black technology was domineering, capable of perfectly packaging even this kind of spiritual pressure into the broadcast signal. Warning. The low, deep voice echoed through the air above the comm belt. The moment the sound rang out, several news crews flying nearby rolled their eyes back, their wings stiffened, and they plummeted straight from the sky into the sea. They splashed into the water, sending up small white sprays. Anyone who dares to take the bounty for capturing Straw Hat in Alabasta. Carl set his hands shoved into his uniform pockets. The strong wind whipped his hair around, revealing his cold, unfeeling eyes. Should be prepared to have their entire clan erased. It was just a single simple sentence. 2 seconds. After speaking, Carl deactivated the hijack module in his mind. The blue microphone shattered into specks of light, dissipating in the wind, leaving no trace. At the same moment, in the Grand Line at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, at the edge of the outdoor training grounds, near the Vice Admiral offices, Smoker was leaning against a massive white marble pillar. 2 thick cigars were clenched between his teeth. Smoke curled around him, the pungent tobacco smell masking his face, which was etched with displeasure. He had just returned from Lowtown in the East Blue to report, and was still fuming about that straw hat brat who had escaped in the plaza. On the training field, hundreds of Marine recruits, bare-chested, were chanting in unison, sweating as they practiced their martial arts. Everything seemed normal. Suddenly, every loudspeaker in all of Marineford, including the Den Den Mushi on every officer's desk, and even the portable transceivers on the belts of patrolling soldiers, let out a piercing screech of static feedback simultaneously. ZZT. Then a low, unfamiliar, and infinitely cold voice exploded in everyone's eardrums like a clap of thunder. Warning. Anyone who dares to take the bounty for capturing Straw Hat in Alabasta should be prepared to have their entire clan erased. The instant the words faded, transmitted along with the electrical signal, came a tangible, horrifying pressure. Smoker shuddered violently. He felt as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice-cold water mixed with ice cubes down his back. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. The 2 cigars in his mouth slipped from between his lips without warning. They fell onto the marble tiles, scattering sparks. He didn't even bother to pick them up. Smoker's legs felt like they were filled with lead, dragging him down. His knees went weak, nearly buckling and sending him to the floor. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead and rolling down his cheeks to soak his collar. Even the jit on his back clattered against the stone pillar due to his violent trembling. What? What kind of monster is this? Smoker gasped for air, his chest feeling like it was on fire. His pride, his Logia-type smoke fruit before this hockey, transmitted through sound, couldn't even allow him to transform into his elemental form. It was as if an invisible giant hand had a vice grip on his throat. On the training field, the hundreds of Marines who were throwing punches fell like mowed wheat, rolling their eyes back in unison, foaming at the mouth, collapsing in droves. The dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground formed a continuous, sickening rhythm. It wasn't just the recruits. Even some vice admirals were clutching their chests, kneeling in the corridors. All of Marineford was plunged into a deathly silence. One single thought dominated everyone's mind. What kind of terrifying existence stood behind that rookie wearing the straw hat? Erase their entire clan. Those 4 words hung over the heads of all Marines like a bloody executioner's blade. Even Sengoku, in the highest building of the headquarters, was stunned at his desk for a full 3 minutes. The pen in his hand snapped in 2. Black ink spilled out, staining the white sleeve of his uniform and ruining the report on his desk. The scene cut back to Impel Down, the open-air watchtower. The sea breeze continued to blow. Carl let out a heavy breath. A puff of white condensation dissipated in the wind. After venting, he felt a bit hungry. His bones ached from standing so long. He reached up and rubbed his stiff neck. That terrifying look, capable of freezing the sea, receded like a tide. It reverted back to his usual sleepy deadfish eyes. His lazy, listless expression returned to his face. He turned and walked back to the elevator. He pulled the iron gate shut and headed down. A few minutes later, Carl was back in his own vice warden's office. The debris of the Den Den Mushi had already been cleaned up. Domino was nowhere to be seen, and she had probably fled to the infirmary, scared out of her wits and in need of a heart pill. The office was quiet. The air conditioning hummed, blowing cold air. Carl walked over to the large mahogany desk. He leaned back, sinking comfortably into the plush leather recliner with practiced ease. The leather seat let out a long, drawn-out creak. He casually picked up the white porcelain teacup on the desk. The tea had long gone cold. Carl didn't mind. He brought it to his lips and took a small sip. A bitter tea leaf slipped into his mouth. He turned his head and spat the leaf into the wastepaper basket. He set the cup down on the edge of the mahogany desk. He crossed his legs and propped them up carelessly on the edge of the desk. He rested his head against the back of the chair. He turned to look past the high barred window in the wall, gazing out at the clouds on the horizon, stained red by the setting sun. The shape of the clouds blown by the wind vaguely resembled a round straw hat. Carl's lips moved slightly. He rolled 2 uneaten chilled grapes from Amazon lily between his fingers. He murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear, "Luffy, go wild. In this sea no one can touch my brother Carl's." Carl pinched the chilled grape between his fingertips. A thin layer of frost still clung to its skin. He placed it in his mouth. As his teeth pressed down, the icy sweet juice burst across his palate. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. The lingering sweetness of the Amazon lily's signature fruit coated his tongue. He gazed at a cloud in the distant sky shaped like a straw hat. His murmured words were carried away by the sea breeze. Outside the door, Domino remained pressed tightly against the wall, holding her breath to an almost silent whisper, afraid to disturb the vice warden's contemplation. Meanwhile, atop the red line in the holy land of Mary Geos within the chamber of power, a deafening crack split the fine mahogany round table as a palm slammed down, carving a long fissure across its surface. With splinters pierced the top secret documents lying on the table. Saturn with his curly hair, and Kane was livid, his face a mask of fury. His chest heaved violently like a worn-out leaky bellows. Arrogant, utterly lawless, he growled through clenched teeth. He drove the tip of his cane hard into the priceless carpet. A series of dull thuds echoed. The air in the hall grew thick and suffocating. The five elders, the pinnacle of worldly power, wore expressions darker than the others, erasing an entire lineage. It's been ages since anyone dared threaten the world government in such a tone. Peter the Elder, with a birthmark on his forehead, spoke with a cold face. His arms were crossed firmly over his chest. He turned his gaze toward the swordsman elder across the table, Nushiro the bald elder in a white robe. His thumb pressed hard against the hilt of the Shodai Katetsu. The scabbard vibrated faintly on the solid wood surface, emitting a low hum. Have we found out yet? Nushiro hadn't drawn his blade, but the murderous intent radiating from him had already sheared off half the leaves of the prized potted plants in the corner of the hall. Which island did that voice which hijacked all frequencies originate from? In the center of the hall knelt a CP0 agent wearing a white mask. The agent was drenched in cold sweat. His white suit clung wetly to his back. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. Our report. Elders, the agent's voice wavered with extreme tension. Dr. Vegapunk from the Science Division personally led the reverse trace. And the result? Saturn bellowed, cutting him off. Stop stammering. The agent flinched violently, his head dropping so low it nearly touched the floor tiles. Dr. Vegapunk said. He can't find it. A dead silence fell over the chamber of power. Only the faint grating sound of Nushiro's thumb rubbing the sword guard could be heard. Can't find it. Warkiri the Elder with the long beard frowned and stepped forward. Vegapunk is said to possess a brain that surpasses humanity by 5 centuries. Is there any communication signal source on this sea that he can't trace? Could the Revolutionary Army have developed a new encrypted Den Den Mushi? The agent shook his head frantically. Sweat dripped from the edge of his mask and shattered on the tiles. The doctor said this isn't even the bioelectric frequency band of a Den Den Mushi. It's a completely indecipherable high-dimensional data stream. The sender didn't use any physical relay stations, nor did they utilize the biological magnetic fields of the Sea Kings for transmission. The agent took a deep breath and recounted Vegapunk's words verbatim. It was as if it appeared out of thin air, forcibly shattering all our encryption firewalls. It directly shoved its voice into the mouth of every single Den Den Mushi in the world. The doctor's exact words were that this technology surpasses the current world's science by at least 5 centuries. The signal's final vanishing point was above a blank stretch of sea in the comm belt. There's nothing there. The agent swallowed, tasting blood in his saliva. Dr. Vegapunk also said that to achieve instantaneous global communication network coverage, the energy source required would be equivalent to the total output of 100 large sea fortresses. But this energy burst lasted only 2 seconds. It produced no thermal radiation and left no residual electromagnetic waves. It's like... The agent's voice trembled violently. It's like a deity casually spoke a sentence in the heavens, and the entire world heard it. The facial muscles of the elders twitched in unison. 5 centuries ahead, hijacking the world's communication network out of thin air. A massive energy that flared up and vanished in an instant. Hit the elder with blonde hair and a red beard stroked his chin, his fingers rubbing his short beard. It's not just a matter of technology. His face was grim enough to drip water as he scanned his colleagues. Did you all not feel that Conqueror's haki transmitted through the radio waves? To materialize a spiritual pressure on that level, package it into invisible waves and precisely slam it into the minds of the officers at headquarters. Nushiro released his grip on the Shodai Katetsu. A thin sheen of sweat was visible on his hand. The others fell silent as well. They were all ancient monsters who had lived for eons. They had witnessed Roger's haki and felt Whitebeard's quakes. But even those dead legends could never have performed such a bizarre feat that defied the laws of physics. Saturn's cane nearly snapped in his grip. They had always considered themselves gods of this world. But now a true unknown omniscient shadow loomed over them. If this entity could hijack communications, could it also detonate the armories beneath Mary Geos at will? Fear like a viper gnawed at the hearts of these 5 old men. That straw-hatted brat from the east, Blue Monkey D. Luffy. Saturn spat out the name, biting each syllable as if trying to crush it. What in the world is standing behind him? Could it be that some deity slumbering within an ancient weapon has awakened? A mysterious protector possessing both unknown terrifying combat power and dimensional strike technology. This is a far greater threat than that rabble-rousing Revolutionary Army leader dragon. A threat significant enough to make these 5 rulers of the world feel a rare shiver of dread. The agent, still kneeling, felt his legs go numb and shifted his knees slightly. Sirs, regarding the aftermath of the straw hats in Alabasta, should we still issue the wanted posters? Posters? Damn it. Saturn kicked over the wastepaper basket beside him, scattering crumpled paper across the floor. Until we figure out who this mysterious person is, no one makes a move. Tell those useless fools like Smoker to keep their mouths shut. This is now a matter of the highest secrecy. The chamber of power fell into a dead silence once more. Only the heavy breathing of the 5 old men could be heard. Time dragged on. The scene shifts back to Impel Down. In the Vice Warden's office below the open-air tower, Carl was still slumped in his leather chair. The sea breeze outside had died down, and the whistling through the window cracks had stopped. The sunset clouds on the horizon had gradually turned a somber gray-purple. The straw hat-shaped cloud had long been scattered by the wind, merging into a vast oppressive dark cloud. Nothing much to look at anymore. Carl let out a big yawn. His eyelids were getting heavy, yet his mind remained stubbornly clear. The stunt of hijacking the world's communications network, though lasting only 2 seconds, had taken a toll. His mental energy had been somewhat depleted. He felt like he'd downed 3 cans of iced coffee. His body weary and craving sleep, but his brain neurons were still buzzing with a life of their own. Boring, Carl muttered. He pushed the fruit platter from Amazon Lily to the corner of his desk. The tea leaves at the bottom of the white porcelain cup had long gone cold, a thin film of oil floating on the surface. He pushed himself up from the wide chair, bracing his hands on the solid wood edge. His long legs straightened. Carl stretched upwards with force, his arms crossing above his head. A series of sharp crackling pops sounded from his shoulders and back like beans frying. Can't sleep, Carl rubbed his slightly sore nape. His palm was a bit sweaty. He casually grabbed his justice cloak from the back of the chair and slung it over his shoulders. Might as well head down to level 6 and chat with those old-timers to pass the time. He pulled open the heavy pure steel door of his office. The wall sconces in the corridor cast a dim, yellowish light. Domino was approaching with a new tray holding a freshly brewed cup of hot tea, steam still rising from it. Seeing Carl emerge, Domino quickly halted, standing straight against the wall. Vice Warden, aren't you going to rest? Just heading down for a stroll to help digest. Carl waved a hand, declining the tea. He walked straight past Domino. His leather boots echoed with a dull rhythmic thud on the stone floor. He yanked open the heavy iron grating door and stepped into the elevator. His finger pressed the button for the lowest level. Gears ground together and steel cables screeched against the dark shaft, producing a piercing noise. The cab descended, passing the screams of the Crimson Hell and the stench of the Beast Hell before slamming heavily onto its base at the very bottom. Ding! The elevator's chime was jarringly loud in the silent space. The alloy doors slid open slowly. The air of level 6, the infinite hell, still carried that strange mix of disinfectant and mildew. The fluorescent lights in the corridor flickered twice due to unstable voltage. Bullet's human-powered generator seemed to have stopped today. The entire underground level was eerily quiet except for the distant drip of a leaking pipe. The monstrous old-timers who were usually reading newspapers were now all huddled obediently in the deepest corners of their cells. None dared to breathe too loudly. The lingering fear from the terrifying pressure Carl had leaked earlier was still fresh. Carl walked slowly on the sticky stone floor. His footsteps echoed like hammers on the hearts of these pirates. He passed by the gleaming cell of Shiki. He passed by the cell of Burndy World covered in scratch marks. Finally, Carl took the elevator to level 6 and stopped in front of a particular cell. Carl's combat boots halted before the cell. The thick soles pressed into the bluestone, squeezing out the accumulated water from the cracks between the bricks. A sticky squelching sound echoed. Inside the iron bars, the lone Redfield, who had been resting with his eyes closed, snapped them open. Those originally murky orbs, dulled by age, were now filled with terrifying bloodshot streaks. It was as if he hadn't slept a wink all night, leaving his eyes sunken. A chilling draft swept through the corridor, carrying a strange odor of rust and rotting seaweed. Redfield's withered chest heaved violently. He fixed his gaze on Carl, who stood beyond the bars. Slowly he raised his 2 dried branch-like hands. They grasped the thick seastone bars before him. The rust on the iron pillars stained his hands, but he paid it no mind. His knuckles turned a deathly gray from the excessive force. That wasn't conqueror's hockey. Redfield spoke. His voice was like 2 rough pieces of sandpaper grinding against each other, hoarse and grating. I've fought Roger, and I've clashed with Whitebeard. No matter how far you train hockey, at its core, it's an emission of life force. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His dry atoms apple bobbed up and down with difficulty. But that trace of pressure you let out upstairs hours ago. Redfield's breath quickened, spraying onto the cold iron bars, forming a puff of white mist. That was pure suppression from a superior being. Even my soul trembled. The corridor fell into a terrifying silence. In the cell diagonally opposite, the evil King Pizarro was sprawled on a pile of straw, picking his toes. Hearing the lone Red's words, his picking motion abruptly stopped. He forgot to flick away the dirt under his toenails. Pizarro pricked up his furry cat ears, not daring to breathe loudly. Afraid of missing a single word. That was the lone Red. A monster who could stand on equal footing with the Whitebeard pirates on his own. And now he was using that almost reverent tone to question the young Vice Warden. Carl stood outside the cell, still toying with the solid copper key in his hand. Hearing Redfield's words, he stopped and let out a half-finished yawn. 2 drops of physiological tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes. Old Red, you didn't sleep all night just to ponder this. Carl reached up and scratched his neck. The dampness of the basement made his skin itch. Redfield did not retort. His head, which had been proud all his life, slowly lowered. His forehead pressed against the cold seastone bars. I lost a time trapped in this sunless hell. I thought that was the end of power on the sea. He jerked his head up, his bloodshot eyes blazing with feverish light. Teach me. He bit off those 2 words with extreme force. His teeth clicked together, producing a crisp sound. As long as you tell me the method to cultivate that unknown power from now on, this old life of mine is yours. In the adjacent cell, Pizarro gasped sharply. The cold air rushed into his lungs, nearly making him cough. He clamped his hand over his mouth. Insanity. The lone Red was actually bowing to a young punk and asking to be his disciple. Carl watched Redfield's eager, knowledge-thirsty expression. He tucked the copper key back into his pocket. Nothing better to do anyway. He had just eaten and couldn't sleep, so he might as well amuse himself with this old man. He found a relatively clean wooden crate outside the cell, dragged it over, and sat down with an air of authority. His legs were casually spread apart, his hands resting on his knees. You want to learn, eh? Carl cleared his throat, putting on an inscrutable expression. That hockey stuff is too crude. Armament hockey is just putting a hard shell on the body. Observation hockey is nothing but a radar amplifier. Redfield held his breath. He pressed his ear tightly against the bars. The true supreme power does not cultivate the body but the soul. Carl began his shameless fabrication with a straight face. This power is called spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure. Redfield savored the two words, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Correct. Carl extended a finger and pointed faintly into the air. The air is filled with invisible tiny particles. I call them Reisher. The soul of an ordinary person is like a pile of loose sand scattered by the wind. The cultivation of spiritual pressure is to continuously compress and refine the soul until it becomes a solid entity denser than steel. Carl lowered his hand and looked at Redfield. When your soul density reaches a certain level, just by standing there, the spiritual pressure you emit can crush the internal organs of an ordinary person. Isn't that far more advanced than you guys shouting and releasing Conqueror's hockey? Redfield trembled violently. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck inside his mind. His proud worldview shattered by Carl's casually spoken nonsense. Soul density. Reisher. In the next cell, Pizarro was also dumbfounded. He instinctively stretched out his thick hands and groped wildly in the air, trying to catch the so-called Reisher Carl mentioned. But he only grabbed a handful of damp cold air. And because he used too much force, his thumb cramped, making him grimace in pain. What about weapons? Redfield's breathing grew heavier. He recalled the image of Carl using the scabbard to instantly defeat Barrett. That sword you held the other day, it wasn't coated in armament hockey. How could it withstand Barrett's fist? Carl leaned back against the wooden crate. That's called a Zampicudo. He crossed his hands and lightly tapped his fingers on the back of his hand. You pirates use swords as mere dead objects. Even if you forge a black blade, it's still just a slightly harder lump of iron. Carl leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. A truly supreme sword has a soul. It is connected to your soul. You need to listen to its voice and call out its true name. Call its true name. Redfield muttered to himself involuntarily, making a grasping motion in the air as if holding a sword. Exactly. When you can utter its name, you can release its true form and power. Carl nodded with a serious expression. This stage is called Shirkai. Once you achieve Shirkai, an ordinary iron sword can control water and fire, even distort space, and the five senses. Redfield was completely captivated. He stared blankly at his empty hands, recalling the bat umbrella sword he had once wielded. For decades he had only used it as a tool for killing, never once thinking of listening to the soul of a weapon. No wonder he had lost. No wonder he appeared so helpless before true power. I understand. Redfield suddenly stepped back. He no longer gripped the bars. Instead he sat down cross-legged on the damp bluestone in the center of the cell. His hands formed a strange mudra and rested on his knees. His back was straight as an arrow. He closed his eyes, his face etched with a pilgrim's devotion. Old Red, what are you doing? Carl blinked, watching the old man instantly enter a meditative state. Don't disturb me. Redfield kept his eyes shut, his voice stern. This old man is trying to sense the Reisher in the air and compress my soul density. A fine layer of sweat actually broke out on his forehead from extreme concentration. His muscles were taut as if wrestling with an invisible beast. In the next cell, Pizarro, upon seeing this, ignored his still cramping thumb. He scrambled to sit up, imitating Redfield's posture. Clumsily crossing his two thick furry legs, he closed his eyes and bared his teeth in a grimace, trying to inhale some of the spiritual energy Carl mentioned in this moldy basement. Deep in the corridor, several heavy criminals who had been pretending to sleep quietly turned over. In the dim light, one by one, they crossed their legs on the straw piles. The entire LV-6 Infinite Hell instantly transformed into a bizarre cult-like cultivation scene. Carl sat on the wooden crate watching this spectacle. The corners of his mouth twitched. Were all these notorious murderers of the sea, these demon kings, a bit dim-witted? He had casually spouted some anime settings, and someone actually started practicing. He opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Redfield's agonized expression as he struggled to hold his breath, Carl swallowed his words. Forget it. Let them find something to do. It was better than them smashing the doors and causing trouble every day. He had just talked about the Shinigami system for a while, and his throat felt dry. He had talked all his saliva away. He smacked his lips, a bitter taste spreading on his tongue. He needed to go back and get a drink of water. The cold tea in the office earlier, though awful, could at least moisten his throat. Carl pressed his hands on his knees and stood up from the wooden crate. He patted the dust off his pants and turned to walk toward the elevator. He had taken only 2 steps when a rapid series of clicks, the sound of high heels striking the stone, came from the direction of the elevator shaft. The sound was urgent and dense, creating a chain of echoes in the empty corridor. Carl frowned and stopped. The alloy doors of the elevator had not yet fully slid open, but a figure in a beige uniform squeezed through the gap. Domino was running out of breath. Her meticulously styled blonde hair had come loose with a few strands sticking to her sweaty cheeks. The black high heels on her feet nearly stepped into a puddle. In her arms, she clutched a thick stack of folders. The stack was so high it almost blocked her black-framed sunglasses. Seeing Carl, Domino looked as if she had found a savior. She rushed over on her high heels, bringing a gust of perfumed wind. Vice Warden. She abruptly stopped in front of Carl, her heels scraping a sharp sound on the tiles. Her chest heaved from the intense run. Gasping for breath, she thrust the heavy stack of documents forward. This is the weekly report on the reform results of Impel Down. Please review it. Carl casually took the file that Domino handed him. The paper was thick, pulling his wrist down half an inch. He casually flipped to the first page. On the paper in stark black and white, a line of bold and large text was printed: application for funding for the 3rd annual Impel Down Monster Hell poker tournament. Carl's fingers paused. He flipped further. Warden staggered paid leave schedule. Feedback report on the LV4 Blazing Hell Sauna Experience Week. Seeing these utterly nonsensical words, the corner of Carl's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He bit the soft flesh inside his cheek to keep from bursting out laughing. He looked up at Domino. Her usually stern face was now flushed. Behind her black-rimmed glasses, her excitement was palpable. Lord Carl, this week's internal satisfaction survey is out, Domino said, opening the small black memo book in her hand. Her speech was twice as fast as usual, trembling with obvious excitement. The warden's complaint rate has dropped to 0. Everyone comes to work now with boundless energy, even starting shift handovers 10 minutes early. Carl dug a finger into his ear, his nail scraping the ear canal. Well, no surprise there. Working only 6 hours a day, then heading down to the 2nd level to catch a few beasts for a barbecue after work. Who wouldn't be happy with such a cushy life? Carl didn't think much of it. But what he didn't know was that at this very moment, on the 1st level of Impel Down, a secret meeting was taking place in the warden's common lounge. The heavy soundproof door was locked from the inside. The curtains were drawn tight, not letting a sliver of light in. The room was thick with smoke, the acrid smell of cheap tobacco swirling in the air. Hannibal sat in the center on a worn-out, peeling, old sofa. The purple-black bruise around his left eye hadn't fully healed. He clutched half a cheap cigar ash falling onto his ridiculous pharaoh attire, which he didn't bother to brush off. My friends, Hannibal lowered his voice, a neurotic mix of mystery and fervor seeping through. You don't really think the vice warden set up these recreational activities just for the benefit of those pirate scum, do you? Leaning against the wall nearby was Suddy, the chief warden. She habitually toyed with her barbed red whip. The curves accentuated by her tight leather suit rose and fell dramatically with her breath. Hannibal, Suddy squeezed her legs together, a flush creeping up her cheeks. You mean Lord Carl is playing a grand long-term game? Hannibal took a deep drag of his cigar, coughing twice from the smoke, a bit of blood-flecked spittle at the corner of his mouth. Think about it. He slammed his solid gold pharaoh staff twice on the concrete floor, producing a sharp, clear ring. Before those pirates constantly plotted escapes, dreamed of killing us. Hannibal's beady eyes widened, scanning the dozen or so head wardens in the room. We lived in constant fear. Even while patrolling, we had to sleep with one eye open, afraid some monster would snap our necks. And now, Hannibal pointed his cigar-wielding hand at the crumpled talent show schedule on the table. Those bloodthirsty monsters are now rehearsing comedy skits in their damp, dark cells just to get an extra cornmeal bun for dinner. That infamous golden lion spends his days staring at the dust in the toilet cracks, terrified of getting beaten for not cleaning well enough. Hannibal swallowed hard. Their energy and ambition have been completely ground down by this endless stream of trivial nonsense. What do you call this? This is psychological warfare. A synchronized gasp filled the lounge. Several lower-ranking guards holding spears exchanged bewildered glances. A cold sweat broke out on their backs, soaking through their coarse uniforms. Suddy trembled with excitement, her whip creaking as she squeezed it tightly. How terrifying. Lord Carl using such a slow-boiling frog tactic to break the will of world-class criminals. His cruelty towards his enemies is simply intoxicating. Exactly. Hannibal slapped his thigh and shot to his feet, his belly fat jiggling violently. And he's distributed all the saved high-quality supplies and time to us, the low-ranking wardens. This is how you win people's hearts. This is how you build morale. Hannibal grew more agitated, spittle flying. That fool Magellan would just have us risk our lives to fill that leaking poison gas pit. But Big Brother Carl treats us like human beings. From today on, anyone who dares speak ill of him. Hannibal raised his pharaoh staff. Will have their skull bashed in by me, Hannibal first. The lounge fell silent for 2 seconds. Then a suppressed, but intensely fervent roar erupted. We pledge our lives to Lord Carl. A dozen wardens raised their right fists and slammed them against their left chests. This near-religious zealotry spread like a plague through the entire warden system of Impel Down. Back on level 6. On the corridor, Carl was unaware of how deified he had become among his men. Also, Vice Warden Domino put away her memo, leaning in half a step, and lowered her voice to report. Chief Warden Magellan had another relapse this morning. Carl raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from the files. Another relapse. Domino nodded, her expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. Apparently, he tried one of the new highly toxic capsules developed by the science unit. His stomach couldn't handle it. He's currently collapsed in his private restroom. The medic saw him earlier and said he needs at least a week of 4 drips. He can't even get out of bed. Domino adjusted her black-rimmed glasses. So for a long time to come, Impel Down will remain under your full authority. Carl rubbed his chin, the rough pads of his fingers scraping against his new stubble with a rasping sound. Magellan's diarrhea couldn't have come at a better time. It was like handing Impel Down over to him as his personal playground. Now the tens of thousands of wardens here were fattened up with paid leave and various benefits. They knew only Carl, not the world government. Even a mosquito flying in would have to ask Carl for permission first. This place had become his impenetrable absolute private domain. Carl flipped through a few pages of the file, his fingers tracing the sharp edges of the paper. Then with a sharp thud he closed the thick stack of documents. Domino quickly reached out with both hands to take it. Good job, Carl commended casually. But he didn't immediately turn to head back to the elevator. His previously relaxed expression gradually hardened. The muscles between his brows furrowed, slightly forming a shallow crease. Internal matters are settled, Carl said softly, looking at the mottled, moldy walls of the corridor. It was like talking to himself, yet also addressing Domino. But our external intelligence gathering is still too passive. Every time, we only learn about events on the sea when headquarters sends down orders or when the newsbird delivers the newspaper. For someone who wanted to be a puppeteer behind the scenes, secretly protecting his brother, this was a fatal, deaf and dumb weakness. Even intercepting the world's communications before had only been possible by painfully spending points on a one-time system item. Too costly. He had to establish an independent intelligence network within Impel Down. Carl turned his head, his gaze passing over Domino's shoulder to the dark cells deep in the corridor. Domino, Carl spoke, his tone turning serious and steady. Domino immediately stood at attention, clutching the files. Yes, I need a professional skilled in intelligence surveillance, and with some hacking knowledge. Carl extended his index finger, pointing at the slimy stone floor beneath his feet. On this level 6, or the ones below. Carl paused. A sharp glint flashed in his dull, dead fish eyes. Are there any former agents or spies? Domino balanced the thick stack of files on one arm, freeing her other hand. She flipped open the hardcover prisoner registry lying on top. The pages rustled with a crisp, dry whisper as she turned them. Her index finger traced down the dense column of names, her fingernail coming to rest on the edge of the page. There's one. Domino pushed up her slipping black-framed sunglasses and uttered the name. Sile, a former Cypher Pol 9 agent. He was purged by CP0 for privately stealing and selling world government secrets during a mission. He's currently held on the 5th level, the Frozen Hell. After hearing this, Cal snapped his fingers. Stealing government secrets. That's right up our alley. He turned and walked towards the elevator. Go to the 5th level, retrieve him, and bring him to my office. Move fast, don't let him freeze to death. I need a living radar, not an ice sculpture. Half an hour later, in the acting warden's office on the 4th level, the cooling units were shut off. The room was warmed by central heating, and a few lumps of smokeless coal even burned in the fireplace in the corner. The air was thick with the warm, comforting scent of cheap black tea. Bang! Hannibal kicked a pale, frostbitten figure through the doorway. The man tumbled twice across the red carpet before sprawling face down, shivering violently, his joints cracking with a staccato rhythm. This was Sile. His thin, ragged shirt had long since frozen into a stiff shell of ice, and his hair was crusted with white frost. His eyebrows and eyelashes were coated in rime, and his lips were a corpse-like purple-black. Sile lay on the warm carpet, greedily gulping down the heated air in deep, ragged breaths. His chest heaved violently like a suffocating fish just hauled onto dry land. Cal sat in his office chair holding a cup of freshly brewed hot black tea. He blew the steam from the cup and took a few quiet sips. Then, gesturing with his chin towards a cup of hot water on the corner of his desk, he said, "Give him something to drink. Don't let him die here." Hannibal grabbed the cup, roughly yanked Sile's head back by the hair, and shoved the rim against his mouth. Sile flinched, scalded by the heat, but he desperately opened his mouth and swallowed the burning water. After the cup was drained, the lifeless shell of ice encasing Sile finally began to show signs of melting. Water droplets dripped from his chin and soaked into the carpet. He shivered, pushing himself up onto his elbows, his arms wrapped tightly around his own shoulders. As expected of a former CP9 agent, once he caught his breath, Sile's cunning, sharp eyes immediately swept across the office, taking in Cal, who was munching on potato chips, and the groveling Hannibal beside him. His mind raced, and he instantly deduced his situation. Cough, cough. Sile hacked up a few gobs of phlegm laced with ice crystals. He forced a dry, brittle smirk. What does the deputy warden of Impel Down want with a broken man like me? His voice was as raspy as a saw cutting through wood. Need me to spy on someone? Or take care of a prisoner? Cal set down his teacup. He didn't respond. Sile thought he had guessed right. He had spent his life in the underworld and knew the immense value of information. Since they needed him, he had to leverage that advantage. I'll do the work, if you meet my terms. Sile gritted his teeth, forcing his trembling body to still. He sat cross-legged on the floor, striking a pose of negotiation. I want out of the 5th level. Give me a single cell with heating. I want meat and booze every day. He licked his cracked lips and added, and if you're targeting someone high up in the world government, I'll also need a ship to sail away on. Hannibal sucked in a sharp breath, shocked by the audacity. Is this bastard insane? He dares to make demands of brother Cal. Right here on the 4th level. Cal chuckled. He picked up a rag from the table and idly wiped up some spilled tea. A former CP9 hound, sharp nose, and a black heart indeed. Cal tossed the rag into the wastebasket. But don't you think you've got the wrong idea about your position, eh? The moment the words left his mouth without Cal even lifting a finger, a spiritual pressure, so dense it felt solid, erupted from him. It slammed directly onto Sile's head. There was no physical force, yet Sile felt as if an invisible iron mountain had been dropped onto his spine. Crack! His carefully crossed legs were crushed flat, and his whole body was pressed against the red carpet like a pancake slapped onto a griddle. His cheek scraped painfully against the carpet fibers. His breathing stopped. The air turned harder than stone, blocking his windpipe completely. His shrewd eyes instantly flooded with terror, bulging in their sockets. Cold sweat burst out, more profuse than anything he'd ever sweated in the frozen hell. His heart felt like it was being crushed in an icy grip on the verge of bursting. Death. This was pure, absolute, unnegotiable, lethal intent. I'm not negotiating with you. Cal's voice came from above, flat and devoid of any emotion. This prison has never lacked for prisoners who think they're clever. If you won't do it, I'll find someone else. Or I could just catch a listening bug and train it instead. Cal picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. I'm lifting the pressure now. You have exactly 3 seconds to answer. Do it or die. The terrifying force pressing down on him vanished instantly. Sile gasped a huge lungful of air, coughing violently. Snot and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. He scrambled to flip over and knelt on the carpet. He banged his head against the floor. I'll do it. I'll do anything you say, sir. All his pride as an agent, all his bargaining chips were worth less than nothing in front of this man. Drenched in cold sweat, Sile knew that in that instant Cal had genuinely intended to kill him. That's more like it. Cal nodded in satisfaction. He pulled open a drawer beside his foot. It was just for show, but in reality, he was retrieving something from his system's inventory. Platter. A pile of strange-looking metal components, microchips, and a few blue wires spilled out of Cal's hand onto the mahogany desk. These were all assorted junk he'd acquired from daily check-ins, components for a world-class communication interception device. I want you to build a completely independent wiretap room here in Impel Down. Cal pointed at the pile of parts. Cut off the communication networks of the world government and Marine headquarters. Then add a filtering system. I want every call coming in and every piece of intelligence sent in to pass through my ears first. Sile, still kneeling, looked up at the intricate chips and components on the desk that were centuries beyond his knowledge. The professional instincts of a former CP9 agent were instantly ignited. He swallowed hard, not bothering to wipe the snot from his face, and crawled to the desk. He picked up a chip and examined it closely, his hands trembling with excitement. This kind of encryption circuit, this frequency converter. Sile's voice cracked with awe. It's perfect. If I integrate these into Impel Down's mainframe, I can even forcibly filter the Gorisi's private line. He turned back to Cal, his eyes burning with fanatical zeal. Sir, give me a day? No, half a day. I promise I'll turn this place into an intelligence black hole that even Vegapunk can't trace. Cal waved a hand dismissively. Go. Domino, take him to the empty storeroom next door. Get him some hot food. Domino stepped forward and led Sile, who was grinning like a madman, out of the room. Hannibal watched them go, utterly bewildered. Brother, can we trust this guy? Cal popped a grape into his mouth. Smart men fear death the most. He's the most reliable man we have. Over the next few hours, the sounds of welding and frantic keyboard clattering echoed from the storeroom next door. Sile, like a dried-up sponge, frantically absorbed the inspiration from those advanced system tech parts. He didn't even touch the food Domino brought him. He just drank 2 cups of water and with bloodshot eyes feverishly wired the communication mainframe. At 2 p.m., the communication indicator lights across Impel Down collectively flickered 3 times in an eerie, synchronized pattern. The main lines that once connected directly to Marineford and Mary Geos were silently severed. Then through those black chips they were rerouted through a complex detour, reconnecting to Sile's monitoring station. Impel Down was now completely cut off from the world government's intelligence network. Cal sat in his chair listening to Sile's hoarse but excited report from the next room. Sir, primary line filter complete, backup line hijacked successfully. Right now if a fly buzzes in from outside, I can tell you it's gender. Cal let out a contented sigh. Finally, his biggest weakness was patched. No more stumbling around blindly waiting for HQ's orders. He had just closed his eyes ready for a nice afternoon nap when, a harsh piercing static burst from the monitoring room next door. A moment later, Sile burst through the office door. One side of his head still wore the black monitoring headset. His face, which had regained some color from excitement, was now deathly pale. He yanked the headset off, snapping the connecting wire in the process. In his other hand, he clutched a freshly printed encrypted fax. He stumbled to Cal's desk. Lord Cal. Sile's breathing was ragged, his voice laced with barely concealed panic. I just intercepted an urgent notice from HQ. He slammed the fax paper onto the desk. A ship flying the world government's flag will arrive at the estuary in 10 minutes. Sile swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the red seal stamped on the paper. It's a warlord of the sea. At the mention of 7 warlords, Carl didn't even lift an eyelid. He casually wiped his salt grain-dusted fingers on the fabric of his uniform trousers. He leaned back, sinking comfortably into the spacious oxhide chair, which let out a long, drawn-out creak. Why would a warlord come to Impel Down? Which warlord? Sile's eyes knuckles were white as he clutched the fax paper. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed a dry, bitter gulp. It's the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Carl picked up the cold cup of tea on the table and took a sip. So what if she's here? He set the cup down with a dull thud. If it's just routine inspection or some prisoner transfer nonsense, let the higher-ups handle the reception. Siley wrung his hands, anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead and dripping onto the red carpet. Sir Carl, there's no one from the higher-ups here right now. Chief Warden Magellan is still hooked up to N4 in the infirmary, and head jailer Hannibal just left for a patrol on the second level. The first level is leaderless. Carl let out a yawn. Go to the infirmary, pull out Magellan's 4, and get him up. Tell him it's a matter of the world government's prestige. Even if he has to crawl, he needs to get out there and finish this protocol. Carl waved his hand dismissively and closed his eyes. I'm just the acting warden. I'm not meeting any guests. Go on. Siley didn't dare disobey. Clutching the facts, he stumbled out of the office. 10 minutes later, at the mouth of the harbor on the first level of Impel Down, the Crimson Hell, a thick sea fog was scattered by a strong gust of wind. A massive luxury ship, its bow carved with 2 giant serpents, rumbled as it came to shore. A black iron anchor splashed into the sea, sending up a white column of water over 10 meters high. The massive wooden gangplank was lowered, landing heavily on the moss-covered stone dock. On either side of the dock stood 2 rows of fully armed Marines and Impel Down guards. They gripped their rifles tightly, the barrels trembling slightly. All eyes were fixed on the dim gangplank. A massive python covered in red blotches slithered out from the ship's hold. The python coiled down the gangplank, its thick body cushioning the rough wooden planks, forming a soft staircase. Then, a red high-heeled shoe stepped onto the python's scales, the heel clicking with a crisp, dull sound. A long, fair-skinned, dazzlingly white leg emerged from the high slit of a red Cheongsam. It was Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. She wore a vast white fur coat, her jet-black hair whipping wildly in the sea breeze. Her stunningly beautiful face was etched with undisguised arrogance. Without sparing a single glance at the soldiers on either side, she stepped directly onto the dock of Impel Down via the python's back. As so beautiful. A young Marine in the left row dropped his rifle with a clatter. His legs gave way and he knelt directly onto the stone pavement. His eyes turned into exaggerated hearts and drool dripped down his chin. The next second, grayish-white petrification patterns spread across the Marine's skin. In the blink of an eye, he became a lifeless stone statue. Not just him, but over a dozen guards with weaker wills around him turned to stone one after another. They crashed to the ground one by one. Hancock stopped, raised a delicate finger, and pinched her nose in disgust. Her brow furrowed deeply. How foul. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, yet laced with piercing coldness. This place reeks of beasts and the stench of you lowly men's sweat. I don't wish to stay a single second longer. Cough, cough. A violent coughing fit echoed from the passageway ahead of the dock. A massive figure supporting himself against the cold iron wall trudged forward with difficulty. It was Magellan. His black uniform hung loosely and his belly had noticeably deflated. His face was deathly pale, his lips devoid of any color. His forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat. A military doctor in a white coat followed nervously behind him, holding up an 4-drip bag. The 4-tube was still inserted into Magellan's thick hand. He forced his weakened body to stop 10 meters in front of Hancock. He halted, his legs trembling slightly. A sudden violent cramp twisted his stomach again. He gritted his teeth, forcing back the sour bile rising in his throat. Magellan, warden of Impel Down, he panted, trying to inject authority into his voice. Ordered to receive the warlord. He extended his uninjected hand in a gesture of welcome. The transfer procedures are ready. Please follow me to the reception room. Hancock looked down at this sweaty, hideous poison man. The disgust in her eyes was almost overflowing. She suddenly arched her upper body backward. Her waist bent into an exaggerated arc, one hand pointing to the sky, the other at Magellan. So great was her contempt that she even struck a pose looking up at the heavens. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a tone? Hancock sneered. So ugly and reeking of poisonous stench. You couldn't even lay out a proper red carpet for me. Is this the hospitality of Impel Down? Magellan's face flushed red. As the warden of the great underwater prison, being called ugly to his face by a pirate ignited a blaze of anger within him, which in turn intensified the cramping agony in his gut. Boa Hancock. Magellan growled, his purple venom beginning to seep uncontrollably from his body, hissing and corroding the stone floor. This is a stronghold of the world government, not your Amazon lily. Hancock straightened up. She looked at the venom-dripping Magellan not with fear, but with a mocking, swaying laugh. She brought her hands together in front of her chest, forming a heart shape. So what? No matter what I do, I will be forgiven. Because I am simply too beautiful. A pink heart-shaped wave of light burst forth from her hands. Marrow, marrow, mellow. The wave instantly washed over Magellan's massive frame. His brain buzzed. The anger that had just risen crumbled instantly against this soul-piercing allure. His face turned from sickly pale to a ripe tomato red at a visible speed. Twin streams of blood shot from his nostrils without warning. Garuru. To make matters worse, his stomach chose that critical moment to let out an earth-shattering prolonged growl. Caught between abdominal pain and overwhelming allure, Magellan's legs gave out, and he fell to one knee on the stone floor, shattering the tiles. Venom and sweat mingled, dripping from his chin. He desperately pinched his own thigh, trying to use the pain to fight off the stiffening sensation of petrification creeping over him. But his eyes were already glazing over. His defenses were on the verge of collapse. Even the doctor behind him had been hit by the wave, now a stone statue holding up an 4 bag. Utterly pathetic. Hancock in her high heels walked up to Magellan, looking down at the man kneeling at her feet. This is the so-called impenetrable Great Prison. What a joke. She flicked her long hair irritably. I heard the person in charge here now is an acting warden. Hancock's voice carried a willful tone that brooked no refusal. Tell him to get out here. I am thirsty. Have this highest-ranking man personally serve me a cup of hot tea as a welcome. Magellan knelt on the ground, gasping for air. He felt his left side starting to go numb, a precursor to petrification. If Carl didn't come, he was truly done for today. He would not only lose his own life, but also utterly disgrace the world government. Go. Call the deputy warden. Magellan shouted with all his remaining strength at the few guards who hadn't been fully petrified. Take her. To level 4. After shouting this, Magellan clutched his stomach, unable to hold it in any longer. He scrambled and rolled towards the nearby emergency toilet. The door slammed shut with a bang. Hancock snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the reeking toilet door. Lead the way, she commanded the guard whose legs were trembling in fear. The guard swallowed hard and walked ahead shakily. He led Hancock to the heavy-duty elevator. The elevator descended, passing the screams of the Crimson Hell and the roars of the Beast Hell. The disgust on Hancock's face grew stronger. She even covered her mouth and nose with her fur coat, feeling that even breathing was a torment. In such a filthy, dark, and hopeless place, what kind of decent person could be in charge? Probably another ugly, disgusting man like that poison guy. She had already decided that when she got the hot tea, she would pour it directly onto the face of the person in charge as punishment for such poor reception. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 4th level. The metal doors slid open. A wave of cool air rushed in, dispelling the elevator's stuffiness. The guard led Hancock down a red-carpeted corridor, stopping before a heavy solid steel door. The door was tightly shut. A brass plaque on the lintel read Deputy Warden's Office. The guard raised his hand to knock, but Hancock shoved him aside. She didn't even want to wait for an announcement. She raised her long leg, and with brutal force kicked the solid steel door with the tip of her red high heel. Bang! A deafening crash. The lock snapped. The heavy steel door slammed inward against the wall, creating a thunderous echo. Without the slightest hesitation, Hancock stepped over the threshold and strode into Carl's office on the red carpet. The door slammed against the wall with a thunderous crash. Hancock, striding in on high heels with her chin held high, saw the so-called Supreme Commander lounging in a chair, wearing an eye mask, snoring loudly. The steel door struck the stone wall, shaking loose a layer of white dust from the ceiling. Debris drifted down like snow, scattering onto the carpet. The cooling unit in the office hummed monotonously. Hancock stood at the threshold. The hem of her red high-slit cheongsam fluttered violently in the sea breeze that poured in through the door. She was accustomed to people kneeling before her wherever she went. Accustomed to the disgusting sight of men drooling and losing their minds at the mere sight of her. She had expected that kicking the door open would reveal a terrified warden trembling in his pants. Instead, behind the wide mahogany desk, only a pair of black military boots rested on the edge, with a clump of dried mud still stuck to the sole. Her gaze traveled upward. A young man in a naval uniform was sunk deep into a leather chair, his face covered by a silk eye mask emblazoned with a salted fish pattern. His chest rose and fell steadily. His snores echoed thunderously. He even smacked his lips twice and mumbled vaguely, "Don't take my meat." Hancock froze. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. A full 5 seconds passed before she realized what she was seeing. Ignorance. It was an ignorance more unbearable than outright insult. The pirate empress, the world's most beautiful woman. Wasn't she the center of the universe wherever she went? And now, having personally walked into this shabby office, this man was actually sleeping. A surge of hot blood rushed to her head. Hancock's face flushed crimson. Her chest heaved violently, her breathing rapid and heavy. Her pale fingers clenched the white fur mantle tightly around her. Her nails dug deep into her palm, leaving white marks. Unforgivable. Hancock bit her lower lip, her voice squeezed through clenched teeth. She abruptly arched her upper body backward, her waist bending into an exaggerated curve. One hand pointed at the ceiling, the other at the floor. She struck her most contemptuous pose. "How dare you treat me as if I were air? Even if you're sleeping, you will turn to stone and sleep." Hancock straightened up. She brought her hands together in front of her chest, interlacing her fingers in a heart shape. Sweet temptation wind. A dazzling pink heart-shaped light wave burst from between her hands. The light wave swept forward in a fan shape incredibly fast. Its pink radiance illuminated the dim office, piercing through the white mist from the cooling unit. It struck Carl squarely. This technique had never failed. Any creature that held even a trace of lust or was captivated by her beauty for a moment would instantly turn to stone under the pink light. The light faded. Hancock sneered, turning to leave this nauseating place on her high heels. Smack! In the quiet office, a lip-smacking sound suddenly rang out. Hancock's right leg, which she had just lifted, froze in midair. Her heel hovered, not touching the ground. She whirled around. Carl, still in the leather chair, had not turned to stone. His skin remained its natural color. He even felt an itch on his belly and casually scratched it through his shirt. Then he turned over, lying on his side with his back to the door. The snoring paused for a second and then resumed. Hancock's eyes widened. Her long fingers clutched the edge of her fur mantle. How was this possible? She stared at Carl's back, fixated. How could any man in the world be completely unaffected by the sweet temptation wind? Was he blind? No, even a blind man could feel her charm. There was only one explanation: this man harbored not the slightest ripple of emotion for her. Not even a trace of primal desire. It was as if he were looking at a piece of wood or a stone. This pure indifference trampled Hancock's pride into the dust. She was about to go mad. Her face turned from red to white. A murderous glint rose in her eyes. You pretentious, despicable man. Hancock's fury ignited. Since her charm was useless, she would destroy him with sheer violence. She raised her right leg, her long pale limb slicing through the air like a blur. She prepared to unleash a perfume kick intending to shatter both man and chair into rubble. At the same time, an overwhelming wave of Supreme King's haki erupted from her body without restraint. Dark red lightning crackled wildly around the office. Papers on the desk fluttered into the air with a rustle. A white porcelain cup split with a sharp crack, sending tea spilling across the table. The pressure of the Supreme King's haki surged toward the sleeping Carl like a storm. Just as the tip of her high heel was about to touch the edge of the desk, the figure in the leather chair moved. Carl was awakened by the piercing sound of the shattered cup and the tremor of the haki. He hated having his sleep interrupted, especially on the 4th underground level, where he had just managed to drift off. His sleepiness erupted like a suppressed volcano rushing to his head. He ripped off his eye mask. Slap. It landed heavily on the mahogany table. So noisy. Can't a man get some sleep in the middle of the day? Carl opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a long, fair leg swinging toward him with force. He didn't dodge. He didn't even pull his hands out of his pockets. He just sat there, his eyelids lifting slightly. Innate technique Limitless activated. Hancock's high heel was less than half a meter from the tip of Carl's nose. It stopped dead. The air in front of her shoe seemed to turn into viscous, solid glue. Gritting her teeth, Hancock exerted force from her waist. But no matter how much strength she mustered, her leg could not advance an inch. She tried to pull it back, only to find the space around her completely locked, immovable. A thin layer of sweat broke out on Hancock's forehead. Barging into someone's office to kick things, Carl's voice was hoarse, filled with the irritation of being woken up and deep impatience. As these words left his mouth, a faint spiritual pressure seeped from Carl. Just a trace, but it was enough. This wisp of spiritual pressure was like an invisible iron mountain crashing into Hancock's Supreme King's haki from a higher dimensional space. Crack. A dull sound of something breaking echoed in the air. Hancock's proud Supreme King's haki couldn't hold for even a second. It was crushed to pieces. The wandering dark red lightning vanished completely. The papers floating in the air lost their support and fell like snowflakes to the floor. The immense backlash mixed with the absolute pressure from that higher dimension slammed into Hancock through the air. She felt a buzzing in her eardrums. Her mind went blank. Her breath stopped completely in that instant. All strength left her body. Her legs gave way. The heel of her high shoe twisted on the red carpet. She lost her balance. With a thud, Hancock collapsed onto the red carpet. Her pale knee scraped against the floor, throbbing with pain. Sitting on the ground, Hancock looked up at Carl's eyes, which were as cold and devoid of emotion as an abyss. Instead of feeling humiliated, her heart began to pound uncontrollably with wild beats. Hancock clutched her wildly pounding chest. A strange flush rapidly crept up her cheeks. Her haughty gaze had completely transformed. The plush fibers of the red carpet prickled against her pale knees, causing a slight itch. But she paid no heed to such trivial sensations. Her heart thundered within her ribcage like a war drum beaten into a frenzy. Thump, thump, thump. It pounded until she felt dizzy, and even her breath carried a searing heat. She tilted her head back, gazing at Carl, who sat behind a wide mahogany desk. The man had just yawned with a bit of unsightly sleep crust still clinging to the corners of his eyes. The buttons on his marine uniform were fastened incorrectly, leaving the collar askew. His dull dead fish eyes looked at her without a ripple of emotion. No desire. No fear. And certainly not that disgusting devouring gaze that wished to consume her whole. Got a screw loose in your head. Carl scratched his belly, his fingernails scraping against the stiff shirt fabric with a rustling sound. His tone was filled with the irritable impatience of someone whose sleep had been rudely interrupted. You kicked in my door. Now you're sitting on the floor playing dead. If you can't afford to pay for it, go grind in the 6th level. Don't try to pull a scam on me here. Under normal circumstances, anyone who dared speak to the pirate empress like that would have long been turned into a pile of rubble and tossed into the sea to feed the fish. But now, hearing these harsh words, Hancock's mind bizarrely began an outlandish translation of its own. He wasn't bewitched by my beauty. He didn't even bother to look at me twice. He actually finds me a nuisance. And just moments ago, with but a sliver of his faint aura, he utterly crushed my proud conqueror's haki. What terrifying power that must be. What an unyielding rock-solid will that must be. This is the true strength. Unmoved by external distractions, perched at the very apex of power. Hancock looked at Carl's face, which was somewhat sullen from lack of sleep. The more she looked, the more pleasing she found it. The more she looked, the more she felt this was a truly exceptional male. This was the man worthy of her boa. Hancock. Hancock bit her full lower lip. A strand of black hair clung to her burning cheek. Her usually icy visage was now flushed as red as a ripe tomato. She clasped her hands together, her fingers nervously twisting the edge of her white fur coat. Her long fingernails dug into the fur, at a loss for what to do. The empress, who had just been so ferocious, now seemed like a little girl who had done something wrong. She slowly rose from the floor, her long legs still a bit weak. Her red high heels wobbled unsteadily on the red carpet. I. Hancock's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz carrying a trembling tail end. I didn't mean to just now. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Carl's eyes at all. The door. I'll pay for it. I'll pay you back tenfold. Carl had just picked up the white porcelain cup on the table, intending to take a sip of cold water to quell his rising anger. Hearing this, his hand twitched. The cup tilted, and half its cold water splashed directly onto the crotch of his uniform pants. The icy shock made him sharply inhale. Are you insane? Carl grabbed 2 tissues and frantically dabbed at the water stain on his pants, looking at Hancock as if she were a lunatic. Just moments ago, she was a shrew ready to tear the place down, emitting pink shockwaves. Now she was acting as coy as a cat in heat. This woman must have had her brains fried by Magellan's poison gas. Or else she was just schizophrenic. Domino. Carl bellowed towards the door, his voice echoing down the corridor. But there was no response from outside. Domino had actually arrived long ago. She was holding a cup of freshly brewed green tea, hiding behind the corner of the wall, listening to the commotion with a cold sweat running down her back. When Hancock had unleashed her conqueror's hockey earlier, Domino was so frightened she could barely hold her tray steady. The teacup clattered noisily against the plate. She had thought the vice warden was about to be turned to stone. But within a second, that terrifying pressure shattered. And now the sound of the Empress stuttering an apology was coming from inside. Hearing Carl yell for her, Domino steeled herself and squeezed in through the broken doorframe. Her heels crunched on the white dust scattered on the floor. She kept her head down, holding the tray with both hands, not daring to look at Hancock's face. Vice Warden. Domino stood at attention. Throw her out. Carl crumpled the wet tissues into a ball. With a flick of his finger, the paper wad flew perfectly into the wastebasket in the corner. He pointed at Hancock, his face full of disdain. And find Hannibal to settle this. What kind of weirdos is he sending to my office? If she's here to see a prisoner, take her downstairs. If she's here to have a fit, take her to the infirmary and let the doctor check her head. Carl waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Don't loiter around here. I need to catch up on my sleep. Domino swallowed hard, her throat feeling as dry as if it were stuffed with hay. This was a warlord of the sea after all, and the vice warden was just kicking her out without an ounce of mercy. She mustered her courage, turning her head to look at Hancock, bracing herself for the Empress's thunderous fury after such humiliation. But then, Domino's black-rimmed sunglasses slipped down to the tip of her nose, and she forgot to push them back up. Hancock wasn't angry. She was covering her burning cheeks with both hands, twisting her body like a pretzel. Even his way of throwing someone out is so cold and ruthless. He scorns my submission. He simply doesn't want to waste his precious sleep time on such tedious social niceties. A true powerhouse is even domineering in the way he rests. I'll be going now. Hancock didn't even dare to lift her head, afraid Carl would see her in such an embarrassing state. She turned around and walked out on her high heels. Reaching the broken doorframe, she paused, looked back, and cast a glance at Carl. Carl was pulling his fish-patterned sleep mask back over his head, yanking it down firmly before flopping back into his chair without even looking at her. Hancock gritted her teeth and took a few more steps. Out in the corridor, she turned back again. Carl had already propped his legs up on the desk and even pulled out a blanket. Reaching the elevator, she turned around for the 3rd time. Hancock silently swore an oath in her heart. Boa Hancock, you have decided on this man for life. Even if he's as cold and hard as stone, I will warm him up. One day I will make him kneel at my feet. She straightened her back, regaining a hint of the Empress's pride. But to Domino, the flush on her face was redder than a monkey's rear and utterly devoid of any authority. Lead the way. Hancock commanded Domino. Her voice had regained its coolness, but upon closer listen, it still sounded a bit airy. Domino hurriedly led the way. The two followed the corridor towards the elevator, descending all the way down. The office finally fell silent. Carl tugged at the blanket around his waist. He sighed. The sea really is full of weirdos. Pretty face, but no brains. He closed his eyes, letting his mind go blank. The air conditioner hummed, blowing cold air. 10 minutes later, just as Carl's breathing was steadying, and he was on the verge of deep sleep, another set of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Not high heels. It was the frantic scuffling of leather shoes against the stone floor. The steps were chaotic, marked by obvious panic. Bam! Siles slammed directly into the half-broken doorframe. Clutching his bruised shoulder, he stumbled into the office. The black monitoring headphones were still on his head, their cord dragging on the floor. His face was deathly pale. Carl was woken up again. This time he genuinely wanted to kill someone. He sat up, abruptly yanked off his eye mask, and glared at Sile with his dead fish eyes. You better have world-ending intel, or I'll make you learn to swim in the blood pool downstairs. Sile gasped for air, gripping the edge of the desk with both hands. Lord Carl. Hancock's ship just barely sailed away from the surface. He swallowed hard, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as his Adam's apple bobbed violently. We just intercepted a signal. Another marine battleship has docked. This time it's Vice Admiral Smoker from headquarters with a transfer order in hand. A half-empty cup of cold tea remained on the white porcelain table. Carl had just taken a sip to calm his nerves. The icy tea slid down his esophagus into his stomach, bringing a chill. Sili stood before the mahogany desk, his chest heaving. In his hand, he clutched the intelligence facts about the 7 warlords landing. Carl impatiently clinked the teacup against the desktop. A dull, crisp sound echoed. What a bunch of flies today, Carl muttered, grabbing the justice cloak draped over the chair back and flinging it over his shoulder. Let's go see what that smoker wants at the estuary. The entrance of Impel Down's first-level Red Lotus hell. The sea breeze carried a strong, briny, fishy odor pouring in backward. A standard Marine Vice Admiral-class warship docked at the pier. The heavy wooden gangplank lowered, crashing onto the moss-covered stone slabs. A pair of black military boots stomped heavily onto it. Smoker had 2 thick cigars clenched between his teeth. White smoke obscured half of his cold hard face. Across his back he carried the 10-handled staff with a sea stone tip. He strode down the ship with long swift steps. Tashigi, clutching her beloved sword, Seo Shigure, jogged behind him. Vice Admiral Smoker, please slow down. The handover documents aren't ready yet. Tashigi pushed up her slipping red-framed glasses and nearly tripped over a splinter on the gangplank. Smoker ignored her. He stepped onto the pier of Impel Down, his brow instantly furrowing into a tight knot. Not far behind the windbreak wall 4 or 5 Impel Down guards were gathered. They hadn't even bothered to put on their uniform jackets, their bare torsos exposed. A few of them crowded around a rusted charcoal stove on which several large squid skewers sizzled. A few playing cards were scattered nearby. This was no guard of the world's greatest prison. It was nothing but a street gang having a picnic. Smoker bit down hard on his cigar. The cigar's wrapper split, and the dry tobacco taste spread on his tongue. He had been burning with anger for days. A few days ago on the training grounds of Marineford, the sudden broadcast the threat of exterminating the entire clan. The terrifying pressure that had forced him to his knees through the radio waves. Even now recalling it sent a cold sweat down his back. He hadn't even caught that straw hat brat, and he had been rendered helpless by a mysterious figure who hadn't even shown his face. This pent-up fury had burned inside him for days with no outlet. Now ordered to escort a pirate with a bounty over 100 million to Impel Down, he had expected to see a fortress of strict vigilance. Instead, he was met with a scene of utmost laxity. This is the final line of defense of the world government. The Marine's honor is being shamed by these stationed cowards. You lot. Smoker strode over his boots, thudding heavily on the stone. He flipped over the squid grilling charcoal stove. Red-hot embers scattered ash dusting the ground. A few grilled squid skewers fell into a puddle sizzling. The guards jumped, their playing cards scattering. The Vice Admiral. A fat guard stammered, standing up flustered. Playing cards and grilling during duty hours. Smoker grabbed the fat guard by the collar and hoisted him up. White smoke rose from his arm. Has the discipline of Impel Down been eaten by dogs? Cough. Vice Admiral, you misunderstand. The guard waved his hands frantically, his face turning red. It's 3 in the afternoon. The deputy chief's rule. The morning shift is already off duty. Off-duty hours are for free activities. Smoker froze for a moment. Then his anger flared even hotter. He slammed the guard onto the ground with a dull thud. What damn rule? Marine justice doesn't have a off-duty. Smoker turned and roared into the empty corridor. Tell that deputy chief named Carl to get the hell out here and see me. As his roar echoed, the heavy elevator doors at the end of the corridor slid open slowly, gears grinding with a rough screech. Who's making such a racket on my turf? Carl walked out of the elevator slowly, hands in his pockets. He yawned widely, a drop of physiological saline hanging from the corner of his eye. His justice cloak hung crookedly over his shoulder like a dirty rag. Hannibal and Silai followed behind him. Smoker turned and fixed his gaze on the young man approaching. So this was the genius Fleet Admiral Sengoku was always talking about. The prodigy that Marine headquarters held in such high regard. Smoker spat on the ground. With those dead fish eyes still half asleep. And that slouching gait, any fresh recruit fresh from boot camp would have 10 times his military bearing. Carl stopped 2 meters from Smoker. He pulled his right hand out and fanned the thick smoke in front of him. Cough. What cheap brand of cigar is that? The smell is too strong. Carl frowned. Take 2 steps back. I have weak bronchi. Tashigi, hugging her sword behind, flushed bright red. She had never seen any officer dare speak to Smoker in such a casual tone. Smoker didn't budge. He took a deep drag and blew the pungent smoke directly into Carl's face. Carl turned his head to avoid the smoke. Hand over the prisoner. Smoker pulled a document from his pocket and slapped it onto a nearby metal box. The prisoner is inside. He looked at Carl's listless face, his anger burning hotter. Before I came, I heard the old farts at headquarters bragging, saying the new deputy chief of Impel Down was a fearsome monster. Smoker sneered, his voice rough as sandpaper. Now it seems Fleet Admiral Sengoku's eyes are blind. Carl didn't take the document. He shot a glance at Hannibal. Hannibal hurried over, scooped up the document, and bowed obsequiously. Old Sengoku's eyesight is failing with age. That's only natural. Carl followed along with a perfunctory remark. Handover's done. Now get out of here. The ship's docked at the pier by the hour. Have you paid the parking fee? A vein bulged on Smoker's forehead. Parking fee. Charging a marine warship for docking at a marine facility. What kind of absurd logic was that? What do you take the great underwater prison for? Smoker's voice dropped, seething with suppressed fury. A resort. Pirates are rampant out there. Anyone could storm this place to break someone out. You let the guards work 6-hour shifts while you sleep in your office. Smoker pointed at the overturned charcoal stove. Do you even deserve to wear that justice cloak on your back? Carl picked at his ear. Don't talk to me about justice. It's too tiring. He flicked the dirt from under his fingernail onto the stone slab. Impel Down's job is only to lock people up. The pirates outside are your admirals and vice admirals' problem. You can't catch them all, so don't come here throwing a tantrum. Tashigi gasped. Such words were nothing short of treason. Smoker was utterly enraged. He had risked his life on the seas, nearly died capturing pirates countless times, and bore scars all over his body. Now a waste of space hiding in an underwater prison was mocking him as useless. His breathing grew heavy. The muscles in his arms bulged, and white smoke poured from his pores. A maggot like you is a disgrace to the Marines. Smoker clenched his cigar between his teeth. The ember flickered. Today I'll teach this arrogant rookie a lesson on behalf of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Without another word, Smoker's right hand shot back. He grabbed the thick tin-handled staff strapped to his back. With a flick of his wrist, he drew the heavy weapon. Vice Admiral Smoker, no. Tashigi cried out in shock. Attacking the deputy chief inside Impel Down was a serious breach of military discipline, one that could land him before a court-martial. But Smoker wouldn't listen. His lower body instantly elementalized into a thick white smoke pillar and with the thrust of a propellant. He shot across the ground like a cannonball, covering the 2 meters in an instant. He swung the sea-stone-tipped tin-handled staff. This weapon was specifically designed to counter devil fruit, users extremely heavy, forged entirely from steel. Combined with his forward momentum, it could easily smash through a reinforced concrete wall. The staff whistled through the air with a sharp whoosh. The airflow was torn apart. The aim was directly at Carl's face. Hannibal cowered on the ground, his fat trembling. Silai took 2 steps back, but his sharp eyes fixed on Carl. He wanted to see just how strong this man who had been suffocating him with pressure truly was. Time seemed to slow. The trajectory of the descending staff left a blurred afterimage in the air. Smoker's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He would smash this bastard's arrogance with one blow. The wild wind tousled the hair on Carl's forehead. The rough tip of the sea-stone staff was less than a foot from Carl's nose. Carl stood still, not even moving his legs. His face still wore that lazy expression. The sea-stone staff whistled down toward Carl's face. Tashigi screamed behind him, but Carl didn't even pull his hands out of his pockets. He simply raised one index finger slowly. Carl's index finger gently tapped the tip of the sea-stone trident that carried immense force. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No rolling waves of air. At the moment his fingertip touched the sea-stone, only a dull thud like a wooden stick striking worn leather echoed out. Tap. Time seemed to freeze completely in that instant. Smoker's unstoppable forward charge came to an abrupt halt. The thick trident hung, suspended in midair less than a foot from the tip of Carl's nose. Smoker's face flushed crimson in an instant. Blood surged violently to his face, spreading from his thick neck all the way to the back of his ears. The veins on his forehead bulged one by one, writhing like twisting earthworms, throbbing relentlessly. He clenched the 2 thick cigars tightly between his teeth. His teeth ground together, producing a grating, teeth-aching screech. Move, damn you. A beast-like growl was squeezed from Smoker's throat. He violently twisted his waist. The muscles in his upper arms bulged high, straining the white marine uniform sleeves until they seemed ready to burst. The white smoke erupting from his lower body grew even denser, his propulsion pushed to its absolute maximum. The billowing smoke even scorched the surrounding blue stone slabs, emitting a pungent smell of burning. But it was useless. The index finger pressed against the trident's tip remained utterly motionless. No matter how Smoker drove his devil fruit power, no matter how he squeezed the potential of his physical body, the trident could not advance even a single millimeter further. That finger was like a steel nail rooted into the very dimension of space. It not only ignored the physical impact, but the field emitted by the sea stone that could weaken devil fruit users had no effect on it whatsoever. Carl tilted his head slightly. The stray hairs on his forehead swayed twice in the wind generated by Smoker's punch. He pulled his left hand out of his pants pocket and scratched his slightly itchy cheek. Is this all the strength a Vice Admiral has? Carl's voice carried a hint of sleepy laziness. This sea-stone stick of yours isn't even hard enough to scratch my back. Smoker's eyes were bloodshot, red veins crawling across the whites. A sense of humiliation gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. All right, I don't have time to play games with you. Carl yawned. The index finger resting on the trident's tip pressed down slightly. The motion was casual and effortless, like pressing an elevator button. But with that seemingly gentle press, an overwhelming, irresistible force surged through the steel-forged trident and slammed into Smoker. The steel shaft of the trident let out a piercing shriek of agony. It instantly bent into an exaggerated arc. Smoker felt as if what he held in his hands was not his own weapon, but an entire red-line continent crashing down upon him. The immense force poured through his arms and into his shoulders. His bones emitted crisp sounds of dislocation. He didn't even have time to let go. His entire body was slammed out of midair and driven hard into the ground by that invisible force. Boom. A deafening roar exploded across the dock. The hard blue stone pavement shattered instantly, with Smoker at the center. The ground caved inward, creating a crater 2 meters in diameter. Broken stones mixed with muddy water splattered everywhere. Dust billowed up. Smoker lay sprawled in a star-shape, pinned flat at the bottom of the pit. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The 2 cigars in his mouth were crushed directly into the mud. Tobacco shreds mixed with blood smeared across his face. He struggled desperately to get up, but he found that an invisible mountain seemed to press down on his back, making even moving a single finger a luxury. The air in his lungs was completely expelled. All he could produce was a hoarse, wheezing breath like a cracked bellows. 10 meters away, Tashigi stood frozen. The sea breeze tousled her short hair. Her hands went limp. The beloved blade, Yoru no Toki, she had been clutching tightly, clattered onto the stone slabs. A white mark was gouged into the scabbard, but she didn't even lower her head to pick it up. Tashigi's mouth hung slightly open. The eyes behind her red-framed glasses lost all focus. Her mind went completely blank. Vice Admiral Smoker had been defeated. The White Hunter undefeated in the East Blue, who made countless vicious pirates tremble in fear. Not defeated after a grueling battle of 300 exchanges, but casually pressed into the pavement with a single finger. Tashiji's long-held faith came crashing down in that moment. In her understanding, the officers of Marine headquarters represented absolute justice and power upon the seas. They were invincible. But now her superior, her idol, lay sprawled like a dead dog at the feet of this vice warden, whom the higher-ups at HQ dismissed as a slacker. And that vice warden hadn't even drawn the sword at his waist. Tashiji's worldview shattered into a pile of glass shards. She even began to question what the meaning was behind swinging her sword 10,000 times a day. In the face of such a monster that defied comprehension, all her efforts seemed utterly laughable. A deathly silence fell over the dock. Only the muffled sounds of sea kings churning in the distance could be heard. The fat jailer hiding behind the windbreak wall swallowed hard, collapsing to the ground in terror. Hannibal, however, was unfazed. He scurried over, obsequiously picking up the handover documents that had fallen from Smoker's grasp. He even wiped the dust off with his sleeve. Carl withdrew his hand, casually wiping his fingers on the hem of his uniform. Carrying a scrap of iron, and you think you're invincible, eh? Carl looked down at Smoker at the bottom of the pit. His gaze was cold. It's only out of respect for a fellow officer that I didn't bother to finish you off. Carl turned around, his cloak tracing an arc through the air. Take your people and get the hell back to Marineford. Next time I'll throw you into the boiler room below and use you for fuel. The invisible force pressing down on his back finally vanished. Smoker struggled to turn over. His chest heaved violently. He stared intently at Carl's retreating back. The anger in his eyes was replaced by a deeper sense of defeat. He didn't utter any more threats. In the face of an absolute disparity in power, threats would only make him look like a clown. Smoker propped himself up on the shattered ground. He staggered to his feet. He wiped the bloody mud from his face. He bent down to pick up the now slightly bent sea stone trident from the ground. Tashiji. His voice was hoarse, laced with undisguisable weakness. Take the documents. Let's go. Tashiji snapped back to reality. She hastily bent down to pick up the Yoru no Toki from the ground, clutching it tightly to her chest. She didn't dare even glance at Carl, and scurried along behind Smoker. The two of them, dusty and disheveled, walked dejectedly up the wooden gangplank. The warship's gangplank was quickly retracted. The sails were raised. This marine vessel, laden with defeat, swiftly sailed away from the suffocating dock. Carl watched the warship disappear into the thick fog. He clapped his hands. All right, the flies are gone. Time to catch up on sleep. Yawning, he headed towards the heavy lift. Hannibal, clutching the documents, trotted along obediently behind him. A few minutes later, Level 4, the Vice Warden's office. The cooling unit in the room was still humming, blowing cold air. A faint aroma of black tea lingered in the air. Carl pushed open the door and walked in. He went to the mahogany desk and pulled out the wide leather chair. The moment he sat down, before he could even prop his long legs up on the desk, a sudden urgent flapping of wings came from outside the window. Flap, flap, flap. A newsbird wearing a white sailor's cap squeezed through the gap in the tall iron window, fluttering its wings. The newsbird circled once above the desk. It released its beak. A newspaper reeking of fresh ink landed precisely on the desk in front of Carl. This newspaper was different from the usual ones. Along its edges, a striking thick black border was printed, signifying the world's highest state of emergency. Carl raised his hand. The newspaper, carried by the wind, smacked precisely into his palm. The rough edge of the paper grazed his thumb, leaving a red mark. It was an urgent edition of the World Economic News. A stark black border framed the newspaper's edge. Newsbirds only delivered papers of this caliber when world-shaking events occurred. Carl's back had already settled against the leather chair. He cast a casual glance at the headline story. His gaze landed on a black and white photograph that dominated the page. He abruptly sat up straight. The leather chair let out a dull groan. The white porcelain teacup on the desk was jostled by his sudden movement. A few drops of cold tea sloshed out, splattering onto the solid wood surface. That little brat. Carl gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw bulging. His fingers tightened, crushing the newspaper's edge into wrinkles. The photo was taken at a slightly crooked angle, clearly a candid shot, snapped by a reporter amidst chaos. The background showed a majestic island fortress. The world government's cross flag, which should have been flying high, was now engulfed in raging flames. The fire consumed the center of the flag. A figure with a strange mask, a red cape, and a long nose wielded a giant slingshot. And in front of him, a boy in a tattered straw hat stood on the edge of the courthouse wall, his mouth wide open. Even through the paper, one could almost feel the heart-wrenching roar. The headline was printed in bold black type, the font size astonishingly large. Declaration of War. Straw Hat Pirates invade Eni's lobby. Carl took a deep breath. He slammed the newspaper onto the mahogany desk. Thud. The impact sent several pins rolling off the corner onto the red carpet. He reached up and rubbed his throbbing temples. His head ached. Just a few days ago, the brat had poked a hole in the sky over Alabasta. He had to use his system's black technology to broadcast a deterrent just to hold back the Marines eager for bounties. The dust from that incident hadn't even settled, and now this damn brat had gone and set Eni's lobby ablaze. That was Eni's lobby, one of the world government's 3 core institutions. Burning the world government's flag was like tearing off the 5 elders' faces and stomping on them. His talent for causing trouble was simply off the charts. Not a single day of peace. Carl irritably yanked open a drawer. He was looking for something sweet to quell his anger. After rummaging around, he only found half a pack of damp rice crackers Garp had left behind. He kicked the drawer shut. A small iron door on the side of the office let out a soft click. Silai walked out from the adjacent private monitoring room. He was holding a stainless steel mug. Heavy dark circles hung under his eyes, clearly the result of staying up for days on surveillance duty. Silai immediately spotted the black-bordered newspaper on the desk, and Carl's face, which was dark and gloomy enough to drip water. "Sir, you've seen the news too." Silai walked over and placed his mug on the corner of the desk. Having worked as a spy for years, he was an expert at reading people. He instantly picked up on the intense irritation permeating the air. "The situation at Eni's lobby is complete chaos now." Silai lowered his voice. "I just intercepted a lot of chatter on the encrypted frequency. The Straw Hats seem to have barged in to rescue a woman named Nico Robin." Carl let out a cold snort. "If they're rescuing someone, why make such a huge spectacle? Can't they just sneak the person out?" He tapped his fingers irritably on the desk. Tap, tap, tap. Silai shook his head. "It's not that easy, sir. The ones capturing Nico Robin aren't the regular Eni's lobby guards. It's our CP9 agents." At the mention of CP9, Carl's movements paused. He looked up at Silai. "Almost forgot you used to be an agent in that department too." Silai let out an awkward dry laugh, not daring to refute. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. CP9 is a secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. Its members undergo brutal assassination training from childhood. They are masters of the six powers. The current generation led by Lucci is considered the strongest in history. Carl leaned back in his chair. "Strongest in history? Can they withstand even one of my fingers?" Silai choked on his words. He swallowed hard. "In front of you, sir, they are nothing but insects. But against pirates on the first half of the Grand Line, they are merciless killing machines." Silai hesitated for a moment, then continued. "However, the main reason this incident has blown up so massively isn't Lucci and his crew. It's the current CP9 commander, Spandam." At the sound of that name, a vague image of a lecherous man with a mask and purple hair formed in Carl's mind. "Who is this guy?" Carl asked. A look of undisguised contempt flashed in Silai's eyes. He even spat on the floor. "A disgusting, cruel, and incompetent idiot." Silai's voice trembled with resentment. His father Spandam was the former CP9 commander and initiated the Buster Call on O'Hara. Spandam only climbed to this position thanks to his father's connections. Silai clenched his fists. "That bastard has a Dariki of only 9. Weaker than an average Marine recruit. But he's ruthless and will use any underhanded tactic to climb the ladder. He captured Nico Robin not for the sake of world government justice." Silai sneered. "He just wants to extract the location of the ancient weapons from her. To curry favor with the 5 elders and gain more power. He's been using brutal, torturous interrogation methods on her at Eni's lobby." The temperature in the office suddenly dropped without warning. It wasn't the physical cold of an air conditioner. It was pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. It felt like even the air had frozen solid. Carl said nothing. He stared at the newspaper on the desk, looking at Luffy's face contorted with extreme rage. He knew Luffy's personality all too well. Usually he was all smiles, looking like a simpleton. But if anyone dared to touch his friends, dared to torment his crew right in front of him, that brat would absolutely lose his mind. Burning a flag was nothing. He'd dare to sink Eni's lobby itself. Carl's fingers tightened slowly, his knuckles turning white. That piece of trash Spandam had pushed Luffy this far. Utterly reckless. A piece of garbage with a Dariki of 9. Carl's voice was soft, but to Silai's ears it was like a cold steel blade scraping against bone. "And he dares to act so high and mighty." Silai shuddered. He knew the deputy warden was genuinely considering murder, though he didn't know what connection Carl had with the Straw Hats. This Spandam was clearly a dead man walking. "Sir." Silai was about to add more intel on Eni's lobby's defenses. Suddenly, a piercing electronic alarm blared from the adjacent monitoring room. Wee-oh, wee-oh-oh. The sound was shrill and piercing, highly penetrating. Accompanying the alarm, a blinding red light flashed frantically through the crack in the monitoring room's heavy iron door. Silai's face changed instantly. That was his highest level danger warning. It only triggered when intercepting military orders capable of destroying an island. Something's wrong. Silai didn't even bother grabbing his mug. He spun around and sprinted towards the monitoring room. His leather shoe caught on the red carpet, nearly sending him sprawling. He shoved open the iron door and lunged for the console. He slammed on the black monitoring headphones. His fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up the source of the just intercepted encrypted signal. Carl remained seated, but his back was now off the chair, his muscles tense. His instincts screamed that they were in serious trouble. Less than 10 seconds later, a gasp of sheer terror echoed from the monitoring room. Silai's voice trembled uncontrollably, as if he'd been submerged in freezing water for days. Silai ripped off the headphones. The connecting cable snapped with a spark. He stumbled out of the monitoring room. All the color had drained from his face, leaving it as pale as a corpse. "Sir." Silai lunged at Carl's desk. His hands gripped the edge tightly, his fingernails scraping out a harsh grating sound. He gasped for air, his eyeballs bloodshot from sheer terror. "What happened? Spit it out." Carl's voice was cold enough to freeze water. "Spandam. That idiot." Silai bit his tongue, tasting blood. He just accidentally pressed the golden Den Den Mushi. "The Buster Call has been activated." Silai's words, "The Buster Call has been activated," still echoed through the corridor. The mahogany teacup in Carl's hand instantly crumbled into a pile of fine dust. Fine crimson wood shavings fell with a rustle scattering onto the black uniform trousers. A sharp splinter pierced the skin at the base of Carl's thumb. A single bead of dark red blood welled up. He felt no pain, only a fire raging in his chest threatening to explode, scorching his throat dry. The Buster Call. 5 vice admirals, 10 heavily armed top-tier battleships. This was not a simple arrest operation, it was indiscriminate, overwhelming firepower. With tens of thousands of heavy shells raining down, even a medium-sized island could be completely erased from the sea within half an hour. That brat Luffy, no matter how tough his luck, could never withstand that level of concentrated bombardment. Not to mention his flimsy wooden ship, it would fall apart after a single hit from a main cannon. Silai. Carl stood up, his leather boots crunching loudly on the wood shavings. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping against iron. To the control console. Silai's legs gave way, his knees bumping against the edge of the desk. He scrambled frantically into the adjacent private monitoring room. Carl followed with large strides. He grabbed a metal folding chair and sat down dominantly behind the operating console. Pull up that full-band hijacking module we used last time. Carl stared at the data flickering on the screen. Force a connection to the communication frequency of that mother Den Den Mushi. I want to speak directly to the idiot giving the orders. Silai's fingers trembled. His nails clattered erratically against the cold metal keyboard. He grabbed a blue fiber optic cable and jammed it into the port on the motherboard's underside. Sizzle. A spark burst from the port, scorching Silai's hand. The acrid smell of burnt flesh filled the air. He winced, taking a sharp breath, but had no time to tend to the wound. Sir, the golden Den Den Mushi for the Buster Call uses the world government's most secret backup frequency band. Sweat dripped down Silai's forehead past his nose and splashed onto the keyboard. Mariehua firewall is as thick as steel plates. I need time to decipher the port password. I don't care about your firewall. Carl cut him off, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. If you don't break in within 2 minutes, you'll be learning the backstroke in the blood pool below today. Silai bit his lip until it bled. His hands became a blur over the keyboard. He threw all caution to the wind, fully trusting the advanced tech chips Carl had provided. With a heavy slam on the enter key, green code cascaded down the black screen like a waterfall, refreshing at a frantic pace. The sheer computational power of the system's dimensional strike was undeniable. The encryption programs considered impenetrable by the world government were nothing more than a thin layer of paper window covering against this advanced technology, tearing at the slightest touch. It's open. Silai yelled hoarsely, his voice cracking completely. Signal source locked to the top of the Tower of Justice on Eni's lobby. He shoved a red lever forward. Frequency forced successfully. On the console, a black relay, Den Den Mushi, suddenly snapped its eyes open. The snail's eye, previously half closed, bulged wide. Its mouth opened, emitting the fierce sound of high-altitude wind mixed with the dull rumbling crashes of collapsing buildings in the distance. At the same time, on the Grand Line at Eni's lobby, on the crumbling top terrace of the Tower of Justice, Spandam was holding the gleaming golden Den Den Mushi with both hands. His face, hidden behind the leather mask, was completely twisted in extreme excitement. His purple hair whipped wildly in the sea breeze. He watched the straw hats in the distance, full of confidence, his eyes filled with mad cruelty. Ha ha ha. Pressed it. I pressed it. Spandam laughed hysterically, spittle flying onto the pure gold snail shell. The Buster Call is about to descend. The straw hats are dead. You filthy pirates and that demon child who brings destruction. I'll climb the ranks using your corpses. As he was laughing uproariously, a voice extremely cold and dripping with contempt suddenly emanated from the golden Den Den Mushi in his hand. Your laugh is as grating as a drake stepping on a live wire. The voice hit Spandam like a bucket of filthy, ice-cold water dumped over his head. His laughter was cut off abruptly like a duck's neck sliced by a knife. Spandam froze. He looked down, staring intently at the pure gold snail in his hand. The golden Den Den Mushi was supposed to be a one-way transmission device. How could someone be speaking through it? And the Den Den Mushi's usually vacant face had now morphed into a disgusted, dead fish-eyed expression. Hey, you worthless excuse for an officer with a Doriki of 9. Carl spoke into the microphone in the monitoring room, not holding back at all. The voice echoed clearly over Eni's lobby through the encrypted network. What are you screeching about over there? Spandam swallowed hard, his throat dry. His face reddened under the mask, the flesh on his cheeks trembling. Who are you? He instinctively held the golden Den Den Mushi a little further away, as if it were electrified. How dare you hack into this officer's Den Den Mushi? I'm your ancestor. Carl leaned back in the metal folding chair. He pulled a lollipop from his uniform pocket, crunched the plastic wrapper, and popped the candy into his mouth. The little white plastic stick dangled from his lips. A piece of trash who only got his position by riding daddy's coattails, and you think pressing a little gold snail makes you master of the world. Carl's tone was dripping with venom. He gave no face whatsoever. Is your pitiful excuse for a brain too small to hold even moldy slop? The Den Den Mushi mimicked Carl's contemptuous expression perfectly. It even transmitted the sound of the candy clinking against his teeth. Being used as a dog, and still thinking you're majestic. Carl let out a cold laugh. Why don't you take a piss and look at your own ugly mug strapped in that belt? Even those CP9 lackeys under you are probably calling you a pig-headed fool behind your back. The most successful thing you've ever done in your life was not being aborted by your mother. Spandam shook with rage. His legs trembled like reeds in a storm. The golden Den Den Mushi nearly slipped from his hand onto the dust-covered stone floor. The world government agents in black suits standing nearby exchanged bewildered glances. Their superior's highest authority device had been hacked, and he was being verbally eviscerated in front of everyone, treated worse than a dog. Bastard. Who the hell are you? Spandam roared in his raspy voice, his eyes bulging as if they'd pop out of their sockets. Have the guts to state your name. I'm the highest-ranking officer of CP9. I'll trace your signal and have your entire family thrown into Impel Down to feed the venomous insects. In the monitoring room at Impel Down, Carl heard this and crunched down hard on the lollipop. The sweet candy shattered between his teeth with a sharp crack. This idiot was threatening the deputy warden of Impel Down with Impel Down. Stupid beyond belief. I'll say it one more time. Carl's voice dropped completely. The earlier mockery vanished. In its place was a pure murderous intent, so thick it felt suffocating even through the transmission. Cancel that damn order right now. Silai, watching from the side, broke into a cold sweat. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, frozen. Take your pack of idiots in black suits and get the hell out of Eni's lobby. Carl spoke into the microphone, his tone icy and biting. If you dare let a single shell fall on the straw hats' heads, I promise you, your fate will be worse than a sewer rat's. Spandam was pushed to the absolute brink by this naked threat. He hated being looked down upon more than anything in his life. His rise through nepotism was the raw nerve he never dared touch. The brief flash of fear was completely replaced by overwhelming humiliation and rage. Spandam held the golden Den Den Mushi aloft with both hands, stomping his feet frantically on the cracked stone of the terrace. His leather shoes ground against the rubble with a grating squeak. Spittle flew from his mouth, splattering on his leather mask. Spandam, furious and embarrassed, hopped around on the other end of the line, shouting, "Who do you think you are? I have the world government backing me. Not only will I fire the Buster Call today, but I'll also tear that woman Nico Robin and the Straw Hats to pieces." Spandam's hysterical screams blared from the speaker. "Today I will not only launch the Buster Call, but also tear that woman Nico Robin and the Straw Hat Pirates into pieces." The shrill voice scraped like rusted metal, stabbing the eardrums. It ricocheted through the narrow monitoring room. The last trace of warmth in Carl's eyes froze completely. The mahogany teacup in his hand let out a mournful groan. The hardwood instantly shattered into a pile of powder. Fine redwood shavings pattered down. They fell onto the black uniform trousers. A sharp splinter pierced the skin of Carl's tiger's mouth. A single drop of dark red blood seeped out. He didn't even frown, merely casually brushed the remaining sawdust from his palm. He made no movement, yet Shilai sitting beside him felt his blood freeze in that instant. The temperature in the monitoring room plummeted wildly. The cooling unit was clearly off, but a visible layer of white frost formed on the metal panel of the console. Shilai exhaled a white puff of cold air. His teeth chattered. He even smelled a frigid, deathly scent. "Shilai." Carl's voice was light, without any inflection, yet carried an irresistible force. "Maximize the frequency coverage range. Force a full-screen connection for the 10 heavy warships heading to Eni's lobby." Shilai's hands were stiff as rusted machinery. But he dared not hesitate. Trembling, he pressed his 10 fingers onto the icy metal keyboard. A long string of green gibberish danced wildly across the black screen. Click. The enter key was struck heavily. The 10 encrypted signal sources representing the Buster Call fleet were instantly dragged into this channel by the system's black technology. On the other side of the comm belt, the sea surged violently. 10 massive marine heavy warships, like 10 steel beasts, sliced through the waves. The thick cannons had all been raised. The dark muzzle emitted a cold gleam of gunpowder in the sea breeze, aimed directly at the distant Eni's lobby. In the main control room, the Den Den Mushi that had been reporting the voyage all burst into a sharp, piercing static. Crackle. Then the faces of the snails twisted into an expression of cold indifference to the point of freezing. Carl's voice came through. No longer the mocking tone from before, but a terrifying, murderous intent mixed with the pure spiritual pressure of death. "Spandam, and the Marines on the fleet, who obey this idiot." His voice was cold as if from the depths of the underworld. Riding the radio waves, they turned into invisible, icy steel spikes. They stabbed directly into the depths of everyone's brain. "If a single shell of yours lands on Eni's lobby." Carl paused for half a second. The entire world seemed to fall into deathly silence during that half second. "I promise. Not only will Eni's lobby sink to the bottom of the sea, you, Spandam, and the entire CP9, including every warship that opens fire today, will be completely erased from this world." This was not an empty threat. With those words, a high-dimensional pressure that completely surpassed the cognition of the pirate world forcibly pierced through the communication network. It was materialized killing intent. In the main control room of the first warship, the Den Den Mushi's soft body convulsed wildly. The snail's eyes rolled back, and it spat out a large mouthful of white foam. It fainted dead on the bronze call base. But the communication channel was stubbornly maintained by the black technology, and the voice still echoed clearly in the cabin. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was biting a cigar, arms crossed on the deck. The moment the voice came through, he felt his heart clamped by an icy, iron vice. His breath stopped instantly. The burning cigar fell from his mouth onto the deck. His face, usually cold and bloodthirsty, was now pale as paper. The knees of his legs gave a creak of strain. The row of Marines standing beside him didn't even have time to scream. Like cut wheat, they collapsed in patches on the deck, eyes rolled back, fainting on the spot. Their muskets clattered against the wooden planks. On the second ship, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel knelt on one knee on the wooden deck. He gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist, trying to stand up. His fingernails carved deep, bloody scratches into the scabbard. Sweat dripped from his resolute chin, splashing onto the deck boards. He was a seasoned Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Yet under this murderous intent transmitted across the air, even standing upright became a luxury. A fire burned in his chest, and the air in his lungs was drained completely. On the crumbling rooftop of the Justice Tower, on Eni's lobby, Spandam's pure gold Den Den Mushi had already fallen to the ground. It rolled twice in the dusty rubble. He was like a pile of boneless sludge collapsing limply on the floor. A large, suspicious, dark, wet stain spread on his crotch. A foul stench of urine wafted in the sea breeze. He opened his mouth, gasping like a fish out of water. Mucus and tears mixed together, smearing the ugly leather mask. The confidence that had been shouting about tearing people to pieces just moments ago vanished completely in the face of this soul-freezing, murderous intent. He wanted to run, but his legs had turned into soft noodles, lacking the strength to move even an inch. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, ready to burst at any moment. The few world government agents in black suits around him were all kneeling, trembling like leaves in a storm. On the Buster Call fleet, the piercing battle alarm still wailed. Woo, woo, but the gunners beside the main turrets had all collapsed on the deck. They had no strength left to even pull the breach. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of despair. Vice Admiral, a staff officer clinging to his last ounce of strength, lay on the control panel. His voice trembled uncontrollably, a sob in his throat. We are 5 nautical miles from Eni's lobby. Shall we continue? Ghost Spider, propping himself up with one hand on the deck, gasped heavily. He stared intently at the smoking buildings of Eni's lobby in the distance. Continue. Open fire. Instinct screamed a frantic warning. If the first shell was fired, the monster lurking behind the radio waves would surely keep his promise. Their 10 warships, along with the tens of thousands aboard, would be erased, ship and crew, by that dimension-crushing power. This was not an enemy the Marines could face. This was the wrath of a god. Stop the ship. Ghost Spider bit his lip, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He mustered all his strength to rasp out the order. Inform the entire fleet. Shut down the engines. Hold position. Absolutely no firing. Click. The huge metal control lever was yanked down hard by the staff officer. 10 massive steel warships suddenly decelerated on the sea. The immense inertia pushed the hulls forward, carving white waves dozens of meters high. Water churned violently, crashing against the bows with deafening roars. The engine noise abruptly died, leaving only the dull thud of waves striking the metal hull. Rumble. Heavy black iron anchors were dropped, plunging into the turbulent sea, kicking up a mist of spray. Thick iron chains scraped against the winches, sparks flying. The Buster Call fleet, in this most feared supreme military operation, came to a dead stop on the sea, just 5 nautical miles from Eni's lobby. All cannons tilted downward, as if bowing to the unknown presence. Scene cut. On the top of the Red Line, the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The power hall. The heavy redwood doors of the hall were pushed open violently. 2 CP0 agents stumbled, in almost crawling. Their leather shoes tripped on the expensive carpet, and they fell flat on their faces. St. Saturn sat on a leather sofa, holding a glass of expensive red wine, pondering the previous communication hijacking. The wine swirled slightly in the glass. What happened now? Flustered and frantic, what a disgrace. St. Saturn slammed the glass heavily on the table. A few drops of red liquid splashed out. The agent knelt on the floor, not daring to raise his head. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. His voice was filled with endless terror, almost shouting the report. Elder Saint. Urgent report from the science force. Just now. The Buster Call's golden Den Den Mushi communication frequency. The agent swallowed, his throat dry and painful. He pressed his head firmly against the carpet. Was hijacked again by that mysterious person. Bang. A report stamped with a red top secret seal was slammed heavily onto the long table. The papers slid half a meter across the solid wood surface. It knocked over the glass of red wine that St. Saturn hadn't finished. The dark crimson liquid dripped down the edge of the table, falling onto the expensive carpet like a glaring stain of blood. The hand of St. Saturn gripping his cane trembled. The age spots on his hand seemed to have turned a darker red due to the rush of blood. Twice. He gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed from the depths of his throat, laced with barely contained panic. This is a blatant provocation. The highest communication authority of the Buster Call has been used as a public broadcast. St. Nustero across the table didn't respond. The hand gripping the initial blade Shodai Kitetsu had knuckles turning white. When the agent reported the phrase, erase all 9 clans, he even felt the famed sword in its sheath, let out a mournful whimper. This was absolutely impossible in the past. He was a swordsman more perceptive of killing intent than anyone. The murderous will transmitted through the airwaves was pure tangible destruction. Calm down. St. Peter, with his blonde hair and red beard, tugged at his tie. His usually immaculate attire was now somewhat disheveled. He felt his collar tightening, making it hard to breathe. Now is not the time for anger. That voice. Who on earth is it? A suffocating silence fell over the hall. Only the sound of wine dripping onto the carpet could be heard. Drip drop. Drip drop. Each drop struck a nerve in these 5 supreme rulers of the world. Is it Monkey D? Dragon? St. Warcury with his long beard rubbed his throbbing temples. His eyes behind the lenses were bloodshot. The Revolutionary Army has been scouring the world for ancient ruins these past few years. Could they have unearthed some terrifying technological weapon? Impossible. Saint Saturn rejected the idea outright, striking his cane hard against the floor, the impact numbing his entire arm. Vegapunk confirmed that encryption method doesn't belong to this era. That man-dragon is so poor he can't even afford a warship. Where would he get technology over 500 years ahead? Besides, even if he had the tech, how do you explain the Conqueror's haki pressing down through those airwaves? The old men fell silent again. Conqueror's haki. Being able to precisely project haki through radio waves was beyond human comprehension. What about red hair? Saint Nustero suddenly spoke, his gaze sharp. That kid Shanks has the strongest Conqueror's haki on the seas right now. If he intervened to protect Garp's grandson, forcibly making a move. Red hair is a swordsman, he's illiterate. Saint Saturn irritably cut off his colleague's speculation. He slapped his thigh in frustration. He can swing a sword at a Den Den Mushi, but you expect him to crack the highest level firewall. He doesn't even know which way Vegapunk's lab door opens. The discussion hit a dead end. Unknown fear like a cold, venomous snake slithered up the spines of these 5 old men. One hijacking could be dismissed as a strange coincidence. But this was the second time, and it happened right under their noses, seizing direct control of the Buster Call fleet. It had scared the 10 battle-hardened vice admirals into freezing in place. Saint Warcury took off his glasses, pulling out a silk handkerchief to frantically wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The handkerchief was soaked through. Straw Hat. He muttered the name, his voice trembling. What kind of magic does this kid possess? To make such a terrifying monster risk revealing his trump card just to protect him? What if? St. Peter swallowed hard. His face turned pale as if uttering a taboo. Could it be that the one who slumbered during the void century has awakened? The moment those words were spoken, the temperature in the power hall seemed to plummet to freezing. 800 years. The world government had ruled this world for a full 800 years. They had always believed everything was under control. But now a massive hole had been torn through their ceiling. Not only could the other party see them, but they could slap them in the face at any moment. Let's stop worrying about who it is for now. Saint Saturn slumped back into his leather sofa. The sofa groaned under the sudden weight. He felt aches in every bone. What do we do about Eni's lobby now? What else can we do? Saint Nustero snorted coldly, his grip on the sword loosening slightly. The fleet is frozen and Fear's ship stopped. That fool Spandam has probably wet his pants. Pass the order. Have the fleet return. Announce. The Buster Call exercise is over. As he said this, the old men felt their faces burn with shame. The mighty world government forced to retreat by a single threat. This was the greatest humiliation in 800 years. But they dared not gamble. If that mysterious person truly had the power to instantly erase 10 warships, then Mariewa was absolutely not safe either. At the same time, on the other side of the Grand Line, Impel Down, the deep sea prison. 4th level Vice Warden's office. Carl sat on the iron folding chair, taking a deep breath. His lungs expanded, drawing in the air tinged with the smell of machine oil from the monitoring room. Then slowly exhaled. Shalai was still collapsed on the floor beside the console. The black headphones lay discarded. The garbled text on the screen had stopped flickering, returning to a normal monitoring interface. That full-spectrum broadcast had drained all of Shilai's energy. He didn't even have the strength to get up, just lying on the floor gasping for air. Carl extended his right hand. The wound on his thumb web, pierced by a wood splinter, had stopped bleeding. A small dark red scab had formed. He scraped the scab with his thumbnail, feeling a slight sting. The pain helped clear his agitated mind. The fleet has stopped. Carl turned his head, looking at Shilai sprawled on the floor. His tone was flat again. Good job. Shilai forced a smile that looked worse than crying, his facial muscles twitching. You are mighty, sir. I thought the 5 elders would crawl through the network and kill me just now. Carl didn't laugh. He stood up, pushing the iron folding chair aside. The chair legs scraped against the floor with a harsh screech. He walked out of the monitoring room, back to his mahogany desk. The desk was covered with redwood shavings from the shattered teacup. Carl didn't bother cleaning it. He walked straight to the window, pushing open the tall, iron-framed window. The sea breeze rushed in, dispelling the stuffiness of the room. Carl pressed his hands on the windowsill. Staring at the dark, calm sea of the calm belt in the distance, his brows furrowed deeply, forming a deep crease. The threat just now had indeed fooled Spandam and those vice admirals. It had even scared the old men in Mariewa out of their wits. But he knew very well this was only a temporary measure. Relying solely on harsh words wasn't secure. The seas were never short of desperados and hotheads. Smoker dared to charge at him with Conqueror's haki. Who could guarantee that among the Buster Call fleet no bloodthirsty vice admiral would have a sudden lapse of judgment and order an attack? What if some deaf sailor didn't hear the broadcast? The world government's higher-ups were in shock now. But once they came to their senses, they would definitely probe and test. If they discovered he was just bluffing, then not only would Luffy be doomed, but Impel Down itself would become a target for everyone. I need a decisive trump card, Carl muttered to himself. He rubbed his slightly cold hands. The sea breeze stole warmth from his skin. There was indeed a Ryujin Jaka in his system space. That was a divine weapon capable of scorching half the world. But its power was too immense, and it was a single target slash. If he drew that blade and Impel Down, he'd roast himself alive too. If he sent a slash across hundreds of nautical miles, Luffy would be reduced to dust. He needed a large-scale destructive weapon. A strategic weapon that could ignore distance, instantly annihilate an entire heavy fleet, yet precisely control the blast radius to absolutely not harm Enies Lobby itself. Just in case. If the Marines dared to fire a single shot, he would send those 10 warships to the bottom of the sea to feed the fishes in the next second. Only by displaying such a true miracle could he shut the world government's mouth, firmly ensuring they never dared to target the Straw Hats again. Carl left the window and sat down in his office chair. The leather creaked softly. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. He prepared to open the system shop, wondering if he could use his meager saved-up points to exchange for a one-time experience card for something like Almighty Push or an Orbital Strike. He had already spent most of his points on the communication hijacking module just now. He wasn't sure if the rest was enough for a high-yield option. Carl felt a bit irritated. He regretted exchanging so many grapes and Wagyu beef from Amazon Lily a few days ago. The moment his consciousness touched the shop icon before he could even click in. Suddenly, deep within Carl's mind, a blinding burst of golden light exploded without warning. The light was so intense that even his closed eyelids felt a sharp sting. He instinctively raised his hand to rub his eyes. Then a crisp, pleasant yet ancient and sacred mechanical chime thundered through his neural center. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching a special check-in milestone. Limited edition destruction reward issued. Gazing at the golden light on the screen, Carl eagerly tapped the icon for the limited reward. A golden orb of light burst open across his retinas. It was somewhat blinding. Carl instinctively squinted his eyelids, feeling a slight burn. The ancient sacred mechanical voice from earlier had yet to completely fade, its echo buzzing within his mind. The golden hue on the screen gradually receded, coalescing into lines of ink-black text. The edges of the characters were tinged with a smoldering ember effect. Reward delivered, Supreme Flame Type, Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. Carl's breath hitched abruptly. His heart slammed heavily against his ribs, a single forceful thump. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, his throat dry. The lingering sweetness of the candy he'd just eaten had transformed into a parched, scorching thirst. Ryujin Jaka. The blade wielded by Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Among all Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, it stands as the strongest fire type, boasting the highest attack power and the most extreme temperatures. This was far beyond a mere weapon of mass destruction. Once fully released, it would become a mobile sun capable of instantly vaporizing all moisture from the Earth's surface. Carl's fingers unconsciously rubbed against the fabric of his trousers. The rough material scraped his fingertips. He had just been worrying about how to deal with those 10 heavily armored warships. Now the system had casually handed him a nuclear bomb capable of boiling an entire ocean. This wasn't just flipping the table, it was incinerating the entire restaurant foundation and all. A sheathed Japanese sword hovered silently within Carl's system space. The hilt was wrapped in purple cord. The scabbard was plain wood, utterly unremarkable in appearance. It looked like a worthless, worn-out antique you might find anywhere. But the moment Carl's consciousness merely brushed against it, an unbearable searing pain shot through the depths of his soul. Like an ancient flame demon bound tightly by chains roaring at him from within the sheath. Just how powerful is this thing? Carl murmured to himself, seated in his executive chair. He dared not bring the blade out into the open. If even a wisp of its aura leaked, his office would likely be reduced to cinders. But he needed to verify. He had to know the limits of this blade's power. Otherwise, in the next battle, he might swing it, kill the enemy, and inadvertently destroy Luffy and Impel Down along with them. Carl closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the system space. He materialized his right hand and grasped the purple hilt of Ryujin Jaka. It was scorching hot. Even through the purple binding, a searing, branding iron heat penetrated his palm. Carl took a deep breath. He pressed his thumb against the cross-shaped tsuba. He had no intention of releasing its shurikai. He didn't even plan to draw the blade. He merely wanted to expose a sliver, just enough to gauge its ambient temperature. His thumb applied a subtle pressure. He pushed upward. Click. A faint metallic scrape echoed deep within Carl's soul. The scabbard gave way by an inch. Just 1 inch. A sliver of the blade, gleaming with a dark crimson flow, was exposed within the system space. The next second, in the real world, Carl, seated in the deputy warden's office, snapped his eyes open. A cataclysmic world-ending heat erupted from him, exploding outwards in all directions. There were no flames. No explosions. Only pure, absolute, and violently raging heat. Like an invisible solid iron wall, it slammed into everything around him. The cup of cold tea on Carl's desk. It didn't even have time to boil. With a sharp sizzle, the water inside instantly vaporized into a wisp of white steam. Following that, the white porcelain teacup, unable to withstand such extreme temperature shock, shattered into countless fragments with a sharp crack. The cooling unit in the corner, which had been humming away, its exhaust fan blades melted on the spot. The plastic casing dripped thick, viscous black liquid. The internal copper wiring burst into a shower of sparks, completely fried. The leather executive chair beneath Carl emitted a foul, acrid smell of burning. The edges of the mahogany desk began to char, sending up plumes of black smoke. The scattered papers on the desk curled and yellowed rapidly at the edges. With a muffled thump, without any ignition source, they reached their flash point and spontaneously combusted. Carl felt as though he had been shoved into a steel smelting furnace running at full power. He who possessed a body strengthened by the Shinigami physique. But now his hair was beginning to curl from the heat. The air he inhaled felt like red-hot knives slicing through his trachea. His uniform shirt was instantly soaked with sweat only to be baked dry in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a crust of white salt. The heat ignored the physical barrier of the walls. It expanded outward with reckless abandon. In the adjacent monitoring room, Sal was sprawled on the floor gasping for breath. Suddenly he felt the floor tiles against his back become scorching hot. He let out a yelp, leaping up from the ground. His hand brushed against the metal edge of the console, peeling a layer of skin off instantly. The oxygen in the air was rapidly being consumed. Sal couldn't even manage a cry for help. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out from the heat. The wave of heat continued to penetrate through the walls. The entire fourth level of Impel Down was already a scorching hell. It maintained temperatures above 45 degrees Celsius year-round. But compared to the current temperature, that was practically a cool autumn day. The guards patrolling the corridors, whips in hand, found their leather whips turning soft and limp, their oils sizzling and smoking from the heat. Steam rose from their thin uniforms. What's going on? It's burning. One guard clutched at his collar, tearing at it desperately. Before he could finish his sentence, his vision went black, and he collapsed face first onto the scorching stone floor. His skin sizzled against the ground with the sound of meat hitting a hot grill. The heat poured out without restraint. The massive iron doors and sea-stone bars of the cells visibly turned a dull red, as if they had been baking in a blacksmith's forge for 3 days and 3 nights. At the very center of the fourth level, the colossal blood pool. It had been merely steaming, emitting a thick, bloody stench. But at this moment, the pool's surface began to churn violently like a maddened beast. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Tens of thousands of fist-sized bubbles burst across the surface. Thick crimson steam shot skyward. The blood pool was boiling. The pirate prisoners hung upside down from chains above the pool were hit directly by the scalding steam. Aorg. Agonized screams tore through the air of the fourth level. The skin exposed outside their prison uniforms instantly turned bright red, covered in dense, horrific blisters. The blisters burst, blood weeping out only to be instantly evaporated. The chains glowed red-hot, branding their wrists and emitting a pungent, acrid smoke. Some, unable to bear the torment, struggled desperately. This only accelerated their exhaustion, and one by one they fainted, their eyes rolling back, hanging limp on their chains. This catastrophic temperature spike had occurred in a mere 10 seconds. The entire fourth level of Impel Down had become a true literal oven. Even the bat-like surveillance insects hanging from the ceiling dropped, like overripe fruit, crackling and sizzling as they fell. In the office, Carl's expression changed. He finally realized what an incredibly foolish thing he had done. This wasn't a test. This was for all intents and purposes suicide. He hastily, within the system space, used his virtual right hand to press down firmly on the tsuba. He forced it downward. Click! The blade was sheathed once more. That inch of dark crimson light was locked back within the shabby wooden scabbard. The roar of the ancient flame demon ceased abruptly. The terrifying source of heat was cut off. But the residual heat lingering in the fourth level was slow to dissipate. The documents in the office were still burning. Carl quickly grabbed a spare fire extinguisher from beside his feet and sprayed the desk frantically. White powder coated everything in a messy layer. He was panting heavily. He tossed the extinguisher aside and wiped the sweat and grime from his face with his hand. His palm was covered in black soot. This thing. It's like it was built by a madman. Carl stared at the empty air, his heart pounding with lingering fear. He wouldn't dare draw this blade within Impel Down again, not even for his life. Even a half-release would burn a gaping hole straight through this undersea prison all the way to the surface. The heat continued to spread through the ventilation shafts, creeping towards the lower and upper levels. At the end of the fourth level, the warden's private restroom. It was the only place in Impel Down equipped with a superpowered exhaust system and heat insulation, because Magellan's poison gas was so potent. At that moment, Magellan was sitting on his specially made extra-large toilet. His hands were gripping the stainless steel handrails beside him. The handrails were bent out of shape from his grip. His purple face was twisted in agony. Grura. A thunderous rumbling echoed from his stomach. That highly toxic capsule he had sampled today was far too potent. His intestines felt like they were being churned by a meat grinder, and cold sweat broke out across his brow. PFFFRRRTT. Accompanied by an embarrassing sound. A glob of purple toxic waste splashed into the toilet water. Magellan let out a weak, exhausted breath. Under his gas mask, his lips were bitten bloody. He was just about to reach for the toilet paper when suddenly he felt something was off with the temperature beneath him. Why was the usually cold ceramic toilet seat getting hotter and hotter? And it was heating up in a sinister way, like someone had lit a fire underneath him. Magellan glanced down. The water in the toilet bowl was emitting white steam. Then the surface began to bubble. Gurgle. A bubble burst. A few drops of scalding toxic water splashed up, landing squarely on Magellan's rear. SSS. Magellan hissed in a sharp intake of breath. Before he could even react, the water in the entire bowl was at a rolling boil. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A torrent of boiling water mixed with the highly toxic waste he had just expelled had turned into a bubbling cauldron of scalding purple soup. Steam shot straight up from the rim of the bowl. Magellan's eyes widened like dinner plates. He felt like his rear end was being boiled alive. An indescribable burning sensation shot up his nerve endings straight to the top of his head. He leapt off the toilet with a start. His massive frame slammed into the stall partition with a resounding boom. The partition splintered with a large crack. Hot, 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 hot. Magellan hopped around frantically in the cramped restroom, clutching his rear. The purple venom on his body began to volatilize rapidly due to the high temperature. The concentration of poison gas in the restroom spiked instantly. He didn't bother to wipe. He fumbled desperately to pull up his wide black uniform trousers. His belt was all crooked, digging into his belly. Magellan kicked the restroom door open. The door panel flew off and slammed against the corridor wall. He charged out, trousers half up, drenched in sweat. What he ran into was the terrifying wave of heat still lingering in the corridor, enough to bake a person dry. The air was too hot to breathe. The floor tiles felt soft under his feet. Magellan looked at the guards passed out all over the floor. He looked at the red-hot iron bars. And in the distance the blood pool, bubbling and steaming. His already pained face completely fell. A wave of despair washed over him. Magellan tilted his head back and let out a despairing scream at the scorching ceiling. Magellan's massive body crashed with a thud, slamming open the red-hot iron door of Carl's office. The deformed solid steel door panel struck the crimson carpet covered in white powder. The carpet surface instantly ignited, emitting a cloud of acrid black smoke. Magellan now looked like a melting purple candle. The venom on his body was furiously evaporating due to the extreme heat. Hissing corrosion sounds accompanied the purple toxic mist spreading through the corridor and door frames. The once fearsome toxic gas was now baked by the heat wave into a choking putrid acidic smell. His black uniform trousers were not yet properly pulled up. The belt buckle was crookedly stuck in the fat of his belly, exposing a patch of buttock flesh scalded red by toilet water. The gas mask was tilted under his chin, and the glass lenses were completely fogged with white mist. Carr, old friend. Magellan gasped for breath, his throat feeling as if it were spitting fire. He had just rushed into the office when his thick knees suddenly gave way. His massive body fell with a thud onto the powder-covered floor tiles, shaking the entire floor. He clung desperately to the edge of the carbonized office desk, ignoring the scorching charcoal. Ancestor! Magellan's voice cracked, carrying a clear sob. Tears mixed with sticky sweat plastered over his pale face. Please stop your divine power. If this continues, Tujin Chung will truly become an underwater pressure cooker. He trembled, pointing at the hellish corridor outside. The blood pools on the 4th level are all open. More than half of the prisoners are scalded unconscious. The watertight steel plates below are all giving alarms. If the steel plates melt, tens of thousands of tons of seawater will pour in, and we'll all end up as a pot of poisonous seafood soup. Cotter stood behind the wrecked office desk, still holding the empty fire extinguisher canister. His appearance wasn't much better either. A few strands of hair on his forehead were singed and curled against his scalp. The tip of his nose and his cheeks were smeared with large patches of black soot and powder. He looked like a boiler worker who had just crawled out of a coal mine. Cotter cleared his throat and casually tossed the heavy fire extinguisher onto the ground. The red canister bottom hit the stone floor with a crisp clang. He wiped the hot sweat from his chin with the back of his hand stained with black soot. The temperature was indeed too high. Cotter felt a bit uneasy. He had only drawn it an inch out of curiosity, not knowing that this Lurin Rojo had such a violent temper, like a powder keg. If he had truly drawn it out, there would be no need for seawater to pour in. The entire great prison along with the seabed rock would have been directly burned into glass slag. I was just testing a new hockey release technique. Carr lied with a straight face, casually pulling at his soaked shirt that clung to his body. The fabric was all stuck to his skin, stifling and uncomfortable. Magellan knelt on the ground, his thick lips trembling incessantly. He didn't care about hockey or not. He only felt that his internal organs were being roasted by the surrounding heat. Technique. Good technique. But Ancestor, please don't try it anymore. Stop it. Magellan babbled incoherently. He even reached out to grab Cotter's black trouser leg. The icebergs of the 5th level, the freezing hell, have all melted into rivers. Those prisoners are all splashing in the water. Carr looked at Magellan's almost crumbling appearance. If he didn't cool down, the locked sword in the system space would no longer be able to suppress the residual heat radiation outside. All right, stand up first. Cotter took half a step back, dodging the fat hand covered in venom. Don't dirty my pants. He closed his eyes, pretentiously clasped his hands together in front of his chest, casually formed a meaningless cross seal, and mumbled something. In fact, his consciousness had already sunk into the system space, once again confirming that the long knife with a purple handle was firmly sealed in the virtual grid. The dark red glow on the scabbard had completely extinguished. Withdraw. Carr uttered a single word, slowly opening his listless deadfish eyes. With this pretentious command, the oppressive feeling in the office that could bake a person dry instantly dissipated. No more new heat gushed out continuously, although the surrounding air was still very hot. The stinging sensation that seemed to burn even the soul had truly receded. Magellan collapsed on the ground, acutely aware that the temperature had stopped rising. He inhaled deeply the slightly cooler air. Finally, the burning sensation of inhaling hot coals was gone from his lungs. He wiped the acidic sweat off his face. He let out a long sigh like a pig that had just escaped from the slaughterhouse, his face full of the relief of surviving a disaster. I survived, Magellan murmured to himself. He looked up at Carr, standing behind the desk, his eyes filled with profound awe. That awe had transcended the recognition of hierarchical strength. It had soared straight to the fear of an unknown deity. What kind of monster was this? Standing still without using any devil fruit ability. Directly roasting the world's largest prison into a hell. If he went to mailing Fondua, Chi Quan's magma fruit touted as the strongest offensive power would probably be no more than a warm water bottle in front of this man. Brother Car. Mai Zhiluan swallowed his dry saliva and quickly changed his address. No, Deputy Warden. He supported himself on the floor tiles and struggled to get up. As he stood up, his pants slid down a bit because the belt was not fastened tightly. That piece of flesh scalded red by toilet water was exposed again. Mai Zhiluan's face flushed red. He hastily pulled up his pants, his fingers trembling as he fumbled with the belt buckle for a long time without fastening it. Car turned his head away, not watching this eye-stinging scene. Fix your clothes. A dignified warden, what a disgrace. He picked up an unburned tissue from the carbonized desk and wiped the black soot off his face. Mai Zhiluan nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are right to teach me. He now regarded Car's words as divine. Even if Car told him to eat the feces of a sea king, he would probably hesitate only over whether to add some garlic. This great Buddha could only be enshrined, never provoked. Go clean up the mess outside. Car tossed the dirty tissue onto the ground. Have the jailers count the people. The scalded ones go to the infirmary for medicine. As for those troublesome pirates, if they take the chance to break down doors, starve them for 3 days. Mai Zhiluan stood straight, even sucking in the fat on his belly. Understood. I'll go arrange it immediately. He couldn't wait to leave this office reeking of burnt smell. This place had given him too much psychological trauma. Mai Zhiluan turned around his massive body, carefully stepping around the burnt and deformed iron door on the floor. Afraid of making any extra noise, he had just stepped into the corridor. Wait! Cotter's voice came from behind. It was not loud, but it made Mai Zhiluan's back stiffen instantly. He slowly turned his head, forcing a flattering smile uglier than crying onto his face. You? Have any other orders? Cotter stood in front of the ruined desk, looking down at his own hands. The enhancement of his dead body constitution had filled his muscles with violent energy. He had originally planned to vent with Lurin Ruohuo, but that blade was too fierce, he simply couldn't draw it. Now this power was trapped in the crevices of his bones, unable to go up or down. His palms itched unbearably, as if hundreds of ants were crawling on them. He cracked the knuckles of his 10 fingers. The crisp sound of bone snaps was particularly clear in the stuffy room. Just how far had pure physical technique combined with hockey reached? He urgently needed a target to test it. Carter looked up at the sweating Mai Zhiluan. Old man. Carter shook his right wrist, his gaze fixed on the deep corridor outside. Is there any tough, thick-skinned, and unkillable opponent on the 6th level? Magellan heard the question. He raised his thick arm and wiped the hot sweat from his forehead with his black sleeve, stained with dry powder. The purple venom on his body was still emitting faint wisps of white vapor. His Adam's apple bobbed painfully twice. There is one. Magellan hesitated, his gaze drifting toward the dark corner at the end of the corridor. The former head jailer Shiryu of the Rain. He swallowed a mouthful of bitter saliva. That man was sentenced to death for murdering prisoners indiscriminately. He's now locked in the solitary confinement cell at the very bottom, awaiting execution. Carl's eyelids shot up sharply at the sound of that name. A flicker of interest pierced through his gaze, which had been listless from the heat and irritation. He crossed his arms and wrenched them outward with force. The knuckles of all 10 fingers cracked in a rapid succession of pops. The crisp sound of snapping bones was strikingly clear in the stifling corridor. The tingling sensation in his palms grew stronger. He'll do. Carl kicked aside the deformed piece of metal on the floor. Let's go. Lead the way. Time to meet this former colleague of yours. Magellan opened his mouth, his ugly purple face turning red with suppressed frustration. He wanted to warn him. Shiryu was a complete madman, a man whose mind was filled with nothing but slaughter, who would even cut down his own allies. But he glanced at Carl's utterly impassive face, then at the scorched bricks on the wall. He wisely swallowed his words of caution. A madman versus a monster. Let them sort it out. As long as they didn't burn Impel Down to ashes again. Magellan trudged forward with heavy steps leading the way. They headed toward the heavy elevator at the end of the corridor. The iron gate clanged shut. The elevator lurched into motion again. The gears ground out a metal screech harsher than usual. The intense heat from earlier had dried and roughened the steel cables. The carriage rattled and clanked as it descended, plunging through the long dark shaft, heading straight for the deepest part of level 6. It was a dead-end alley devoid of any light. Even the wind from the vents couldn't reach this place. The musty smell of mold mingled with the stale, heavy scent of old blood, fermenting into a nauseating stench. A sticky layer of black water covered the stone floor, squelching under their feet with each step. A massive black iron door 2 feet thick sealed the end of the passage. It had no viewing window. Instead, 5 large sea stone locks were densely crossed and locked onto the door's hinges. Magellan fumbled at his waist and pulled out a heavy jangling ring of keys. His hand was still trembling slightly. The metal keys clinked together with a sharp, brittle sound. It took him 3 tries before he managed to jam the right key into the lock. Click! The heavy metal bolts sprang open one by one. Magellan braced both hands against the cold iron door, let out a grunt, and shoved it inward with all his might. The hinges, starved of lubrication for years, let out a piercing shriek that set one's teeth on edge. The iron door creaked open a crack. A gust of cold, sinister wind blew out from the solitary cell. It carried a stench of blood 10 times stronger than the corridors, assaulting their nostrils. Not a single lamp was lit inside. The only illumination was a weak yellow light from the corridor slanting in and carving a rectangular patch of brightness on the floor. A figure was chained to the wall in a spread eagle position with thick iron chains. wrists, ankles, and neck. All were clamped tightly by heavy seastone cuffs. The edges of the locks bit deep into the flesh, leaving raw purple wounds. Shiryu of the Rain. He wore the loose-fitting uniform of a head jailer. The clothes were caked with dried, hardened black blood, forming stiff crusts. His head was bowed. A half-chewed, unlit cigar was clamped between his teeth. The cut end of the cigar was soggy and frayed from his saliva, dropping a few bits of tobacco. Hearing the sound of the door, Shiryu slowly raised his head. Beneath his disheveled hair, his bloodshot eyes locked directly onto the two figures at the door. There was no dejection from prolonged confinement. No fear of death. Only pure, tangible bloodlust. Like a starving wolf that had been lurking in a dark cellar for months, finally seeing living prey. A cold sweat broke out on Magellan's back. He instinctively took a half-step back. His breathing beneath the gas mask became a little ragged. Magellan. Shiryu's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping against raw iron. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. His laughter bounced around the empty cell. Is it finally time for my execution? He gave the chain on his right wrist a sharp tug. Clank. The seastone chain slammed against the wall. What a shame. Dying without getting to chop off a few more heads. How dreadfully boring. Carl stepped out from behind Magellan. He stopped at the edge of the light patch, looking the man chained to the wall up and down. Broad frame, dense muscles. The murderous aura cultivated from years of killing practically radiated off him. He smelled like he could take a punch. His bones looked much harder than that smoker guy from earlier. A perfect punching bag. Unlock him. Carl tilted his head and gave the order to Magellan behind him. His tone was casual, like asking a servant to fetch a glass of water. Magellan stood frozen, his cow-like eyes wide with shock. Deputy Warden. This is against the rules. He waved his hands frantically, his venom secreting faster from sheer panic. He's an extremely dangerous death row inmate. Magellan pointed at Shiryu on the wall. This bastard has no humanity. If you take off the seastone, he'll cut down anyone in sight. Carl turned his head, his cold, lifeless eyes fixed on Magellan. I said unlock him. The voice was quiet, but carried an undeniable force. Magellan immediately shut his mouth. Gritting his molars, he pulled out a special brass key and shuffled forward nervously. Shiryu's eyes narrowed. His gaze darted back and forth between Carl and Magellan. Who was this young face in the uniform? How could he command such absolute obedience from that rigid poison man? Deputy Warden. Since when did a greenhorn like this get to call the shots in Impel Down? Click. The first lock on the wrist sprang open. Click. The iron rings around the ankles came loose. The seastone chains were unlocked one after another. The thick chains fell to the stone floor like dead snakes. They landed with a dull metallic clang, sending the accumulated water splashing across the cell floor. The final lock around the neck came off. Shiryu's massive frame lost its support and lurched forward. He caught himself with his hands on the slick, wet floor, palms pressing into the black water. He took a deep breath of the damp air, without the oppressive, energy-draining weight of the seastone. His previously limp muscles bulged and swelled, veins standing out on his forearms like tree roots. His bones popped and cracked like beans in a frying pan. He slowly straightened up, rolling his stiff neck with a couple of audible cracks. And in that very instant he stood tall. Shiryu's right foot suddenly swept up into the pile of rotting straw in the corner. Straw debris flew into the air. A sheathed long blade arced upward. It was his sword, the famed blade Rain. When he'd been locked up, the low-ranking guards escorting him had been so terrified by his killing intent that they hadn't dared to confiscate the weapon. They just kicked it into the straw pile in the corner. Shiryu's large hand caught the hilt mid-air with perfect stability. His knuckles tightened around it. The familiar weight sent a surge of adrenaline through his veins, and his blood began to boil. He flicked his thumb against the tsuba. Metal scraped against metal, producing a clear, resonant ring. A section of the blade, glowing with a sinister crimson light, slid free of its wooden scabbard. In the dim cell, that blood-red gleam was like a death warrant. Shiryu burst into wild laughter. The muscles in his face contorted grotesquely with sheer, unadulterated excitement. The half-chewed cigar fell from his mouth. He paid no attention to Magellan standing nearby. The poison man was too troublesome. Cutting him just sprayed venom everywhere. No fun. His gaze locked onto the young deputy warden who had ordered his release. No matter what connections this brat had, no matter what schemes he'd used to get this position, all he had to do was cut off his head and fight his way out of level 6 in the chaos. And he'd be free. No warning. No wasted words. Shiryu's legs exploded with power. The stone slabs beneath his feet cracked deeply from the force. Debris flew and ricocheted off the walls. His massive body shot forward like a cannonball, moving so fast he was barely a blur. Charging straight at Carl in a storm of bloodlust. Die, you little shit. The famed blade Rain was fully drawn. He casually hurled the wooden scabbard to the ground. A streak of crimson light slashed through the darkness. With a shriek that tore the air, it closed to within half an inch of Carl's carotid artery. Shiryu was already savoring the anticipated rush of blood. A scarlet blade of light tore through the darkness. With a shriek that rent the air, it was less than half an inch from Carl's carotid artery. Shiryu was already savoring the anticipated thrill of blood gushing forth. His vicious grin stretched ear-to-ear, madness nearly spilling from his eyes. Carl didn't draw the blade at his waist. He didn't even shift his feet. His right hand slid out of his uniform trouser pocket, fingers splayed. A layer of glossy pitch-black armament hockey instantly coated his entire palm like liquid asphalt. The The skin lost its color, turning a cold iron gray. He flipped his wrist upward. His index finger and thumb precisely met the descending blade. Clang! A dull metallic clash resounded. It was like a high-speed train slamming head-on into a granite mountainside. The ferocious kinetic energy of the slash was brutally severed. The blade vibrated violently, emitting a piercing whine. A gale whipped past Carl's cheek, shearing off a few loose strands of hair. Shiryu's vicious grin froze solid. He gripped the hilt with both hands, the muscles in his arms bulging like gnarled roots. The veins beneath his skin throbbed violently. But no matter how hard he pressed down, the renowned blade, Thunderstorm, seemed rooted between Carl's fingers. It didn't budge an inch. It couldn't even leave a scratch on the surface of the hockey. Is this all the strength you have? Carl yawned. His breath dissipated the scent of blood in the air. Locked up for so long they didn't even feed you properly, did they? Carl's right fingers suddenly tightened inward. His thumb pressed hard against the side of the blade. He twisted his wrist outward. A brutal wrenching torque shot directly down the blade. Shiryu felt a searing, tearing pain explode in both his hands. It felt like his bones would snap from the twisting force. He could no longer hold the hilt. Thunderstorm was wrenched from his grasp, casually tossed by Carl into a murky puddle behind him. It splashed up a spray of filthy mud. The swordsman, now disarmed, instinctively raised his massive left fist. With a howling wind, he threw a punch straight at Carl's face. Carl tilted his head slightly. The fist whooshed past, grazing his nose. He even had time to reach up and scratch his chin, which the sheared hair had been tickling. Then Carl's left fist shot out from below without warning. Shinigami Combat Technique Hakuda. No flashy devil fruit ability, no widespread collateral destruction. It was the simplest, purest physical blow. The black iron fist slammed solidly into Shiryu's stomach. Thud. The sound was like a massive sledgehammer hitting a water-soaked rawhide drum. It was a sound so dull it made one's heart clench. At the instant of impact, the air was squeezed out, creating a visible ring of white shockwave. Shiryu's massive frame, over 2 meters tall, instantly curled up like a boiled shrimp. Both feet lifted clean off the ground. Stomach acid mixed with undigested blood gushed from his mouth in a violent spew, splattering onto the floor tiles, reeking of acrid sourness. Carl didn't stop. The wild pent-up energy that had been suppressed by Ryujin Jaka needed a sturdy sandbag to vent on. The urge to destroy coursed through his blood. He stepped forward. His right knee drove brutally into Shiryu's descending chin. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed through the narrow corridor. Shiryu's jaw was dislocated, twisted off to the left. A few bloody molars flew from his mouth, hit the wall, and bounced into a puddle. Shiryu's head snapped backward. His body lost balance, about to crumple. Before he could hit the ground, Carl's hands had already seized his wide, blood-crusted collar. He forcibly yanked the massive body back upright. His hockey-coated right fist came down like hail. Thud! 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 Blow after blow, flesh and bone. The first punch landed on the left cheek. Shiryu's cheekbone caved in, instantly, purplish-black bruises swelling up immediately. The second punch slammed into his chest. The crisp sound of 2 ribs snapping was clearly audible. The broken bones pierced into the flesh, causing Shiryu to let out an incoherent, agonized howl. No sword drawn, no sword aura. This was the most savage street brawl. But each punch Carl threw, backed by the strength of the Shinigami physique, hit like a solid cannonball. Magellan, standing 5 meters away, clutched his own still aching stomach. He watched, feeling a chill run down his spine. The purple venom retracted deep within his pores, not daring to emit even a wisp of heat. Magellan knew exactly how tough Shiryu was. That man was a killing machine devoid of pain receptors. Normally, even with a dozen knives stuck in his gut from prisoners, he'd laugh while ripping out their intestines. A pure madman. But now that ruthless head jailer was like a tattered sandbag in Carl's hands. He didn't even have the strength to raise his arms in defense. He could only passively endure the storm of brutal blows. Blood and flesh flew. Every time Carl's fist descended, it sent up a fine spray of blood beads. They splattered against the walls, leaving trails of fresh, dark red marks. The smell of blood in the corridor was thick and inescapable. This went on for a full 3 minutes. Carl felt his knuckles starting to ache. A slight dull pain came from his joints. He released his grip on Shiryu's collar. Shiryu's massive body lost its support, collapsing to the floor like a pile of mud. The water on the ground splashed violently from the impact, dirty water mixing with blood as it flowed. He was now unrecognizable. His uniform was torn to shreds, soaked through with blood. That face, which had always worn a cruel grin, was now swollen into a purple, misshapen mess. His left eye was squeezed shut by the swelling, while his right eye stared blankly at the gloomy ceiling. Killing intent. What killing intent? The nerve in Shiryu's mind that was called madness had been brutally snapped by Carl's sheer violence. All he felt now was every bone in his body screaming in agony. With each breath, his broken ribs scraped against his lungs, sending stabbing pain through him. Carl stood before him, looking down. He shook the blood off his right hand. A few viscous drops landed on the moss at the base of the wall. He raised his black military boot. Without ceremony, he planted it on Shiryu's swollen face, grinding the sole back and forth on the flesh. Muddy water seeped into the wounds. Still want to swing that blade? Carl's voice was calm, even carrying a hint of post-workout ease and satisfaction. Shiryu, his face ground into the floor, let out muffled whimpers. He desperately tried to shake his head, but his neck was too damaged to move. His one barely functional right eye stared at the sole of Carl's boot. It was filled with absolute terror and submission. He was afraid. This demon who claimed to fear no death was experiencing for the first time a crushing violence more despairing than death itself. Before this power, his bloodlust seemed as laughable as a child's game. All he wanted now was to get as far away from this monster in the marine uniform as possible. Shiryu, like a quail awaiting slaughter, trembled and tried to shrink his massive frame into the corner, trying to make himself seem as small as possible in Carl's sight. He didn't even dare to entertain the thought of going to retrieve his famed blade, Thunderstorm. Not a bad sandbag. Carl withdrew his foot, wiping the sole on the relatively cleaner fabric of Shiryu's shoulder to remove the bloody mud. He turned his head, looking at the still-dazed Magellan. Old Mag. Carl pointed at the trembling Shiryu in the corner. No need to keep this one locked in the solitary cell anymore. Magellan flinched, quickly snapping to attention. His breath caught for half a second behind his gas mask. And no longer lock him up. If he runs up top and kills people. He wouldn't dare. Carl pulled a tissue from his pocket, wiping the blood from between his fingers. From now on, he's my personal human sparring partner. Tomorrow, set aside a separate room for him, next to my office. I need to stretch my limbs after my midday nap. If he so much as bares his teeth at the guards, I'll break every bone in his body inch by inch and feed him to the Sea Kings. Hearing this from the corner, Shiryu shuddered violently. His swollen face pressed hard against the damp floor. A wheezing sound escaped his throat. I'll behave. No more cutting. The former great swordsman was now more pitiful than a stray dog. Carl crumpled the soiled tissue into a ball and casually tossed it into a puddle on the floor. The paper ball slowly absorbed water and sank. He stretched his arms wide, twisting his back with satisfaction. His spine crackled in a series of pops. The restless energy that Ryujin Jaka had stirred up was finally mostly vented. The smell of blood here is too strong. Carl frowned. He turned and walked along the gloomy corridor. Let's go wash my hands at the nearby basin. They're all sticky with blood, it's uncomfortable. Magellan quickly nodded and scurried after him, not daring to spare another glance at Shiryu on the ground. He obediently played the role of a follower. At the corner of the corridor was a large water trough used by the guards to clean torture instruments. A layer of slimy moss lined its edge. A rusty brass faucet was attached above it. Carl walked over and turned the tap. Creak. Icy groundwater gushed out, crashing against the iron bottom of the trough, splashing everywhere. He thrust his hands into the stream of water. The cold water washed over the blood and dried gore on his knuckles. He rubbed his fingers together vigorously. The clear water quickly turned a light pink, swirling down the drain. The groundwater was bitingly cold, numbing his fingertips slightly. Carl flicked the water droplets from his hands. He was about to grab a ragged towel from the nearby rack, when from the other end of the corridor a sudden frantic clatter of leather shoes on stone echoed. The footsteps were chaotic, laced with obvious panic. Dirty water and puddles splashed noisily underfoot. Sal burst out from the shadows. His black agent suit was adorned with a few strands of white spiderweb. His forehead was slick with sweat. His eyes, usually filled with cold calculation, were now wide with bewilderment and confusion. He was running so fast that he nearly slipped 2 meters from the trough, flailing his arms to regain his balance. Sir. Sal gasped for air, his chest heaving. He swallowed hard, his face a mask of awkward disbelief, as if he had just seen a ghost. Carl picked up the ragged towel, leisurely wiping the back of his hands. What's the panic? Is the sky falling? He tossed the towel back onto the rusty iron rack. Sal stepped forward, lowering his voice. His tone was laced with poorly concealed astonishment. Sir, something strange is happening. He frowned, biting his chapped lip. On the 5th level, the extreme cold hell. The guard who delivers the meals just came up to report. He says the food and winter clothes in the supply depot have been mysteriously vanishing quite often over the past few days. Sal stared at the ground, seemingly unable to find a logical explanation. Without even a single footprint left behind. As if they just disappeared into thin air. Carl flicked the water droplets off his hand. He dried his hands with a towel. Vanished into thin air. There's no ghost in this prison. It must be rats digging holes. Come on, let's check the 5th level. He tossed the worn towel back onto the rusty iron rack, leading Silai towards the elevator. The elevator descended. The temperature plummeted. A layer of frost formed on the elevator doors. They arrived at the 5th level, the frozen hell. As the doors opened, a gust of icy wind carrying snow blasted down their necks. Carl sneezed and zipped his uniform collar up to the top. Silai was shivering so hard his teeth were chattering, his arms wrapped tightly around his shoulders. Lead the way to the area where supplies went missing, Carl said, rubbing the back of his hand. Silai stumbled forward, his military boots crunching loudly on the thick ice. The two arrived at a dead end in a deep sewer. It was covered in yellowish-brown icicles and reeked of a pungent sour stench. Silai pointed to a stone wall covered in thick ice. Sir, the footprints and drag marks stop right here. He sniffled, his nose red from the cold. The wall is solid. Behind it is the main sewage pipe. There's no way through. Carl remained silent. He walked forward and knocked on the icy wall. The sound was a bit muffled, but it couldn't fool him, a transmigrator who knew the story's secrets. Carl took half a step back. He suddenly raised his right leg. His military boot swung with tremendous force, slamming into the very center of the icy wall. Boom. The thick ice shattered instantly. Chunks of ice and debris from the stone bricks crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of white dust. The wall collapsed, revealing a man-made tunnel behind it. The passage wasn't cold, instead it radiated heat. And from within, the thumping bass of deafening music could be faintly heard. Thump, thump, thump. Silai's jaw nearly hit the floor. He had been an agent here for so long, yet he never knew there was a hidden space between the 5th and 6th levels. Carl patted the ice shavings off his pant leg. He strode into the tunnel. After walking a dozen meters down the narrow passage, they reached a thick wooden door. Without hesitation, he kicked it open. The door panel slammed against the wall. The scene before them opened up dramatically. Blaring laser dance music echoed through the massive underground hall. Multicolored rotating lights swept across the room. The air was thick with the stench of cheap perfume and evaporating alcohol. In the center of the hall was a dance floor. Dozens of burly men wearing fishnet stockings and heavy makeup were gyrating their thick waists. The sight was an eyesore of epic proportions. At the very center of the stage stood a man with an extraordinarily large head topped with a massive purple afro. He wore a tight, deep V leather vest and black suspender stockings on his legs. He was belting out a song into a microphone. Emporio Ivankov, the queen of the Kamabaka kingdom. The noise of the kicked-in door was so loud. It even overpowered the subwoofers. The music in the hall screeched to a halt. The gyrating men froze in place like someone had hit the pause button. Ivankov spun around. His thick purple eyeshadow creased together in shock on his massive face. His jaw dropped comically. Navy. He recognized the black vice warden uniform. His voice cracked as he spoke, complete with his signature verbal tick. How did the top brass of Impel Down find this place? Gaha. Beside Ivankov, a man with hair half yellow and half white, wearing sunglasses, reacted instantly. Inazuma, a Revolutionary Army officer. He crossed his arms. With a series of bone-crunching sounds, his hands transformed into two massive sharp scissors. Snip snip. The scissors opened and closed, glinting coldly. Ivankov-sama, I'll hold him off. You all escape through the emergency passage. Inazuma lowered his center of gravity, adopting a desperate fighting stance. The Okama on the dance floor also grabbed bottles and iron bars. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Silai, terrified, hid behind the doorframe, pulling out a handgun. Carl stood at the entrance, frowning as the strong perfume assaulted his nose. He fanned the air in front of his face. What brand of perfume are you guys using? It's really something. He completely ignored Inazuma's giant scissors. He sauntered into the hall. Pulling over a tall bar stool, he plopped himself down. The stool let out a strained groan. Carl leaned on the bar counter with one hand. He tapped his knuckles on the wooden surface twice. Tap tap. All right, no need to make this so tense. Carl looked at Ivankov, who was on high alert on the stage. Put away those scrap metal toys. I'm not here to arrest anyone. Ivankov was stunned. His huge eyeballs rolled around. He didn't let his guard down. Not here to arrest. The vice warden himself comes down to our little rat hole that can't see the light of day. Ivankov sneered. You're not here for a drink, are you? Haha. A drink. I wouldn't touch the rocket you have here. Carl crossed his legs. But you guys have been living large here, stealing cotton coats and meat from my storeroom every day. That's not very considerate, is it? Ivankov was speechless. They had indeed taken quite a bit of stuff from the 5th level storeroom to prepare for their party over the past few days. But he didn't expect the man to come all the way down here just for some supplies. So what do you want? Ivankov stared intently at Carl's hands. He was wary of the vice warden suddenly drawing the blade at his waist. Pay protection money. Carl's tone was as casual as if he were buying vegetables at a market. This is my territory. You're running a disco in my territory. Don't you have to pay rent? Silai, listening from behind the door, slipped. He nearly tripped over the threshold. The vice warden, ignoring the Revolutionary Army officers, was collecting protection money. Protection money. Ivankov's huge face leaned in. He couldn't believe his ears. You, a high-ranking Navy official, are collecting protection money from pirates. Cut the chatter. Carl switched the hand, propping up his chin. Every month, 10 crates of the good stuff you've stashed here. Fresh fruit and premium meat delivered as requested. He pointed at Inazuma, who was holding the scissors. And him. From now on, if the clothes of the 4th level guards are torn, he's responsible for going up there and manning the sewing machine to mend them. Carl leaned back in his chair. Deliver the goods, and I'll pretend I never saw this place. Refuse, and I'll go release the poison man Magellan right now. He'll fill your little rat hole with venom. The muscles on Ivankov's face twitched violently. He gritted his teeth. As a Revolutionary Army commander, this was a tremendous humiliation. But he looked at his comrades behind him with no way to retreat. If Magellan was really provoked into coming down here in this enclosed space, they would all die. Fine, you win. Haha. Ivankov stomped his foot and turned to walk towards the secret wine cellar behind the bar. His back radiated a pained and indignant fury. After a moment, he came out carrying 2 large, dusty crates of top-tier wine. He slammed them onto the bar counter. The bottles clinked together sharply inside the wooden crates. Here's this month's. Take your wine and get lost. Carl glanced at the vintage label on the crates with satisfaction. It was indeed good stuff. He gestured to Silai. Silai hurried over and struggled to lift the 2 heavy crates. Carl stood up, smoothing down the hem of his uniform. He turned and walked towards the tunnel. Ivankov watched Carl's retreating back. Curiosity gnawed at him like a cat's claws. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Ivankov, dumbfounded, had just handed over his treasured wine as protection money. He watched Carl leave and couldn't help but shout, "You're the vice warden of the Navy. Why would you protect us and let us run our paradise in this prison?" Carl reached the wooden door. He turned back, revealing a meaningful smile. Because the music in your disco isn't bad. After leaving the words, because your disco has good music, Carl directly reached out and grabbed the edge of the heavy wooden door. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled it shut with force. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut heavily. Dust on the doorframe shook down in a flurry, completely sealing off the colorful neon lights inside. Behind the door, the hall of the new Kamabaka kingdom fell into dead silence. The heavy bass music had long stopped. The thick smell of cheap perfume in the air was dispersed by the biting cold wind that had just rushed in. Ivanov's enormous head froze in place. The purple eyeshadow on his face wrinkled into several comical folds due to muscle twitching. He still held the mute microphone in his hand, maintaining a posture ready to fight at any moment, like a comical statue caked in heavy makeup. Beside him, Lightning was even more bewildered. His two huge scissor hands hung in midair, the blades reflecting the dim light ball still glowing on the dance floor. Lightning lowered his voice, swallowing a dry gulp of saliva. Ivan-sama. His throat tightened. Did he just leave? Ivanov lowered his head, staring at the empty bar counter. The 2 boxes of top-grade red wine he had aged for 10 years were indeed taken away by that marine. This was no dream. The supreme leader of the great underwater prison had actually come to collect tolls from them and praise their dance music. This man's brain is full of mush. Hia! Ivanov slammed the microphone onto the floor. A piercing screech came from the speakers. He grabbed his purple afro hair, utterly bewildered in the wind. Outside the door, the temperature in the tunnel grew colder. Sheila stumbled along carrying 2 heavy wooden wine boxes. The bottles clinked against each other inside the boxes. The ice beneath his feet was too slippery, he lost his footing. He lunged forward. Watch your step. Without turning his head, Carl grabbed Sheila by the back of his collar and lifted him up. Break 1 bottle, and you'll spend the rest of your life feeding the wolves on the 5th floor. Sheila broke out in a cold sweat and hugged the wine box tightly. Thank you, sir. Even if my legs break, I'll protect this wine. He shivered and followed Carl through the hole in the ice wall. The elevator rose all the way back to the 4th floor. Carl pushed open the door of the deputy warden's office and stepped into the cool breeze from the air conditioner. He pointed at the desk. Put the wine down. Sheila carefully placed the wooden box on the mahogany surface and shook his sore arms. Carl pulled out a bottle of red wine from the box, examined the yellowed cork, and pushed it with his thumb. Pop! The cork flew off. A rich aroma of wine wafted out. Carl took a swig from the bottle. The mellow liquid slid down his throat, warming him slightly. Not bad stuff. He thumped the bottle heavily on the table. Sheila. Carl pulled out a chair and sat down. Go to your surveillance room. Run a separate internal line to the sewer on the 5th level. Sheila was stunned. Sir, connect to those. Okama. He couldn't wrap his head around it. These were Revolutionary Army officers. Not killing them was one thing, but installing an internal phone line. Just do it. Carl picked up a tissue and wiped the dust off the bottle's mouth. Since I've collected protection fees level 5. 5 is now my hidden asset. Even a tenant needs a property management phone. Sheila didn't dare ask further and hurried next door to run the line. A dozen minutes later, he brought out a small black Den Den Mushi and placed it by Carl's hand. Carl picked up the receiver and pressed the call button. The Den Den Mushi's dialing sound rang a few times. It was answered. The face of the Den Den Mushi instantly transformed into Ivanov's exaggerated big face with heavy eyeshadow and a wide-open mouth. Hey, what exactly do you want? Hia. Ivanov's furious voice made the shell of the Den Den Mushi tremble. Carl moved the receiver a little away. Rubbed his ear. Don't scream, it hurts my ears. He shifted to a more comfortable position. I'm telling you 2 things. First, after 10 at night, turn down the heavy bass in your disco. It's shaking the dust off my 4th floor ceiling and affecting my sleep. In a candlelit secret chamber on the 5th underground level, Ivanov held a black Den Den Mushi that had just fallen from a ventilation duct. Listening to the words, his nose twisted in anger. He really treats me as a tenant. Second, Carl ignored his thoughts. Since you've got nothing to do anyway. Your people, the Okama, aren't bad at dancing. The prisons on levels 1 through 5 are having a cultural performance soon and need a few dance instructors. Send a few people up to choreograph for the prisoners. What do you take us for? We are the Revolutionary Army. Ivanov roared into the Den Den Mushi. Spittle sprayed all over the Den Den Mushi's face. Click. The call was mercilessly cut off, emitting a monotonous dial tone. Ivanov stared wide-eyed, his chest heaving violently. He looked at the black marine internal Den Den Mushi in his hand. His mind went completely blank. This man named Carl operated in a completely illogical manner. What kind of freak was this? In the following days, to uncover Carl's background, Ivanov and Lightning frequently used the secret passage. They stealthily infiltrated the public areas of levels 1 through 4 to observe. What they saw nearly shattered their worldview. On the 3rd level, the hunger hell. Prisoners who should have been starving and chewing sand were now lined up neatly in the corridor, clumsily performing tap dance. The guards nearby, instead of whipping them, were squatting on the side, eating sunflower seeds, laughing and scoring them. The 6th level, the infinite hell. Even more absurd. Ivanov hid behind the ventilation grate and saw with his own eyes that evil king, Pizarro, who had killed countless people on the Grand Line, was sweating profusely, wiping the dust off the bars with a rag. That sand crocodile who was rumored to not even care about the admirals, wearing sea-stone handcuffs, squatted outside the deputy warden's office, using his weak fruit ability to plaster cement over a leaking crack in the corner. A look of numb resignation on his face. And the head jailer Hannibal, who should have been imposing, was carrying a fruit platter, bowing and scraping behind Carl, calling him Big Brother with perfect fluency. Ivanov crawled back to level 5 through the ventilation duct, his pink tight suit covered in dust. He didn't even have the mood to dust himself off. He sat at the bar gulping down a large mouthful of cheap rum. The cheap alcohol burned his throat. This isn't Impel Down. Here. Ivanov slammed his palm on the bar. Lightning took off his sunglasses, his mismatched eyes equally filled with shock. Ivan-sama, the style here has completely gone wrong. Ivanov took a deep breath. His heavily made-up face shed its usual playfulness and exaggeration, revealing a gravity only seen when facing life and death. He's fed these tens of thousands of guards to the full. He's trained the world's most dangerous criminals into livestock. Ivanov's fingers holding the wine glass turned white. He's cut off contact with headquarters and set himself up as a local tyrant here. Ivanov suddenly shuddered. He realized an extremely terrifying thing. This deputy warden named Karl was definitely no loyal dog of the Marines. Everything he did emanated a contempt for the rules of the world government. He was even more rebellious than the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army was still thinking about how to overthrow the government. But this man had forcibly privatized the world government's most important trump card. No, this is too big. Ivanov stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. He's sheltering us, even collecting protection fees from us. This way of doing things, it's impossible to tell if he's friend or foe. If he gets in a bad mood one day and sells us all to the world government, we won't even know how we died. Late at night, Impel Down fell into rare silence. Only the dull sound of waves hitting the outer wall could be heard, deep within level 5's new Kamabaka kingdom. There was a secret chamber accessible only to Ivanov and Lightning. No light was lit inside. Only a walnut-sized luminous pearl in the corner emitted a faint glow. Ivanov walked to a safe in the corner and entered a long, complex password. Click. The safe door swung open. He carefully lifted out a white Den Den Mushi. This Den Den Mushi had no marine insignia on its shell. It was a bug-proof Den Den Mushi processed by the Revolutionary Army's highest technology, allowed only for transmitting intelligence crucial to the survival of the Revolutionary Army. Ivanov's fingers trembled slightly. He picked up the white receiver and dialed a number he knew by heart. Brew up. The dialing sound of the Den Den Mushi was especially heavy in the dark chamber. Each ring felt like a knock on Ivanov's heart. It rang 5 times. The call was answered. Click. In the faint light, the soft body of the white Den Den Mushi rapidly changed. The originally round snail face became cold, hard, and resolute. The most striking feature was that on the left side of the Den Den Mushi's face, several dark red square tattoos slowly appeared. That face exuded a commanding and ruthless authority. It was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. From the Den Den Mushi bearing the tattoo, Dragon's low magnetic voice emerged. Ivan, what happened at Impel Down? Why use the emergency line? The voice seemed to drift from afar, carrying the coarse sound of wind. The glow of the luminous pearls in the secret chamber was dim. Ivankov held the white anti-eavesdropping Den Den Mushi, his palms slick with cold sweat. Sweat trickled down his broad forehead, smearing the heavy purple eyeshadow. The purple pigment flowed into his eyes, stinging sharply. He didn't even dare to rub them. Chief. Ivankov swallowed a dry gulp, his atoms, apple bobbing painfully. Impel Down has changed. He lowered his voice, the sound buzzing in the cramped chamber. The wind on the other end of the Den Den Mushi paused. Magellan is dead. Dragon's voice remained steady with little fluctuation. Not Magellan. Ivankov gritted his teeth and recounted the absurd scenes he had witnessed on the upper levels over the past few days. It's a new vice warden named Karl. He has completely privatized this prison. Ivankov's breathing grew rapid as he spoke. His chest heaved violently, the tight leather suit suffocating him. He gave the guards leave and made the prisoners hold some kind of cultural performance. Gold Lion is scrubbing his toilet, and Barrett is peddling a generator on the lower level. The tens of thousands of guards in this entire prison now obey only his commands. The world government's orders are not worth a scrap of paper here. A long silence fell on the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Only the steady sound of breathing traveled through the electric waves. Ivankov wiped the dirty mud of sweat and eyeshadow from his face. Chief, this man is too dangerous. He not only discovered our base, but also extorted protection money from me. I even suspect he has cut off Impel Down's communication network with the outside world. His way of doing things is nothing like a Marine. What exactly does he want? The chamber was so quiet that the crackling of the candle could be heard. A full half-minute passed. The facial muscles of the white Den Den Mushi twitched slightly. The face with the square tattoo slowly revealed a complex expression. His brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling distant matters. Karl. Dragon murmured the name, his voice laced with an indescribable helplessness. Is he tall, always looking like he hasn't woken up? With a sword on his waist tied with a purple rope. Ivankov was stunned. His huge eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Chief, you know him. The Den Den Mushi sighed the breath, causing a burst of static in the microphone. I do. Dragon's voice was a bit hoarse. The fourth brat from Windmill Village, the older brother of Luffy and the others. Ivankov's jaw dropped to his chest. His mind felt like a bomb had exploded, blasting everything apart. The older brother of Straw Hat. The son of the Revolutionary Army's chief's own son. The monster who treated Impel Down like his backyard and used legendary pirates as errand boys actually had such a background. Give the Den Den Mushi to him. Dragon gave the order, his tone leaving no room for argument. Deliver it quietly, don't alert anyone. I want to talk to him. Ivankov opened his mouth, swallowing the shock in his stomach. Understood. Late at night, Fourth level of Impel Down. 2 wall lamps in the corridor were broken, casting dim light. Since the solid steel door had been burned down, Carl's office had been replaced with an ordinary wooden door. The wooden door was ajar, revealing a faint yellow light. Carl was lying back in a leather chair, his legs propped on the desk, holding the latest Marine Internal magazine, yawning as he read. A thermos cup with fresh goji berries stood on the corner of the desk. An extremely light breeze squeezed through the crack in the door, rustling the papers on the desk. Carl didn't turn around. He flipped a page of the magazine, eyes fixed on the text. Leave the stuff. Get lost. His voice was calm, yet crystal clear in the deep silence of the night. In the shadow outside the door, Ivankov froze. His pride in his stealth technique seemed like a joke before this man. He gritted his teeth, but didn't show himself. Instead, he extended a long arm and placed the white Den Den Mushi on the shoe cabinet by the door. Then, like a puff of smoke, he quickly retreated into the dark stairwell, fleeing as if for his life. Carl listened to the fading footsteps. He put down the magazine. Standing up, he walked to the door and picked up the white anti-eavesdropping Den Den Mushi. The thing was completely white without even a marine emblem. It had the unmistakable aura of an underground worker who couldn't bear the light. Carl walked back to his desk and placed the Den Den Mushi on the mahogany surface. He pulled out the chair and sat down. Before he could even press the call button, the Den Den Mushi rang on its own. Bolo bolo. In the silent office, the sound was somewhat jarring. Carl picked up the receiver. In the middle of the night, selling insurance or buying insurance. The Den Den Mushi's soft body rapidly transformed, growing a square tattoo and a furrowed brow. A stern, cold face materialized. Carl. Dragon's voice came through, carrying the unique sandy wind of the white land Baltigo. Long time no see. Carl tucked the receiver under his chin and reached for the thermos cap. Yeah, it's been a while. Carl took a sip of hot water, the steam hitting his face. You sure are a carefree father, dumping your son on old man Garp and running off to play savior. When Luffy was little and messed his pants, I was the one who washed them. Don't you think you should settle the child support for the past 10 years first? Dragon on the other end of the Den Den Mushi fell silent. Clearly he was caught off guard by this mixed praise debt collection. The authority of the Revolutionary Army chief couldn't be wielded before this young man. Luffy, is he okay now? Dragon's voice softened a bit, revealing a father's awkwardness. He's doing great. Carl slammed the thermos heavily on the table. He just set Eni's lobby on fire. If I hadn't stepped in, that idiot Spandam would have already called a buster down on his head. Dragon's breath caught sharply. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence network had also intercepted scattered news of Eni's lobby in recent days. But he truly hadn't expected that the one who secretly forced the cancellation of the buster call was Carl, hiding in Impel Down. It was you. Dragon's voice turned low again. You intercepted the world government's communications and forced 10 warships to halt. You even turned Impel Down into your own fortress. The Den Den Mushi stared intently at Carl. Its simulated eyes held scrutiny and confusion. With your strength, when I invited you to join the Revolutionary Army back then, you refused because it was too much trouble. Sengoku asked you to be an admiral and you turned it down. Now you hide your abilities lurking in the darkest deep sea prison on this sea. Dragon took a deep breath. This question had lingered in his mind for a long time. What exactly are you plotting? Dragon questioned Carl with a complex tone. Which side are you on? The world government or us? The office fell into dead silence. Only the ticking of the wall clock's second hand could be heard. Carl held the Den Den Mushi. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his head to look at the tall iron window. Outside was the pitch-black seabed of the calm belt. Deep cold, hiding countless unseen monsters. This sea was a giant meat grinder where people died every day for their ridiculous ambitions and justice. Carl let out a sneer. His chest vibrated, the laughter filled with deep mockery. The world government. A bunch of self-righteous morons. Carl withdrew his gaze and looked at the Den Den Mushi on the table. You revolutionaries. Always thinking about overthrowing this and that, running around like a tired dog. He tapped his fingers twice on the desktop. His eyes were as cold as a block of ice. I'm not on either side. Carl spoke into the receiver word by word. I'm only on my little brother's side. Anyone who dares to touch them, I'll scatter their ashes to the wind. Simple as that. With that, Carl didn't give Dragon a chance to ask further. He pressed down hard with his thumb. Click. He forcefully hung up. The white Den Den Mushi instantly deflated, returning to its dull snail form, closing its eyes. Carl tossed the receiver onto the table. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. These people who were always thinking about the big picture were such a hassle to communicate with. Just then a sea breeze blew in through the window crack, rustling the papers on the desk. On the corner of the desk lay a thick calendar. The wind lifted the pages of the calendar. Swoosh. The top page was flipped over, revealing a brand new day. Carl's gaze inadvertently swept across that calendar. His eyes instantly froze. The date on the calendar was heavily circled in red marker. The red ink even seeped through the paper, looking like a drop of glaring blood. Carl's breathing slowed. He slowly sat up straight. The warmth in his palm gradually faded. The countdown to the event that would change the entire world's landscape had begun. The clash between Fire Fist Ace and Blackbeard Teach at Banero Island. The war that would turn this sea completely upside down was about to begin. Carl's gaze was nailed to the date on the calendar, circled heavily in red ink. The crimson pigment bled through the paper, a stark, glaring stain like a drop of blood. The sea breeze squeezed through the high barred window slit. It rustled the loose papers on the desk in a chaotic flurry. Carl leaned back in his chair, his fingertips tapping a slow rhythm against the solid wood surface. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed through the empty office, a pace so languid it unsettled the soul. Dragon's accusing question from the phone call still circled in his mind. Whose side are you on? The world government, or us? A corner of Carl's mouth twitched. A faint dry chuckle was squeezed from his throat. The laughter carried an indescribable sneer and disdain. The world government. Those celestial dragons, and the five elders lofty and aloof, treating people as expendable resources. He couldn't be bothered to give them a second glance. The Revolutionary Army. Their minds filled with the grand cause of overthrowing the government at any cost, scurrying through the sewers to stir up trouble. Living too hard and too cold-blooded. A bunch of fools. Carl reached for the goji berry water on the table, now cold, and took a sip. The cold liquid slid into his stomach, sending a chill through him. Who rules this sea? Not my damn business. His gaze dropped. He looked at the thick calluses on his palms, forged from years of gripping blades and throwing punches. These powers weren't honed for some damn world peace. They were for snatching those three reckless brats from the jaws of beasts on the back hills of the East Blue. They were for sitting in the bar at Windmill Village, watching them finish a meal of meat in peace. I only stand by my brothers. Carl murmured, his voice so low only he could hear. Whoever dares touch them becomes his mortal enemy. Even if it's the entire Marine headquarters, the three admirals, the five elders. He'd scatter their ashes to the wind. Carl set down the cup, the glass base hitting the mahogany with a dull thud. He returned his gaze to the blood-red circle on the calendar. Counting the days, it was almost time. Bonero Island. That gap-toothed fatso who eats cherries, and that stubborn fool blazing with fire. The collision of fates was inevitable. Carl had thought of flying over and slicing Blackbeard into mincemeat. But he knew Ace too well. That kid was a mule. As the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, hunting down the traitor who killed his comrade was his pride and his bottom line. If Carl forced his way in, it would break Ace's spirit. Ace would live in shame for the rest of his life. Besides, a venomous snake like Blackbeard would never show himself without a plan. Even if he killed Teach now, the world government still had its eyes on Roger's bloodline. The Marines would still find a way to send Ace to the gallows. Running solves nothing. To settle it once and for all, it had to be at Marineford, the seat of the world's highest power. In front of the whole world, he would tear off the masks of the Marines and the world government and grind them under his heel. Crush their courage, snap their bones. Only by making them hurt, making them fear, would those bastards never dare to mess with his brothers again. The gears of fate were already turning. The storm clouds of the Paramount War were gathering over the sea. For the coming tempest to overturn the entire board on that day, Carl had to make his move early. He rose from the wide leather chair. The hem of his uniform brushed against his thighs. His boots sank silently into the red carpet. Carl walked to an unassuming iron door on the side of the office. Behind it lay the independent wiretapping room built by Sillai. Carl grasped the cold brass doorknob. He twisted it with force. Click. The hinges let out a faint rasp. He pushed the door open. A strange odor of machine oil mixed with sweat and stale instant noodles hit him. The room was dim. Only the row of screens on the console cast a cold, pale blue glow. Sillai was wearing heavy black monitoring headphones. He was hunched over the keyboard like a bat drained of all life. Dark circles ringed his eyes. His left hand held a half-stale piece of bread, mechanically shoving it into his mouth. His right hand was rapidly toggling the control stick. His greasy hair was a tangled mess like dried straw. Startled by the door, Sillai flinched, and the half-bread fell to the floor. He spun around, saw Carl, and yanked off the headphones, scrambling up from the swivel chair. His knee knocked against the iron table leg with a dull thud. Yes, sir. Sillai swallowed the dry bread crumbs, nearly choking. He wiped his mouth haphazardly with his sleeve. Why did you come in person? You could have just called for me. Carl stepped in and closed the iron door behind him. The room was instantly sealed off from the outside world. Only the low hum of the cooling fans remained. Carl pulled over a rickety paint-chipped folding stool. He sat down with a dominating posture. His long legs were cramped under the narrow console. Stop eating. Carl glanced at the bread on the floor and frowned. I've got a job for you. Sillai snapped to attention, hands pressed flat against his pants seams. Name it, sir. Even if it's wiretapping the Marine HQ men's room, I'll get it done. Ever since he had used the system's black tech to intercept the buster call, Sillai's admiration for Carl had become blind. He felt that as long as he sat at this console, he was the god of intelligence ruling the world. Not that extreme. Carl extended his index finger, pointing at the jumping green waveform lines on the screen. When you were setting up the filter net a few days ago, I remember you said you'd intercepted residual fragments of encrypted frequency bands with the world government's highest clearance. Sillai blinked, then quickly nodded. Yes. He bent down, his fingers flying across the keyboard, pulling up a black folder hidden at the very bottom. The five elders updated their firewall to prevent another full-band hijack. Now they use independent frequency hopping lines to contact the warlords. I only caught a tiny tail of the band, haven't decrypted it yet. A thin layer of sweat formed on Sillai's forehead as he turned to look at Carl. Sir, which warlord secrets do you want? The newly arrived Boa Hancock or Dracula Mihawk? Neither. Carl crossed his arms, leaning his back against the wall. The cold stone sharpened his mind. Pull up the private communication line of Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Sillai's fingers froze midair. His fingertips hovered above the keys, trembling slightly. He widened his eyes and turned around in disbelief. Tyrant Kuma. Silai sucked in a cold breath, lowering his voice as if touching a taboo. "Sir, you can't touch that guy's line." Silai swallowed hard as atoms, apple bobbing painfully. "I saw some top-secret files during my time in CP9. Bartholomew Kuma isn't an ordinary warlord. He's a cyborg. His private line is directly connected to Vegapunk, the head of the science force. And CP0 has a dedicated team monitoring his frequency feedback 247. Silai grew more panicked, even taking a half step back, his lower back hitting the console. "If we force our way into his band, that monster brain Vegapunk could lock onto our exact position in seconds. Then it won't be a few warships. The world government will airdrop the pacifista units right into Impel Down." The room fell into a brief dead silence. Only the pale blue screen light played across Silai's ashen face. Carl didn't refute him. He just looked at Silai quietly with those cold, dead fish eyes. No killing intent. No pressure. But that silent stare made Silai feel like an invisible rope was slowly tightening around his neck. Drip. A bead of cold sweat slid from Silai's temple and splashed onto the metal surface. "Do you think?" Carl finally spoke. His voice was soft, yet it rattled Silai's eardrums. "That Vegapunk's firewall is stronger than the chips I gave you." Silai's whole body trembled. He vividly recalled those metal components that defied centuries of known science. He remembered effortlessly hacking into the golden Den Den Mushi of the Buster Call. Carl stood up, his tall frame casting a shadow that enveloped Silai. "Do as I say." Carl patted Silai's stiff shoulder. "If anything goes wrong, I'll take the heat. The sky won't fall." Silai bit his lower lip hard, his teeth sinking into the flesh, tasting the metallic tang of blood. He was afraid, but he feared the man behind him even more. "Yes, sir." Silai turned back, gritted his teeth, and slammed his hands onto the keyboard. The clatter of keys exploded in the sealed room. The screens flickered wildly. Red alert pop-ups emerged one after another, only to be crushed by the system's black tech underlying code. "Accessing Vegapunk's relay station." Silai reported rapidly as he worked. His fingers were nothing but a blur. "Bypassing CP0's bioband detection net. Decrypting pacifista sequence codes. Found target designation PX0. Silai slammed the enter key. All the garbled text on the screen vanished instantly, leaving only a faint blue audio waveform. "Got it." Silai panted heavily, slumping limply into the swivel chair. He grabbed a black internal Den Den Mushi from the desk. He plugged a blue fiber optic cable into the port at the base of the snail. Click. The connection locked in. The snail's body twitched twice, then closed its eyes and went into standby mode. "Sir, the line is connected." Silai pointed at the black Den Den Mushi, his finger still trembling uncontrollably. "I've added an anti-tracking coating. It should hold for about 10 minutes of call time." Carl stepped forward and picked up the cold black Den Den Mushi. The shell's texture ground against the calluses on his palm. He sat back down on the folding stool. His finger pressed a long sequence of random frequency codes on the snail's keypad. Codes known only to the highest echelons of the world government. It was the independent channel Silai had just decrypted. The cooling fan in the room still hummed. "Were." Carl's thumb pressed down hard on the dial button. "BRR BRR. BRR BRR." The dull ringtone emanated from within the Den Den Mushi. In this narrow, silent underground chamber, each ring felt like a hammer striking his heart. It rang 3 times. Halfway through the 4th ring, click. The line on the other end was picked up. Click. The Den Den Mushi connected, its gelatinous form instantly morphing into an impassive face adorned with a barriered hat. The first half of the Grand Line. The Florian Triangle thriller bark. Thick black mist shrouded the sea, the air thick with the stench of moldy earth and a lingering scent of blood. At the highest point of the ruins, Bartholomew Kuma stood like a black iron tower, silently perched at the edge of the broken walls. The sea breeze caused the spotted barriered hat on his head to sway gently. In the deep pit dozens of meters below him, Gecko Moria's massive bloated body lay sprawled like a pile of mud. The former warlord of the sea had completely lost consciousness. On a clearing further away, the boy in the tattered straw hat covered in blood lay spread-eagled amidst the rubble. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were scattered about as well. Each of them had reached their absolute physical limit, lacking even the strength to get up. Kuma averted his gaze. He raised his massive right hand. In his palm rested a small black Den Den Mushi. Its shell bore no serial number, nor the emblem of the world government. This was the only backdoor communication line that Vegapunk had secretly left within his modification program, known only to that scientific madman and a select few among the 5 elders. No 4th person in the world should have known this frequency. Yet now it emitted an unfamiliar dialing tone. And after 3 seconds it was forcibly connected. "Who are you?" Kuma's voice was deep and thick. It was monotone like a machine devoid of emotional modules. But the thumb of his left hand, which held the thick Bible, had silently flipped open the edge of his glove, revealing the pink paw pad in his palm. A faint, dangerous ripple of compressed air shimmered on the pad's surface. Should any threatening command come from the other end of the line, he would not hesitate to sever the signal, or even swat away any suspicious listening devices nearby. The comm belt Impel Down. Underground level 4, the private monitoring room. Carl leaned back in the iron folding chair, his long legs crossed casually resting on the edge of the cold metal console. "Relax, big guy." Carl's voice traveled through the encrypted network. It carried a lazy, just-woke-up nonchalance. "I'm not one of those old men from the 5 elders. Nor am I that scientific madman Vegapunk." Carl casually picked up a cup from the table and took a sip of lukewarm water. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. I'm just an idle nobody guarding a basement. On the ruins of Thriller Bark. Kuma remained expressionless. His eyes behind the lenses stared at the Den Den Mushi in his hand. A basement guard? Someone who could silently hack into the highest level classified frequency of the science force was a basement guard. He did not respond, patiently waiting for the other party to reveal their purpose. Carl set the cup down on the table with a soft thud. Dragon just called me. Carl cut straight to the chase without any pretense. He said he has a right-hand man, a gentle priest who wouldn't even step on an ant. Yet he carries the title of tyrant, taking the blame for others out in the world. Boom. The sea breeze seemed to freeze at that moment. Kuma's massive, over 2-meter-tall frame stiffened, a rare occurrence. The motion of his left thumb flipping his glove halted midair. Dragon. That name was the absolute weak point buried deep in his heart. As a high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army, his infiltration of the 7 warlords of the sea was a secret so absolute not even the fleet admiral knew. This stranger had not only hacked into Vegapunk's private line, but also revealed his true identity in a single sentence. Who the hell are you? Kuma's voice finally rippled with emotion. A dangerously oppressive pressure seeped into his deep voice. The cover of the Bible in his hand was dented with deep finger impressions. In the monitoring room, Sal, slumped on the floor nearby, listened to the voice of Tyrant Kuma from the speaker. She covered her mouth in shock. What is the deputy warden doing? Directly confronting a warlord, and one who's a revolutionary spy at that. If the world government found out, Impel Down would be razed to the ground by tomorrow. Carl paid no attention to Sal's panic. He shifted his posture, propping his chin on one hand. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is I know what you're doing right now. Carl looked at the green waveform representing the voice on the screen. You're standing on the ruins of the Florian Triangle, looking down at the straw hat brat who beat Moria. Carl tapped his fingers on the desk. You received a direct order from the world government, didn't you? To eliminate all witnesses on the island and completely bury the scandal of Moria's defeat. Kuma remained silent. His breathing stayed steady, but a vein on his temple pulsed slightly. This man knew not only his identity, but also the orders just issued by the world government. His intelligence capabilities were simply terrifying. What's the matter? Can't bring yourself to do it. Carl let out a soft chuckle laced with a hint of mockery. Right? You're such a good man you'd sell yourself to protect others. Carl lowered his voice, the words burrowing into Kuma's ear through the airwaves. For the sake of that little girl named Bonnie. Thud. The heavy Bible in Kuma's hand fell directly onto the pile of rubble. Its pages splayed open, getting soiled with mud. He didn't even bother to pick it up. The name Bonnie was like a sharp dagger piercing through Kuma's impassive iron mask. His rock-solid defenses crumbled completely. His breathing instantly became ragged. You? Kuma's voice trembled, hoarse and dry. What else do you know? I know your fate. Carl dropped his lazy demeanor, his tone turning cold and cruel. You made a deal with the world government. You volunteered to become the prototype for the human weapon, Pacifista, in exchange for them curing Bonnie's sapphire scale disease. With each sentence Carl spoke, Kuma's body sank a little lower. By now your arms and legs should have already been modified, right? Your bones replaced with super alloy bulletproof steel plates embedded under your skin. Carl stared at the black Den Den Mushi. Next comes the torso, the internal organs. And finally your brain. Carl took a deep breath, tearing open the bloody truth. Vegapunk will completely sever your frontal lobe nerves, erasing all your memories, your ability to think, your emotions, turning you into a robotic dog that only follows the orders of the celestial dragons. And on that day, Carl's voice was cruelly decisive. Even if Bonnie stood before you crying and calling you daddy, you would emotionlessly raise your hand, and with the laser from your palm, blast her into a pile of flesh. Shut up. Kuma let out a low, guttural roar. His voice was filled with endless pain and despair. He closed his eyes, fine muscles twitching at the corners. It was the image he dared not think of most in his life. He had given his soul and body for his daughter's survival, but his greatest fear was losing his consciousness and becoming a weapon that would harm her. This secret was known only to him and Vegapunk. This man knew even the details of the surgery. Kuma bent down and picked up the Bible from the ground. He wiped off the mud. He straightened back up, regaining control of his breathing. You tell me all this. What do you want? There is no such thing as free information in this world. This man had stripped him bare, so he must have an agenda. Let's make a deal. Carl swung his legs off the table. His leather boots hit the floor with a dull thud. He stared at the microphone on the console. That kid down there covered in blood wearing the tattered straw hat. His name is Monkey D. Luffy. Carl enunciated each word. He's my little brother. On the ruins of Thriller Bark. Kuma snapped his head down. His gaze piercing through the mist fixed on the boy unconscious in the rubble. Dragon's biological son. And also the little brother of this mysterious man on the phone. Just how many inconceivable monsters were hidden in this family? You want me to spare them, Kuma stated. If this man threatened him with Bonnie's life, he would defy the world government's orders and let the Straw Hats go. No, Carl snorted coldly. You can test them, beat them half to death if you want. These brats are too arrogant. They need some pressure to understand how cruel the new world is. But I need your guarantee. Carl knocked heavily on the desk. Guarantee that they leave that island alive. Carl paused. And then Sabaody Archipelago. Those troublemakers are bound to cause a huge mess there too. I want you to watch over them from the shadows. And when they face a desperate situation they can't handle, save their lives. Kuma listened quietly. This wasn't an unreasonable condition. Luffy was Dragon's son. Even without Carl's request, he had intended to test them, and then let them go. Is that all? Kuma asked back. In exchange, Carl's tone became intensely serious, carrying an undeniable certainty. I will help you preserve your consciousness and humanity. The cooling fan in the monitoring room hummed softly. Sal held her breath. Kuma stared at the Den Den Mushi in his hand, silent. Preserve consciousness. The allure of those two words outweighed all the treasure in the world combined. But he was no child. How exactly do you plan to preserve my consciousness? Kuma looked at the unconscious Luffy in the distance. Then at the green-haired swordsman battered and struggling to his feet to protect his crewmates. The sea breeze swept through the ruins carrying a chill. He spoke slowly into the Den Den Mushi. Vegapunk's modification is an irreversible brain surgery. A physical severance. No god could restore that. The line was silent for 2 seconds. Then, a very faint scoff came through. Carl sat in the iron folding chair. He leaned back. Funny you should mention that. Carl looked at the pale blue system interface shimmering before him. I happen to have just the right anti-conventional black tech for this. Carl's voice had barely faded when he tapped open the pale blue system interface hovering before him. The faint glow illuminated his sleep-deprived face. His fingers swiped rapidly down the virtual panel, pulling up the special items section he usually never bothered to browse. His gaze locked onto an item with an absurdly high price tag. The check-in points in the top right corner plummeted by a huge margin. He clicked his tongue in dismay, pressing it against his back teeth. A crisp exchange successful chime rang out. Ripples spread across the screen's surface, and a USB-shaped object emitting a faint blue glow slowly dropped out from within. Carl caught it with his right hand. It was surprisingly light. The casing felt like smooth, cool jade, its surface etched with flowing golden glyphs. Sile. Carl turned to the former agent sprawled on the floor nearby. Lock coordinates to the magic triangle. Right into the hands of the giant, who carries the Bible. He tossed the blue USB onto the oil-stained metal console. Sile scrambled up from the floor, not even bothering to dust off his pants. He lunged for the keyboard, fingers flying across the keys. Strings of complex coordinates flashed across the screen. Sir, coordinates locked. Sile reported loudly, sweat beading on his forehead. Carl nodded. With a thought, he activated the system's fixed-point teleportation function. The blue USB on the console instantly transformed into a blinding flash of white light. It vanished into thin air from the sealed monitoring room without disturbing a single air current. On the first half of the Grand Line, amidst the fog-shrouded ruins of the Thriller bark, Kuma was still holding the black Den Den Mushi. The cold wind rustled his black coat. Suddenly the air above his wide left palm began to warp violently. A flash of white light. A long jade-like object radiating a faint luminescence landed steadily in his paw-padded palm. The touch was icy cold. For the first time, a genuine look of astonishment crossed Kuma's perpetually stoic face. He lowered his head, staring intently at the object in his hand. His mind went blank. Spatial teleportation. Without any trace of devil fruit ability. Without any preset navigational beacons. It had crossed half the Grand Line, delivering a physical object to him with pinpoint accuracy. This godlike power completely shattered Kuma's understanding. Even Vegapunk, with his mind 500 years ahead of humanity, could never achieve something like this. What is this? Kuma's voice was tinged with an uncontrollable hoarseness. He held the blue USB up to his eyes. Back in the Impel Down monitoring room, Carl picked up his cup and took a sip of water to clear his throat. The sound of his swallow transmitted through the electrical waves. A sole backup storage device. Carl swung his long legs back onto the edge of the console. Vegapunk's surgery will sever your brain, nerves, turning you into an ironclad puppet. It's irreversible physical damage. No one can save you from that. Carl shifted to a more comfortable position. But if we get to you before he starts cutting, we can copy your memories, personality, and consciousness completely. Store it in this thing. Then even if your body becomes scrap metal that only follows orders. Carl's voice echoed across the desolate ruins. As long as I hold this, I can find you a new vessel and reboot you anytime. The sea breeze seemed to hold its breath at that moment. Kuma tightened his grip on the blue USB. A faint warmth emanated from the jade-like casing as if it were connected to his own pulse. He understood the weight of this object all too well. It meant he could fulfill his deal with the world government, securing his daughter Bonnie's life. And also preserve his existence as a human. He wouldn't become a machine that slaughters his comrades. This man had casually offered him a lifeline he wouldn't have dared to dream of. What do I need to do? Kuma didn't hesitate. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, but he was willing to pay any price. Press it against your forehead, Carl instructed through the microphone. Then push the button on top. It might feel like thousands of needles stabbing your brain at once. Bear with it. If you pass out from the pain and the copy gets interrupted, that's on you. Kuma set down his Bible. He raised his left hand and pressed the blue USB firmly against his broad forehead. His thick thumb found the raised button on top. He pressed down hard. BZZZT. The USB surface erupted with a blinding blue light. A violent wave of dizziness crashed into Kuma's mind. It felt like someone had shoved a high-powered pump into his skull and was brutally siphoning out his very brain matter. Agonizing pain instantly engulfed every nerve ending. Kuma let out a muffled grunt. His legs gave way, and his massive frame dropped to one knee amidst the rubble. Sharp stones tore through his pant leg, digging into his flesh. He clenched his jaw so hard the muscles in his cheeks bulged. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead and streamed down his face. The blue light moved like living tendrils burrowing into his brain along the lines of his skin. Fragments of countless memories began flashing through his mind in a frenzy. Bonnie's snotty-nosed smile as a child. The look on her face as she devoured a slice of pizza. Dragon's speech on Baltigo facing the wind and sand. The famine and tears he had witnessed as the king of the Sorbet Kingdom. Everything was being frantically recorded packaged. A full 3 minutes passed. Only then did the soul-rending pain begin to recede like a tide. The blue light on his forehead gradually dimmed. Kuma gasped for air, his chest heaving. His clothes were soaked through with sweat, and the wind cut right through him, chilling him to the bone. He weakly removed the USB from his forehead. The casing, which had only glowed faintly before, now had intricate golden bands of light flowing within it like a miniature galaxy. That was his entire life and soul. Done. Carl's voice came through the Den Den Mushi at the right moment. Leave the thing where it is. I'll retrieve it. Kuma placed the USB on a relatively clean flat stone nearby. He took half a step back. A white light flashed again. The USB vanished from the stone, leaving only a faint ripple in the air. Back in the Impel Down monitoring room, the USB landed back in Carl's hand. It was still damp with Kuma's cold sweat. Carl wiped it on his pant leg with a look of disgust. He weighed it in his hand, then casually tossed it into the highest security compartment of his system inventory. Locked. Deal done. Carl spoke into the microphone, his tone reverting to that drowsy, languid drawl. Go do what you need to do. And don't forget your promise. Carl paused. Take care of my brother. On the other end of the line, Kuma slowly straightened up. He turned to look at Luffy, still unconscious in the distance. Then he glanced at the battered green-haired swordsman struggling to his feet in a desperate attempt to protect his captain. Kuma turned back to the black Den Den Mushi on the ground. Carl. His voice was filled with immense gravity, carrying a sense of relief, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed his head slightly towards the invisible radio waves. From this day forward, this broken body of mine and my soul are yours to command. It was a vow made by a Revolutionary Army commander to a vice warden of Impel Down, heavy with conviction, devoid of any falsehood. Carl didn't respond. He hated these heavy, sentimental moments. They gave him goosebumps. He pressed a button with his thumb, cutting off the communication. The Den Den Mushi closed its eyes and curled its body into a ball. With Kuma's consciousness back up, confirmed successful, Carl had finally resolved a major concern. No matter how much trouble Blackbeard stirred up in the coming situation, Carl now held the most crucial trump card. Life in Impel Down continued peacefully for a few more weeks. During this time, the seas outside were churning with turmoil. But deep beneath Impel Down, it was like a secluded paradise. Magellan's diarrhea had finally improved. However, Carl had sent him to patrol the deepest isolation block just to keep him out of sight and out of mind. And every day at exactly 2 p.m., Oshiryu of the Ring was dragged by Carl into the empty room next to the office and beaten black and blue. Now that bloodthirsty beast didn't even have the courage to draw his sword in front of Carl, as docile as a guard dog. Crocodile's sand sculpting skills were becoming increasingly refined. He was no longer satisfied with busts. He had even sculpted a life-sized, fully detailed statue of the Mona Lisa from sand in the corridor. He spent his days crouching there, patching up the edges of the sand statue. Everything seemed so harmonious. So harmonious that Carl was starting to feel a little bored. Until one afternoon. Carl had just finished lunch and was lying on the leather chair in his office for a nap. The sea breeze outside was quite strong. It whistled through the gaps in the high barred windows. He pulled his sleep mask down halfway, turned over, and was just about to drift into deep sleep. Bang! The wooden door to his office was slammed open, the panel crashing hard against the wall with a deafening roar. Dust and plaster rained down from the walls. Sile stumbled and crawled his way in, drenched in sweat. His black agent suit was torn open, his tie twisted around to his back. He had been running so fast that he'd lost a shoe. With only a gray sock on one foot, he slipped on the red carpet and thudded to his knees in front of the desk. In his hand, he clutched a piece of intelligence paper just printed from the monitoring room. The paper was crumpled and damp with sweat. Sir. Sile's voice cracked with sheer terror, like a duck with its neck being squeezed. He gasped for air, his eyes looking like they might pop out of their sockets. Something huge is happening at the Sabaody archipelago. Sile swallowed hard, his throat dry and sore. He slapped the crumpled paper onto the desk. He looked up, his face etched with despair at the roused Carl. Straw Hat Luffy, he. What happened to Straw Hat Luffy? Carl's hand, which was peeling a grape, froze mid-motion. The half-peeled emerald flesh squeezed out from between his fingers. Gulp. Carrying sticky sweet juice, it rolled twice across the mahogany desk. Finally, it bumped against the edge of the keyboard and stopped, leaving a trail of moisture. Carl didn't bother to pick it up. His lifeless fish eyes, usually half-lidded and devoid of drive, were now fully open. Sili was still kneeling on the red carpet. He gasped for air in ragged heaves, his chest rattling like a broken bellows being dragged open. His black agent suit was completely undone, his tie lost somewhere during his frantic run. His feet, clad only in gray socks, curled tightly into the plush fibers from the biting cold and sheer terror. Sweat beaded on his forehead the size of soybeans and splashed heavily onto the floor. Sir. Sabaody archipelago. Sili's throat was parched, his voice scraping like two rusty iron plates grinding together. Something happened at the auction house. His words came out in broken fragments. In a panic, he shoved his hand into his pocket and rummaged around frantically. He pulled out a small black miniature Den Den Mushi and slammed it onto the edge of the desk. His trembling fingers pressed the play button on its back. Click! The snail's eyes snapped open, its mouth agape. A burst of chaotic background noise instantly flooded the quiet office. The recording quality was rough, riddled with static interference, but the sounds within were unmistakable. The dull thud of wooden chairs being overturned and smashed. The panicked shoving and trampling of a crowd. The piercing shrill screams of women. Then a man's voice dripping with arrogance, syrupy and condescending, cut through. That's the mermaid I bought. Who dares to steal her? Get back, you filthy commoners. Bang. The sharp crack of a gunshot exploded from the recording, followed by the muffled thud of a heavy body hitting the ground. Carl's back left the leather chair. He grabbed a tissue and slowly, deliberately wiped the grape juice from his fingertips. His movements were languid, but the tissue in his hand was already crumpled into a tight, twisted ball. The recording went silent for less than half a second. Then a roar of pure, unadulterated fury, as if ripped from the depths of a beast's throat, exploded. Hachi. It was Luffy's voice. Carl knew it all too well. It was the exact same roar Luffy had let out 10 years ago when a tiger bit a chunk of flesh from Carl's leg on the mountain. It was pure rage devoid of any reason. Then came the explosive sound of leather shoes crushing wooden floorboards. The whistling sound of rubber stretching to its absolute limit. Finally, a sickening grinding crunch. It was the sound of a fist hard as bone slamming, without reservation, into a fragile face. The squelch of flesh and the snap of bone were crystal clear, followed by the sound of a heavy object being launched like a cannonball, crashing through row after row of solid wooden seats. Crash! The echo of collapsing debris buzzed through the Den Den Mushi. After a brief dead silence, the auction house erupted in screams of despair loud enough to tear off the roof. Oh no, a celestial dragon. Charlos has been knocked out. Quick, call the admiral. The recording abruptly cut off amidst the chaotic cries and wails. Click. The black Den Den Mushi closed its mouth, its body shrinking into a tight ball. The office fell into a deathly silence. The hum of the air conditioner was the only sound. Silai knelt on the ground, his hands digging desperately into the carpet's edge. He didn't dare look up at Carl's face. Attacking a celestial dragon. It was an absolute taboo on the seas, one that even the four emperors wouldn't touch lightly. The pride of the world nobles had been trampled under the feet of a rookie from the East Blue. According to the world government's iron law, the Marine headquarters must dispatch its strongest forces for a slaughter-like retaliation. At the door, Domino, carrying a freshly brewed cup of coffee, had just reached the threshold. She heard the last few sentences from the Den Den Mushi. Her hands trembled violently. The tray lost its balance. Crash. The white porcelain coffee cup shattered on the tiled floor. The scalding dark brown liquid splashed onto her black stockings, leaving a patch of reddened skin. But she felt no pain. Domino's eyes, hidden behind her black-framed sunglasses, were wide with shock. Her legs gave way and she leaned helplessly against the doorframe. A celestial dragon was hit. Her voice trembled like a leaf in an autumn gale. Silai swallowed hard, his throat dry. Sir, the Straw Hat crew has really poked a hole in the sky this time. Silai and Domino both waited. They waited for the vice warden, known for his extreme protectiveness, to erupt in a fury that would blow the roof off. But Carl didn't get angry. He tossed the crumpled tissue into the wastebasket with perfect aim. His shoulders slumped and he leaned back into his chair. His chest vibrated slightly. Heh! A faint, almost inaudible laugh escaped Carl's lips. Silai was stunned. Domino was dumbfounded. The corners of Carl's mouth stretched wider and wider. That kid, I taught him that punching angle myself. Carl reached for the cold tea on the desk and took a sip. That Charlos guy, always walking around with a glass dome on his head pretending to be a god. I've wanted to punch him for ages. Luffy's punch. Well done. Damn, that felt good. Silai's mouth hung open, his mind completely unable to process this. He hit a celestial dragon, and the vice warden thinks it was a good punch. This was a catastrophe that would bring down an admiral's wrath. Sir, this isn't about whether it felt good or not. Silai scrambled to his feet from the floor, abandoning all formality, and slammed his hands on the desk. Do you know what this means, eh? Sabaody Archipelago is right on the doorstep of Marine headquarters. This is a direct slap in the face. Carl set down his teacup. The smile vanished from his face. Of course he knew what it meant. A celestial dragon attacked, an admiral deployed. It was an iron law. No one could stop it, not even Sengoku could suppress it. What's the current situation at HQ? Carl tapped the desk. Silai quickly turned and shouted towards the door. Vice Warden Domino, please close the door. Domino, snapping back to reality, hastily kicked the porcelain shards aside. She grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door shut. Silai pulled a data cable from his pocket and connected it to the eavesdropping Den Den Mushi. The other end was plugged into a spare screen on Carl's desk. Sir, this is a recording from HQ's main control room, intercepted 2 minutes ago. The screen lit up. A burst of static-filled audio emitted. Medic! Get a medic! Fleet Admiral Sengoku has vomited blood. The frantic shouts of Marine officers filled the air, accompanied by the crash of a heavy object breaking through wooden panels. It's that grandson of Garp's again. Sengoku's enraged roar overpowered even the static. Alabasta Ini's lobby. Now Sabaody. Is he going to be satisfied only when he tears down the world government? The background was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Sengoku coughed violently, clearly his old stomach ulcer acting up from the stress. Notify the admirals. Depart immediately. Blockade all coastlines of the Sabaody archipelago. Capture that bastard in the straw hat alive. Dead or alive. The recording finished playing. The screen switched back to the radar monitoring interface. It was dotted with countless signal points. Carl stared at the screen. His gaze turned utterly cold. Sabaody archipelago was too close to Marineford. A battleship at full speed wouldn't take much time to get there. Moreover, HQ had those monsters who didn't rely on ships moving at speeds that defied belief. Luffy and his crew had just finished at Eni's lobby and barely had time to rest. Now they were facing a crisis of this magnitude. With their fledgling strength barely out of the East Blue, they couldn't last a single move against an admiral. Carl crossed his arms, his fingers tapping lightly on his hand. His mind raced through possible strategies. Kuma should already be near the Sabaody archipelago. According to their agreement, Kuma would intervene at the last moment to send Luffy and the others flying to safety. But there were too many variables. If the admiral sent was a ruthless one who left no room for mercy like Akainu, he wouldn't even give Kuma a chance to act, just incinerate half the island with a single lava attack. Then Luffy wouldn't even be left as ashes. Scylla. Carl's voice was low. Check the troop deployment chart at HQ. Have they confirmed which admiral is being dispatched? Scylla's eyes were glued to the radar frequency on the screen. His fingers flew across the small keyboard beside him. Lines of green code flashed by. He was decrypting the latest departure logs from HQ. 10 seconds later, Scylla's fingers suddenly froze. He stared at a glaring yellow that had just appeared on the screen. His face turned ashen in an instant. His lips trembled uncontrollably. Scylla, looking at the intercepted troop deployment chart, spoke with a shaking voice. Sir, HQ has confirmed the deployment. It's the strongest force, Admiral Kizaru. He's already boarded the ship with his men. Carl grabbed the marine coat draped over his chair and stood up. Looks like I'll have to make a personal trip. Carl flung his broad cloak of justice over his shoulders, striding out of the office with sweeping steps, the hem of the cloak whipping up a fierce gust of wind. The draft toppled the wastepaper basket at the corner of the desk, sending crumpled paper balls tumbling across the red carpet. Sal was still slumped against the edge of the console in the surveillance room. Watching Carl's retreating figure radiating murderous intent, Sal swallowed dryly. Yes, sir, he stammered, pushing himself up from the desk, his voice shaky. Should I notify the docks on the first level to prepare the fastest warship for you? Carl didn't even turn his head. Too slow. His leather boots struck the stone slabs of the corridor with dull, heavy echoes. By the time that old tub warms up and clears the comm belt, everything will be long over. Level 3 of Impel Down, the advanced medical ward. The air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol mingled with a lingering sour hint of poison gas. Magellan lay on the white iron-framed hospital bed, his massive frame sinking deep into the mattress. And 4-needle was taped to the back of his hand. Clear glucose solution dripped steadily down the plastic tube. A thin blanket covered his stomach. The purple hue of his face had finally regained a semblance of healthy color. He had just closed his eyes, ready to enjoy a peaceful nap. Bang! The wooden door of the medical ward was brutally kicked open, slamming hard against the wall. The impact rattled the four-stand by the bed, its metal poles clanging loudly. Startled, Magellan bolted upright. The sudden movement caused the needle to slip, raising a bruised bump on his hand. Dark red blood began to flow backward up the clear tube. Ow! Who in the world? Magellan winced, clutching his hand. The first thing he saw was Carl's cold, hard face. Carl strode to the bedside, pulling the heavy string of purple authority keys from his pocket. They had been digging into his thigh all day, a constant annoyance. Clink! He tossed the keys onto Magellan's blanket, the metal landing with a dull thud. Old Mag, had enough rest, haven't you? Carl looked at Magellan's stunned face. I'm tired of the acting warden gig. Authority's back to you. He straightened his cloak. I'm not clocking in today. Count it as an unexcused absence. Magellan's mouth hung open, his gas mask dangling from a strap around his neck. Now hold on. Carl, my friend, he pointed at the backflowing fore tube, looking utterly bewildered. My drip isn't even finished yet. Where are you off to? The sun hasn't even set, but it's not your quitting time yet. Carl had no time to explain. Got some personal business to attend to. He turned towards the door. Keep an eye on Hannibal and Domino. Don't let them run around causing trouble. And with that he was out the door, leaving Magellan with only a hurried glimpse of his back. Magellan gripped the string of purple keys. Just then his stomach let out a timely gurgle. A wave of cramping pain hit him again. Grimacing, he frantically slammed the call button by the bed. Medic, pull this needle out now. I need the bathroom. At the same time at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, harsh sunlight beat down on the vast fortress plaza. The air was stiflingly hot. Seagulls circled the fortress peak, their cries a chaotic chorus. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood on the stone steps at the plaza's edge. His iconic seagull hat was slightly askew. In his hand, he clutched a transponder snail that had just delivered the battle report from Sabaody Archipelago, its plastic casing already cracked from his grip. Borsalino. Sengoku's roar was loud enough to raise waves on the sea, spittle flying. The celestial dragons being attacked is an insult this headquarters absolutely cannot tolerate. He pointed a trembling finger at the tall, lanky man in the yellow and white striped suit, his chest heaving. Drop that lazy attitude of yours right now. Get to Sabaody and bring back that straw hat boy and all the pirates involved. Kizaru stood beside a massive coastal defense cannon. His hands were shoved deep into his trouser pockets. His mouth was turned down in an exaggerated inverted U shape. His amber-tinted sunglasses reflected the light, hiding his eyes. "So scary, Sengoku-san is so angry," Kizaru drawled, dragging out his words. He pulled out his right hand and used his pinky to dig in his ear. He casually flicked away a bit of earwax. "It's just a few rookies who just set sail. Is all this fuss really necessary?" Sengoku's beard trembled with rage. He took a heavy step forward, the stone slab beneath him groaning. "Are you defying orders?" Fine, I'm going." Kizaru sighed, a deep sense of reluctance in the sound. He walked to the front of the cannon, its muzzle a dark, gaping hole. He raised his right foot. His black, pointed leather shoe came to rest directly on the tip of the cold, gleaming shell loaded inside the barrel. "Hey, you there? Fire it," he said, waving a hand at the nearby gunner. The gunner, sweating profusely, tremblingly, pulled the firing lanyard. Boom. The gunpowder detonated violently in the chamber. The black, solid cannonball tore through the air with devastating force, soaring into the sky. Kizaru stood on the high-speed projectile on one foot. His yellow suit coat flapped loudly in the wind. His hands remained firmly in his pockets. He looked down at the shrinking marine Ford Plaza below. A celestial dragon getting beaten. My, Kizaru muttered, shaking his head. Young people these days are truly terrifying. I had just brewed a cup of top-grade black tea, hadn't even taken a sip, and my vacation is ruined again. The cannonball traced a long parabola across the sky, punching through the clouds, and plummeted rapidly towards the direction of the Sabeti archipelago. Impel Down, Level 1, the sea entrance. The surface of the calm belt was like a giant black mirror. There was no wind, no waves. It was lifeless, without even a single ripple. Carl stood on the moss-covered stone dock, gazing at the thick fog in the distance. By the time a warship could get there, that light-speed leg of Kizaru's would probably already be on Luffy's face. He had to be faster than an admiral. Carl wasn't going to fight Kizaru to the death. The Sabeti archipelago was too close to headquarters. If things got truly heated there, Rayleigh would get involved, and the situation would devolve into a complete mess. He was going there to control the scene. To force the situation into the framework he had designed before that sly old fox Kizaru could do something irreparable. Carl took a deep breath of the salty sea air, the cold air filling his lungs. He pushed the enhancement of his corpse-like physique to its absolute limit. His muscle fibers tensed like drawn bowstrings. A faint, barely visible blue aura of spiritual pressure rippled across his skin. He stepped back half a step with his right foot. The muscles in his thigh bulged, straining the black fabric of his uniform trousers. Bang! The stone slab beneath his feet shattered, cracking into a spiderweb of fragments. Carl's figure vanished from the dock instantly. No afterimage. Just pure physical disappearance. Hundreds of meters out to sea. A deafening sonic boom suddenly exploded in midair. Boom. A ring of white shockwave burst in the void. Shuinpa combined with the moon step from the Six Powers. Carl brutally fused these two space-crossing techniques together. He created tangible footholds in the air. Every time his toe tapped the void, it triggered a miniature sonic boom. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous series of sonic booms echoed across the calm belt, sounding like a string of dense thunderclaps. Carl was like a black meteor tearing across the surface of the sea. He was moving too fast. The sheer kinetic force of his passage compressed the water below him. The dark sea surface was plowed open by the air pressure he created, carving a white trench over 3 meters deep. Waves of water rolled away on either side, kicking up a spray of white foam. A massive zebra-striped sea king surfaced right then to breathe, its mouth full of jagged teeth wide open. Before it could even inhale, Carl's figure flashed past its eyes. The air pressure was like a solid steel blade. Splurt. Half of the sea king's head was sliced clean off by the shockwave. Dark red blood sprayed like a fountain into the air before raining back down into the sea, dyeing a vast area of the ocean red. Carl paid it no mind. His eyes were fixed solely on the direction of the Sabeti archipelago. The fierce wind blew his hair straight back. The cloak of justice, unable to withstand the incredible wind resistance, began to tear at the edges with a ripping sound. It was about to be shredded. Carl gritted his teeth, his lungs feeling like they were on fire. "Borsellino, if you dare to make a move, I'll break your leg," he vowed to himself, the sonic booms beneath his feet growing even more frequent. Half an hour later, Impel Down Level 4, outside the acting warden's office. Hannibal carried a silver tray holding freshly cut chilled watermelon and a few delicate little cakes from the kitchen. A fawning smile plastered on his face, his belly jiggling as he led the way. Domino, holding a stack of daily reports and wearing high heels, followed behind. "Big brother Carl, I've brought your afternoon tea." Hannibal didn't knock. He shoved the wooden door open with his back. He turned around with the tray, his plump face beaming. "This watermelon was just taken from the ice cellar, guaranteed to be." Hannibal's voice died in his throat. The smile on his face froze. His small pea-like eyes widened in shock. The silver tray tilted slightly, and a slice of watermelon slid off, landing on the red carpet. Red juice splattered everywhere. Domino peered out from behind him. Her eyes, hidden behind her black-framed glasses, were also filled with disbelief. Behind the large mahogany desk, the leather chair that was always occupied was now empty. The special goji berry thermos on the desk still emitted a faint wisp of steam. The iron door to the surveillance room in the corner was tightly shut. There was no sign of Carl in the room. Only the tall iron window was wide open, sea breeze pouring in. The wind rustled the papers on the desk noisily. Hannibal swallowed hard, a gulp sounding in his throat. He turned to look at Domino, the fat on his face, trembling violently. Vice Warden. Hannibal's voice was as dry as chewing sand. That man who wouldn't work a single extra minute for 365 days a year actually left Impel Down on his own. Hannibal's face, once relatively calm, was now utterly twisted by extreme shock, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a seagull egg. The silver tray he was holding lost its balance. Clang. The tray flipped over and crashed onto the red carpet. A few slices of chilled watermelon tumbled out. The red watermelon flesh smashed into a pulp and the sweet juice instantly soaked into the expensive carpet fibers. Hannibal didn't even bother to pick it up. His beady eyes were fixed on the empty boss chair. Domino walked out quickly from behind him. She paid no attention to the mess on the floor. She walked straight to the towering iron window, leaned out, and looked outside. On the sea of the calm belt, apart from the lingering gray mist, there was nothing. Not even a trace of a sail was visible. The sound of a warship's departure horn was also absent. He didn't leave through the main gate. Domino's voice was dry, filled with disbelief. I didn't receive any report of his departure from the island either. Hannibal's whole body trembled with fat. Where's the boss going? He didn't even finish his afternoon tea. In Hannibal's understanding, even if the sky fell, Carl would still nap and have snacks in his office on time. This man was notoriously opposed to overtime. The iron door of the monitoring room creaked open. Sal stood by the doorframe, his black suit still wrinkled as before. His face was paler than before. I just heard the boss mention Admiral Kazuru. Sal swallowed hard, his throat tight. Headquarters just sent Kazuru to the Sabaody archipelago to deal with the attack on the Celestial Dragons. Hannibal froze for a second. Then a strange flush of excitement spread across his livid fat face. He slapped his thigh hard, producing a crisp sound. I get it. Hannibal spun around excitedly twice, stepping on the watermelon rind and crushing it. The boss thinks the headquarters guys are too slow. He's going to steal the Admiral's thunder himself. Domino pushed up her black-framed sunglasses. The gears of her imagination also started spinning wildly. An Admiral's deployment is a world-shaking event. The Vice Warden, who usually keeps a low profile, now suddenly charges out alone. Domino gasped. Could he be using this opportunity to wipe out all the rookie pirates gathered on Sabaody? Sal leaned against the wall, breaking out in a cold sweat. Wipe out all. He recalled Carl's usual cold indifference toward the world government. Given the boss's temper, if he really goes, he might even beat up the Admiral. The three exchanged a terrified yet fanatical glance in the office. These three high-ranking officials of Impel Down were now completely lost in their own delusions. They believed that this hidden emperor was finally about to unleash overwhelming violence upon the world. Scene shift. Grand Line, Sabaody archipelago. The giant mangrove trees blotted out the sky. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the grass. Colorful soap bubbles drifted lazily from the roots into the sky. This was Area 24. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the street's tranquility. A three-story red brick building collapsed thunderously. Rubble and broken beams raised a cloud of dust. A tall, thin figure leisurely emerged from the dust. Kizaru stopped. He brushed the dust off his yellow and white striped suit sleeves. In his left hand, he held a small black Den Den Mushi and shouted into it twice. Hey, where are you sent tomorrow? The black Den Den Mushi rolled its eyes, showing no response. Kizaru curled his lips. Oh dear, it seems I picked up the wrong one. A bugging Den Den Mushi. How troublesome. He casually stuffed the snail back into his pocket. On both sides of the street, several notorious supernovas from the Grand Line stared warily at this suddenly appeared top marine force. Seacall Scratchman, a puss, stood on a broken brick wall. He beat his chest like a drum, producing strange syllables. He was preparing to release destructive sound waves. What's a marine admiral? Eat this. Before he could finish, Kizaru turned his head, a cold gleam reflecting off his amber sunglasses. Speed is weight. He raised his right leg, which instantly transformed into dazzling yellow photons. A laser-like beam swept across. Apu didn't even get out his last syllable. He was directly kicked in the waist. With a dull crack of bones, he flew sideways like a ragged sack, crashing through 4 buildings before stopping, his fate unknown. Nearby, X-Drake transformed into an Allosaurus, let out a roar, and charged with a gaping maw. Kizaru didn't even look at him. He simply extended a finger and touched it to the dinosaur's broad forehead. A cross-shaped light flashed. A laser beam instantly pierced the hard scales. The high temperature scorched the flesh. Drake's eyes rolled back, and his massive body collapsed with a thud, shaking the ground. In less than 2 minutes, several supernova pirates, each with bounties over 100 million, lay in the ruins, coughing up blood. Kizaru sighed. Youngsters these days can't take a hit. I still have to find Sentomaru elsewhere. He dissolved into countless yellow particles of light and vanished. At the edge of Area 12's mangrove trees, the air was thick with a pungent burnt smell. A towering pacifista lay on the grass, black smoke rising from its body. Sparks occasionally burst from its internal mechanical parts. Luffy was panting heavily, hands on his knees. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the grass. The entire Straw Hat crew had reached their absolute physical limits. Zoro's condition was the worst. The fatal wounds he received on Thriller Bark had barely healed. To cut down the mechanical monster earlier, he had forced himself, and the wounds burst open completely. The bandages on his chest were all soaked in blood. He gripped his swords with both hands, his legs trembling. Even standing steadily was a luxury. His knees buckled. Zoro fell to his knees in the mud. The sword tips pierced the soil, barely supporting his body. He spat out mouthfuls of bloody saliva. "Zoro!" Luffy shouted, trying to run over and help him. But as he took a step, a blinding yellow light rapidly gathered in front of Zoro. The light particles assembled into Kizaru's tall, thin figure. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down at the green-haired swordsman kneeling on the ground. "Oh dear, I found you here." Kizaru pursed his signature lewd lips. "Roronoa Zoro, bounty 120 million. Your aura is very weak." Zoro gritted his teeth, trying to raise the Wado Ikemanji in his hand. But his arms felt heavy as lead. He couldn't even lift it an inch. Kizaru raised his right foot. His black leather shoe casually pressed down on Zoro's broad back. With just a slight push, Zoro's chest slammed into the muddy water. The immense pressure forced a grunt from him, and blood uncontrollably flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. "Stop it!" Luffy's eyes turned red instantly. He desperately activated Gear Second, trying to rush over. But his exhausted body refused to obey. His legs gave way, and he fell heavily onto the grass. His fingers dug into the dirt, nails tearing and bleeding. A desperate hoarse scream tore from his throat. Usopp pulled out his slingshot and fired wildly, his eyes red. The Firestar pellets hit Kizaru but passed straight through his photonized body, not even singeing his clothes. Sanji, gritting his teeth, dragged his broken leg and kicked out. Kizaru casually waved a hand, sending him flying like a fly, crashing into a tree. "Take a rest." Kizaru looked down at Zoro under his foot. The shoe on Zoro's back glowed with a blinding cross-shaped light at the toe. The light grew brighter, illuminating Zoro's pale face. The surrounding air warped from the intense heat of the concentrated photons. The temperature soared. If this foot pressed down, the laser beam would pierce through his heart and skull without resistance. Luffy desperately stretched out his rubber arm, trying to grab Kizaru's trouser leg. He dragged 2 mud grooves across the grass. Just a bit short. Kizaru's toe pressed down. The devastating beam was about to erupt. Just as the blinding cross-shaped light on Kizaru's foot was about to pierce Zoro's skull, at the critical moment, a familiar voice tinged with laziness and mockery leisurely rang out above the mangrove trees. "Brother Borsellino, please go easy on the foot. Your expensive shoes won't be easy to clean if they get blood on them." Hearing this familiar voice, the devastating laser light gathering on Kizaru's foot froze midair. The blinding cross-shaped glare warped the surrounding air with intense heat. The tattered bandages on Zoro's back had begun to smolder. The acrid stench of scorched flesh mingled with the earthy scent of mud permeated the forest clearing. Kizaru's neck stiffened. He turned his head slowly, the joints in his neck emitting faint cracks. His amber-tinted sunglasses slid half an inch down his prominent nose bridge, revealing a pair of startled eyes. Beneath the colossal mangrove tree in the shadows, Carl stood upon a thick branch. His hands were buried in the pockets of his black uniform trousers, his body slightly hunched. The billowing coat, a symbol of absolute justice, was now a sorry sight. The hem had been shredded into strips by the high-altitude winds hanging pathetically from his shoulders. Carl gasped for air. His chest heaved violently like a bellows. Having used moonwalk and flash step for hundreds of nautical miles, even his steel-hardened physique was buckling under the insane strain. He could feel the muscles in his thighs cramping. A bead of scalding sweat rolled down his brow and into his eye, stinging sharply. He couldn't be bothered to raise a hand to rub it. He just blinked rapidly twice. "Carl, my friend." Kizaru's trademark lecherous voice drawled. The words dragged, laced with disbelief. "If I recall, you should be cooling your heels in the deep-sea prison Impel Down right now." Kizaru pursed his lips. From the Calm Belt to the Sabati archipelago, even on a Marine Headquarters Express warship, it'd take half a day. "How in the world did you just pop up here?" Down in the muddy pit, Luffy clawed desperately at the wet soil. His fingernails were packed with black mud, some torn and bleeding. His eyes, bloodshot from despair, froze the instant they heard the voice. The veins on his neck bulged and throbbed from sheer strain. Luffy struggled to lift his mud-caked face. He stared at the panting black figure on the tree trunk. The familiar deadfish eyes, the familiar lazy posture. Even in the Marine uniform, even having grown taller over the decade. "Hey Carl." "Big brother." Luffy's voice was completely hoarse, scraping like rusted metal. He opened his mouth, pulling at the scab on his lip, and winced with a sharp intake of breath. "It's really you." Tears welled in Luffy's eyes instantly. Nearby, Sanji dragged his broken leg, leaning against a shattered tree stump. A cigarette soaked with cold sweat dangled from his lips. His lighter failed to spark 3 times. Hearing Luffy shout, Sanji's hand trembled violently. Usopp stood with his slingshot raised, legs shaking like leaves in an autumn gale. "Luffy, what did you call him?" Usopp swallowed dryly, his eyes bulging. "That guy in the Admiral's coat is your big brother." Carl ignored the straw hats below. He didn't even glance at Luffy. He tapped the tree branch lightly with his toe. He leaped down from several meters up. Splat! His black military boots landed on the soft, wet grass, sinking into a muddy divot. A few specks of mud splashed up, landing precisely on Kizaru's immaculately polished white leather shoes, leaving glaring black spots. Kizaru frowned in distaste. He took a half step back with his left foot. The glowing right foot, hovering over Zoro's head, shifted 10 centimeters away. The searing heat finally receded. Zoro, relieved, coughed violently into the mud, hacking up a pool of dark, clotted blood. "Don't even ask," Carl said, pulling his right hand from his pocket to tug at the sweat-soaked shirt clinging to his back. A cold breeze made him shiver. "This damn place is too far from the Calm Belt," Carl grumbled. I literally ran here by kicking the air. I almost wore through my soles. My calves are still cramping up. He strode over to Kizaru, nonchalantly stopping less than half a meter away. In a clash of powerhouses on the sea that was a lethal distance. But Carl just stood there slouched, even reaching out to brush a speck of dust off Kizaru's yellow and white striped suit sleeve. Kizaru didn't lower his raised foot. The cross-shaped laser glare bleached both their faces pale. I'm currently under Sengoku's direct orders, you know. Kizaru looked at Carl, the playfulness in his tone diminishing. A celestial dragon got hit. Mariehua is in an uproar. Headquarters can't save face. Kizaru sighed and shrugged. If I don't bring back some heads, I'll lose my perfect attendance bonus this month. Might even get my pay docked. Carl rolled his eyes dramatically. He reached back into his pocket, fumbling around, and pulled out a half-melted sticky mint candy. Carl grimaced in disgust and flicked it away. The candy arced through the air and disappeared into a nearby bush. You're worried about a lousy attendance bonus. Carl wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. That's not what you were saying the other day over that wagyu hot pot at my place. Hey, take a look at the brat with the straw hat at your feet. Carl jerked his chin towards Luffy. Kizaru glanced down. Luffy was struggling desperately to get up, face covered in mud. A cocky rookie from the East Blue. Pretty tough, Kizaru said dismissively. That's Garp's biological grandson, Carl said, his voice low but crystal clear. In the silent mangrove forest, the words hit Kizaru's ears like a dull hammer. The nonchalance on Kizaru's face froze. His eyelids twitched twice behind his sunglasses. Of course he knew Garp had a grandson who'd become a pirate. But with so many rookies setting sail each year and bounties flying everywhere, he didn't have time to memorize the face of some brat from the East Blue. Now that Carl had pointed it out, Kizaru suddenly felt the photons under his foot grow a bit hot. His own, with blood ties. Carl leaned in half an inch, lowering his voice further. His tone carried the familiarity and warning of a fellow slacker. If you really stomp down today and kill this kid, or cripple these precious crewmates of his, Carl gestured at the half-dead Zoro on the ground. Kizaru remained silent. His Adam's apple bobbed. You know what? Carl tapped Kizaru's arm. Tomorrow morning before your shift even starts, that old madman Garp will kick your office door off its hinges and smash your admiral's desk to splinters. Carl's description was vivid. Forget the attendance bonus then. That expensive imported tea set of yours, those magazines you hide in your drawer. It'll all be rubble. Carl stared into Kizaru's eyes. And worse if Garp camps out at your office door every day looking for a fight. How are you going to enjoy your paid tea breaks? How are you going to clock out on time to trim your nails? Old pal, your peaceful retirement is ruined. The impact of those words was devastating. In Kizaru's mind, a horrifying image flashed: Garp swinging his black iron fist, smashing his beloved purple clay teapot to pieces. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his wrinkled face, more than when he'd been fighting the supernovas earlier. The cross-shaped laser flickered, clearly destabilized by his wavering concentration. This? Kizaru's lips moved, his tone finally hesitant. If I go back to Sengoku empty-handed. Sengoku's easy to deal with, Carl cut him off. Just say the rookies got lucky, had some covert backup. Besides, didn't you already beat down several supernovas with bounties over 100 million? Carl pointed to the unconscious Apu and Drake in the ruins. You've already met your quota. Even if old man Sengoku is mad, he can't find a reason to dock your pay. Carl slapped Kizaru on the shoulder twice, making the suit fabric snap. Do me a solid. We're brothers in the Slacker Alliance. Carl smiled, but his eyes held no mirth. Just put on a show. He took a step back, creating distance. Make it flashy. Fire off plenty of lasers, blow up a few more trees. Just make some noise for the Den Den Mushi listening in. Then head home early and soak in a hot bath. Sounds good, right? In the nearby mud pit, Luffy panted heavily, his ears ringing with the pounding of his own heart. He couldn't make out what Carl and Kizaru were whispering about. He could only see that the terrifying admiral had actually stopped his assault. Zoro lay face down, fingers dug into the dirt, his consciousness beginning to fade. After listening, Kizaru pursed his signature lecherous lips. So scary, Carl, my friend, you're making it really hard for me to report back to Sengoku. Before he finished speaking, the laser-charged foot he had raised suddenly changed direction, kicking directly at Carl's face at the speed of light. The dazzling cross-shaped laser beams exploded instantly before Carl, the intense light blinding the straw hat pirates in the distance. High-density photons carried heat capable of melting steel. It rushed straight at his face. Carl didn't even dodge. He pulled his right hand out of his pocket, spreading his fingers wide. The pitch-black armament hockey instantly covered his palm, like wearing an iron gauntlet. He swept his hand forward like swatting a fly. With a crisp, explosive sound, that cluster of laser beams potent enough to level a building was forcefully scattered by his iron hand. Countless yellow light particles scattered like fireflies in the air, falling on the surrounding grass, and burning several small charred craters that smoked. Brother, acting is acting, but don't kick me in the face. Carter shook his right hand. The palm wasn't even scraped, just smudged with a bit of dust. If I'm disfigured, how will I explain it to Domino? Kizaru did a backflip in midair and landed steadily on a thick tree trunk over a dozen meters away. His amber-tinted sunglasses were slightly skewed by the air pressure. He reached up to adjust them. If I don't make it look real, the Den Den Mushi in the eavesdropping won't be convincing. Kizaru pursed his lips and shoved his hands back into his pockets. This old man is risking a pay cut from Sengoku to play along with you. You'll have to pay more. Carter chuckled. Fine. When we're back at Impel Down, I'll treat you to a month of hot pot. As the words fell, The two moved in perfect synchronization, not towards each other, but towards the innocent Yurikaman red trees around them. Kizaru raised his right leg. Yasakani no Magatama. He lazily uttered the technique's name, his tone as flat, as if haggling for vegetables at a market. Countless dazzling cross-shaped light bullets poured from his toes. Like a falling meteor shower, but not a single one was aimed at Carr. They all struck the open ground between them or the distant treetops. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were deafening. Soil was blasted dozens of meters into the air, raining down like mud. Sturdy red tree trunks were snapped in half, sending wood chips flying. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating most of Area 24 in a crimson glow. Carter wasn't idle either. He used flash step to weave back and forth through the gaps between the light bullets. His speed left afterimages. Wherever he flashed to, he would punch the ground without reservation. Pure physical strength combined with the explosive power of his dead body constitution. Bang! The ground was cratered over a dozen meters in diameter. The shockwave overturned the surrounding grass. He even casually tore up a section of a broken tree trunk as thick as two men could encircle. Like throwing a javelin, he hurled it fiercely towards the sky above Kizaru. Kizaru didn't even flinch, letting the trunk fly past overhead. It smashed into the breakwater behind, shattering on impact. "Brother Carr, take it easy," Kizaru complained over the communication channel. "This old man's suit is freshly tailored. If it gets mud stains, the dry cleaning bill will be expensive. Such a fuss." Carr brushed the bark fragments off his hands. He sprang off his feet, leaping to another tree. One kick shattered the crown. "If I don't make a big scene, how will those brats believe this is a hopeless situation?" Their clash appeared to outsiders as an apocalyptic scene of destruction. The screen was filled with light and shadow effects, thunderous sonic booms, and the dull rumble of collapsing buildings. The entire block trembled violently. But in reality, the two men at the center of the explosions hadn't even had their breathing disrupted for a moment. Not a single bead of sweat on their foreheads. In the distant mud pit, Luffy gritted his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his gums. He stared at the battlefield ahead, completely consumed by light and shock waves. The gale forced his eyes shut. "Brother Carr." Luffy's voice was drowned out by the massive explosions. He pounded the ground violently, his fingers digging into the mud. The strength of an admiral and the strength of the brother he had watched grow up since childhood completely surpassed his current understanding. The helplessness of being unable to intervene made his chest ache with suffocation. Sanji leaned against a tree stump. The cigarette in his mouth had long fallen into the mud and gone out. He watched the laser beams flying everywhere and swallowed a dry gulp of saliva. There was no way to intervene. Getting even a little closer would mean being crushed to pulp by the aftermath. Just as the Straw Hat Pirates were sinking into deep despair, a heavy and steady footstep pierced through the chaos of the explosions. Tap, tap, tap. A figure slowly emerged from the thick smoke. A massive body over 2 meters tall. In his hand, he held a thick Bible. He wore a spotted barrier hat. Bartholomew Kuma. He removed his glove, revealing the pink paw pads on his palm. Expressionless, he walked towards the critically injured Zoro. Carr dropped a shockwave bomb in midair. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Kuma's figure. He immediately coughed once into the communicator. "The big guy is here. Suppress the surrounding area with fire, don't hit him." Kizaru understood immediately. The light bullets from his toes immediately avoided the area where the Straw Hat Pirates were. They all struck the empty ground in the opposite direction. As he did so, he shouted lines to keep up the act. What a terrifying vice warden! This old man doesn't even have a moment to spare to go catch those pirates. Kuma walked up to Zoro. Zoro forced his head up, fixing his remaining eye on Kuma. "Warlord." He tightened his grip on the hilt of Wado Ikamanji. He wanted to swing his sword, but his arms were weak and powerless, unable to even lift. Kuma didn't speak. He raised his right hand, aiming the pink paw pad at Zoro. "If you were to travel, where would you want to go?" His voice was low without a hint of fluctuation. "What?" Zoro was stunned. Before he could react, Kuma's paw pad had already struck his shoulder. Pop! A transparent bear paw-shaped bubble instantly enveloped Zoro's body. The next second, Zoro disappeared into thin air, leaving only a faint sound of air currents. "Zoro!" Luffy let out a piercing roar. He watched helplessly as his first mate vanished without a trace before his eyes. It felt like a string snapped in his head. "What did you do to Zoro?" Luffy struggled to get up, his rubber arms clawing at the ground. But he was so exhausted he couldn't even lift a single finger. All he could do was watch as Kuma strode over with his long legs towards Brook and Usopp. The same question. The same action. Pop. Pop. The skeleton and the long nose disappeared in succession into bubbles. "Stop. Please stop." Luffy pounded the mud in despair. Tears mixed with mud covered his face. He watched as his comrades were sent flying one by one. The suffocating feeling nearly crushed his heart. Sanji dragged his broken leg, trying to rush and kick Kuma, but was struck by a backhand from Kuma. Pop. Sanji vanished too. Nami, Chopper, Robin, Frankie. There was no room for resistance. The explosions continued across the sky. Carter stood on a high tree trunk, watching Luffy wailing below, his fingers tightening briefly in his pocket. Better a short pain than a long one. This kid had to go through this to understand the depths of this sea. If he didn't experience the fear of losing his comrades once, he would never grow up. Kizaru turned in midair. A laser beam blasted a nearby abandoned tavern into a flat ground. "Brother Carter, isn't that enough?" Kizaru yawned. "This old man's legs are sore from kicking. This is more tiring than catching pirates." "Hold on for 2 more minutes," Carter casually replied. He kicked off a section of tree trunk, sending it hurtling towards Kizaru to add to the visual effect. Wait until the big guy sends everyone away. Amidst the sky full of lasers and explosive smoke in the direction of Area 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, a figure was moving through the trees at incredible speed. Grass blades were severed by the forceful wind dancing in the air. An old man with white hair and round glasses. In his hand, he carried a plain longsword. He was rushing into the battlefield of Area 24. It was none other than Dark King Rayleigh coming to the rescue. He had heard the explosions at Shaki's ripoff bar. Learning that Admiral Kizaru had been deployed, and remembering Luffy's straw hat, he didn't even bother to finish his drink. He grabbed his old friend and hurried over. An Admiral's laser. Rayleigh saw the towering cross-shaped light from afar. His brows furrowed tightly. The wrinkles on his forehead bunched together. He tightened his grip on the longsword. A sharp, imposing aura belonging to a legend of the old era emanated from him. He was ready to clash with the Admiral, ready to risk his life to save the Straw Hat Pirates. Rayleigh burst through the last bush and stepped into the edge of the devastated battlefield. Borsalino! Rayleigh roared. His right hand swiftly drew the longsword, the blade scraping against the scabbard, producing a crisp dragon-like chime. Armament Haki instantly coiled around the blade, emitting a cold, hard black light. He was ready to unleash a flying slash to cut off Kizaru's attack. However, the moment he drew his sword, Rayleigh saw through the smoke and dazzling light effects, recognizing the true nature of the battle. As a veteran monster who had mastered the 3 types of Haki, his observation Haki spread out instantly, perceiving the situation at the center of the battlefield. That young man in the Vice Warden's uniform punched the ground, creating a huge crater, then brushed the dirt off his hands. Kizaru in the air, boredly firing lasers, all at empty ground with no one around, and perfunctorily shouting, "How scary." Further away, that warlord named Kuma was leisurely sending the Straw Hat Pirates flying one by one, sending them to safe seas. Rayleigh was stunned. He adjusted the round glasses on his nose. His eyes through the lenses stared straight at this absurd scene. His entire body stiffened instantly on the spot. Rayleigh's sword still hung midair. He adjusted the round-rimmed glasses on his nose, his gaze fixed on the heart of the battle ahead through the drifting smoke and dust. The humid, earthy scent of the mangrove forest had been utterly replaced by the acrid stench of gunpowder, leaving only a pungent, burnt odor hanging in the air. The ground trembled slightly as the aftershocks of explosions sent loose stones skittering across the earth. Rayleigh had sprinted all the way here without pause. He had heard that Admiral Kizaru of the Navy had landed on the Sabaody archipelago. He hadn't even had time to swallow the rum Shaki had poured for him. Drawing his old companion, he raced across the rooftops. Luffy, who wore Roger's straw hat, absolutely could not be allowed to fall here. Rayleigh had been prepared for the worst. Even if it meant sacrificing his old bones, even if it meant exposing his identity and drawing more admirals, he was determined to protect those reckless newcomers. But now, standing at the edge of the underbrush, his foot resting on a broken branch, his mind went blank. His gaze pierced through layers of blasted mangrove roots. A young man in a black and white uniform was throwing a powerful straight punch. The fist was wrapped in dense armament Haki, gleaming black. The punch tore through the air with a piercing shriek. The sheer force and momentum. Undeniably, this was a top-tier close-quarters combatant. But Rayleigh's eye twitched as he watched the punch miss Kizaru's left shoulder at an absurdly awkward angle. Kizaru hadn't even used his Logia intangibility. He simply stood there. The punch struck a massive boulder 30 meters behind him. The boulder shattered into pieces, sending debris flying like buckshot. "Admiral Kizaru, don't underestimate the power of Impel Down," the young man bellowed. His voice was loud and piercing. But Rayleigh clearly saw the young man purse his lips in a subtle smirk after his shout, and even took a moment to scratch his itchy cheek with his pinky. Kizaru, floating midair, was even more exaggerated. With his signature stoic face, he kept his hands deep in his yellow suit pockets, showing no intention of pulling them out. He casually swung his right leg through the air. Yasakani no Magatama. A storm of light projectiles rained down like a torrential downpour. The barrage looked thick enough to make one's scalp crawl, but Rayleigh's observation Haki was already spread wide. He watched helplessly as every single light bullet was precisely aimed at empty ground, skillfully avoiding all living beings. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was churned up, mud flying skyward. It was as grand a spectacle as a movie scene. Yet the young man at the center of the explosions didn't even have a scorch mark on his clothes. My such formidable armament Haki, my legs are all numb from the shock," Kizaru droned from above, speaking of fear with the same casual tone one might use to discuss dinner. His pristine suit didn't even have a speck of mud on it. Rayleigh slowly lowered his raised sword, the muscles in his wrist relaxing. He sheathed his sword with a soft click from the metal clasp. Having fought and survived on these seas for decades, Rayleigh had seen Roger and Whitebeard clash in a battle that split the sky on a desolate island. He had seen Shiki go mad and hurl a dozen warships at Marineford. He could smell a real fight from a mile away, even with his eyes closed. True Mortal Kombat was filled with the scent of blood and a thick, cloying, killing intent. Muscles would swell with blood under extreme tension, and sweat would pour down like a waterfall. But now, these two in front of him. Their techniques were flashy, their special effects maxed out, threatening to blow the entire island to smithereens. Yet neither of them had broken a single sweat. Rayleigh stroked his white beard. The old man found it both amusing and absurd. He focused his hearing. He keenly picked up a faint electrical hum from Kizaru's wrist, The telltale static of a military-issue Den Den Mushi being on an open channel. So that's it. Rayleigh understood instantly. These two were putting on a show for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who was far away in Marineford. Pure audiovisual performance. A flawless match fixing. Rayleigh turned his head, his gaze cutting through the intersecting lasers to the edge of the battlefield. The atmosphere there was starkly different from the lackluster display here. The warlord of the sea with a body like a small mountain, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, was walking step by step toward Luffy, who lay in the mud. His black leather shoes squelched in the mud. Luffy's face was caked in filth, his signature red vest torn to shreds. Tears mixed with blood and mud streamed down his face. Stop. Give everyone back. Luffy cried, sprawled on the ground, his hands clawing desperately at the grass. His fingernails were bent backward, blood seeping into the black earth. His voice was hoarse from screaming, reduced to a ragged bestial wheeze. He struggled with all his might to stand, but his legs were utterly spent, muscles spasming uncontrollably. He could only writhe painfully in the mud like a worm. The despair of being unable to protect his comrades engulfed him completely. Rayleigh watched the boy, a flicker of pity crossing his heart. Luffy genuinely believed his friends had all been killed. The agony and self-reproach of losing everything were impossible to fake. If this were the Rayleigh of old, he would have charged out and cut Kuma down by now. But now he just stood there quietly, because he understood the game. The vice warden from Impel Down had come to Sabaody to create a massive distraction and stall the admiral. And the tyrant warlord was sending the straw hats away without a trace. This was a vast and meticulous web of protection. That boy Luffy had some terrifyingly powerful backing. Rayleigh sighed. It was good for him to suffer a bit. This sea was far crueler than the East Blue. If he couldn't learn the fear of loss here, he would only die a more miserable death in the new world. Kuma had arrived in front of Luffy. His enormous shadow completely swallowed the boy on the ground. Kuma's expression was as unyielding as raw iron, unchanged. The thick Bible remained tucked under his arm. He slowly removed his black glove and tossed it carelessly into the mud, revealing the pink paw pad on his palm. Brother Carl, help me. Luffy cried with the last of his strength. He let out a desperate, soul-wrenching cry toward the black-clad back that was struggling in battle. Carl with his back to Luffy. He had just kicked a broken log into splinters, creating a huge commotion. At the sound of Luffy's tearful plea, his back stiffened almost imperceptibly. But he didn't turn around. He merely clenched his jaw and threw another punch into the empty air, the force of it sending fallen leaves swirling in the sky. Kuma bent down. Goodbye. He said it low, so softly that only Luffy could hear. Then he gently touched the pink paw pad to Luffy's shoulder. Pop. A soft sound like a bubble bursting. A transparent paw-shaped bubble instantly enveloped Luffy's entire body. The boy's desperate cry was cut short. Together with the bubble, he vanished into thin air from the mud pit, leaving only a powerful updraft that pressed the grass flat. The last pirate on the battlefield had been sent away. Rayleigh, standing at the edge of the trees, had seen it all clearly. He reached up and rubbed his weary old eyes. He walked over to a tree stump severed by a laser blast, brushed off the warm ash on top, and sat down heavily. The stump let out a faint groan of protest. He pulled a flat metal flask from his coat, bit off the cork, and took a long swig of cheap rum. The fiery liquid burned its way down his throat, making him cough twice. The Navy these days. Rayleigh wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He looked at the empty mud pit and couldn't help but laugh. It was a laugh tinged with absurdity and relief. What in the world was this? An admiral, the Navy HQ's strongest force, and the vice warden of the world's greatest prison, playing demolition and setting off fireworks. A warlord of the sea serving the world government was responsible for the safe evacuation of a pirate crew. The entire Sabaody archipelago was just a stage full of actors protecting Luffy. Only Luffy and his crew were kept in the dark, crying their hearts out. Rayleigh shook his head. Had the Navy really rotted this deep from within? So the strongest forces go on missions just to take a paid vacation and throw a match. Everyone's just going through the motions, nobody's willing to give it their all. He thought of his old rival Sengoku. He probably was sitting in his office at Marineford right now, sweating buckets as he listened to the explosions coming through the Den Den Mushi. Moved to tears, thinking his officers are working so hard. If Sengoku ever learned the truth, he'd probably lose every last hair on his head overnight. Boom. A final laser blast exploded, sending a massive mushroom cloud rising over Sector 24. The shockwave stripped the bark off trees for dozens of meters around. Even the stump Rayleigh was sitting on shook a couple of times. That should be about enough, old man, Carl said, retracting his fist and dispelling the armament hockey covering it. His knuckles cracked twice. Kizaru did a mid-air turn and dispersed into countless yellow particles of light drifting down to the ground like rain. He eventually solidified, landing on empty ground about a dozen meters from Carl. With Luffy's final disappearance into the sky, Carl and Kizaru, with perfect synchronicity, both retreated a dozen meters, creating a safe and appropriately wary distance between them. Kizaru clutched his lower back, his face contorting into a pained expression. Ouch, brother, Carl's physical skills are just too much. My back is killing me. Kizaru's voice was deliberately raised, easily picked up by the Den Den Mushi on his wrist. I'll have to go back to HQ and recover for months. What a loss. Carl was panting heavily, feigning exhaustion. Likewise, Admiral Kizaru, you live up to your name. He recited the line with zero emotion. I'm out of energy. We'll settle this another day. Carl dusted off his uniform, ready to leave this mess behind. Luffy was safely away and the situation was under control. All that was left was to hurry back to Impel Down and catch some sleep. His legs were still cramping from the long trip. Just then a crisp system notification suddenly rang out in Carl's mind. The crisp mechanical sound of the system detonated like a thunderclap within Carl's neural core. Ding! Detected host secretly orchestrating and flawlessly escorting the Straw Hat Pirates to safety. Special check-in condition met. Reward issued Conqueror's Hockey Infusion Supreme Hockey Enhancement. Carl's brain throbbed violently. A torrent of untamed power surged from the base of his spine, rocketing straight to the crown of his head. He could feel the intangible force dormant deep within him instantly liquefy. It was as if heavy sloshing mercury had been injected into his bloodstream. Veins bulged and throbbed beneath his skin. Each pump of his heart echoed with a muffled, thunderous boom. Crimson-black lightning crackled spontaneously at his right fingertips. Sizzle. The air popped with a scorched explosive hiss. Even the drifting smoke and dust around him were violently repelled by that spark, forming an absolute vacuum zone. The muddy ground beneath Carl's feet silently sank half an inch. Wet soft mud seeped outward, squeezed by the overwhelming pressure. Conqueror's Hockey, the quality of a king found in only 1 in a million. To materialize and infuse this willpower onto one's body or weapon is a realm touched by only the most elite powerhouses of the sea. Carl clenched his fist swiftly. His fingers curled inward with force, ruthlessly extinguishing the stray black-red lightning in his palm. The base of his thumb tingled numbly. His knuckles cracked with sharp pops. With this he had firmly grasped the initiative in the chessboard of the Paramount War. A dozen meters away Kizaru was clutching his aching back, feigning a theatrical groan. The instant Carl's fingertips flashed with black lightning, every hair on the back of Kizaru's neck stood on end. His observation Hockey screamed warnings like an air raid siren blaring in his mind. From behind his tinted glasses he shot a glance at Carl. Damn it. The kid was just standing there catching his breath, yet he felt 10 times more dangerous than before. That stinging sensation of being watched by a predator was no illusion. It felt like facing not the vice warden of Impel Down, but an ancient beast that had just shattered its chains. Kizaru cleared his throat and continued his act into the Den Den Mushi on his wrist. The vice warden of Impel Down truly lives up to his reputation. He adopted a tone of official businesslike formality. His drawl stretched long, laced with just the right amount of feigned weakness. This old man's bones are giving out. I've thrown out my back. The Straw Hats got sent flying by that warlord's strange ability again. They're nowhere to be found. Today's capture operation will have to end here. Carl unclenched his fist, the heat in his palm still lingering. He played his part in the final scene. Your admiral's lasers were quite an eye-opener as well. Carl shouted, his voice laced with deliberate exhaustion and heavy breathing. Impel Down still has a mountain of prisoners waiting for me to manage. I'll be on my way, Admiral Kizaru. The two exchanged a look across the battle-scarred mud pit. Kizaru rubbed his lower back, the corner of his mouth twitching downward. Carl shot him a glance that clearly said, "You owe me, hot pot." He turned. His leather boot crunched down on a charred piece of bark. His form shot upward, launching into the sky. The sonic boom echoed once more over the Sabaody archipelago. Boom, boom, boom. White shockwaves carved deep furrows into the sea surface. He had arrived at full speed, but on the way back Carl eased off the pace. His thigh muscles were genuinely cramping. His right calf throbbed with stabbing pain, like 1,000 needles pricking him. No matter how strong this body was, it couldn't withstand hours of continuously pushing Shuinpo layered with Jeppo to their limits. It was pure reckless overdraw of muscle fibers. The sea wind, heavy with salt and brine, filled his lungs. Seawater splashed up, stinging his eyes with its salinity. Carl paused mid-journey, landing on a black reef jutting out of the water. He bent over, vigorously massaging the sore muscles of his calf. Never taking on this kind of pure physical labor again. Carl exhaled a puff of hot breath. In the distance a few sea kings poked their heads out, sensing the lingering bloodlust radiating from him. They dove straight back into the depths, not daring to make so much as a splash. Carl took a deep breath and launched himself off again. A white streak of air trailed behind him as he shot across the sky. Hours later, the comm belt Impel Down. Underground level 4 of Vice Warden's office. The solid steel window was wide open, the sky outside now pitch black. The sea wind howled mournfully through the frame. Carl pushed open the wooden door. His military boots dragged heavily across the floor. The soles left 2 faint damp imprints on the red carpet. Guards in the hallway snapped to attention and saluted upon seeing his return. He didn't even have the energy to wave them off, walking straight into his office. The cooler hummed, blowing out freezing air, dropping the room's temperature significantly. The cold air hit his sweat-soaked clothes, sending a chill down his back. He yanked the tattered justice coat from his shoulders. The fabric was torn to shreds by the wind, barely half of it remaining, its edges frayed and ragged. He tossed it carelessly onto the coat rack nearby. It slid to the floor, but he couldn't be bothered to pick it up. Carl walked over to the mahogany desk. He pulled out the wide leather chair. He collapsed into it with a heavy thud. The chair let out a long creaking groan of protest, the leather buckling under his weight. I'm beat. Carl propped his aching legs up on the edge of the desk. He grabbed the thermos filled with goji berry tea, twisting off the lid. The metal threads screeched in protest. The water inside had turned lukewarm. He tilted his head back and chugged down more than half of it. His Adam's apple bobbed rapidly. A few stray drops trickled from the corner of his mouth, tracing a path down his chin and into his neck. He wiped his mouth carelessly with his uniform sleeve. He slammed the empty cup back onto the desk. He closed his eyes ready to catch his breath to grab a 10-minute power nap. Bang! The office door was slammed open with brute force. The wooden door smashed against the wall, sending a shower of white dust cascading down. Sal stumbled and disheveled. His black suit was in worse shape and a button on his shirt had popped clean off. Cold sweat streamed down his face, dripping off his chin. His leather shoe caught on the red carpet, causing him to lurch forward. Sal lunged towards the desk. His hands trembled violently. Slap! A piece of intelligence paper stamped with a crimson top secret seal was slammed hard onto the desk. The paper slid half a foot across the polished wood surface. It came to a halt right in front of Carl's military boot. Sal's face was deathly pale, completely drained of color. His voice was a torn, raspy whisper filled with absolute terror. Vice Warden, Blackbeard has captured Fire Fist Ace. Sal gasped for air, his eyes locked onto Carl. Headquarters just issued the highest priority order. Ace is to be immediately transported to level 6 of Impel Down. Ace has been captured. Carl's voice was barely a whisper, but the black military boot resting on the mahogany desk edge snapped back abruptly. The sole slammed heavily onto the soft red carpet, producing a dull, muffled thud. His eyelids, which had been drooping lazily from the long-distance trek, flew wide open. The casual drowsiness in his eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by two piercing knife-sharp glints of cold light. Sal had barely managed to steady himself before the desk. Carl had already strode over in a few large steps, his right hand clamping down like a vice on the intelligence report stamped with the red top secret seal. He yanked it back with force. Rip! A sharp tearing sound split the air as the paper's edge gave way. Sal's hands grabbed at empty space, and he stumbled forward half a step, his stomach slamming directly into the solid wooden corner of the desk. He sucked in a sharp breath of pain, but didn't dare to even rub the spot. Carl lowered his head, his gaze nailed to the paper. The stark black and white print was filled with the most brutal transactions of the sea. Location: Bonero Island. Incident: Port Gas D. Ace, commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was utterly defeated in a battle against the Blackbeard Pirates. In the upper right corner of the paper was a blurry long-distance black and white photo. Half of the island's town lay in ruins, swallowed by an eerie black fog that seemed to devour everything. Even the remnants of buildings were collapsing inward. The other half was engulfed in a pillar of fire reaching for the sky. But that flame, representing the Fire Fist, was ultimately crushed by the darkness. The text report below was cold, hard, and mechanical. Marshal D. Teach, using an unknown ability suspected to be the Logia type Yami Yami, Nomi completely suppressed the Fire Fist. Ace is severely injured and has been fitted with high-purity seastone shackles. Using this as a bargaining chip, Teach intends to hand over the criminal to the Navy and formally petition the world government to fill the vacant warlord of the sea position. Carl's fingers tightened bit by bit. The paper let out a pained, crumpling sound in his grasp. Sile stood nearby, watching Carl's utterly expressionless face, cold sweat streaming down his chin uncontrollably. He knew all too well what a powder keg lay hidden beneath the deputy warden's usual laid-back facade. "Yes, sir." Sile swallowed hard, his throat dry. His voice was tight. Headquarters is in complete chaos right now. Sal didn't know where to put his hands, so he just clenched the hem of his suit jacket tightly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku issued the highest-level mobilization order overnight. He's ordered Impel Down to immediately vacate a cell at the deepest level of the 6th floor of the Infinite Hell. It's to be reinforced with 3 layers of the thickest, purest seastone walls. Sile bit his tongue, forcing himself to deliver the most critical piece of intelligence. Furthermore, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is convening an emergency meeting of senior officers to discuss the date for the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Public execution. The moment those 2 words hung in the air, the temperature in the office seemed to plummet by dozens of degrees. The cold air from the air conditioner blew against Sile's neck, sending a chill that raised goosebumps. Carl said nothing. He stared intently at the image of the flame being devoured by darkness. His teeth ground together audibly. The muscles in his jaw bulged into a hard, rigid outline. That idiot Ace. That freckle-faced brat, stubborn as a mule since he was a kid. He knew Blackbeard killed his crewmate to steal that fruit, knew it was a trap, and he still dove headfirst into it. All for his precious pride in the Whitebeard Pirates. I couldn't stop him back in the East Blue, and now he's fallen right into this viper's hands. Sir, this is a dead end. Sile paced frantically on the red carpet like an ant on a hot pan. His leather shoes scuffed against the carpet in anxious, grating sounds. Fire Fist is Whitebeard's most beloved son. Once news of the execution gets out, Whitebeard will go absolutely mad. He'll bring the entire pirate fleet of the New World and smash straight through headquarters defenses. Sile slapped his thigh in desperation, his voice cracking. We at Impel Down are the first stop for holding him. Whitebeard's wrath will burn us first. What if he triggers a tsunami and sucks this underwater prison into a vortex? Sile's fears weren't unfounded. Though Impel Down was touted as an impregnable fortress, no one dared to guarantee its safety against the man who could shatter the world. Carl's hand, clutching the intelligence report, showed knuckles white as bone. A faint wisp of black-red lightning crackled briefly at his right fingertips. ZZZT. A faint scent of something burning popped in the air. The white porcelain cup on the desk let out a sharp crack, a thin fissure suddenly splitting across its surface. Sile shut his mouth in terror. His legs gave way, and he stumbled backward until his back pressed flat against the cold wall. He thought Carl was about to lose it. He even braced himself for the deputy warden to draw that fire blade and cleave the office, and him along with it. clean in two. But nothing happened. The black-red lightning flickered for only half a second before Carl forcibly snuffed it out in his palm. He unclenched his grinding molars. The pent-up breath in his chest slowly escaped through his nose. The cold fury on Carl's face receded like the tide vanishing without a trace. In its place was a chilling eerie calm that made one's skin crawl. He even unclenched his right fist. The crumpled intelligence report smoothed out slightly in his palm. Sir, Sile tested the waters with a trembling voice. Carl turned around. He walked to the mahogany desk and pulled out the wide leather chair. He sat down slowly. The leather let out a long, drawn-out groan. He picked up the half-empty water bottle on the desk, unscrewed the plastic cap, and tilted his head back for a long gulp. The water had long gone lukewarm, matching the room temperature, offering no stimulation as it went down. What's the rush? Carl set the bottle down on the desk with a soft clink. If the sky falls, there are taller folks to hold it up. If Sengoku wants a public execution, let him have it. If he wants to drag the entire Navy into mutual destruction with Whitebeard, why should I stop him? Sile was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. But, Fire Fist Ace he. Sile knew Carl's protective nature well. For the sake of one Luffy, the deputy warden had dared to tamper with a buster call. Now that this Fire Fist, who also had ties to Vice Admiral Garp, was captured, why was the deputy warden acting like it was no big deal? Carl had no intention of explaining himself to Sile. He lowered his gaze, looking at the crumpled paper in his hand. Blackbeard teach. This viper patient for over 20 years had finally sunk in its first deadly bite. He wanted to use Ace's life as a stepping stone to claim a warlord seat. He wanted to use the chaos of the Navy and Whitebeard clashing as a chance to descend to Impel Down's 6th floor and harvest his crew's foundation. His plans were certainly meticulous. This grand game had finally reached the moment of revelation. Too bad. He made one fatal miscalculation. Carl brought his hands together. And that piece of top-secret intelligence enough to trigger a world-shattering earthquake and keep countless people up all night was slowly, bit by bit, crushed into a tight, solid ball of paper. He flipped his wrist and flicked it with his thumb. Whoosh. The paper ball traced a short, swift arc through the air. It landed with perfect accuracy into the tin trash bin in the corner. Thunk, thunk. The paper ball bounced twice against the tin wall before settling into the dust at the bottom. Carl leaned back in his chair. His hands rested casually on the armrests. He stared up at the cold, flickering fluorescent light on the ceiling. A smile slowly crept onto his lips. It curled into a cold, mirthless sneer. Teach, oh teach. You really think you've won? Carl's voice was extremely soft, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness like a blade scraping against glass. You have no idea what I planted on my brother all those years ago. Carl sneered, his consciousness sinking directly into the system space, where he tapped a virtual icon labeled Vital Signs Monitoring Lock. A pale blue light curtain silently unfurled before his retina. A green electrocardiogram curve pulsed steadily against a black background. Beside it, several lines of data were displayed. Name: Porcasti. Ace. Status: severe trauma, physical exhaustion, multiple fractures. Core essence locked, absolute defense state active. Carl stared at that conspicuous line of green text. His tense shoulders slumped and his back thudded heavily against the leather chair, letting out a long, drawn-out creak of leather. Good. The capsule had taken effect. Time rewound 5 years. East blew the mountain behind Windmill Village. Ace adjusted the old canvas bag and slung it over his back. He wore an orange cowboy hat with a few band-aids still stuck to his face. Leftovers from a fight with Carl the day before. Carl was dozing under a big tree. A stalk of green foxtail grass dangled from his mouth. Ace walked over and kicked the sole of Carl's shoe. I'm setting sail, Ace declared. Chin raised, his face full of defiance. Once I make a name for myself, I'll come back and kick your ass. Carl lazily opened one eye. He fished a pitch-black pill from his pocket and flicked it with his finger. The pill shot precisely into Ace's open mouth. Gulp. Caught off guard, Ace's throat moved, and he swallowed it directly. Cough, cough. What the hell did you feed me? Ace clutched his throat, dry heaving twice. A strong, bitter medicinal taste shot up into his nose, making his eyes sting with tears. Poison. Carl patted the grass clippings off his pants and stood up. Strength pill. He yawned. The Grand Line is full of monsters. With your scrawny frame, don't end up beaten to a pulp along the way. Eat this, and at least you'll have a few extra breaths to wait for me to collect your corpse. Ace spat twice, but nothing came out. Fuming, he pulled his hat lower and turned to walk down the mountain. Of course he had no idea. That pitch-black pill was the absolute defense capsule that Carl had saved up system points for 2 whole years to obtain. It had only one effect. When the host suffered fatal internal or external injuries, or when vital signs were depleted, the capsule's shell would instantly dissolve, forcibly locking the last thread of life in the heart vessels. As long as the head was still attached, and the heart wasn't completely hollowed out, this medicine would ensure he couldn't die within 3 days. That Teach guy's dark fruit is indeed troublesome. Carl sat in his office at Impel Down, closing the light curtain. He tapped his fingers twice on the solid wood desk. His punches are heavy enough to beat Ace to the brink of death. But if he thinks he can take my little brother's life, just like that, he's dreaming. The scene shifted. At the first half of the Grand Line, a heavy marine warship was plowing through the waves. The seagull flag at the bow snapped in the sea breeze. In the ship's hold, a temporarily converted heavy detention cell. There were no windows, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of rust and heavy blood. A few dim explosion-proof lamps hung outside the iron bars, casting cold shadows. Ace was spread-eagled, firmly shackled to the damp wooden wall. High-purity C-prism stone cuffs were clamped around his wrists and ankles. Thick iron chains passed through steel rings on the wall, pulled taut. The slightest movement caused the rings to grind against his bones in agony. His orange shirt had been torn into bloody rags. His chest and abdomen were covered in large dark purple fist marks. Flesh was torn open and blood had dried into black scabs. Blackbeard had shattered 7 or 8 of his ribs at close range, causing severe internal damage. If an ordinary person had suffered such injuries while wearing C-prism stone, they would have died long ago. 2 Marine guards with rifles stood outside the door, chatting in low voices. So this is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The tall guard glanced into the cell, his tone dripping with contempt. Looks about as good as dead. Beaten to this state by that pirate called Blackbeard. This Whitebeard's reputation seems to have a lot of water in it. The shorter guard nudged his arm. Keep your voice down. The higher-ups ordered he must be taken alive. This kid's tough. Lost so much blood and still breathing. Inside the iron bars, Ace's head hung limply. His black, curly hair was plastered to his forehead with blood covering his eyes. He was indeed in great pain. His internal organs felt as if they were being roasted over a fire, and each breath brought a tearing sensation like being cut by a knife. But the feeling of life force draining away had strangely ceased. Deep in his heart, a faint but resilient warm current was seeping into the damaged blood vessels, thread by thread. It was like an invisible membrane tightly wrapping around the failing heart vessels, blocking the worsening internal injuries. Ace twitched his cracked lips. The corner of his mouth split, oozing a bit of sweet bloody fluid. He felt this warm current that was forcibly keeping him alive. The taste was familiar. It was exactly the same as the bitter pill Carl had forced into his mouth 5 years ago. Bastard big brother. Ace cursed in his heart. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. In the darkness, his eyes were not dimmed by defeat and capture, instead they shone with startling brightness. There was no despair in the face of hopelessness, nor any fear of the impending trial. Cough, cough. Ace coughed up 2 mouthfuls of bloody saliva. The C-prism stone chains on his wrists rattled. The 2 Marines outside were startled and quickly raised their rifles, aiming at the bars. Ace ignored them. A low rumble came from his throat. He actually laughed. The laughter started hoarse, then gradually grew louder. It pulled at his broken ribs, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. But he kept laughing. The freckles on his face bunched together with the smile, exuding an unabashed defiance. He could guess the ship's destination with his toes. For a high-profile criminal like this, there was only one terminal in the entire world. Impel Down. Others would wet their pants at the name of the deep-sea prison. But Ace knew exactly who was in charge of that dump. Big Brother Carl. The man who hated trouble more than anything yet treated Impel Down like his own backyard. Teach. Ace spat out the remaining blood in his mouth, licking his cracked lips with the tip of his tongue. You went to all this trouble to capture me and claim credit. You have no idea whose territory you've sent me to. When he reached Impel Down, whether it was an admiral or a vice admiral on this marine warship, it was hard to say who would be judging whom. Time passed. The warship entered the comm belt. Impel Down, the first-level entrance. The sea surface was as smooth as a giant black mirror. Not a breath of wind. Endless thick fog pressed down on the water like a heavy quilt. Visibility was less than 5 meters. The silence was broken only by the occasional cry of seagulls on the windbreak wall. Suddenly a harsh, sizzling sound erupted from the fog ahead. Sizzle. Large patches of seawater vaporized, emitting thick, white steam. The originally cold and gloomy air temperature skyrocketed. The camera cut to the comm belt sea surface at the first level of Impel Down. The thick fog was violently torn apart by an extremely fierce heat wave. A massive, fully armed marine fleet slowly sailed in. The black metal bow cut through the white mist. Standing on the bow deck was a man radiating astonishing heat and killing intent. The man standing at the bow opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Before the smoke could disperse in the air, it was instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat radiating from his body. He was none other than Admiral Sakazuki. A dark crimson suit jacket was draped over his broad shoulders. The pink rose pin to his chest had its petal edges curled and scorched from the heat. Charred yellow flakes crumbled downward. He wore a cap bearing the marine emblem, its brim pulled low, casting most of his face into shadow. Only the thick cigar clamped between his lips showed a faint crimson glow at its tip. The air above the warship's deck warped severely from the intense heat. The marine soldiers standing guard nearby had their backs soaked with sweat. Their white uniforms clung tightly to their skin, stifling and uncomfortable. Yet no one dared to reach up and wipe the sweat from their brows. As perspiration dripped into their eyes, stinging sharply, they could only blink frantically while their hands gripping their rifles remained taut. The atmosphere on this ship was suffocating enough to make one sick. Ever since taking charge of the blood-soaked heavy criminal at Bonero Island, Admiral Sakazuki had stood at the bow without moving an inch. He was like a living volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Clank. The heavy drag of iron chains echoed up from the stairwell of the ship's lower hold. 2 burly vice admirals, one on each side, hauled a wrist-thick chain of sea stone as they stepped onto the deck. Ace was dragged out. He was bare-chested, his orange cowboy hat long gone. Large patches of burns and bruises covered his chest. Dried clots of blood clung to his skin, cracking with each step. He took seeping fresh streaks of red. The iron rings around his ankles had chafed his skin raw, and dark red blood dripped down over his feet. It splattered onto the clean wooden deck. A sea breeze blew. Ace's cracked lips twitched as he inhaled a sharp breath. He lifted his heavy head. His gaze met the impenetrable thick fog that perpetually shrouded Impel Down. The fog carried a cold, musty stench of a place that never saw sunlight. The gates were here. This deep-sea grave that had buried countless pirates. Drop anchor. Sakazuki, cigar in mouth, issued a curt command. His voice was as rough as if it had been scraped across sandpaper. With a thunderous crash, the massive black iron anchor plunged into the dead-still waters of the calm belt. A spray of water shot up over a dozen meters. The warship's massive hull shuddered slowly, easing against the moss-covered stone dock. The heavy wooden gangplank was pushed out by several soldiers working together. It slammed down onto the dock's edge, shattering a few loose paving stones. On the dock, Carl stood with his hands shoved into the pockets of his black uniform trousers. He stood in a slouched, lazy posture, his weight resting entirely on his right leg. His oversized coat of justice hung askew from his shoulders, and even a button on his collar was done up wrong. The sea wind blew his stray bangs across his eyes. He tilted his head with a hint of irritation. Beside him stood Hannibal and Domino. Hannibal clutched a transfer folder in his hands, his legs trembling like a sieve. The oppressive heat radiating from the man at the ship's bow was overwhelming. Even from dozens of meters away, one could feel the oxygen in the air being rapidly sucked dry. That old fool Magellan sure picked a great time to have diarrhea. Carl let out a huge yawn, his teeth clacking together. Tears of drowsiness squeezed from the corners of his eyes. Sakazuki in his heavy leather shoes stepped onto the wooden gangplank. The moment his soles touched the wood, a wisp of white smoke rose from the damp surface. The moisture instantly evaporated. With each step he took, a scorched black footprint was left on the gangplank. Reaching the dock, Sakazuki halted. The two vice admirals behind him tugged the chains, shoving Ace forward. Ace hung his head, panting heavily. The injuries in his lungs throbbed with a dull ache. From the corner of his eye he scanned the Impel Down reception party ahead. A pair of familiar black military boots caught his sight. His gaze traveled upward. A crooked marine uniform, lifeless dead fish eyes. Ace bit his own tongue in shock. The rusty metallic taste of blood spread through his mouth. He clenched his jaw tightly, forcing himself not to blurt out the word "Big Brother." Carl's gaze swept over Ace. His eyes lingered for half a second on the deep purple fist-shaped bruises and the chafing shackles. He made no extra movement. Carl quickly averted his eyes, looking at the Marine Admiral opposite him. Carl, acting warden of Impel Down. Carl didn't take his hands out of his pockets, merely giving a slight lift of his chin. Got the transfer papers. Sign them and get out of here. It's windy. His tone was as dismissive as if he were buying potatoes at a market. Sakazuki took the cigar from his mouth. His eyes, like two red-hot owls, bored into Carl's face. Those eyes were filled with pure disgust and contempt for Carl. Where's Magellan? Sakazuki spoke, his voice thick with a sulfuric edge. His stomach's acting up. He's on the John. Carl shrugged. I'm in charge this week. Sakazuki's breath grew heavier. The red coat on his chest puffed out with the force of his exhale. What he despised most were these undisciplined scum of the Marines who treated their duty as a joke. In his eyes, justice had to be absolute and iron-fisted. And this young man before him possessed not a shred of a soldier's backbone. Fleet Admiral Sengoku must be getting pretty senile lately. Sakazuki threw his cigar onto the stone pavement. His leather sole grounded out. With a sizzle, the ember died, leaving only a smear of black ash. To think he wanted to reserve a spot for a spineless weakling like you as a candidate for Admiral at headquarters. Sakazuki took half a step forward. He closed in on Carl. The heat was suffocating, causing the edges of the pages in Hannibal's folder to curl. I heard you turned down the transfer, hiding away in this moldy underwater prison to waste your life. Sakazuki let out a cold laugh, the fleshy jowls of his face twitching. A coward who doesn't dare face pirates in the New World. You can't even wear the coat of justice straight on your back. Hannibal gasped in terror, scrambling to hide behind Domino. Domino gritted her teeth, her hand clenched tightly around the pistol at her waist. But her palm was slick with sweat, and she couldn't draw it. Carl picked at his ear. He wiped his finger on his clothes. Old man, you've got too much hot air. Is it menopause? He completely disregarded the Admiral's threats. I didn't go to HQ because I don't want to work overtime. If you enjoy being a watchdog for the Celestial Dragons, that's your hobby. Don't force your standards on others. This remark struck a raw nerve in Sakazuki. There was long-standing resentment within the Marines about the Celestial Dragon's behavior, but for the sake of absolute justice, he could only endure it. Now Carl had torn the veil off this hypocrisy right in his face. The powder keg ignited instantly. Insolent. Sakazuki roared. The sound wave exploded over the dock, making the eardrums of the soldiers behind him throb with pain. He pointed at Ace behind him. Do you know what is chained up here? This is the bloodline of Gold Roger, the Pirate King. This is the fuse that will ignite the next great war. Sakazuki yanked the chain. The immense force sent Ace stumbling, crashing onto the stone floor. His knees hit the rock with a sharp crack. Ace let out a muffled grunt, lifting his head to glare at Sakazuki. Carl's right hand, still in his pocket, clenched suddenly. His nails dug into the calloused flesh of his palm. But his face still wore that infuriatingly lazy expression. It's just a pirate, isn't it? Carl replied lazily. Level 6 of Impel Down is full of legendary monsters. One more won't make a difference. Guard him. Sakazuki scoffed. That old monster Whitebeard will definitely come to break him out. With that half-asleep look of yours, can you stop a New World fleet? Entrusting a criminal capable of destroying the world to a piece of trash like you is the greatest blasphemy against marine justice. The more Sakazuki spoke, the angrier he became. His aversion to Carl had escalated into a physical repulsion. In his dictionary, only absolute ruthlessness could suppress evil. A slick-talking punk like this would be the first to run when faced with a real life-or-death crisis. Hannibal, go get the papers and bring them here for signing. Carl couldn't be bothered to listen to any more of his nonsense. He turned his head and gave the order. Hannibal timidly took a step forward. He had barely moved half an inch when Sakazuki tore the transfer documents in half. The shredded paper ignited instantly in the heat wave, turning into a cloud of black ash that scattered in the wind. What are you doing? Carl's gaze finally turned cold. A flicker of impatience crossed his dead-fish eyes. A test. Sakazuki crouched, slightly assuming an attacking stance. I don't trust handing Roger's son over to you. He stared intently at Carl. Since Sengoku sings your praises, I'll weigh you myself today. Let's see if there's any real substance in those soft bones of yours. The Admiral's haki pressed down like an overwhelming tide. The temperature around them began to skyrocket. The stone pavement tiles emitted a strained crackling sound, their surfaces starting to glow with an unnatural red light. The two vice admirals escorting Ace, terrified, hastily dragged the chains backward, retreating all the way to the edge of the gangplank. Ace lay sprawled on the ground. He knew Carl was strong, but in his memory Carl was still the big brother from Windmill Village who only used his fists on mountain bandits. The man before him was the Marine's ultimate fighting power. The Logia user of the Magu Magu no Mi. Ace's heart clenched tightly. He bit his lip, wanting to shout a warning to Carl to be careful. But Carl moved first. He slowly pulled his hands out of his pockets. He flexed his wrists and his knuckles let out a few crisp cracks. You need to get that sickness treated. Carl sighed. If you're going to do demolition work on my turf, you're paying for the broken tiles. Sakazuki didn't waste another word. His patience was exhausted. Akainu stared hard at Carl's utterly unmotivated face. The clothes on the right half of his body instantly burned to ash. White cinders swirled in the air. Boiling magma churned and bubbled violently across his arm. Viscous lava dripped to the ground, burning straight through the stone tiles. The acrid stench of sulfur dioxide stung the eyes. Sengoku sang your praises. Sakazuki's right arm fully transformed into a massive molten doghead, fangs bared, emitting a terrifying growl. Deputy Warden, let me see if you're worthy of taking charge of this criminal. Gurgle gurgle. Scorching magma dripped from Akainu's arm, striking the stone quay, and instantly melting a smoking pit into the slabs. The acrid stench of sulfur exploded in the air. The thick smoke choked the Impel Down guards nearby while the heat warped the air into a shimmering haze. Through the rippling heat, Akainu's cold, ruthless face seemed to distort. He stepped forward, his leather shoes hissing against the half-melted stone, a grating sound that set teeth on edge. His red suit jacket billowed from the rising heat. The oppressive, menacing aura he exuded bore down on Carl like an active volcano about to erupt. Sengoku sang your praises to the heavens. Akainu's voice was harsh and gravelly. He fixed his gaze on Carl. He said, you're the future hope of the Marines, that you alone could suppress this entire prison. Akainu let out a cold laugh, pointing a cigar-holding finger at Carl. I've come to see for myself if you, with your spineless demeanor, are truly worthy of taking custody of this criminal. Carl remained rooted to the spot, hands shoved in his trousers pockets. The sea breeze ruffled his large justice coat, making it sway behind him. He didn't even have the interest to retort. He merely tilted his head slightly to dodge a waft of pungent smoke. Seeing Carl's silence only fueled Akainu's rage. He spat the cigar onto the ground. The smoldering but was instantly devoured by magma. That old monster Whitebeard will never let this rest. Akainu's right arm transformed completely into dark red magma. The sheer heat forced the surrounding Marines to retreat, fearing a stray spark. He'll bring the full force of the new world and turn this place upside down. Akainu raised his magma arm, pointing directly at Carl's face. I'll make this clear right now. If you can't even withstand a single blow from me, then I will not hand this man over to you today. I'll personally escort him back to Marineford rather than leave it in the hands of a waste like you and risk ruining everything. 10 meters away, Ace, held by two vice admirals, abruptly lifted his head. His black wavy hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat. He had heard Akainu's words. Ace's breathing became ragged. His chest heaved violently. He knew all too well how terrifying the magma-wreathed man before him was. On Bonero Island, Blackbeard's darkness had merely extinguished his flames. But this man's magma was pure destruction. Ace looked at Carl standing ahead. Carl still had that drowsy look. His posture was lax. No. Ace gritted his teeth, forcing out a hoarse whisper. He lunged forward suddenly. He strained against his restraints. Clatter. The thick seastone chain snapped taut. The two vice admirals prepared for this yanked him back hard. The iron rings bit deep into the flesh of Ace's wrists. The unhealed wounds split open again. Blood dripped down the chains, staining the ground. Ace grunted in pain, but he didn't stop. He dug his heels into the stone, the veins on his neck bulging. He had known Carl was strong since childhood, but this was a Marine admiral, a monster standing at the apex of world power, possessing the greatest offensive might. How could Carl possibly withstand this searing magma with his bare hands? You? Stop. Ace growled in Akainu's direction. He didn't want to drag Carl into this death sentence because of him. Even if it meant rotting and Impel Down for life, he couldn't bear to watch his brother die before his eyes. Hearing the commotion behind him, Akainu didn't turn. A cruel smirk twisted his lips. What? This scum of a pirate worried about this useless jailer. One of the vice admirals holding Ace kicked the back of his knee. Stay still, death row convict. Ace's leg buckled, and he dropped to one knee on the stone. But he defiantly kept his head up, staring at Carl's back. His eyes reddened. Finally Carl moved. He ignored the menacing Akainu before him. Instead, he turned his head slightly. His gaze passed over Akainu's shoulder through the swirling magma smoke and landed softly on Ace. Without a word, Carl gave Ace a single profoundly calm look. Those eyes, usually as lifeless as a dead fish, held not a flicker of emotion. It was the same look he'd given Ace back in Fusha village when Ace had lost a fight and was pinned in the mud and Carl had walked over to step in. That look of utter exasperation. The message in that gaze was clear. Shut up. Stay put. Ace froze instantly. He stared at Carl's unervingly serene profile. His Adam's apple bobbed. Blood seeped from his bitten lip. He knew that look all too well. Whenever Carl wore that expression, it meant someone was about to be in serious trouble. Ace's tense muscles gradually relaxed. He stopped struggling, letting the chains bind him in place. His chest still heaved as he gasped for air. The two vice admirals thought their kick had subdued Ace. They exchanged a glance, smirking with satisfaction. Carl turned back. He faced Akainu again. He pulled his hands out of his pockets and slowly raised them above his head. Akainu snorted, the heat from his magma arm intensifying. He thought Carl was assuming a defensive stance, ready to mock him. But then Carl crossed his arms and stretched them upwards with force. His bones let out two crisp cracks. Right in front of a Marine admiral, he stretched languidly. Ah! Carl even let out a long, loud yawn. His mouth gaped wide and a few tears welled up in his eyes. He wiped them away casually with the back of his hand. Akainu was stunned. The bubbles on his magma arm seemed to pause for a moment. His cold, hard eyes bored into Carl, as if staring at some unfathomable monster. Carl lowered his hands. He pointed at the still smoking pit, at Akainu's feet, frowning. Hey, old man, Carl's voice dripped with disdain. You have a thing for destroying public property. He gestured to the melted stone slab. This pavement was just laid 2 years ago. Moisture-proof stone brought all the way from Water 7. You drip a bit of magma and ruin the whole block. Carl sighed. He looked like he was scolding a mischievous child. Filling this hole requires approval from 3 different departments. You know how exhausting it is to write those reports. As an admiral, you have no class. You've made a mess of someone else's territory. At that moment, the air itself seemed to solidify. Only the faint sound of waves lapping against the seawall could be heard. Hiding in the back, Hannibal clamped his hands over his mouth. He was terrified of making a sound and drawing Akainu's attention. His legs trembled like leaves in an autumn gale, his body nearly collapsing into a puddle of fear. The boss has lost his mind. This is Akainu, the ruthless admiral who kills without blinking. The guy wants a fight to the death, and you're talking to him about compensation for the tiles. Cold sweat trickled down Domino's forehead, dripping onto her red-framed sunglasses. She didn't even dare to wipe it away. Akainu's face, once hard and cold, slowly turned a deep, furious crimson. The veins on his forehead bulged like inflated balloons. One then another. They spread densely across his temples. Disgrace. This was blatant disregard and humiliation. His test of strength, wagered in the name of justice as the Marine's strongest force, was in this young man's eyes. Not even worth as much as a broken stone slab. Arrogant little brat. Akainu ground his molars, his voice a demonic snarl torn from the depths of hell. Each word dripped with searing fury. I'll strip that justice coat off you myself today, Sengoku be damned. Akainu was thoroughly enraged. His reason was scorched away by anger. The clothes on the right side of his body instantly turned to ash, swirling away in the air. He pulled his right arm back. The magma on his arm surged wildly, swelling rapidly. The dark red lava superheated, transformed into a blinding bright yellow. The terrifying heat made the air hiss. The magma on Akainu's arm quickly took shape, forming into a colossal molten hound. Its dog head was full of bared fangs, its maw gaping open, with boiling magma churning inside. Hellhound! Akainu roared, thrusting his right arm forward. The massive magma hound tore through the air between them with devastating, overwhelming force, trailing a long tail of black smoke, charging straight at Carl's face. This attack was no holding back. He intended to completely destroy this arrogant fool. Even if he killed him, he could justify it to Sengoku as a test of the prison's defenses. The scorching red light illuminated the entire quay. The Marines escorting Ace were forced back by the heat, their rifles nearly too hot to hold. Ace stared intently, his eyes watering from the intense light, but refusing to blink. The magma hound was now less than half a meter from Carl's face. The fiery glow highlighted Carl's bored expression. The heat singed a stray lock of hair on his forehead. But Carl didn't even draw the sword at his waist. The searing red light illuminated Carl's bored face. Waves of heat from the magma rushed toward him. A pungent, acrid smell spread between them. A stray strand of hair on Carl's forehead was singed by the intense heat curling upward. Gray ashes settled on the tip of his nose. Carl frowned, his nose feeling itchy. The roaring magma hound had already opened its cavernous maw, its fangs forged entirely from boiling bright yellow lava. It was now a mere half-meter from the bridge of his nose. Even the dripping strands of lava stretching from the beast's mouth were clearly visible. Yet Carl hadn't even drawn the blade at his waist. He didn't even bother to sidestep. He just sniffled with a hint of disdain, slowly raising his right arm. He spread his fingers. His wide black sleeve slid down his forearm, revealing the solid muscles beneath. It's too hot. Carl muttered, his voice barely audible over the roar of the magma. Just as his palm stood upright, the air changed. Several black-red lightning bolts, without any warning, burst forth from between his fingers. Crackle. Like living vipers, the lightning savagely tore through the surrounding air. It was Conqueror's haki imbued with his will, the highest manifestation of one's spirit. The moment this power appeared, it cleaved the incoming wave of magma, heat clean in two. Akainu's expression shifted. He felt that overwhelming, unstoppable resistance. The magma hound's momentum was halted mid-air, unable to push forward another inch. He clenched his jaw, the muscles of his right arm bulging as he tried to forcefully crush this barrier of haki. But Carl didn't give him the chance. "Cool it down, old man," Carl uttered flatly. He thrust his open right palm forward. The ice ability granted by the system was pushed to its absolute limit. This wasn't ordinary cold air. This was the absolute zero of the Daiguren Hyarinmaru from the Death God system. It was a dimensional strike capable of freezing the very concept of space. A pale white frigid current erupted from Carl's palm. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an eerie, mind-numbing silence. The pale white mist instantly engulfed the massive magma hound. The first thing the cold current touched was the beast's open jaws. The boiling, bright yellow lava upon contact with the white mist was as if a pause button had been forced upon it. The light died. The bright yellow rapidly dimmed, turning a dull red. Then the red faded, becoming lifeless black rock. Finally, a thick layer of frost radiating an eerie blue light firmly encased the black rock's surface. This process was faster than the human eye could follow. In less than a second, starting from the fangs, the frost frantically spread backward over the hound's head, neck, forelegs, body. Boiling bubbles were frozen mid-burst. Magma droplets flying in the air turned into red hail, clattering down onto the stone pavement. The searing red light was gone completely. The dock was plunged back into gloom. A massive black and white ice sculpture of the magma hound now hung eerily suspended in midair. It retained its ferocious lunging posture, but all the heat contained within had been utterly erased by the bone-chilling cold. Cold. A cold beyond words. This current of frost didn't just freeze the magma, it froze the very air around them. The temperature on the dock plummeted off a cliff. A moment ago, it was like standing at a volcano's mouth. Now it was like being dropped into a 10,000-year-old glacier. The Navy soldiers standing dozens of meters away. Their white uniforms were soaked with sweat. Now that sweat clinging to their skin instantly turned into sharp, piercing shards of ice. The ice stung their flesh. Hiss. One soldier sucked in a sharp breath. His exhaled breath turned into thick, white vapor. He hugged his shoulders, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The clacking sound spread through the crowd. The metal barrels of their muskets, now freezing cold, stuck to the skin of their hands. Several soldiers, yelping in pain, dropped their guns and blew on their hands. The sea breeze stopped. Even the water at the edge of the calm belt had frozen over with a thick layer of white ice. The ice spread all the way to the anchors of the warship. The two vice admirals escorting Ace, who had been forced back by the heat moments before, now had their eyebrows covered in white frost. They stared blankly at the ice sculpture suspended in the air before them. Their minds went blank. This is impossible. The taller vice admiral swallowed a lump of icy saliva, his voice trembling like a leaf in an autumn wind. Admiral Sakazuki's magma. Frozen. In his understanding, magma was the highest form of heat capable of burning even fire itself. How could it be sealed away by a layer of ice? Ace knelt on the freezing stone floor, his mouth agape. Even the blood dripping from his chin had frozen solid, clinging to his stubble. The thick sea stone chains dragged a trail of white frost across the ground. He stared at Carl's back. That lazy big brother of his had simply extended a single hand and pinned that monster, which had left him utterly helpless, to the spot like a joke. Ace forgot the searing pain in his ribs. He could barely breathe. What kind of monstrous power was this? Back in Fusha Village, brother Carl only ever used his fists to smash wild boars. What kind of forbidden art had he been practicing in this undersea prison for the past 10 years? Hannibal, hiding in the back, had completely given up on maintaining his composure. He lay flat on the red carpet, hugging his head, his obese body shaking like an electric motor. The boss is too ruthless. The boss even dares to freeze an admiral. Hannibal muttered incoherently. Domino stood beside him, hands shoved deep into her uniform pockets for warmth. A layer of white mist had formed on her black-framed glasses, obscuring her vision. But she could feel that absolute crushing force, as if it could freeze her very soul. At the epicenter of the battlefield, Carl lowered his right hand. He pulled a crumpled tissue from his pocket and wiped the ash from his nose. Old man, is the temperature to your liking? Carl sneezed and rubbed his nose. I figured you were running a bit hot, so I thought I'd cool you down. No need to thank me. Akainu stood frozen, his perpetually stern face now completely rigid. His eyes, hidden in the shadows, stared intently at Carl, his eye sockets feeling like they would tear. He tried to activate his devil fruit ability in his right arm to pump in more magma and melt this accursed frost. But it was useless. It felt as if his ability was being forcibly severed by some higher dimensional law. The ice sculpture connecting to his arm was like an unmelting block of cold iron. It completely blocked his power output, his absolute justice, his strongest attack. All of it was useless against this half-asleep young man. It was like a child's mud ball casually slapped against a wall. A kind of bit through his lip. The blood that flowed out instantly froze into red beads at the corner of his mouth. He tried to speak, but it felt like a block of ice was lodged in his throat, preventing any sound from coming out. Just then, crack, an extremely faint crisp sound broke the deathly silence on the dock. A hairline fracture suddenly appeared on the surface of the suspended magma hound eye sculpture. Then the cracks spread like a spider's web running rampant. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering rang out rapidly. The entire sculpture, unable to withstand the structural collapse of extreme cold and extreme heat, exploded violently in midair. There was no shockwave, only a blizzard of ice powder and black rock shards. It was like a black and white snowstorm scattering and covering the ground, pattering softly against the stone pavement. Ice powder landed on Carl's shoulder, and he casually brushed it off. Akainu's eternally cold, merciless eyes were now stretched wide in utter shock. He abruptly lowered his head, his gaze locked onto the right side of his body. The arm that had released the great eruption. That limb belonging to the magma fruit user. Should have been the hottest place on Earth. But now, against all logic, a layer of white frost was forming on his right arm. The biting frost raced wildly up Akainu's sleeve, forcing the iron-fisted admiral to stagger back 3 clumsy steps, his leather heels scraping 3 long white streaks across the floor tiles. He clenched his jaw, the hard muscles bulging on his cheeks, a guttural beast-like growl rumbling from his throat as he channeled every ounce of his magma to repel the encroaching chill. Dark red lava surged violently through the right half of his body, a desperate attempt to melt the eerie white frost with extreme heat. Heat and absolute zero clashed fiercely on the surface of his arm. There was no explosion, only the teeth-grinding hiss of steam and the rise of thick white vapor. The steam obscured Akainu's vision. His right arm felt as if it had been plunged into a 10,000-year-old ice cavern. His flesh lost all sensation, and a piercing frozen ache seeped into the very marrow of his bones. This was impossible. Akainu's breath grew ragged, white mist puffing from his lips. His magma was the most destructive heat on these seas. It could vaporize steel in an instant, yet now it was being forcibly suppressed by a layer of frost. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The wind stopped. Even the sound of waves crashing against the breakwater vanished, for the seawater at the edge of the dock itself had frozen into a thick layer of solid ice. All the escorting vice admirals and marine soldiers were utterly shaken to their core by the sight. The tall vice admiral's jaw dropped, his chin nearly hitting his chest. He forgot to close his mouth, and the cold wind rushed down his throat, causing him to cough violently. The seastone chain he had been gripping tightly slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the ice. The iron links shattered the thin crust of ice on the surface. The vice admiral looked down at his hands, which were covered in a dense rash of goosebumps. Even the edges of his gloves were crusted with a layer of stiff white frost. The short vice admiral beside him fared even worse. His legs gave way, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. The cold from the frozen tiles shot through him, making him shiver violently. But he couldn't get up. The meniscus in his knees trembled uncontrollably. The admiral's magma. A marine soldier holding a flintlock muttered to himself, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Frozen. The flintlock slipped from his stiff fingers and hit the deck with a dull thud. The sound was like a signal triggering a chain reaction. Across the warship's deck, the sound of weapons dropping rang out in succession. These battle-hardened marine elites were now staring into a complete mental void. He could freeze magma in an instant. Such power completely shattered their understanding of the world. The laws of physics were treated like a worthless piece of paper ruthlessly torn to shreds. Ace knelt on the ground, his chains scraping across the ice. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, his warm breath turning to white mist before his eyes. He stared blankly at the tall black figure ahead. Carl still had his hands in his pockets, his stance hadn't changed at all. As if he hadn't just casually frozen an admiral's attack. Ace's eyes burned as suddenly the pain from his wounds seemed to lessen. The crushing weight of being defeated by Blackbeard and facing certain doom dissipated without a trace before this pale frost. He lowered his head, a corner of his mouth twitching, wanting to smile, but forcing it back. Akainu stood in the steam. The white frost on his arm finally stopped spreading. But the cost was that his right arm couldn't undergo high-density elementalization for a while. The muscle tissue was frostbitten. The steam gradually dissipated. Akainu looked at Carl. The muscles on his usually cold and ruthless face twitched slightly. In his eyes, besides the burning rage, there was a deep, profound wariness. He finally understood why Sengoku was so adamant about promoting this man to the next fleet admiral. It wasn't because of Garp's connections. It wasn't for some unfounded political balance. It was pure, overwhelming violence. Sengoku had always known this young man's true nature. A monster capable of single-handedly suppressing this sea. Keeping him at Impel Down was a sheer waste of talent. If such power could be used by Marine headquarters, the 4 emperors of the New World would be nothing to fear. But Akainu also knew that this monster was beyond any control. He had no sense of justice, no sense of honor. He was like a bottomless dead sea, and no one knew when he might unleash a tsunami. Carl casually flicked the ice shards from his hand. A few remaining crystals fell with a soft rustle onto the bluestone floor. Achoo! Carl turned his head and let out a loud sneeze. He rubbed his reddened nose. This damned ability, I always catch a cold after using it. He muttered to himself, then shoved his hands back into his uniform pockets for warmth. Carl turned his gaze, passing over the still-stunned Akainu. It landed on Hannibal, who was trying to play dead behind them. Hannibal! Carl called out. His voice wasn't loud, but it was perfectly clear in the dead-silent dock. Go pick up the documents. Hannibal, lying flat on the red carpet, flinched violently at the sound of Carl's voice, his fat jiggling. He scrambled to his feet, stumbling and crawling over to the pile of burnt ashes, snatching a spare handover document from a terrified Marine officer. He scurried back to Carl, holding the document with both hands like a sycophant. "Boss, the documents." Hannibal's voice was a wheeze, his teeth chattering. Carl took the document and casually flipped to the first page. He pulled a retractable ballpoint pen from his breast pocket. Click. The tip sprang out. He scribbled his signature on the line with a flourish. His handwriting was so messy it was completely illegible. Carl closed the folder, held it by the edge, and tossed it forward. The folder spun twice in the air. Thud. It landed precisely in front of Akainu's charred leather shoes. Paperwork's done. Carl didn't even glance at Akainu. He turned and let out a long yawn. "I'm keeping the prisoner. The receipt's on the ground." He waved a hand dismissively at the Admiral, his gesture as perfunctory as shooing away an annoying fly. Without a hint of respect, he told Akainu to leave. "It's cold. Go back to Marineford and have some hot tea. Don't block the way. I need to take the prisoner down for processing." Akainu lowered his head, staring at the handover document by his feet. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. The veins on the back of his hands bulged one by one. Humiliation. An unprecedented wave of humiliation gnawed at his pride like a venomous snake. As an admiral, the face of the world government's highest military power, today here he had been dismissed like a beggar. He wanted to attack again, to sink this undersea prison and restore his lost honor, no matter the cost. But the piercing pain in his right arm was a stark reminder. If he continued, he might die. Even if he didn't, he would lose even more face in front of his subordinates. "Carl." Akainu gritted his teeth, forcing the name out from between them, his voice thick with bloodlust. He raised his head and took one long hard look at Carl's back, as if trying to etch that figure into his very bones. He didn't make any more threats. He knew that before this man, any threat would ring hollow. Akainu bent down, his movement stiff as he picked up the handover document. He turned and walked towards the wooden gangplank. "All hands." Akainu roared as he stepped onto the deck. The shout snapped the dazed Marines back to reality. "Set sail. Return to headquarters." The soldiers on the warship sprang into action, frantically pulling on ropes. The winch made a harsh grinding noise as the massive black iron anchor was hauled from the sea, dragging up sheets of frigid water. The sails unfurled. The warship slowly turned amidst the sound of breaking ice. Akainu stood at the stern, leaving with a heart full of humiliation and shock. He didn't look back at Impel Down. The thick sea fog rolled back and gradually swallowing the warship's massive hull, until even the seagull flag on the mast was completely obscured. The dock fell silent once more. As the fleet sailed away, Carl turned. He glanced at the two vice admirals still sprawled on the ground, trembling. "What, you two want to stay and sample the cuisine on level 6? Carl raised an eyebrow. The two vice admirals scrambled to their feet in terror. They didn't even dare to leave a parting pleasantry, scrambling down to a small boat at the dock's edge and paddling like mad to catch up with the main fleet. Carl walked over to Ace. He looked at Ace, bound in chains, his tattered orange shirt stained with mud and half-dried blood. Carl didn't move to undo the chains. He just extended his foot and kicked the long tail of the chain on the ground, making it clank. "Can you stand?" Carl's tone was flat. There was none of the oppressive pressure he had shown Akainu. It was as casual as asking about the weather. Ace took a deep breath. He pushed himself up with one hand against the icy ground, gritting his teeth as he rose unsteadily. The movement jarred his broken ribs, and he hissed in pain. But he stood tall, his dark eyes fixed on Carl. Carl said nothing. He turned and walked towards the heavy elevator that led to the deep underground. His leather boots clicked on the stone floor. Ace, dragging the heavy seastone chains, followed step by step behind him. The chains scraped against the ground with a harsh sound. Hannibal and Domino followed far behind, not daring to breathe too loudly. Carl raised his hand as he reached the elevator doors. He pressed the button for the elevator to the 6th underground level. Ding! The heavy metal doors slid open slowly. Dim yellow light fell on their faces. Carl stepped in first. Ace followed, his chains clinking as he entered the cabin. Carl turned to face the doors and pressed the number 6 on the control panel. The heavy iron doors slammed shut with a resounding boom. The heavy iron door slammed shut, completely cutting off the light from outside. The elevator car fell into a dim, silent darkness. Only the old tungsten lamp above emitted a faint yellow glow. The bulb flickered twice with a sizzling sound due to unstable voltage. The rough, grinding noise of gears engaging echoed overhead. The car suddenly lurched downward. A sense of weightlessness struck, and AIC instinctively tried to steady himself. But his legs were locked by heavy high-loose stone rings, rendering him powerless. His center of gravity shifted, and his back slammed heavily against the cold iron wall of the car. Bang! The wound split open again. Blood trickled down his spine, sticky and clinging to the frigid metal. AIC let out a muffled groan. He clenched his teeth and forced down the surging taste of blood in his throat. He lowered his head, his black curly hair falling forward, obscuring most of his face. He could feel the faint warmth deep within his heart. It was the black pill that Ka Air had forced into his mouth 5 years ago in Fengche village. The medicine was still working, fiercely protecting his heart meridian, preventing him from completely blacking out under the terrifying pressure of Akainu just moments ago. His life was saved, but AIC felt his chest heavier than if he had 8 broken ribs. It was like a boulder weighing thousands of pounds pressing down on him. His mind was filled with the images of Banalo Island. Teach's arrogant, gap-toothed laughing face. The black mist of the Inen fruit devouring everything. He had lost. Lost completely. Not only had he failed to avenge Sachi, but he had become a stepping stone for Teach to obtain the position of Shichibukai. That wasn't the most fatal part. AIC's hands clenched the iron chains on his body. The rough, rusted metal cut into the skin of his palms, seeping droplets of blood. He knew Oyaji too well. Whitebeard would never stand by and watch his own son be sent to the execution platform. War. An unprecedented all-out war involving the entire Whitebeard pirates and marine headquarters. It was about to erupt because of his own foolish recklessness. Oyaji's body was already covered in 4 tubes. Marco Josevista. Everyone would bleed would die. AIC's nails dug deeply into his flesh. He lowered his head, biting his lip, preparing to face the endless darkness ahead. This was Impel Down. He was ready to endure all kinds of inhuman torture on the 6th level. Even if they peeled off his skin, shattered his bones inch by inch, it was the punishment he deserved. On the other side of the elevator car, Kair leaned back against the wall, hands in the pockets of his uniform trousers. He opened his mouth wide and let out a long yawn. 2 tears squeezed out from the corners of his eyes and slid down his cheeks. He tilted his head and casually wiped them on the fabric of his shoulder. This crappy elevator, they haven't changed the motor in decades, Kair grumbled. Slow as a snail crawling. Shaking so much I'm about to throw up last night's meal. Standing in the corner were Hannibal and Domino. They pressed themselves tightly against the wall, not daring to breathe. Domino clutched the folder in her hands, her knuckles white. Hannibal's fat face was still trembling. The destructive killing intent from Akainu earlier had nearly scared his soul out of his body. Now that he had finally recovered, he just wanted to minimize his presence in front of Kair. The car continued, descending, passing through layer after layer of hell. As they passed the 4th level, a wave of intense, scorching heat seeped through the gap in the elevator doors. The hot air hit AIC's face, drying the blood scabs on his body. Then came the 5th level. The temperature plummeted. A thin layer of white frost quickly formed on the iron wall. AIC shivered. But he clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. He was conserving his strength. Even with the Hailu stone locked on him, when he arrived at the 6th level, the infinite hell, facing the vicious wardens and various cruel instruments of torture, he would never bow his head. The blood of the pirate king Roger, the son of Whitebeard. He could die, but he absolutely would not be looked down upon by these government dogs. Ding! A crisp metallic chime broke the dead silence of the car. The elevator stopped. The faint weightlessness disappeared. The heavy alloy doors slid open with a rough grinding sound, and a cold wind mixed with the smell of mold and disinfectant blew in through the crack. The deepest level of hell. LV6 had arrived. AIC took a deep breath, emptying the stale air from his lungs. He straightened his back, even though it sent piercing pain through his ribs. He was ready to face the demons of hell. The doors fully opened. The fluorescent lights in the corridor were dim and yellowish. Outside the door, 2 rows of Impel Down guards and jailers were lined up neatly. They were all burly, towering like small mountains, holding barbed iron rods and heavy steel chains. The leading jailers had faces crisscrossed with scars, looking 10 times more ferocious than the pirates of the New World. AIC coldly eyed these men. A cold, blood-streaked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, throw whatever you've got at me. Kair pulled his hands out of his pockets. He strode forward with long legs. His boots landed on the iron plate at the elevator entrance with a dull thud. He was the first to step out of the car. The moment Kair's military boot touched the ground, those ferocious scar-faced jailers outside the door reacted as if triggered by some absolute underlying command. Slap. Everyone simultaneously snapped their legs together. The thick heels of their military boots crashed together, producing a sharp, unified crack. Then these burly men, over 2 meters tall, bent over in unison, folding their upper bodies and legs into a perfect 90-degree right angle. Their movements were as synchronized as machines stamped from the same mold. Vice Warden, your hard work. Dozens of rough voices roared simultaneously, the sound reverberating through the wide underground corridor, shaking dust from the ceiling. There was no trace of ferocity in this roar, only fervor, pure extreme fanatical worship, and awe deeply etched into their bones. The cold smile on AIC's face froze. His body, which had been bracing for torture, stiffened like a stone. Now he was completely unable to react. He stared blankly at the 2 rows of jailers, bent over, not daring to lift their heads. This was the 6th level of Impel Down, the place that held the world's most vicious criminals. Weren't these wardens supposed to be arrogant and tyrannical, dragging prisoners out like livestock for beatings? Why were they acting like they were welcoming a mafia boss home? Kair stopped. He yawned, reached up, and rubbed his tired eyes. What's all the shouting for? Such loud voices. Kair waved his hand disdainfully. Giving me a headache. No variety show today. One of the leading scar-faced jailers quickly straightened up, his face beaming with a flattering smile even more obsequious than the waiter at the Fengche Village Tavern. Reporting to the Vice Warden. The variety show starts at 2 o'clock sharp. Pizarro was just rehearsing his lines. Would you like him to perform a stand-up comedy routine for you first? Kair waved his hand. No time for that. Dismiss everyone. Go to your own jobs. Don't clog up the corridor. Yes, sir. Understood. The scar-faced man waved his hand grandly. The dozens of jailers scattered like they had been granted a pardon, not even glancing at the heavy prisoner AIC standing in the elevator. They carried their iron rods and whips and vanished in an instant. The corridor was suddenly empty with only a few wall lamps casting lonely shadows on the walls. Kai turned around, looking at AIC, who was still standing in the elevator car stunned. AIC lowered his head, his messy hair covering his eyes. His mind was a tangled mess. From the reaction of these jailers, the man in the vice warden uniform was definitely not a simple character. In this hell, he was the absolute king. Even a monster like Akainu could be frozen by him casually. Now even these ruthless wardens were completely submissive. Where did this freak come from? When had the world government hidden such a trump card? AIC clenched his teeth. The high-low stone chains on his wrists clinked softly with the slight movement of his body. He had to figure out the other party's background. Even if he died, he couldn't die without knowing why. Kai walked up to AIC. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Kai could even smell the strong scent of blood and sweat on AIC. AIC sensed someone approaching. He took a sharp breath, preparing to raise his head and glare at the other person while tossing out a few pirate tough words to save face. But before he could lift his head, Kai directly raised his right hand. No hockey, no use of any power. Just an ordinary slap. Slap. A solid smack landed on the back of AIC's head. The force wasn't strong, but the sound was crisp. It made AIC's head bob forward, his black hair swaying. You little punk, what are you spacing out for? Kai's voice was casual, carrying a familiar, indignant tone of scolding someone who has disappointed expectations. You're at the door and still not coming out. You want me to send a sedan chair to carry you? AIC's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. He jerked his head up, his black, curly hair flying to the sides. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the man in front of him. His gaze swept over the loose marine justice cloak, landing on the slightly crooked black uniform with the collar unbuttoned. Finally, it locked onto Kai's listless face with dead fish eyes. The dim corridor light cast shadows on Kai's profile, illuminating that familiar outline clearly. His face was slightly more mature than 10 years ago, with a bit of stubble on the chin. But that expression of always finding trouble and looking at everyone like they were idiots, even if burned to ashes, AIC would never mistake it. In the back mountain of Fengche village, whenever he and Lu Fei got into trouble and were chased by mountain bandits or wild beasts, this man would appear with that same expression, complaining what a hassle while beating those beasts into pulp. AIC's breath completely stopped. His eyes widened little by little. His brain short-circuited instantly. Blank. He couldn't believe his eyes. This had to be an illusion. Or maybe Akainu's punch had broken his brain. That big brother, who grew up with them scavenging in the garbage mountains, taught them how to fight, and spent every day sleeping in the shade of a tree. That big brother who said he wanted to go out to sea to find a place to laze around, and never came back 10 years ago. How could he be wearing a high-ranking marine uniform? How could he be giving orders in this prison known as a forbidden zone for the living? AIC's eyes burned, and a sharp sourness rushed up his nose. His lips trembled uncontrollably. He swallowed several times before he could barely find his voice. Big brother. AIC's voice was hoarse beyond recognition, stuttering so badly he couldn't form a complete sentence. He stared at Kai, afraid that if he blinked the man would disappear. You? How did you become a jailer here? Kai looked at AIC's dumbfounded expression, then at the shocking wounds on his body. The anger in his heart over this kid's troublemaking had long dissipated. He reached out his right hand, roughly wiping away the half-dried blood scab at the corner of AIC's mouth. A grin spread across Kai's face, revealing a smile that was both helpless and arrogant. Welcome to my turf. Kai looked at AIC. Hungry? Are you hungry? Carl's flippant greeting echoed through the eerie, boundless corridor of the infinite hell, exuding an uncanny atmosphere. Ace stood frozen at the elevator entrance. His mind, like a rusted gear, refused to turn. Before he could utter a question, Carl had already retrieved the heavy brass key ring from his pocket. The metallic clink rang out crisply. He stepped forward, gripping the thick sea stone chain around Ace's wrist. With nimble fingers, he selected one key and inserted it into the black lock. Click! The crisp sound of a metal spring mechanism echoed. The heavy wrist shackle dropped, instantly crashing onto the bluestone floor and splashing a small muddy puddle. Then Carl bent down and, following the same method, unlocked the restraints on his ankles and waist. The dozens of pounds of sea stone shackles clattered to the floor in a heap. Like a dead iron serpent, freed from the suppression of the sea stone, the strength that had been forcibly drained from Ace's body surged back through his veins. Yet this return of power did little to ease his suffering. Instead, it reawakened his numbed nerves, sending the excruciating pain of his broken ribs sharply to his cerebral cortex. His legs gave way. He stumbled forward a large step, nearly collapsing into a puddle. Carl reached out and grabbed the torn collar of his orange shirt. Like hoisting a stray cat soaked in rain, he steadied him. If your legs are weak, lean against the wall, Carl said, releasing his grip with disgust, flicking off the blood that clung to his fingertips. Look at you, skinny as a rack of ribs covered in mud. You're a disgrace to me. Ace clung to the cold, damp wall, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. He stared at Carl's listless back, his stomach full of questions and shock, all stifled by the stabbing pain in his chest. The two walked one after another into the depths of level 6. The fluorescent lights in the corridor were dim and flickering, emitting a buzzing sound. The cells on either side were pitch black. Ace walked slowly. He had already braced himself mentally for a brutal arena. What awaited him should have been red-hot branding irons or salt-soaked whips. But after just a few steps, a strange smell suddenly invaded his dry nostrils. It wasn't the musty odor of mold or the lingering scent of blood. Instead, it was a rich, spicy, pungent aroma of beef tallow. Ace sniffed. His stomach let out a loud, uncontrollable growl, echoing through the deathly silent corridor. His face flushed with embarrassment as he covered his stomach with a dirty hand. Reaching the third-to-last cell, Carl stopped. The thick sea-stone bars of this cell had been completely removed. The entrance was wide open. Inside it had been transformed into a spacious single room. The floor was covered with a relatively clean carpet, and even a small exhaust fan was placed in the corner. In the center of the cell stood a round wooden table. At the center of the table sat a gleaming brass pot. The fiery red beef tallow broth bubbled and churned, emitting strings of boiling bubbles. Handfuls of Sichuan peppercorns and dried red chili peppers bobbed up and down on the surface. Choking white steam rose straight up. On either side of the round table stood two muscular prisoners wearing sea-stone collars. They were clad in tattered prison uniforms, yet they held two large blue and white porcelain plates steadily in their hands. On the plates, neatly arranged slices of premium snowflake Wagyu beef. The marbled red and white fat texture was as beautiful as marble. Seeing Carl enter, the two ferocious pirates, each with bounties over 100 million, trembled in fear. They quickly bent down and carefully placed the meat plates on the table. Master Carl, the bald prisoner stammered. The meat is cut. The tripe and duck intestines are being chilled in the kitchen. They'll be here soon. Carl waved his hand as if shooing flies. Get out, and close the door behind you. Turn the exhaust fan to maximum. The two prisoners, as if granted amnesty, bowed their heads and slipped out of the cell. Carl turned around. Seeing Ace still leaning against the door frame dumbfounded, he walked over, grabbed Ace's shoulder firmly, and forced him down onto the wooden chair at the round table. The old wooden chair let out a creaking groan. Carl pulled out the chair opposite, sat down, and picked up a pair of long chopsticks. He picked up a large slice of snowflake beef still cold, and dropped it directly into the boiling red oil pot. He swished it up and down 7 or 8 times for about 10 seconds. The meat quickly changed color, its edges curling, slightly coated in glistening red oil. Carl fished it out and flung it into the dipping sauce dish filled with minced garlic and sesame oil in front of Ace. A few drops of sesame oil splattered onto the table. Ace stared at the steaming meat in the bowl. His Adam's apple moved with difficulty. He picked up his chopsticks. His right hand trembled violently, aggravating the blood marks left by the chain on his wrist. He picked up the piece of meat and shoved it into his mouth. The scalding spiciness mixed with the supreme fatty aroma exploded instantly in his mouth. His teeth bit down and the meat juices burst forth. The warm food slid down his esophagus into his stomach. A comforting warmth spread. The knife-like pain in his internal organs was forcibly suppressed by this hot meal. It was too delicious. Better than any banquet he had ever had on the sea. Ace's eyes suddenly burned. His vision blurred. Large heavy tears fell without warning, splashing into the dipping sauce dish, shattering the minced garlic. The humiliation of being pinned down by Blackbeard on Bonero Island. The despair of being locked in the dark, sunless lower deck with Sea-Stone. The guilt of thinking he would drag his father into a full-scale war. All those emotions in this absurd underground level 6 hot pot gathering finally broke through. He didn't cry out loud. He just frantically stuffed meat into his mouth with his chopsticks. Tears mingled with the mud and blood on his face, flowing into his mouth. He chewed fast and urgently, gasping from the heat, not even caring when he bit his tongue. Slow down, you starving ghost reincarnated. Carl sat across from him, watching Ace's miserable eating manner, and disdainfully pulled out a tissue. Through the rising steam, he threw it directly onto Ace's face. Your snot's about to fall into the pot. Disgusting. Ace wiped his face roughly with the tissue. The tissue scraped off the scabs on his cheeks, leaving a few red marks. He sniffled, then picked up another large piece of raw meat and dropped it into the pot. Out there, you caused such a huge mess. Carl himself picked up a piece of softened greens, chewing slowly, grimacing from the spiciness. In the end, you still have to come to me to freeload. Do you think it's easy for me to save up some private money in Impel Down? This meal of Wagyu just wiped it all out. Ace didn't speak. He took a big gulp of the iced water beside him. The cold water suppressed the spiciness in his throat. He looked up, his black eyes red-rimmed, staring at Carl. A grin spread across his blood-stained lips. Despite his battered face, the smile still carried that carefree, youthful spirit. The pungent aroma of the hot pot drifted out along the exhaust fan in the corner, filling the entire corridor of level 6, completely masking the original musty smell. In the adjacent cell, Crocodile gripped the cold Sea-Stone bars. His face pressed tightly between the two iron rods. The metal's chill stung his cheeks. His perpetually grim face, usually slicked back, twisted into a bizarre shape. His nose twitched uncontrollably, frantically inhaling the beef tallow aroma in the air. He had been forced to sculpt sand sculptures for Carl all day yesterday. At night, because the chin was too sharp, he was punished with only 2 sips of cold water. Now his stomach was empty, churning with acid. That's fire fist, Ace, isn't it? Sandman swallowed hard, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his eyes turning green with hunger. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Defeated and captured, sent to this infinite hell. Sandman gritted his teeth, his nails scraping against the iron bars with a piercing sound. Just to eat hot pot here. He felt his worldview crumbling. What kind of imprisonment was this? Was it punishment or a vacation? In the cell diagonally opposite, Golden Lion was on the floor, wiping the tiles with a rag. The bruise on his forehead was still not fully healed. Smelling this killer aroma, he threw down the rag and scrambled to the bars. The half-rudder on his head accidentally bumped into the iron pillar. A dull thud sounded. He didn't even feel the pain. With blurry eyes, he stared at the open hot pot compartment at the end of the corridor. Is this kid related to Master Carl? Golden Lion drooled, saliva dripping from his gaps between teeth. A long silvery thread stretched down, splashing onto the freshly cleaned tiles, leaving a small wet patch. When I came in back then, I was hung up and beaten for 3 days and 3 nights. Golden Lion slapped his thigh in anger. They didn't even give me a sip of swill. Why does this brat get to sit and eat wagyu? Golden Lion trembled with rage. But he dared not shout loudly, fearing to anger the deputy warden, who was eating greens. He could only vent his fury in a low voice within his cell. Crushing the dry straw on the floor. The veteran pirates of level 6, the monsters who had killed without blinking on the Grand Line. All of them now lay on the bars, watching the blood-smeared youth devour his meal. Listening to the bubbling of the red oil pot. Listening to the crisp clink of chopsticks against porcelain bowls. Their worldview suffered an unprecedented blow. They felt their time in prison had been in vain. This was not punishment in Impel Down. This was clearly a rich young master returning home to visit relatives, throwing a grand feast. Carl picked up a piece of freshly delivered iced tripe. Swished it in the pot 7 times. The tripe curled slightly, its surface coated in bright red chili oil. He placed it in Ace's bowl. Eat the tripe. It's crunchy. Don't just stuff yourself with meat, it's not good for digestion. Ace had already eaten 3 whole plates of meat. His sunken belly was slightly protruding. He sniffled and nodded repeatedly. He picked up the piece of tripe with his chopsticks, wrapped it in garlic, and shoved it into his mouth. He chewed with a crunch. The tear stains on the corners of his eyes hadn't completely dried, yet mingling with the heat sweat from the spiciness. He felt this was the most satisfying meal of his life. Suddenly from the elevator direction at the end of the corridor came a dull mechanical grinding sound. Ding! The alloy doors of the elevator slid open slowly. A chaotic, heavy sound of footsteps came from that direction, accompanied by the grinding of wheels on bluestone. Several burly prison guards pushed a heavy wheeled handcart. The wheels were slightly rusty, emitting a jarring squeak. On the cart, bound with thick sea stone chains, was a massive creature. The chains were wound round and round, digging into the blue flesh. The guards pushed the cart, panting, to the empty cell opposite Ace. They pulled out a key and opened the heavy iron door. The hinges screeched sharply. 1, 2, 3, heave. The guards combined their strength, chanting in unison. Grabbing the edges of the cart, they heaved the heavy object on the cart directly off. Bang! The heavy body crashed onto the cold, damp floor tiles. The black water splashed everywhere. The cell floor trembled with the impact. It was a massive blue-skinned fishman. He had 2 thick lower jaw tusks. He wore a filthy, torn, striped prison uniform. On his chest was a prominent red Sun Pirates emblem. The emblem was stained with fresh blood. He was thrown heavily into the empty cell opposite Ace. The massive, heavy blue body crashed onto the cold, damp flagstones, producing a dull, resounding thud. Jimby, the Knight of the Sea, let out a pained grunt and slowly sat up. Thick sea stone chains rattled with a harsh metallic scrape. The iron rings bit deep into his blue flesh. Jimby took a deep breath of the musty air of level 6, a sharp sting piercing his lungs. His prison uniform was torn to shreds by the whip. Hours earlier, he had caused a massive uproar in the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine headquarters. He had flatly refused to agree to the Navy's war against Whitebeard, and had vehemently opposed the public execution of Ace. The result was brutal. His warlord title was stripped on the spot. What awaited him was Impel Down's relentless torture and this sunless, bottomless abyss. But Jinby felt no regret. He pressed his broad, rough palms against the freezing floor, bracing his heavy frame. Compared to the debt he owed the old man, this superficial pain meant nothing. His only real worry now was Ace. That reckless boy who chased after Blackbeard for his crew. A guard escorting him had mentioned in passing that Fire Fist Ace had been thrown into level 6 just hours earlier. What was this place? A grave for the living. No one thrown into this infinite hell ever escaped with their life or their sanity intact. Jinby lifted his heavy head. His tangled hair clung to his blood-caked cheeks. He had steeled himself. He was prepared to see an Ace who had been flayed, broken, and left hanging on a rack, barely breathing. He had even rehearsed his words, planning to offer comfort through the cold bars like a man to his loyal and honorable brother. He planned to tell him that the old man would definitely come to save him. But then Jinby opened his cracked lips, but the words, "Ace, my brother," never left his mouth. A powerful aroma completely alien to this great prison invaded his nostrils. Butter, Sichuan peppercorn, and the pungent, nose-tingling fragrance of dried chilies exploding in hot oil. Jinby sneezed violently, the jolt sending a spike of pain through his whip wounds. He squinted his round fish eyes and followed the scent source. The cell diagonally across from him had its iron bars removed entirely. The doorway was wide open. Inside, a dim lamp cast its glow. A round wooden table sat in the center. On the table, a brass pot bubbled furiously with a crimson broth steam rising in thick plumes. To the left of the table sat Fire Fist Ace, the very man Jinby assumed was being tortured to within an inch of his life. Ace was lounging boldly on a wooden chair, holding a pair of long chopsticks. His face was indeed swollen, and he bore fresh wounds. But right now his attention was wholly fixed on the pot. He stared intently at the roiling red oil sweat beading on his forehead. His lips were red from the spice, and a glistening drop of chili oil clung to the corner of his mouth. "Let go!" Ace yelled, his voice muffled. His chopsticks were clamped firmly around a large piece of tripe curled from the scalding heat. Across the table sat a man in a black navy uniform. His shirt buttons were askew, his posture utterly slovenly. He too held chopsticks gripping the opposite end of the same piece of tripe. Like hell I will. I paid for this. Carl rolled his eyes. With a flick of his wrist he yanked the meat towards himself. You little brat, you've already eaten 5 plates of meat. I was saving this tripe for last. Don't you know to respect your elders? What elder? You're no elder. You stole my barbecue in Windmill Village, and now this. Ace lunged forward, nearly falling onto the pot's edge as his chest wound pulled taut. You villainous Navy scum, give me the tripe. Carl was unimpressed. He casually reached out and delivered a light smack to the back of Ace's head. Smack. Ace's head recoiled, his chopsticks loosening. The piece of tripe slick with red oil was deftly snatched up by Carl and dropped into his own bowl. He swirled it in garlic paste and shoved it into his mouth, crunching loudly. Jimby sat on the cold stone floor, convinced he must have suffered brain damage. Or perhaps he had inhaled some hallucinogenic gas like Magellan's. He raised his hands bound in sea stone cuffs and roughly rubbed his eyes with his calloused knuckles. He even pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. It hurt for real. His flesh protested with a fiery sting. But the scene before him did not vanish. The man he considered a brother, Fire Fist Ace, was genuinely fighting a high-ranking Navy official over food. This wasn't a prison. This was a couple of street thugs brawling over the last drink snack at a roadside stall. Where was the torture? Where was the misery worse than death? Jimby's mouth hung open, his 2 large lower fangs exposed to the air. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he forgot to swallow it. The sorrow and heroic resolve he had mustered moments ago now felt like a cruel joke lodged in his throat. It could neither rise nor fall. A commotion echoed from beyond the iron door. Carl swallowed the tripe, grabbed a tissue, and wiped his mouth. He turned his head. His gaze traveled across the corridor and landed on the massive blue fishman sitting in the cell opposite. Jimby, the Knight of the Sea. Carl knew this big guy. A man of deep loyalty, willing to give his life for Luffy and Ace. A true hard man worthy of respect. Seeing Jimby's dumbfounded expression, his worldview shattered, drool pooling on the floor, Carl clicked his tongue. This fishman had just been thrown and probably starved for days and beaten within an inch of his life. Lying on the cold ground like that. It did look a bit pitiful. What are you staring at? You're drooling on the floor, Carl muttered. He reached down and picked up a white enamel basin, the kind usually used for washing fruit. It was clean though chipped around the edges. Carl grabbed the spare plate of meat from the table. He dumped the remaining half plate of top-grade Wagyu beef along with a few leaves of greens into the enamel basin. Then he took the large iron ladle and scooped 2 generous spoonfuls of the boiling fiery broth from the brass pot. He poured it directly over the raw meat. Sizzle. The scalding soup instantly cooked the thin slices of marbled Wagyu to a perfect medium rare, releasing a rich fatty aroma. Carl noticed the dumbstruck Jinby, knowing he was Ace's sworn brother. Without a word he picked up the basin filled with hot soup and meat and tossed it through the bars into Jinby's cell. The enamel basin laden with hot soup and beef arced smoothly through the air. It passed perfectly through the gap in the sea stone bars. Clatter. It landed squarely between Jinby's crossed legs. A few drops of red oil splashed onto his blue skin, stinging slightly. But the overwhelming sensation was the wave of food aroma hitting his face. Startled, Jinby instinctively flinched. He looked down at the steaming enamel basin between his legs. Red oil bubbled over the meat slices, and the scent of garlic paste invaded his nostrils. Jinby's stomach let out an embarrassingly loud growl. He looked up, utterly bewildered, at Carl across the way. Eat. Carl sat back in his chair, picking his teeth with a toothpick. Look at you, another poor soul who got beaten and starved. Ace on the other side also spotted Jinby. He was still chewing meat and waved his chopsticks. Yo, Jinby. You got thrown in here too. Ace greeted him, his voice muffled. His tone was as casual as running into an old friend at a bar in the East Blue. This meat is great, you should try it. Ace swallowed, pointing at the basin on Jinby's lap. Don't be shy, this bastard's paying anyway. Carl kicked Ace's chair leg. Eating my food and calling me a bastard. Want me to throw you in the blood pool for a swim? Ace wobbled, nearly tipping over. He quickly grabbed the table's edge, protecting his own bowl. Jinby, holding the meat, watched these two and was utterly lost. This was the infinite hell. A place for the world's most dangerous criminals. The outside world was on the brink of chaos because Ace had been captured. The Whitebeard pirates were mobilizing in full force and Marine headquarters was on high alert. And yet, the catalyst of this world war was here, fighting the vice warden of Impel Down over a piece of tripe. Jinby felt his fins trembling. He had weathered countless storms in his life, but he had never felt the world was so absurd. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's blood pressure was spiking to a dangerous level. In the Fleet Admiral's office at the top of the fortress, the atmosphere was so thick with tension it could solidify. There wasn't a hint of a breeze. Sengoku stood behind his large solid wood desk. He was clutching a freshly delivered urgent frontline report. The paper was crumpled and torn from his immense grip, making faint cracking sounds. His iconic seagull hat trembled slightly. Even the seagull's glass eye seemed to shake with its owner's agitation. Several Navy staff officers stood before the desk, silent as mice. No one dared to speak. Just 30 minutes ago, Admiral Kizuru had reported from the Sabaody archipelago. The Straw Hat crew had been sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma. Their whereabouts were unknown. The mission to capture the celestial dragon attacker had failed. Immediately after, Admiral Akainu, who was escorting Fire Fist Ace to Impel Down, also sent a report. In his telegraph, Akainu raged about Impel Down's lack security, even subtly hinting that he had clashed with Vice Warden Carl at the docks and had suffered a humiliating setback. Sengoku felt as if a sledgehammer was pounding the back of his skull. Again and again. It sent black spots dancing before his eyes. They were about to go to all-out war with that monster Whitebeard. And the Navy's top combat power was failing at every turn. One couldn't catch a rookie. Another was humiliated right at the gates of his own prison. Carl. Kizaru. Garp. Sengoku gritted out these names. The veins on his forehead bulged like inflated tubes, throbbing violently. His breathing was heavy like a broken bellows being pulled. Harsh hot air blasted from his nostrils. Bang. Zhangwa slammed his fist onto the solid wood desk, shattering the third coffee cup he had replaced today. The dark brown coffee liquid crazily dripped down the edge of the table. It spilled onto the wool carpet on the floor, blotting into a pool of dark red stain. Zhangwa gasped heavily for breath. His chest heaved violently like a fully drawn bellows. The seagull model, symbolizing naval justice above his head, was shaken, fluttering its wings a couple of times and shedding a few white down feathers. The feathers drifted onto the scattered top-secret documents covering the desk. Sakashiji, say that again. Zhangwa pressed his hands firmly on the desk, his fingernails scraping white scratches on the hardwood. His voice was hoarse and harsh, as if he had a mouthful of sand in his throat. Across the desk, Chikwon sat on the leather sofa, his back straight as a rod. His dark red suit jacket was replaced with a new one, still bearing the creases from the warehouse. But his right arm from shoulder to wrist was wrapped in thick, white medical bandages. Beneath the bandages, faint purple frostbite marks were visible. A trace of icy coldness seeped through the gaps of the gauze. In the stuffy office, it condensed into a faint white mist. My magma was frozen by him with one hand. Chikwon clenched his molars tightly. The grinding of teeth produced a grating sound. He picked up the water glass on the coffee table in front of him, his left hand trembling, slightly, ripples spreading on the surface. It's not the simple elemental cancellation of devil fruits. Chikwon swallowed the tea, his voice carrying an indelible gloom. It's pure dimensional suppression. I didn't even see how he moved, and the magma in my entire arm turned into dead ice. Zhangwa slumped back into his chair. The leather seat let out a muffled sigh. He took off his frog-shaped glasses and rubbed his swollen temples vigorously with his rough thumb. Chaos. Complete chaos. Ever since the decision to publicly execute Fire Fist, AC Marine Headquarters had been sitting on a powder keg that could explode at any moment. The Whitebeard pirates had completely cut off the intelligence network. That old monster known as the strongest man in the world could smash the gates of Malinfanguo with the storm of the New World at any time. Zhangwa needed combat power. He needed absolute, crushing, top-tier combat power to suppress this war. But the current Marine headquarters was like a sieve leaking from all sides. That old man Kapu was unreliable. Whenever Fire Fist AC was mentioned, Kapu would sit cross-legged in a corner crunching on senbei. As he chewed, tears would roll down his wrinkled old face. Bolu Salinua went to Xiangbidi Islands. He made a big show, breaking dozens of trees. And what was the result? The culprits who attacked the Tailongren, the Straw Hat crew, escaped, without even a strand of hair being caught. And Kazan, let alone him, spent his days sleeping in the cold room with a green eye mask, impossible to wake even for meetings. Now, Sakashiji, the most hardline in style, only went to deliver a prisoner. Yet he returned with a severely frostbitten arm. The military doctor had just privately reported that the cold had even damaged the bone marrow, severely limiting the magma transformation of his right arm in the short term. Car. Zhangwa muttered the name, crushing the report paper on the desk into a ball of waste paper. He had previously only regarded this young man as a talented seedling who understood patience and had extremely strong physical skills. Unexpectedly, the iceberg hidden beneath the water's surface by this kid was large enough to freeze an admiral. You go out first and find the military doctor to change the dressing. Zhangwa waved his hand, his tone utterly exhausted. Chikwon said nothing, stood up. His heavy leather shoes stepped on the floor, pushed open the door, and walked out. The door closed. Zhangwa immediately pulled open the bottom drawer of the desk, which had a lock. He fished out a pure gold anti-eavesdropping Den Den Mushi. The line of this Den Den Mushi was encrypted by the science unit and directly connected to the office of the deputy director of Tuajinshing. The comm belt Tuajinshing. 4th underground floor. Carr had just come up from the hot pot compartment on the 6th floor. His black marine uniform still carried a faint smell of beef tallow hot pot. He chewed a piece of xylitol gum to remove the garlic smell. Pushing open the office door, the air conditioner hummed, blowing cold air. The high temperature in the room had already dropped, though there were still traces of scorched and peeling paint on the walls. Carter walked to the rosewood desk, pulled out the wide oxhide chair, and sat down. He raised his long legs, habitually propping them on the edge of the desk. The soles of his shoes rubbed against the base of the teacup that Chikwon had burned earlier. Having eaten and drunk his fill, it was perfect for a nap. He had just taken out his salted fisheye mask and was about to put it on when the golden Den Den Mushi on the corner of the desk suddenly vibrated violently without warning. Brew, 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 brew. The sound was urgent and piercing, as if urging someone to their death. Carter's movement stopped. He glanced at the golden snail, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. He didn't need to guess who it was. On this sea, the only one who could reach him directly on this encrypted line was the old man in Malinfanguo, who was always worried. Carter slapped the eye mask onto the desk. He reached out and picked up the receiver. Click. The soft body of the Den Den Mushi instantly swelled, its features twisting and reshaping. A tuft of braided beard grew on its chin. Its eyes bulged wide. It directly materialized Zhangguo's face, which was agitated to the extreme. Car. Zhangguo's voice no longer had the lofty authority of the past. Instead, it carried a barely concealed urgency. Pack your things immediately. Headquarters will send the fastest special-class warship to pick you up. Kata switched the receiver to the other hand. He swallowed the xylitol gum. Good afternoon, Marshal. You're so anxious, are you inviting me to a feast? His tone was lazy, like a net bar attendant who had just woken up. I just had a good meal, and my stomach is still full. What feast? My life is almost being pissed away by you bastards. The Den Den Mushi jumped wildly on the desk. Zhangguo slammed the table hard on the other end. Whitebeard is coming. This is a top-tier war that concerns the survival of the world government. Headquarters has issued the highest mobilization order. The 7 warlords are on their way, and the 3 admirals are on standby. 247. Zhangguo gasped heavily, his voice transmitted through the electric waves carrying rough static. I need you. I need your over-the-top combat power to guard the execution platform. Kata scratched his ear. He flicked away a non-existent piece of earwax. Marshal, you've got it wrong. Kara looked at the fluorescent light on the ceiling and yawned. I'm just a jailer guarding the gate. There are a bunch of prisoners in Tuajinqing waiting for me to manage. In the afternoon, Pizaluo is going to perform a stand-up comedy, and I have to be a judge to score. For this kind of titan clash, you should go to the 3 admirals. Zhangguo clenched his fists on the other end of the phone. His nails dug deep into his flesh. Don't play dumb with me. Sakasiji's arm is still wrapped in ice. Do you really think you can hide that absolute zero ability from me for a lifetime? Zhangguo's tone suddenly softened. It was no longer a harsh command, but carried a hint of pleading. For the victory of this war, the Marine Marshal had set aside all his pride. Kara, listen to me. The Den Den Mushi's face was scrunched up, its brows tightly furrowed. This battle the Marines absolutely cannot lose. If Fire Fist AC is rescued, the dignity of justice will be completely trampled. I know those 7 warlords, the pirates, all have their own agendas and are utterly unreliable. Doflamingo just wants to watch the show, and Hancock is a madwoman who doesn't listen to orders. Zhangguo swallowed his saliva. I can only trust the Marines wearing this code of justice. As long as you come to headquarters. After this battle, I will personally recommend you to the 5 elders for the position of admiral. Zhangguo began wildly dangling carrots. You want Tuajinqing to be completely independent? I'll approve it. You want privileges? I'll give you a lifetime exemption from punching the clock. You can sleep as late as you want. As long as you stand in front of the execution platform and block Whitebeard's blade for me. Kara listened to the generous terms coming from the speaker. He snorted coldly. Let him go to Malinfanjuo. Let him stand in front of the execution platform and be the bodyguard for the executioner holding the blade. Let him block Whitebeard and watch Ace's head fall. This old man Zhangguo. His calculations were indeed shrewd. Unfortunately, he had no idea what kind of person he was dealing with. He hadn't even found the real table for this chess game. Kara picked up a toothpick from the desk and picked at a shred of meat stuck between his teeth. Marshal, your terms are indeed tempting. Kara said slowly. Lifetime exemption from punching the clock. That sounds truly appealing. Zhangguo's eyes lit up on the other end of the phone. He thought there was hope. His tense shoulders suddenly relaxed, and he let out a long sigh. So you agree? Zhangguo pressed eagerly. The top strategic meeting is at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The warship is already on its way. You can arrive at Malinfanjuo tonight. Hold on. Kara held the Den Den Mushi, picking his ear with his little finger. He lowered his legs that were propped on the edge of the desk. His military boots landed on the red carpet with a dull thud. He stretched a huge yawn, his bones cracking. He yawned lazily. A meeting? Oh, Marshal, unfortunately my seasickness has flared up again. If I leave Tuajinqing, I might die immediately. On the other end of the Den Den Mushi, a roar that pierced the sky erupted instantly. From the other end of the Den Den Mushi, a thunderous roar erupted. The sound waves crashed through the radio signal with immense force, causing dust to shower down from the ceiling. Several flakes of white plaster fell onto the mahogany desk and shattered. Carl grimaced, holding the receiver a full half-meter away from his ear, his brow furrowed into a deep knot. Fleet Admiral, your voice alone could stun a sea king. Carl, you absolute wretch. Sengoku's voice blasted through the speaker, making it rattle and buzz. The face on the snail's shell turned a deep purple. The braided beard on its chin quivered violently, and thick veins bulged and throbbed at its temples. Carl nonchalantly dug a pinky into his ear, scraping out a bit of wax. He flicked it away, watching the speck sail into the trash can in the corner. He switched the receiver to his other hand, swinging his left leg off the desk to replace it with his right. The sole of his leather boot scraped against the wooden edge, producing a dull thud. Don't you play dumb with me. Sengoku pounded his desk furiously on the other end. The wood let out a series of dull, heavy slaps, as if the legs were about to give way. Whitebeard is about to descend upon the very gates of headquarters. All 3 admirals are on standby, and 100,000 elite troops are already assembled in the plaza. Sengoku's breathing was as ragged as a broken bellows. You, one of the Navy's greatest combat powers, are hiding in a basement claiming you have seasickness. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Carl grabbed the glass of cold tea from his desk. The glass felt icy against his palm. He took a sip, moistening his dry throat, his Adam's apple bobbing. Truly seasick. Carl cleared his throat and coughed a couple of times for effect. Cough, cough. Besides the seasickness, my body has come down with a serious ailment. He pitched his voice higher, making it sound weak and frail. The dampness on this fourth basement level is overwhelming. I caught a heavy cold just yesterday. The medic says my lungs are failing, riddled with inflammation. It hurts to even take a breath. Carl grabbed a tissue, held it to his nose, and blew into it with a loud honk. He crumpled the tissue and tossed it onto the desk. And now you want me to come to Marineford to enjoy the sea breeze? Carl sighed. The moment that sea breeze hits me, I doubt I'd even be able to climb the steps to the execution platform. I'd probably drop dead right there on the deck. Then you'd have to trouble yourself to arrange my funeral, and what a waste of money that would be. There was only silence on the other end of the line, punctuated by heavy, labored breathing. Sengoku was visibly struggling to keep his blood pressure from spiking. You. His teeth ground audibly, the sound grating over the waves and stabbing at Carl's eardrums. Do you think I wouldn't personally come to Impel Down to retrieve you? I'll dispatch a warship this instant to pick you up. I'll have you dragged to the plaza in chains if I have to. Carl chuckled. He brushed the crumpled tissues aside on his desk. Fleet Admiral, by all means give it a try. His tone lost some of its laziness, revealing a hint of unyielding steel. Drag me. Who would you send? Kazan or Borsalino? Carl leaned back in his chair, the genuine leather groaning under his weight. If it comes to a fight down here in Impel Down, you should know these load-bearing walls of this undersea prison aren't exactly sturdy. And when I get sick, my strength tends to get difficult to control. The sound of a teacup shattering came from Sengoku's end. Carl gripped the receiver, his thumb rubbing against the hard plastic casing. Level 6 is holding hundreds of legendary pirates. If I were to accidentally knock a wall down and the seawater came rushing in, or if those mad dogs were to get loose, whose responsibility would that be, yours or mine? Sengoku was completely choked by those words. He knew all too well the destructive power of this young man. If he were pushed too far and Impel Down, a cataclysmic internal battle right before the war would cripple the Navy in an instant. With the current shortage of combat strength at headquarters, every ounce of power was needed to counter the edge that was Whitebeard. There was simply no manpower left to spare for suppressing a rampaging vice warden. The face on the Den Den Mushi contorted, wrinkles bunching up, reflecting deep-seated frustration and helplessness. Sengoku could only swallow his anger, the bitterness searing his chest. Fine. Just fine. He panted heavily. You don't have to come. But you listen to me, and you listen well. Sengoku's voice turned cold and hard, carrying the absolute authority of the Fleet Admiral. Fire Fist Ace must not escape. You stay glued to Impel Down. If anyone tries to break him out, if a single prisoner escapes, I will stake my very life to see you thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Slam. The call was cut off violently, leaving only the monotonous, piercing dial tone. Carl casually tossed the receiver back onto the Den Den Mushi's back. The snail's eyes closed, and its body retracted into its shell. The office fell silent once more. He leaned back in his leather chair, letting out a long, heavy breath. A slow smile crept across his face. Go to headquarters for a meeting. Only a fool would do that. He had worked too hard to stay in this musty basement just to avoid the hassle. The time was drawing near. That boy in the straw hat. The moment he hears about Ace being captured with his personality, he would charge headfirst into this den of vipers, even if it meant facing a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Carl knew Luffy all too well. And Marshal D. Teach. That scheming, portly man would absolutely seize the opportunity during the clash between the Navy and Whitebeard to come to the bottom levels of this prison to harvest his crew. Those two were certain to cross paths here in Impel Down. This was the true eye of the storm. As long as he remained here unmovable as a nail, whoever came would have to play by his rules. This was a game he had to watch over personally. Carl rubbed his chin. The stubble was rough against his fingers. He reached for the silk sleep mask on the desk, about to slip it over his head for a quick nap, when he heard the frantic clicking of high heels echoing from outside his door. Click-clack, click-clack. The rhythm was chaotic, betraying a clear sense of panic. The sound bounced off the walls of the empty corridor, creating a series of sharp echoes. Bang! The solid wooden door was thrown open with force. The doorknob slammed into the wall, chipping a shallow dent in it. Plaster dust drifted down from the impact. Domino stood panting in the doorway. Her cream-colored uniform was rumpled, and even the tie clasp at her collar had popped open. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her black-framed sunglasses sat askew on her nose. Her chest heaved as she gasped for air. Vice Warden. Domino swallowed hard, her voice trembling from the run. A ship. A marine ship has just docked at the harbor. Carl pulled the eye mask off, holding it in his hand. He frowned slightly. A ship, eh? Did that old man Sengoku really send someone to drag me back? No. Domino stepped quickly into the room, her heels sinking into the plush red carpet with each urgent stride. She slapped the docking registration form down on the desk. The paper smacked against the wood. It's the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Domino looked at Carl, her voice urgent. She says she has urgent business. She demands to see the prisoner Porcasti. Ace. Boa Hancock. Carl glanced at the report sheet Domino handed him. The paper edges were slightly crumpled, bearing the blue seal of the world government. He tucked the report under his glass of water. His index finger tapped twice on the rosewood desk in a steady rhythm. Tap tap. The wood let out a dull, crisp sound. Let her in. Domino adjusted the black-framed glasses on her nose. Her fingers lingered on the bridge. Deputy Warden, she's a warlord of the sea. Domino swallowed hard, lowering her voice. According to regulations, visiting a high-profile prisoner requires an expedited paper warrant from headquarters. She didn't bring anything. Carl picked up the glass of water. A ripple spread across the surface. He took a large gulp of the cold water, feeling it slide down his throat into his stomach. Rules are for the dead. Carl slammed the glass back onto the desk. The headquarters warships have already docked. If we leave her out in the sea breeze, old man Sengoku will be calling to smash his desk again. He leaned back in his leather chair, the hide groaning in protest. That old man probably won't have enough desks to break today. Let her in. Domino didn't dare argue, nodding as she backed out. The wooden door clicked shut. Carl scratched the stubble on his chin. His fingers rasped against the coarse hairs. The Empress coming to visit. Let's check the timeline. That straw-hatted troublemaker should be clinging to that woman's waist right about now. Level 1 of Impel Down, Crimson Hell. The massive gate at the entrance slowly rose. Heavy iron bars scraped against the stone grooves, emitting a grating shriek that set teeth on edge. Sea breeze funneled thick, white fog back into the corridor. Magellan stood behind the bulletproof glass door. He had just pulled the 4-needle from the back of his hand, a bloodstained medical patch still stuck to his skin. His purple face was tinged with a sickly pallor from recent recovery. His intestines twisted like a wrung towel, still aching dully. He clutched his stomach with both hands, legs pressed unnaturally together, knees touching. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock emerged from the mist. She wore a thick, oversized white fur coat today. The hem of the coat dragged along the blue stone floor, wrapping her entirely. Red high heels clicked against the damp tiles. The sound was crisp, but her steps were shorter than usual. Her gait was slightly stiff. Her pale fingers clenched the fur collar tightly, knuckles whitening. Boa Hancock. Magellan forced himself to straighten up. Acid rose in his stomach, and he swallowed it back down with effort. His voice was muffled and thick. This is the deep sea prison. Keep your seductive tricks in check. A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Visiting time is 10 minutes. Overstay, and I'll have you removed by force. Hancock stopped. She suddenly tilted her head back, her supple spine arching like a drawn bow. She pointed her right finger at Magellan's nose. Shut up, you stinking poison man. Her voice was clear, but the tail end trembled with a faint quiver. Beneath the coat, a pair of rubber arms was squeezing her waist tightly. Too tight. It pressed against her ribs, making it hard to breathe. A flush crept up her cheeks involuntarily. Magellan gritted his teeth. He had no patience for a war of words with this unreasonable woman. The cramping in his gut only made him want to get rid of this troublesome presence as soon as possible. He turned, dragging his heavy steps, leading her toward the heavy-duty elevator. Level for the private monitoring room. The cooling unit hummed, blowing cold air. Carl sat on a folding metal chair. A wall of a dozen screens glowed with a cold blue light. He held a handful of roasted sunflower seeds. Crack. He split one open, spitting the shell into the black metal trash can by his feet. In the top left screen, black and white footage showed Hancock following Magellan into the elevator. Carl watched. Hancock's absurdly oversized fur coat seemed to tug oddly with each step. Occasionally a strange bulge would push out from the coat's hem. Carl closed his eyes. His invisible observation hockey spread like a fine, dense net. It surged through the ventilation ducts, penetrating the thick sea-stone floor, locking directly onto the woman inside the elevator car. Thump thump. The Empress's heart raced like a drum. And just beneath the sound of her heartbeat, another heartbeat was pressed close. Thump thump. Strong, powerful, with the distinct elastic tremor of a rubber heart. Carl opened his eyes. He grabbed his teacup and took a sip. The warm water slid down his throat. That idiot brother, he really dared to squeeze himself in there. That woman's clothes are full of heavy perfume. The kid's not afraid of suffocating in there. Sal stood nearby holding a notepad. He stared at the Empress on the screen, sweat beading on his forehead. Sir, should we reinforce the guards on level 6? Sal's voice was tight. She looks hostile. If she starts something down there. Carl tossed the remaining seeds onto the console. The seeds scattered across the metal surface. No. Pull the guards. Carl pulled the microphone closer. Don't just add men. Withdraw all the original guards from level 6. Sal's mouth hung open, pen hovering over the pad forgotten. Pull the guards. Let a warlord face a pile of heavy criminals alone. Carl pressed the red broadcast button on the console. The indicator light flashed. His voice traveled through the wires directly into the descending elevator car. Old Mag. Carl's lazy voice crackled from the black speaker in the ceiling, tinged with static. Magellan flinched, looking up at the wire mesh speaker above. Deputy Warden. Level 6 is full of old maniacs who love chaos. Carl leaned back in his chair, the metal groaning. A warlord going down there. They'll be banging on the bars, raising hell, giving me a headache. You're not fully recovered. If your stomach cramps up and you leak poison gas contaminating the cells, I'll have to find someone to scrub the floors. Magellan's face flushed, a dark blotch appearing on his purple skin. His hands instinctively went to his cramping abdomen. Move all the senior officers from every level. Carl continued his tone, brooking no argument. You stay at the exit on level 5. Don't go down. Give our guest some space to herself. If she dares to cause trouble on level 6, I'll freeze her into an ice sculpture for decoration. Inside the elevator car, Hancock heard Carl's voice from the speaker. Her heart skipped a beat. That man cold as ice. Her mind began racing with wild fantasies. Is he worried about me? Did he send all those disgusting male guards away just for me? Hancock's cheeks flushed crimson. She pressed her hands to her burning face. The person hidden under her coat let out a faint, muffled grunt as she shifted. Understood. Magellan let out a long, relieved breath. He didn't want to deal with the hot pot smell of level 6 or Carl's bad temper. Hiding out on level 5 in the cold air was much better. Ding. A metallic chime rang out. The elevator stopped at level 5, the freezing hell. The alloy doors slid open smoothly. Bitter cold wind, laced with white frost, blasted straight into the car, hitting the walls. Magellan stepped out in his heavy boots. The soles crunched on the ice. He turned and pressed the black down button on the wall. You go down alone. Magellan looked at Hancock, wrapped tightly in her coat. In 10 minutes the elevator will come back up. If you don't come out, I'll come down to get you. Hancock let out a cold snort, not even glancing at him. The elevator doors to level 6 slowly closed. The sound of grinding gears echoed in the cold air. The two heavy steel doors slammed together with a dull thud, sealing Magellan out completely. The elevator continued its descent. The car fell into dim, silent darkness. Only the weak yellow light of the ceiling lamp flickered occasionally. With no outsiders watching, Hancock finally let go of the collar she had been clutching. She pulled the coat open with both pale hands. The huge white fur coat swung open instantly. A head wearing a straw hat burst out from beneath her red skirt. Luffy's face was bright red like a ripe tomato. Fine sweat beaded on his nose and forehead. He opened his mouth, gasping in the cool air of the car. His lungs heaved like a bellows. I was suffocating. Luffy plopped down on the cold metal floor. He tugged at the collar of his red vest, fanning himself furiously. This woman's clothes were way too fragrant. The perfume stung his nose, and he sneezed several times before recovering. He patted his chest, catching his breath. He looked up at Hancock beside him. A wide grin spread across his face, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Save me, Hancock. Luffy pushed himself up from the floor. He clenched both fists, knuckles cracking. His eyes, usually carefree, were now sharp with unwavering resolve. I'm going to save Ace now. He strode toward the elevator doors. He had no idea that the tiny surveillance camera above his head was blinking red. In the surveillance room, Carl sat on a metal folding chair. He held a single sunflower seed between his fingers. Crack! His front teeth split the hard shell, and he tossed the husk into the iron wastebasket by his feet. He leaned against the cold, rigid backrest, his gaze fixed on the central monitor screen. On the screen, Luffy had just tumbled out from beneath Hancock's voluminous white fur coat. Like a sweet potato that had been cooped up for too long, he sat on the elevator floor, gasping for air. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Carl's mouth. This idiot brother of his hadn't changed one bit. The elevator continued its descent. The grating screech of grinding gears muffled Luffy's sounds. Luffy propped himself up with his hands and glanced around. He craned his neck, his eyes locking onto the ventilation grate at the top of the elevator. I'm heading on ahead, Hancock. Luffy flashed a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. He bent his legs slightly, his rubber muscles compressing with force. His entire body shot upward like a slingshot. Bang! The iron mesh of the vent was blasted open, and Luffy vanished into the pitch-black shaft. Hancock stood still. Her coat hung open, and her arms felt strangely empty. She looked down, straightening her red cheapao that Luffy had ruffled. The elevator chimed with a ding as it came to a halt. The alloy doors slid open. The cold air of LV6 Infinite Hell rushed in, carrying a musty, earthy scent. Hancock lifted her chin and stepped out in her high heels. She had steeled herself, preparing to witness the most brutal, bloody scenes this sea had to offer. Sengoku had told her that Fire Fist Ace was trapped here, suffering endless torment. She walked down the corridor. Her heels clicked against the flagstones. She stopped dead in her tracks before the third cell from the end. Her feet were nailed to the spot. Her beautiful eyes flew wide, and her slender fingers flew to her crimson lips. The iron bars had been torn down. In the center of the cell sat a round wooden table. A brass pot bubbled violently with a red broth, emitting a pungent, spicy aroma of beef tallow. Fire Fist Ace sat on a wooden chair, legs spread wide in a dominant pose. Stripped to the waist, he held a pair of long chopsticks. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he shoved a large piece of boiled marbled beef into his mouth. The bruises on his face were still fresh, but he was eating with greasy, unbridled relish. Hancock's mind buzzed. So this was the legendary Infinite Hell. This was the heavily tortured prisoner. Her common sense shattered into a pile of glass shards amidst the fragrant steam of the spicy hot pot. Ace heard the sound of her heels. He turned his head. A half-chewed piece of green vegetable leaf was still dangling from his mouth. Yo, Ace greeted, his voice muffled. You got thrown in here too. He pointed his chopsticks at the empty chair next to him. Want some beef tripe? Just cook. Hancock took a deep breath, forcing herself to tear her gaze away from the bubbling copper pot. She strained the muscles in her face, maintaining the aloof elegance of the pirate empress. She crossed her arms over her chest. But every time she glanced up, her eyes caught the faint red glow of a micro-surveillance camera in the corner. Her cheeks burned uncontrollably. That man was watching her. That monster who had crushed her conqueror's haki with a single finger. From some corner of this great prison, he was watching her through the lens. Hancock's breathing grew ragged. Her knees felt weak, and only the weight of her coat kept her from swaying. In the surveillance room, Carl watched Hancock's unnatural demeanor on the screen. The woman was fidgeting like a child caught stealing candy. He brushed the sunflower seed crumbs off his hands. His fingertip pressed a green button on the console. He activated the directional transmitter in the LV6 corridor. The voice, routed through an encrypted internal line, turned into a faint sonic wave that landed precisely in Hancock's ear. Hard work, sister-in-law. Carl's voice was soft, carrying a casual, matter-of-fact tone. Good cover. Leave the rest to me. In the corridor, Hancock's body stiffened into a wooden statue. Those words sister-in-law struck her like a searing bolt of lightning piercing straight into her skull. Sister-in-law. He called me sister-in-law. So he's already acknowledged my relationship with Luffy. Wait, Luffy is his brother. The big brother called me sister-in-law. This is like meeting the family and getting the elder's approval. Hancock's brain completely short-circuited. The flush on her face instantly spread to her earlobes and her fair neck. It felt like hundreds of fireworks were exploding in her head simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions left her seeing stars. A faint breathy sigh escaped Hancock's lips. The strength in her legs seemed to vanish. She slid down the cold stone wall, collapsing limply onto the floor tiles. She clutched her burning cheeks with both hands, twisting her body like a pretzel. The hem of her red dress trailed in the dirty water, but she didn't care. Big brother has acknowledged me. She was completely immersed in a vat of pink, blissful happiness. She had completely forgotten the purpose of her visit. In the cell, Ace bit through the vegetable leaf. Dipping sauce in hand, he stared with a face full of question marks at the warlord slumped on the ground, grinning like a fool. Is this woman insane? Coming to the prison entrance to have a breakdown. A few minutes later, Hancock groggily picked herself up off the floor. She didn't even glance at Ace again. She turned and walked towards the elevator in her high heels, her steps as light as air, like walking on soft, fluffy clouds. The elevator ascended. Her face was flushed with happiness, and an uncontrollable silly smile tugged at her lips. She didn't even spare a glance for the passing Marines or jailers. In this dazed state, she floated out of the great prison and boarded her own pirate ship. At the same time, in the upper levels of Impel Down, Luffy was scrambling through the pitch-black ventilation ducts on all fours. He had completely lost his sense of direction. He twisted and turned, and the more he crawled, the more he felt something was wrong. Not only was the temperature not dropping, it was getting hotter. The metal duct was so hot he had to keep pulling his hands back. Where the hell is Ace? Luffy scratched his head in frustration. Ahead, a rusty iron grate appeared, glowing with a faint red light. He grabbed the scorching hot iron bars. His rubber muscles bulged as he pulled back with all his might. Forget it, I'm getting out first. Boom. The brittle grate, along with a large chunk of surrounding stone, was ripped apart by his raw strength. The falling rocks collapsed the supporting structure below. Luffy burst headfirst through the ceiling of the first-level Crimson Hell. Amidst a shower of flying debris and dust, he plummeted down like an out-of-control cannonball. Bang! A dull, heavy thud echoed through the open space. The ground was cratered from the impact. Luffy dusted the dirt off his head. He pressed his hand on his tattered straw hat and straightened up. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. This was a forest bathed in a sinister red glow. Around him grew clusters of sharp, blade-like red sword trees. The undergrowth was full of thorny brambles, and his heavy crash landing had landed him smack dab in the middle of a large group of grim-faced, axe-wielding blue gorillas. The screen shook violently. On the image, Luffy's elongated rubber fist, carrying a sharp whistling sound, slammed a massive blue gorilla fiercely into a thicket of spiky sword trees. The sharp red leaves instantly pierced the thick beast hide, and the blue gorilla let out a miserable howl. In the monitoring room, Carl sat on a metal folding chair, his lips moving. A melon seed shell landed precisely into the black iron trash can by his feet, making a soft clatter. This kid's aim is still so poor. Carl reached into the brown paper bag and pulled out another handful of sunflower seeds. He could have hit the chin, but he went for the belly, wasting energy. He cracked seeds while staring at the massive monitoring wall composed of dozens of screens, looking like a loafer watching an action movie in a cinema. Beside the operating console, Shilai, his legs weak, clung tightly to the metal surface. His black suit was already soaked through with cold sweat clinging to his back. As a former high-ranking agent of the world government, the work he was doing now, if discovered, would be enough to get him executed 10,000 times. Sir. Shilai swallowed dryly, his throat parched. He's running towards Sector B. That's the poison dart trap area. Carl cracked open a seed and chewed. Turn off the traps. Shilai's fingers flew across the keyboard. Click-clack. Green code scrolled wildly on the screen. Off. Off. Safety valve lock. In the corridor of the first-level Red Lotus Hell, Luffy stretched his long legs and sprinted desperately. His red vest fluttered in the wind. He stepped on a slightly raised floor tile. The tile sank. The hidden compartments in the walls emitted a mechanical clanking sound. Luffy was startled, quickly covering his head with both hands, ready to endure the poison darts. But the mechanism jammed twice, let out a deflating puff, and shot nothing. Luffy blinked, lowering his arms. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Lucky day. He laughed loudly and continued running with all his might. In the monitoring room, Shilai stared at the silly smiling face on the screen, his scalp tingling. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Sir, the gate at entrance C is about to drop. Sea stone 2 meters thick. Shilai's hands hovered over the controls, waiting for Carl's order. Jam it. Carl picked up the white porcelain cup beside him. Leave a half-meter gap. Let him crawl through. Rumble. Ahead of Luffy's frantic run, the massive sea stone gate was crashing down toward the ground. Just as it seemed about to completely seal the exit, Luffy gritted his teeth, pushed off the ground with all his strength, and slid across the floor like a human torpedo. When the gate was only half a meter from the ground, the gears suddenly let out a piercing screech. The gate, weighing dozens of tons, jammed solidly in midair, motionless. Luffy zoomed through the gap. The blue gorilla pursuer behind him couldn't brake in time and slammed headfirst into the hard sea stone slab, bloodied. That was close. That was close. Luffy patted the dust off his chest. He felt that Impel Down today was practically giving him a green light. All the bad luck was avoiding him. He hadn't even encountered a decent warden. Carl watched Luffy smoothly enter the second-level beast hell. He took a sip of warm water, swallowing the last bits of seed shells. Shall I move the basilisk from the second level? Carl pointed at the third screen. That big bird is too fast. Luffy would waste time fighting it now. Lure it to the south corridor. Shilai quickly pulled the red lever and pressed the bait release button for the south corridor on the second level. A loud alarm blared in the south zone, mixed with the sound of meat chunks falling. On the screen, the huge monstrous bird that had been blocking Luffy's path immediately turned its head. Flapping its wings and drooling, it charged southward. Luffy burst into the empty passage. He scratched his curly black hair. Huh, not even a guard. Without thinking further, he dashed toward the stairway leading to the next level. Shilai collapsed into his chair, feeling like his fingers were about to break. Sir, if we keep letting him off easy like this, he panted, his voice trembling. The jailers on the first and second levels are going to get stupid. The system is full of virus patches I left behind. If it's investigated later. Carl glanced at him. What are you afraid of? If they find out, it's on me. He grabbed a new handful of seeds. But I can't let him have it too easy. This kid is stubborn, he won't learn without a few hits. Carl pointed at the fourth screen. Release those small jailer beasts at the exit of the third level. Give the kid some pressure. Carl tossed the seed shells into the trash can. But don't cripple him. If he loses an arm or a leg, I'll plant you as a potted plant in the desert of the third level. Shilai shuddered all over. He quickly sat upright. Understood. He carefully unlocked the electronic locks on a few outer iron gates. Luffy fought his way through the first and second levels. Although he encountered a few fierce beasts, he quickly dispatched them with his rubber gatling. He felt that his luck today was absolutely incredible. Usually when he encountered the Marines at sea, trouble followed. But today, breaking into the world's greatest prison felt like strolling through his own backyard. Ace, wait for me. Luffy roared, plunging into the passage leading to the deeper levels. Impel Down, fourth level, blazing hell. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur and burnt blood. The intense heat had turned the surrounding stone walls red. Luffy broke through the weak floor of the third level. He leaped down. His whole body, like a red cannonball, crashed through the hole in the ceiling. The wind whistled past his ears. Bang! Luffy's feet stomped heavily onto the floor tiles. He bent his knees slightly to absorb the impact. He landed on the edge of the massive blood pool on the fourth level. Rolling blood bubbled less than half a meter from his heels, emitting red, gurgling bubbles. Scorching steam rushed toward him. As soon as Luffy steadied himself, he felt a suffocating wave of heat. His skin burned. He raised his arm and wiped the streaming sweat from his face with the back of his hand. The sweat stung his eyes. He looked up, ready to find the entrance to the next level. Just then, urgent screams came from the corridor ahead. Run, we're going to be eaten. Accompanied by a heavy rumbling, the ground shook violently. Luffy focused his gaze. He saw two familiar figures being chased relentlessly by a huge jailer beast running for their lives. Buggy the Clown and Mr. 3 were screaming their lungs out, their legs spinning like windmills as their shoes slapped against the scorching stone floor, leaving a trail of afterimages in their frantic wake. The heat of the blazing hell distorted the very air. Buggy's clown makeup was a complete mess, his iconic red and white paint mixing with sweat and dripping down his chin, staining his neck. Help! We're gonna be ground into meat paste. Buggy wailed, tears flying from his eyes, his signature red nose coated in black soot. Mr. 3 beside him was in even worse shape. The extreme heat was the bane of his wax fruit powers. The wax forming his top-knot shape like the number 3 was steaming and starting to melt. Wax dripped onto the ground with a sizzling sound. He lacked the strength to even cry for help, only able to roll his eyes and desperately pump his legs. Behind them, a minotaurus, a beast as large as a small hill, gave relentless chase. Thick white steam snorted from the nostrils of this jailer beast. It gripped a massive spiked club. Its heavy footsteps shook the nearby blood pool, causing the red liquid to slosh and bubble violently. The club swung down with a whoosh. Crash! It shattered a stone monument nearby, sending sharp fragments whizzing past Buggy's head, shearing off 2 of his blue hairs. Terrified out of his wits, Buggy only stared backward, not watching where he was going. Thud! He collided headfirst with a solid back. The recoil sent him sprawling to the ground. The impact on his tailbone made him gasp in pain. Which blind fool dares to block my? Buggy cursed as he looked up. His gaze traveled upward. Luffy had turned around, one hand holding down his battered straw hat, looking down with confusion at the 2 pathetic figures on the ground. Luffy wiped the sweat from his face. Red nose. He stared at Buggy for a moment, then looked at the collapsed Mr. 3. And number 3. How'd you guys end up locked in here too? Luffy scratched his cheek, looking bewildered. Buggy was stunned. Staring at Luffy's face, Buggy's mind was a whirlwind. Wasn't this Straw Hat Kid supposed to be in the East Blue? How did he get all the way down to level 4 of Impel Down? Before he could ponder further, the jailer beast behind him let out a deafening roar. A wave of powerful, stinking air washed over them. Buggy's eyes darted around. He scrambled to his feet and grabbed Luffy's shoulders, shoving him forward. Straw Hat. Perfect timing. Buggy puffed out his chest, his legs still trembling, but his mouth full of bravado. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you have this chance to warm up. With that, he quickly ducked behind Luffy, clutching tightly onto Luffy's red vest, using him as a human shield. Mr. 3 followed suit, crouching beside Buggy with his head in his hands. A wax wall was useless in this heat, so he just played dead to survive. The jailer beast didn't care who stood in its way. It raised its bloodstained club high and charged its massive shadow looming over Luffy. The club whistled as it swung down. The sheer force of the wind blew Luffy's straw hat back, the string pressing against his neck. Luffy's face turned serious. He planted his feet firmly apart, lowering his stance. He raised his right hand and put his thumb in his mouth, taking a deep breath, preparing to bite down. The muscles in his legs began to compress, his blood flow quickening. Gear second. Luffy mumbled the technique's name. A faint pink steam began to rise from his skin. The scene cut to the level 4 monitoring room. Dozens of screens on the wall flickered with cold light. Carl sat in a metal folding chair holding a freshly brewed cup of chrysanthemum tea. On the screens, Luffy was gearing up to fight the jailer beast. But from the monitor's speakers, only Buggy's screams, amplified tenfold, blared out. We're gonna die? Straw Hat, hold him off. That grating, raspy voice bounced around the enclosed room, piercing eardrums. Carl frowned. He set down his teacup and dug a pinky finger into his ear, scratching his ear canal. That red-nosed loudmouth is so annoying. Carl was growing impatient. He just wanted to quietly watch Luffy take on the jailer beast, assessing the kid's current combat level. But those two wailing in the background completely ruined his viewing pleasure. He leaned forward and grabbed the black broadcast microphone on the console. Sile, Carl said, eyes fixed on the screen. Turn the volume of the speaker on the corner of Zone 4 to maximum. Sile, who was slumped in a nearby chair wiping sweat, snapped to attention. He typed quickly on the keyboard and pushed up a red slider. Done, sir. Volume is maxed out. Carl leaned into the microphone. He didn't speak. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing the newly upgraded Conqueror's haki within him. He didn't release it broadly. Instead, he compressed that violent spiritual pressure into a razor-thin thread. A flash of black-red lightning crackled through Carl's mind. This pure pressure traveled through the system's advanced audio circuits, directly projecting into the old speaker at the edge of the blood pool on level 4. On level 4, just as Luffy bit his thumb, the rusty iron speaker on the wall let out a short burst of static. ZZT. The next second, an indescribable pressure slammed down from nowhere. The area of effect was incredibly small. It precisely targeted only the circle containing the jailer beast, Buggy, and Mr. 3. The air itself seemed to solidify into concrete. The jailer beast's arm, raised with the club, froze mid-swing. An overwhelming terror flooded its beastly, bloodthirsty eyes. It was a primal suppression etched into the very core of its genetic code. Its massive frame trembled violently, its eyes rolling back. A huge glob of foam erupted from its mouth. Clatter. The massive club fell from its grip, cracking the stone floor. The jailer beast crashed down, its bulky body splashing into the puddles and sending up a spray of mud. It was instantly unconscious. Buggy, hiding behind Luffy, didn't even have time to scream. He just felt a deafening buzz in his head. It was like being struck on the back of the skull with a giant hammer. His eyes rolled back, his limbs went limp, and he collapsed face first onto the stone floor. His red nose hit the ground with a dull thud. Mr. 3 was even quicker. Already half melted from the heat, the blast of haki sent him to the floor, foaming at the mouth, sprawled out, completely unconscious. His wax top knot had completely wilted. The pressure came and went in less than 2 seconds. Luffy's thumb was still in his mouth. He stared blankly at the jailer beast crashing to the ground in front of him. Then he turned his head to look at Buggy and Mr. 3, lying flat on their backs behind him. The pink steam around his body slowly dissipated. Luffy pulled his thumb out of his mouth, a bit of drool on his fingertip. He scratched his black, curly hair, looking utterly bewildered. Did they faint from hunger? Luffy crouched down and poked the jailer beast's thick arm. No reaction. He then turned and nudged Buggy's shoulder with his foot. Buggy was as still as a dead pig. Luffy pouted and stood up. These guys here are really weak. He muttered to himself, putting his straw hat back on his head. He didn't have time to deal with these two passed-out guys now. Ace was still waiting for him below. Luffy shook his head, stepped over Buggy and Mr. 3's bodies and sprinted off towards the stairwell leading down to level 5, the freezing hell. His red vest fluttered in the hot wind. Meanwhile, in the warden's office, high above, the air was thick with the acrid stench of poison. Magellan stood before his desk, his purple face twisted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the sharp pain in his stomach. On the surveillance screen on the wall, the feed showed Luffy diving headfirst into the level 5 passage. Magellan's breathing was heavy and ragged like a bull's. Purple venom dripped from his chin, hitting the wool carpet and instantly corroding a hole that smoked with black fumes. The acrid smell of burning spread through the room. Impel Down, the world's greatest prison, and it had been breached all the way to level 4 by some rookie pirate from the East Blue. This was an insult of the highest order, like having his face ground into the dirt. Even if the deputy warden had pulled back the defensive forces, this was an utter disgrace. Bang! Magellan slammed his fist onto the solid wood desk. The sturdy surface shattered instantly, sending splinters flying. Papers and a pen holder clattered to the floor. The ink bottle broke, staining the floor with blue ink. Straw Hat, Luffy's invasion. Magellan growled, his voice laced with a bone-chilling, murderous intent. He strode towards the office door. I'll go and capture him alive myself. Magellan's fist shattered the solid wooden desk into splinters. The heavy hardwood let out a muffled groan of agony. Wood shards and debris flew through the air, embedding themselves into the wallpaper of the office. Purple venom dripped from his broad jaw, splashing onto the woolen carpet beneath his feet. Sizzle. A pungent plume of white smoke instantly rose, and the carpet corroded into a bubbling blackened hole. His bull-like eyes were fixed on the surveillance monitor, blazing with unquenchable fury. The veins around his eye sockets throbbed violently. Straw Hat Luffy. Magellan gritted his teeth, his voice like sandpaper scraping against raw iron. With each breath, purple gas spewed from the exhaust vents of his gas mask, treating the world's greatest prison like his own backyard. Bursting through the first 3 levels, and now he dares to jump into my blazing hell. He spun around abruptly. His massive frames stirred up a foul, toxic wind. He snatched the black warden's coat from the corner and draped it hastily over his broad shoulders. His heavy leather boots pounded against the stone tiles, creating a deafening thunder. The guards stationed along the corridor paled in terror. Their legs weakened, pressing themselves tightly against the cold wall. They held their breath, terrified of inhaling even a wisp of his poison and dropping dead on the spot. Magellan strode out with long, urgent steps. He had just tasted a new toxin delivered by the science unit this morning. His stomach was already churning violently, pain racking him with cold sweats. But as the highest authority of Impel Down, he couldn't swallow this insult. He would personally descend to the 5th level, the freezing hell, and use his venom demon to dissolve that arrogant brat from the East Blue into a puddle of purple blood. The elevator was at the end of the corridor. As Magellan reached the corner, a dragging footstep echoed from nearby. Saul scuffed lazily against the stone, producing a soft, rustling sound. Old Mag, why so much fire? Carl ambled over slowly, holding a large white porcelain mug. 2 buttons of his vice warden uniform were undone at the collar. His hair was slightly disheveled, as if he had just gotten up from a lounge chair. Brown steam rose from the mug, wafting over Carl's listless face. Magellan halted. Half of his fury was forcibly suppressed. He harbored an instinctive wariness of this vice warden, especially since Carl had recently frozen back Admiral Akainu. Carl, my friend, haven't you seen the surveillance? Magellan pointed towards the elevator, venom flicking from his fingertips and burning a black pit into the stone wall. That brat with the straw hat has barged into the 4th level. Hannibal and his useless crew were given orders not to seriously injure him by you, and they can't stop him at all. Magellan panted heavily. I'm going down there to kill him. Carl took a slow sip from his mug. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Of course he had watched the surveillance. He was the one who had given the kid the green light all the way. Carl knew it as clear as day. Luffy hadn't even touched the threshold of hockey yet. The kid could take physical hits, but against chemical corrosion, he was a sitting duck. If even a drop of Magellan's venom demon touched him, that idiot brother wouldn't last 3 seconds before dissolving into a pile of purple mush. As the older brother, he couldn't exactly go fishing his brother's ashes out of the sewer. This poison man absolutely couldn't be allowed down there. I thought it was something serious. Carl stepped forward, stopping at the edge of the poison's reach. He looked at Magellan's livid face, then glanced at the left hand Magellan instinctively pressed against his stomach. Just a few rookies fresh out to sea. They can't cause a stir. Carl sighed. Besides, hasn't your stomach condition cleared up yet? Magellan froze. His stomach obligingly twinged with a dull ache, bile rising to his throat. He gritted his teeth. Just a minor ailment, nothing serious. Maintaining the prison's authority is what matters. Carl shook his head, his face a mask of deep concern for his colleague's health. He extended the white porcelain mug, pressing it into Magellan's hands. Work is never done, but health is the true capital, Old Mag. Magellan instinctively took the mug. The warmth seeped through the porcelain into his palm. This is a special detoxifying herbal tea I just brewed for you myself in the infirmary. Carl lied without batting an eye. It's packed with over a dozen heat-clearing, detoxifying herbs. I saw how terrible you looked today and brought it over especially for you. Drink it up quickly to suppress the poisonous fire in your gut. The brown liquid swirled in the mug, emitting a strange odor, a mix of mint and licorice. This was no herbal tea. It was a super laxative Carl had just exchanged for 50 points from the system shop. A potent drug strong enough to make even an elephant's legs give out. He had dissolved the entire powder into the hot water, leaving not a single grain. Magellan held the steaming mug. A flicker of emotion crossed his purple face. A warm current surged in his heart. In this vast prison, besides that scheming Hannibal, no one ever dared to get close to him. Carl, usually so lazy, not only could handle things in a pinch, but also knew how to care for his warden. This was a true brother. My friend, you've gone to so much trouble. Magellan's eyes stung slightly. He looked down at the brown liquid without a shred of suspicion. Once I drink this, I'll go down and capture that straw hat brat alive. He tilted his head back. Gulp gulp. His throat worked rapidly. Blowing and swallowing, he drained the entire scalding mug of laxative to the last drop. Magellan lowered the mug and wiped the medicinal residue from his lips with his sleeve. Tastes a bit odd, but my stomach feels much warmer. He shoved the empty mug back into Carl's hands. The purple venom on his body began to churn again, readying for battle. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. I'll head to the 5th level now. Magellan took his first step with his right leg. The heavy boot sole hadn't even touched the ground. His movements suddenly froze. For a second, his stomach indeed felt pleasantly warm, but that heat quickly sank downwards, burrowing into his intestines. Second, 3 inches below his navel, a knot twisted into a deadlock. It felt like a cold, massive hand had grabbed his guts and wrung them hard. The gurgling of stomach acid was terrifyingly loud. Second, rumble, a sound deeper and more immense than thunder, erupted from beneath his broad belly. The sound was so loud that the wall sconces in the corridor trembled twice. The metal lampshades hummed with a resonant echo. Carl stood with the empty mug watching as the fabric of Magellan's uniform over his stomach suddenly bulged outward. Magellan's purple face, which had just been burning with rage, instantly turned a deep, ripe aubergine. His thick brows contorted together, squeezing into a desperate frown. Cold sweat burst from his forehead like water squeezed from a sponge. It streamed down wildly over the edges of his gas mask, pouring into his collar. He didn't even have the strength to blink. His eyeballs bulged shot through with terrified red veins. Old Mag. Carl took half a step back, feigning concern. Is the medicine kicking in? Feel the intestinal toxins being flushed out. Flushed out. Flushed out my ass. Magellan felt like his intestines had been thrown into a washing machine. It was spinning at 10,000 revolutions per minute. An irresistible catastrophic force was bearing down directly on his sphincter. It was a terrifying sensation that if he dared to relax for even a second would result in instant social death. Magellan squeezed out a single word from between his teeth. His voice trembled uncontrollably. He clamped his legs together sharply. His thick thighs pressed tightly shut, knees rubbing with a scraping sound. His gluteal muscles tensed up like two solid rocks. The venom demon spike he was holding clattered to the stone floor with a sharp ring. The poison spike rolled twice before stopping against the wall. The poisonous gas dissipated completely. Forget about using his venom to attack the straw hat brat now. If he dared to take half a step, he'd probably disgust himself to death first. Restroom. Magellan's throat emitted a wheezing, trembling sound. Rough, rapid gasps came from beneath the gas mask. He couldn't even bear to look at Carl's face. He spun around abruptly. His massive frame turned into a blur of purple. Clamping his legs together, adopting an extremely bizarre pigeon-toed run, Magellan abandoned his venom demon spike and shot towards his private restroom at the end of the corridor like a phantom. Bang! The solid steel restroom door burst open as he slammed into it. The door panel hit the wall, the hinges screaming in agony, immediately followed by a deafening eruption. A torrential cacophony. Even the heavily soundproofed walls couldn't block out that earth-shattering commotion. A pungent, sour stench wafted out through the cracks. The corridor fell back into a dead silence. Only the monotonous hum of the cooling unit remained. Carl stood still, glancing down at the white porcelain mug in his hand. A bit of brown residue remained at the bottom. The system's medicine was certainly potent. There was no way that Poison Man would be getting off that toilet for at least half a day. The lethal threat to Luffy was completely neutralized. Carl clapped his hands together and casually placed the empty mug on the windowsill nearby. The porcelain base made a soft tick as it met the stone. He reached behind his back and unclipped the black military transceiver from his belt. He pressed the transmit button on the side with his thumb. The red indicator light glowed. A faint static crackle came through the channel. Carl clapped his hands, then spoke into the transceiver. Head jailer Hannibal, Warden Magellan has come down with a bad case of diarrhea. The defense of the 5th level is up to you. Me. Hannibal cowered behind a stone pillar. Upon hearing Carl's voice from the transceiver, his spindly legs trembled like a plucked string. His kneecaps uncontrollably knocked together, producing a dull, muffled click. He clutched the golden pharaoh's scepter in a death grip. The metal shaft was slick with cold sweat from his palms, nearly slipping from his grasp. Boss, I'm not strong enough, he stammered into the transceiver. His throat was parched as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. The only response was a click. The other side had unilaterally cut off communication. Hannibal swallowed a mouthful of saliva tinged with the taste of earth. He turned his head. He looked at the group of equally terrified jailers behind him. This was the mandatory entrance from the 4th level to the 5th. That Straw Hat Kid had smashed even the jailer beasts with a single punch. What was the point of them ordinary guards armed with spears rushing in? It was suicide. Run. The thought had barely surfaced when Hannibal's mind conjured Carl's utterly cold, dead fish eyes. If he dared to desert, the vice warden would definitely throw him into the 6th level to scrub toilets for the rest of his life alongside that crazy old man with golden hair. Either way, it was death. If he took a gamble, he might even get a chance to shine in front of the vice warden. Straighten your backs. Hannibal mustered his courage, puffing out his round, bloated belly. He gritted his teeth and shuffled out from behind the stone pillar. His leather shoes clattered heavily on the scorching stone floor. We are the elite of Impel Down. The vice warden is testing us. The jailers exchanged glances. Their faces ashen, they had no choice but to steel themselves and raise their barbed spears. The spear tips quivered slightly in the heat haze. Ahead lay the massive open door leading to the 5th level, the frozen hell. Biting cold wind howled in from the dark doorway. It collided violently with the scorching heat of the 4th level, creating a thick white fog in the corridor. Hannibal stood at the edge of the fog. Half his body was drenched in sweat from the heat, the other half was frosted from the cold. His ridiculous pharaoh outfit offered no protection against the wind. The fat on his belly erupted in a dense layer of goosebumps. The cold wind poured down his neck. He sneezed violently, his nose nearly freezing shut. Tap, tap, tap. From deep within the fog came the sound of hurried footsteps. The sound of soles hitting the stone floor grew closer. A figure wearing a straw hat burst through the white mist. Luffy was still emitting wisps of steam. His red short-sleeved vest was soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to his thin chest. He plunged into the cold wind, but his pace never slowed. His eyes were fixed on the downward passage ahead. Stop, Straw Hat. Hannibal raised the pharaoh's scepter with both hands, pointing it directly at Luffy's nose. His voice cracked, rising an octave from tension. Luffy stopped. His boots scraped a black mark on the floor. He scratched his black curly hair impatiently. Move aside. I'm going down to save Ace. He didn't even give the fat man with strange makeup a proper look. His gaze passed over Hannibal's shoulder fixed straight on the door leading to the lower level. Hannibal's legs trembled. The tip of the pharaoh's scepter traced small circles in the air. But his mind raced. Brother Carl must be watching from the monitoring room. If he showed a fearless, death-defying courage and delivered a stirring speech, stalling for a few minutes, Brother Carl would definitely descend from the sky like he did with Barrett and smack this pirate to death with one slap. Then the warden's seat would be his for the taking. Pirate, do you know what this place is? Hannibal cleared his throat. He tried to make his pale face look imposing. His voice echoed through the empty corridor. This is the world's greatest underwater prison. It holds the most vicious criminals on the seas. If scum like you could come and go as you please, how could the civilians sleep peacefully? Luffy lowered the brim of his straw hat. The shadow of the hat covered the upper half of his face. I don't have time for your nonsense. He crouched slightly. The muscles in his calves began to compress like coiled springs. Hannibal didn't notice Luffy's movement at all. He was completely immersed in his own righteous speech, growing more spirited. For justice. For the innocent people who fear pirates. I, Hannibal, even if I am shattered to pieces, will never let you set foot in the 5th level. He shouted, while frantically glancing at the black-shelled surveillance camera in the corner, screaming in his heart, Brother Carl, hurry, I've set the stage. If you don't come now, I can't hold out. Luffy's skin began to glow with a pinkish steam. This high-temperature steam stood out sharply against the cold air spilling from the 5th level, accompanied by a hissing sound like a steam engine running. Second gear. 2 words escaped Luffy's lips. His voice was low, carrying an unyielding determination. Blood rushed through his veins at an insane speed, his skin turning red. Hannibal still had his eyes closed, arms spread wide, striking a heroic martyr's pose. As long as I'm here, you'll never. Goma no. Luffy's right arm jerked back. His entire arm swelled under the extreme blood pressure. His boots stomped hard on the stone floor. The surface of the tiles instantly cracked. Jet pistol. Hannibal didn't even see how the arm came at him. He didn't catch a single afterimage. He only felt a gust of wind mixed with scorching steam slam into his face. It was so hot he couldn't open his eyes. Then, a brutal, irrational force slammed into his round belly. Boom. A dull impact exploded in the corridor. The pure gold pharaoh's scepter flew out of his hand. It shattered a wall lamp, scattering glass shards on the floor. Hannibal's eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets. A jet of sour liquid shot from his mouth. His 200-kilogram obese body flew like a cannonball. Both feet left the ground. He flew in a straight line through the air. Crash. Hannibal slammed into the thick ice wall behind him. Ice chunks and stone debris flew everywhere. They struck the faces of the surrounding jailers, cutting bloody gashes. His body was deeply embedded in the wall. The area around him was covered in spiderweb cracks. His head lolled to the side, and he immediately passed out. He didn't even have time to scream. A deep red fist print was left on his belly. The jailers behind him were completely stunned. Their spears clattered to the ground. They stared mouths agape at the chief jailer embedded in the wall, unable to be pried out. Then at the straw hat boy covered in pink steam like a monster. The cold wind blew. It chilled them to the bone. This was an enemy they couldn't possibly stop. Run for it. Someone shouted, their voice choking with tears. More than a dozen jailers scrambled, crawling into the side passages. They tripped over each other's heels, bruised and swollen, not even bothering to get up, crawling on all fours. A few frantically pulled out Den Den Mushi from their belts. Their fingers trembling, they pressed the red emergency button. Vice Warden. Chief Jailer Hannibal was taken out in one hit. One punch. Just one punch. Straw Hat has entered the 5th level. Help. Desperate screams yelled into the receiver. Luffy pulled back his smoking fist. The pink steam slowly dissipated. His skin returned to its normal color. He scratched his head, watching the jailers who had vanished without a trace. He looked confused. What was that fat guy mumbling about? Luffy muttered. He hadn't paid any attention to the passionate speech. He adjusted the brim of his straw hat. Ahead was the 5th level, the frozen hell. Even colder wind blew up from the stairwell. Luffy shivered. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward and charged straight down the stairs to the 5th level. His red figure disappeared into the icy white mist. 4th level, Vice Warden's office. The air conditioner in the corner was turned off. The room was very quiet. Carl sat at the monitoring console. The iron folding chair let out a slight creak. He held a white porcelain cup with 2 large goji berries soaking inside. The Den Den Mushi on the desk was going crazy. Buru, buru, buru. The desperate cries of the jailers came from the speaker. It was ear-splitting. Lord Carl. The defense line is broken. Come save us. Carl took a sip of warm water. His Adam's apple bobbed. After swallowing, he set down the cup. He reached out his right hand. With 2 fingers he pinched the black connecting wire behind the Den Den Mushi base. He applied pressure with his fingertips. Snap. He yanked the phone line out completely. The cries for help stopped abruptly. The Den Den Mushi closed its eyes, retracting its soft body into its shell. The office was instantly restored to absolute silence. He tossed the disconnected wire onto the desk. He leaned back. His back rested against the iron chair, finding a comfortable position. On the massive monitoring wall, in one of the screens, Luffy, wearing his thin red vest, had already charged into the icy snow of the 5th level. Snow and wind lashed his face. His boots crunched on the hard ice. The boy's face was already turning purple from the cold. Frost clung to his eyelashes. But his steps never stopped. He pressed forward desperately. Carl watched the stubborn figure running through the snowstorm on the screen. His usually cold deadfish eyes held a faint trace of warmth. He folded his hands over his stomach. Run faster, kid. Carl murmured to himself, looking at the screen. His voice was very soft, dissipating in the quiet office. Your brother has been waiting for you for a long time. The biting wind of the 5th level, the freezing hell, howled across the expanse. It instantly froze the sweat on Luffy's forehead into white crystals. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted across the icy ground. His red vest clung to him stiff and hard like a sheet of frozen iron. Each breath he exhaled turned into a thick mist before being swiftly shredded by the frigid gale. He had no time to shiver. His legs churned with desperate speed. His boots slipped on the slick ice, and he nearly fell several times only to wrench his body back into balance through sheer will. In the surveillance room, Carl sat on a metal folding chair, cradling a cup of steaming black tea. On the screen, a solitary red figure stumbled and charged forward. Sile. Carl blew on the surface of his tea. Gate D is ahead. Open it for him. Sile slumped over the console, the back of his shirt soaked through with cold sweat. His fingers hammered on the keyboard, as if convulsing. Yes, sir, that's a pure seastone riot door. It usually needs the fingerprints of 3 chief wardens. Enough? Break it down. Carl swallowed a mouthful of tea. Luffy charged up to a colossal black gate, its surface coated in a thick layer of hoarfrost. Luffy clenched his fist, his right arm snapping back. Pink steam had just begun to rise from his pores. Creak. A piercing shriek tore through the air as the heavy metal hinges ground against each other. Without warning, the 2-meter-thick gate began to rise on its own. The gap at the bottom was just wide enough for a single person to slip through. Luffy froze for a second. He quickly retracted his stretched arm, the recoil jolting his chest. He ducked down and slid through the gap. This prison's doors sure break at the right time. Luffy rubbed his nose and continued forward. The corridor was lined with massive iron cages housing the most ferocious military wolves of the freezing hell. Usually these beasts would gnaw at the bars just from catching a whiff of human scent. Luffy slowed his pace. A thick, rank odor of wild beasts hit his nostrils. He clenched his fists, ready for a fight. But as he drew closer, he saw over a dozen of the calf-sized wolves piled haphazardly in a corner. Their tongues lolled out of their mouths. Their snores rumbled like thunder. Foul saliva pooled on the floor, freezing into yellowed icicles. Luffy walked over and nudged the rump of the nearest wolf with his toe. No reaction. Not even a single hair twitched. These savage beasts had been knocked unconscious 2 hours earlier by a single burst of Conqueror's Haki that Carl had released through the surveillance speakers. They were now sleeping sounder than dead pigs. Animals get cold too, huh? Luffy muttered, stepping unceremoniously over the pile of wolves. He moved on. A chattering sound like teeth clacking together drifted from a cell with a slightly ajar door. Luffy stopped and peered inside. A man in a thin prison uniform was curled up in a pile of straw. His face was painted with heavy flamboyant swan makeup, which was now cracking from the cold. His body was blue with cold, trembling violently. Bonchan. Luffy's eyes went wide. Bon Clay lifted his head with great effort. Seeing Luffy's face, tears welled up, instantly freezing into beads on his cheeks. Strachan. It's really you. I thought I was seeing things from the frostbite. He scrambled to his feet and lunged forward, shoving open the unlocked iron door. The two collided in the hallway. What are you doing here? Where's Ace? Luffy patted Bon Clay's ice-encrusted back. I don't know. I'm freezing to death. Bon Clay sniffled. He was just about to pull Luffy back the way they came when a dull, deep crack echoed from the ice beneath their feet. With a sudden snap, a large section of the floor gave way. Luffy and Bon Clay's feet found nothing but air, and they both screamed as they plummeted. The wind roared past their ears. Thud. They landed heavily on a soft pink velvet bed. The mattress sank half a meter before bouncing them back up. The intense bass from a sound system vibrated Luffy's eardrums. Thump, thump, thump. The air was thick with a mix of cheap perfume and alcohol. Luffy sat up dazed. Multicolored neon lights flashed around him, blinding him. A group of burly men in fishnet stockings and heavy makeup stared in shock at the two newcomers, drinks frozen in their hands. This was level 5. 5, the Nukama land. In the center of the dance floor, a man with a gigantic purple afro stood, frozen microphone in hand. The thick eyeshadow on Ivankov's broad face was scrunched up in confusion. Straw Boy. He recognized Luffy instantly. Dragon's son, the Revolutionary Army's young master. Ivankov tossed the microphone aside. His high heels clacked loudly on the wooden floor as he strode over to the bed. He grabbed Luffy by the shoulders, his eyes scanning him rapidly. Even breathing strong heartbeat. Aside from a few unmelted ice crystals on his forehead, the kid didn't have a single decent bruise on him. His clothes weren't even torn. It felt like a sledgehammer had struck Ivankov's mind, leaving it ringing. This is Impel Down. He fought his way from the 1st level to the 5th, and he's completely unscathed. His mind flashed back to a few days ago. That young vice warden in the black marine uniform. He had been sitting at the bar drinking their private stash, saying, "Because your club's music is good." That casual remark now echoed maniacally in Ivankov's mind. Ivankov swallowed hard. It all clicked. Protection money. Good music. All excuses. That man Carl. He had turned off all the traps in the first 5 levels and knocked out all the jailer beasts. Even Magellan, the most troublesome one, was out of commission due to a mysterious bout of diarrhea. He was clearing the way for Straw Hat. paving a perfect, unobstructed path straight to level 6. That Vice Warden. Ivankov's grip on Luffy's shoulder trembled. He's definitely our Revolutionary Army's deepest sleeper agent. A storm raged in his heart. Chief Dragon had planted such a terrifying trump card at the very top of the Marines. Big Head, do you know where Ace is, eh? Luffy shook Ivankov's arm. Ace is on level 6. I'm going to save him. Big Heady. Ivankov's mouth twitched, but he had no time to dwell on the nickname. He brought his hand down heavily on Luffy's back with a solid thump. Leave it to me, straw boy. Ivankov opened his mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. Inazuma, lead the way. We're heading to level 6 right now. We'll tear this entire prison apart. From the crowd, Inazuma, wearing sunglasses, transformed his hands into 2 giant sharp scissors. Snip snap. The scissors sliced through the stone wall as easily as cutting tofu, carving out a spiral staircase leading downwards. Over 100 prisoner Okamas raised their bottles and iron bars. They let out excited shrieks and surged forward en masse behind Luffy and Ivankov. This absurd and fervent ragtag army had assembled in a way that was completely absent from the Marines' plans. They sprinted down the stone staircase. The light around them grew dimmer. A thick fermented smell of blood began to permeate the air. The group burst out from the end of the stairs, stepping directly into the corridor of the 6th level, the Infinite Hell. Dim wall lamps flickered, buzzing with electrical interference. Ahead, the heavy iron door to the main passage of the Infinite Hell came into view. Luffy skidded to a halt. Ivankov and Bon Clay behind him stopped as well. That steel door, which should have required multiple layers of verification to open, was already ajar, a gaping half-meter-wide crack visible. The lock cylinder was shattered, its metal fragments scattered on the floor. Through the gap, seeped an unsettling stillness. Luffy didn't hesitate. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. His lungs swelled. He charged into the dim corridor's opening and let out a raw, hoarse roar with all his might. Ace, I'm here to save you. The shout echoed through the vast emptiness of the 6th level. But before the sound could travel far, as Luffy took his first step out of the corridor, the stone slab beneath his feet trembled violently, almost making him bite his tongue. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering rumble exploded from above. The earth-shattering roar echoed down the stone walls, shaking dust and debris from the ceiling of the 6th level. Large chunks of rock crashed onto the bluestone floor, shattering into powder. Luffy stumbled from the sudden tremor, his straw hat tilting to one side. What's going on? He wondered, looking up at the crumbling ceiling and wiping the grime from his face. Don't worry about the commotion above, Straw Hat Boy. Hee-haw. Ivankov bellowed from ahead, his massive purple afro bouncing with each powerful stride. Ace is just ahead, keep moving. Luffy gritted his teeth, pulled his straw hat down firmly, and sprinted deeper into the corridor. But the tremors didn't originate from the Infinite Hell. They came from far above, from the 1st level of Impel Down at the sea level entrance. A massive hole dozens of meters in diameter had been blasted through the thick windbreak wall. The forged iron gate was twisted and deformed, lying on the ground like scrap metal. Sea wind howled through the breach, whipping the acrid smoke into swirling clouds that obscured vision. Dozens of guards lay scattered in pools of blood. A broken musket lay nearby, its wooden stock still smoldering. Somewhere in the chaos, a man clutched his severed arm, writhing and screaming in agony. Marshal D. Teach stepped over a blood-stained brick, striding into the corridor. His torn open shirt revealed a chest thick with black hair. Several thick gold chains clattered around his neck with each heavy step. Zehaha. Teach threw his head back and unleashed his signature raucous laughter. His mouth, missing a few teeth, gaped like a hollow black hole. So this is their impenetrable fortress. Not so impressive after all. Behind him, 4 equally menacing men followed. Van Augur, carrying a long rifle, adjusted his monocle. Doc Q, astride his sickly horse, coughed weakly, the horse's hooves clicking a crisp rhythm on the stone. Jesus Burgess, wearing a wrestling mask, crossed his arms, his muscles bulging. Lafitte, leaning on his cane and stepping a jaunty dance, moved gracefully through the blood. The Blackbeard pirates, seizing the chaos, had all entered the great deep-sea prison. Fire! Don't let them through. Another squad of elite guards rushing in from deeper within set up 3 heavy cannons. The cannon barrels gleamed with cold metallic luster. Fuses were lit, sparks hissing. Boom, boom, boom. 3 solid black cannonballs screamed through the air with deadly intent. They tore through the smoke, hurtling straight for Teach's pudgy face. Teach didn't dodge. He didn't even blink. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide. A swirling mass of pitch-black darkness erupted from his palm, expanding into a vast inky net in midair. The darkness seemed to devour light itself, radiating a suffocating, nauseating pressure. Peruse. Teach roared. The darkness coalesced into a colossal gravitational vortex. The 3 heavy cannonballs slammed into the black mass, swallowed without a trace. They vanished silently. The guards who fired stood stunned, mouths agape, lighters frozen midair, trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat dripped from their chins. Teach twisted his wrist, fingers pressing down sharply. Liberation. The swallowed cannonballs, along with countless bricks and shattered weapons, erupted back out of the darkness at twice the speed, like a black meteor shower. The cannonballs crashed into the cluster of guards and detonated. The violent explosions shattered the passageway. Severed limbs and screams flew into the air. Blood splattered against the pale walls, a gruesome sight. Teach lowered his hand. The dark smoke receded, seeping back through his fingers. He pulled a squash cherry pie from his pocket and took a huge bite. Red jam smeared across his stubble. That fool Magellan Teach chewed, wiping his mouth with a rough sleeve. He's probably being held up by Straw Hat down below, scrambling to keep up. Thanks to that brat throwing the whole prison into chaos, we got in here without a scratch. Burgess clenched his massive fists, knuckles cracking. Wah! Captain, where to first? Level 6. Teach swallowed the rest of the pie in one gulp. His eyes, burning with ambition, shone with unbridled greed. I've no use for the trash up here. I'm heading to the infinite hell to release those monsters whose names were erased by the world government. He spread his arms wide, gesturing at the shadowy corridor, as if to embrace it. With them as my crew. This sea will have a new ruler. We will completely overturn this world. Zehaha. His arrogant laughter echoed through the blood-soaked passage. The Blackbeard pirates strolled triumphantly over the carnage, advancing towards the lower levels. Impel Down's defense system was now a hollow shell. The top-tier fighters had been drawn away by Carr, and the remaining guards had been terrified by Luffy's rampage. Teach's descent was unnervingly smooth. Level 2, the Beast Hell. The air was thick with the stench of animal waste. A few surviving beast guards not knocked out by Carr's conquerors hockey lunged at them. Van Augur raised his rifle and fired twice. The bullets pierced the beasts' foreheads with perfect precision. Their massive bodies hit the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Level 3, the Starvation Hell. Lafitte flicked the dry, hot sand aside with his cane. They didn't even glance at the skeletal prisoners in the cells lining the corridor. What a dull scenery. Doc Q coughed weakly from his horse, spitting out a bloody phlegm. Teach paid him no mind. He could feel his blood boiling with excitement. Level 4 was just ahead. Beyond that lay the passage to the blazing hell and the infinite hell. He was already fantasizing about the awe-inspiring sight of him leading a crew of legendary pirates into Marineford, and using the power of the Yami Yami no Mi to seize that old man's Gura Gura no Mi before the whole world. Whitebeard's era was coming to an end. Next would be the era of Blackbeard. Soon, they followed the wide stone staircase down to the 4th level, the blazing hell. An intense wave of heat far beyond the norm blasted them in the face. The air was thick with the pungent stench of sulfur, and the walls were blackened with soot. Ahead stood a heavy iron-reinforced door. Above the doorframe hung a tarnished brass plaque reading, Administrative Office. The door had been warped by the residual heat of Ryujin Jaka, its edges charred black. It was now merely ajar, not even locked. Out of my way. Teach at the front scoffed. He raised his thick right leg, and with sheer brute force slammed his boot into the door. Blackbeard kicked the door to the 4th level's Administrative Office to pieces. Bam! The already fragile iron-reinforced door shattered completely. Rusty iron plates and splintered wood flew into the room, landing with dull thuds on the carpet. A gust of thick smoke and the scorching heat from outside followed them in. Teach casually lowered his leg and stepped over the debris into the office. He had expected to find a group of terrified clerical guards cowering under their desks, or a few trembling guards pointing shaky rifles. The smoke slowly cleared through the ceiling vents, and the scene within the room came into sharp focus. There were no panic screams, no waiting gun barrels. Teach's triumphant grin faltered for a moment. He stopped squinting his eyes. There in the shadows beside the door crouched a massive figure. It was the former head jailer, the man who had killed without mercy Shiryu of the Ring. But now Shiryu was huddled in the corner, his face bruised and swollen, quietly wiping footprints off the floor with a dry rag. He didn't even dare to look at the group at the door like a frightened quail. And in the center of the room, in front of that half-burnt mahogany desk, he saw a young man in a black marine uniform sitting on a wooden crate, holding a white porcelain teacup. Black smoke curled around the young man. Carr took a slow sip of tea, his dead fish eyes fixed precisely on the gap-toothed mouth of the black-bearded man. The tea had been sitting too long lukewarm. Carr smacked his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. The office door had long since shattered into splinters. Sea air poured in through the gap, filling the room with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Marshal D. T-Chi swaggered in over the debris. His boot crushed a shard of glass. Behind him followed his oddly shaped crew. T-Chi stopped. He squinted his triangular eyes, sizing up Ka, or sitting on the wooden crate. The black uniform buttons were undone. The justice cloak on his shoulders was covered in dust and holes. This listless look was like a low-level jailer terrified by the chaos. Zihaha. T-Chi threw back his head and burst into a piercing laugh. The thick gold chain clattered against his hairy chest. I thought that fool Magellan left some tough cookie to guard the place. Turns out it's just a scaredy cat kid. He took a big step forward, and the floor trembled. Hey kid. T-Chi pointed a thick finger at Ka. If you know what's good for you, hand over the key to the 6th level. I'm in a good mood today, so I might consider not breaking your neck. Ka ignored him. He stuck his left pinky into his ear and dug. The nail scraped against the ear canal with a faint rustle. Is this fat guy brain dead? Ka turned his head and muttered to the empty air. His teeth are missing, and he's still yapping here. Gives me a headache. T-Chi's laugh caught in his throat. The fat on his face twitched violently. No one on this sea had dared to mock his teeth like that. Wahaha. Captain, this marine is insane. Burgess, wearing a wrestling mask, clenched his fists. His knuckles cracked like popping beans. Let me smash his head. No need for that. An icy voice sounded from behind. Van Oka raised his customized sniper rifle with its extra-long barrel. The stock pressed against his shoulder. Without even looking through the scope, he pulled the trigger with one hand. Bang! A crisp gunshot tore through the office air. A burst of orange flame erupted from the muzzle. A specially made brass bullet blazing with kinetic energy spun at high speed toward Kaoi's brow. The distance was too close. The bullet cut through the residual smoke, leaving a straight trail of air. Kaor sat on the crate, not moving an inch. He kept his pose, one hand holding the cup, the other in his ear. The bullet suddenly stopped a foot from Kaoi's nose. No metallic clang. No sparks. The deadly brass bullet with its lethal momentum seemed to slam into an invisible solid jelly. It hung silently in midair. The tip still spun furiously, hissing against the air. Kaor lowered his hand from his ear. He casually flicked his index finger against the suspended bullet. Ding. The bullet instantly lost all force. It dropped vertically onto the redwood desk. It rolled twice, finally stopping against the edge of a keyboard, emitting a faint wisp of white smoke. The Blackbeard pirates were all stunned. Van Oka's hand, pushing up his monocle, froze in midair. The always cold eye behind the lens suddenly widened. What's going on? He muttered to himself. No hockey hardening, no flash of devil fruit activation. The bullet simply stopped in midair. Doc Q, lying on his sick horse, coughed violently. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of bloody saliva. Cough. It seems the trajectory of fate has been blocked. Tichi's face finally darkened. He dropped his arrogant, contemptuous demeanor. His thick legs spread slightly, planting firmly on the tiles. A devil fruit user? Tichi stared at Kaor, licking his cracked thick lips. Even he couldn't figure out how that was done. But it didn't matter. On this sea, all devil fruit abilities were trash before his Yami Yami no Mi. Ziaha. Interesting. Tichi laughed again, a cruel greed in his voice. What I love most is trampling you smug ability users into the mud. He raised both hands. The blood vessels under his skin turned black. A pitch-black fog erupted violently from his massive body. The black fog, with a nauseating, oppressive feel, spread rapidly through the office. Light was forcibly swallowed. The dim yellow bulb flickered twice and went dark. The entire room was plunged into a viscous darkness. Wood chips, glass shards, and scattered papers on the carpet were all pulled off the ground by an invisible, terrifying gravity. They spun into the black fog, vanishing without a sound. Feel the fear, kid. Tichi spread his arms wide. The black fog swirled around him like a predator opening its jaws. This is the most ferocious Logia. The darkness that can devour even light. The powerful gravity began to pull the desk. The heavy solid wood table groaned and scraped, sliding inch by inch toward Tichi. Kaor looked at the spreading black smoke. He smelled a rotten seaweed odor. It stinks. Don't you know to spray some cologne before going out? Kaor frowned disgustedly, shifting his butt back. The terrifying gravity that could pull even a table seemed to have no effect on him. Not even the hem of his clothes stirred. It was as if he existed in a completely parallel spatial dimension. Kaor tilted his head back and downed the remaining lukewarm water in the cup. His throat rolled. He set the white porcelain teacup on the edge of the crate with a dull thud. Then Kaor stood up. His long legs, straightened boots planted firmly on the slightly warm floor. He raised his hands, interlocking his 10 fingers. He bent his hands outward, knuckles cracking. A series of crisp pops exploded in the black fog, drowning out the noise of gravity tearing wood. Kaor twisted his neck left and right. His cervical vertebrae gave 2 dull, crisp sounds. He looked up, his dead fish eyes piercing through the black fog straight into Tichi's greedy gaze. I've been listening to you howl downstairs for a long time. Kaor's voice was flat with a sleepy hoarseness. I was going to watch the show and then take a nap. But you just had to come up here and die. Tichi was taken aback. He hadn't expected this marine to still be standing and talking under the pressure of the Yami Yami no Mi. And there was no sign of being pulled by gravity at all. Rage mixed with murderous intent surged to his head. Still talking tough at death's door? Tichi roared, his right foot stomping and shattering half a tile. Yami. A black gravitational vortex spun at high speed in his right palm. Even the surrounding air was sucked into a vacuum. His massive frame charged like a rampaging black bear stepping over the desk debris. Blackbeard's enormous hand, wrapped in black gravity, came with a whistling wind. His 5 thick fingers curled into claws. They aimed straight for Kaor's chest. Ziaha. Die, arrogant marine. But his hand slammed into an invisible wall. Unable to advance another inch. Blackbeard's raucous laughter was severed like a dull blade through flesh, morphing into a bizarre choked gah from his throat. His hand froze midair. The dark, swirling vortex of gravity in his palm continued its frantic spin, a bottomless abyss tearing at the surrounding air. Loose paper scraps from the desk and shards of glass on the floor were all sucked into its pull. They spiraled into the black mist, instantly ground to powder. This power was enough to pulverize any physical object. But that thick, dark hand was still less than a foot from Kaor's chest. Yet it could not advance another inch. No matter how Teach channeled his devil fruit ability, it was as if an invisible wall of size stood before his palm. There was no point of resistance, no feedback from a collision. It was simply as if the space itself had been stretched infinitely. What? What's going on? The flesh on Teach's face twitched violently. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his neck. The muscles in his right arm swelled as he used every ounce of his strength. His leather boots ground a deep impression into the floor. It was useless. That short distance of 1 foot had become an insurmountable chasm. The Yami Yami no Mi was the bane of ability users. If his hand could just touch them, any flashy devil fruit power would instantly be nullified. It could pull the lofty Logia users down from their pedestal, making them ordinary people who could be easily beaten. It was the ultimate trump card he had gambled 20 years of patience to obtain. But that required touching the target's body. Now unable to even graze his target, the dark water's powerful suction was rendered useless. Carl stood his ground, his breathing rhythm undisturbed. He raised his left hand and scratched the collar of his uniform. The smell of gunpowder in the basement was too strong, making his throat feel dry. Had enough sucking. Carl's voice was calm, tinged with a sleepy hoarseness. He looked at the sweating Blackbeard like one would watch a circus monkey performing for its life. Are you also an ability user? Teach swallowed a dry, rough gulp of saliva, his throat tight. What kind of barrier is this? Why can't dark water absorb it? Refusing to accept it, he raised his left hand as well. Thick black smoke surged from both hands, attempting to envelop Carl from both sides. Carl sighed. Who told you this was a devil fruit ability? He lowered his hand and cracked his neck, the joints letting out 2 crisp pops. A frog in a well. Spend too long on this sea and you start believing a single fruit makes you invincible. Teach froze at these words. Not a devil fruit. His triangular eyes widened in shock. A beastly instinct screamed a frantic air raid siren in his mind. A lethal sense of danger shot up his spine and into his skull. Danger. Death. Teach didn't hesitate. He immediately cut off the output of dark water. The black smoke recoiled sharply. He pushed off the floor tiles with his thick legs, trying to retreat and create distance. Too late. Carl uttered the 2 words coldly. He gave the fat pig no chance to escape. His right hand, which had been in his pocket, was yanked out, fingers clenching into a fist in an instant. His knuckles cracked in a rapid succession of sharp pops. A layer of glossy black armament hockey like molten iron covered his entire right fist. The color was so deep it seemed to absorb light itself. But this wasn't the end. Carl's inner spiritual pressure surged out wildly through his meridians. Black and red lightning crackled and danced between his fingers. Crackle. The air was ionized by the high voltage, filling the space with a pungent smell of ozone. Fierce conqueror's hockey infused with spiritual pressure swirled around his fist, forming a visibly distorted aura. Carl pulled his right arm back. He twisted his waist, putting all his power into the punch. His leather boots shattered the wooden floorboards beneath him. He drove his fist viciously into Blackbeard's shocked and terrified face. This punch had no flashy name, only pure unadulterated violence. The fist tore through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. It left no afterimage. Boom. A thunderous impact exploded on the 4th floor. The entire level shook violently. The chandelier on the ceiling shattered, raining shards of glass down. Carl's black fist slammed with pinpoint accuracy into Blackbeard's stomach. The fist sank deep into the thick layer of fat. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. The torn shirt on Teach's back instantly bulged outwards. Rip! The fabric, unable to withstand the terrifying penetrating force, exploded into countless shreds. A shockwave of air burst out from Teach's back. It transformed into a violent gale, blasting a 3-meter-wide crater into the wall behind him. Rocks and debris flew out like cannonballs. They clattered loudly against the iron railings on both sides of the corridor. The Yami Yami no Mi had one most fatal side effect: absorbing all damage meant feeling twice the pain. Carl's punch carried enough force to snap a warship in 2. The doubled pain kicked in. It was 100 times more agonizing than being slowly ground up in a meat grinder. Ewark. Teach's eyeballs bulged as if they'd pop out of their sockets. Bloodshot veins covered the whites, and bloody tears burst from the corners of his eyes. He opened his gaping mouth, letting out a miserable shriek like a pig being slaughtered. It was a horrific sound, inhuman. Like a demon that had been rolled through hell 3 times, and then thrown into a boiling cauldron of oil. The scream pierced the ceiling of the prison, making the eardrums of the Blackbeard Pirates crew members by the door ring painfully. Teach's massive body flew backwards. Like a heavy cannonball fired from its barrel, his feet left the ground. He crashed through the remnants of the desk, sending wood splinters flying through the air. His momentum didn't stop. He bowled over a group of crew members behind him. Captain! Burgess, wearing his mask, shouted. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing his stance, trying to catch the flying Teach. His heavily muscled arms reached out. Crack! At the moment of contact, the bones in Burgess's arms emitted a sickening, grinding crack. He had underestimated the kinetic energy behind Carl's punch. Uffed! Burgess spat out a mouthful of blood. The impact lifted him off his feet along with Teach. The 2 tumbled together, crashing into Doc Q, who was riding his sickly horse nearby. The skeletal horse let out a pitiful whinny, collapsing into a puddle of water and breaking its leg. Boom! Teach and Burgess slammed into the heavy iron door at the end of the corridor. The thick door was dented with a human-shaped hole. The hinges bent and twisted. The group slid down to the ground like wet rags, splashing into a pool of murky black water. A deathly silence fell over the corridor. The only sound was the sputtering of a broken wall lamp. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and dust. Burgess lay on the ground, his arms bent at unnatural angles, passed out from the pain. Teach clutched his stomach, writhing and twisting in the filthy water like a boiled shrimp. His tangled hair was soaked with cold sweat. Ugh! He opened his mouth and vomited a large mouthful of blood mixed with a few undigested bits of cherry pie splattering onto the stone floor. His stomach churned violently. It felt like his internal organs had been wrung out by iron hands, and then haphazardly stitched back together. Pain. The pain was unbearable. The doubled sensation pushed his brain's nerves to the brink of collapse. In all his life, he had never experienced such horrific agony. Teach gasped in ragged breaths, his hands clawing desperately at the gaps between the floor tiles. His fingernails broke, mixing dirt and blood together. He struggled to lift his head, his chin smeared with blood. His eyes were filled with terror as he watched Carl approach. The smoke and dust slowly began to clear. Carl stepped over the broken wood and glass. His leather boots made a wet slapping sound in the blood water. Each sound was like a death knell. Carl stopped in front of Teach, looking down at the writhing venomous snake. He bent over and grabbed him by his filthy collar. With a flex of his wrist, he hoisted the man who weighed over 300 pounds out of the muddy water like a chicken. Teach's neck veins bulged from the pressure. Carl looked at the fat face contorted in pain. The corner of his mouth twitched, forming a cold, mirthless smile. "So you're the fat pig who injured my brother. So you're the fat pig who injured my brother." Carl's voice was low, devoid of any warmth. Like the Grim Reaper wielding a rusty scythe, delivering his judgment. Teach's massive frame, weighing over 300 pounds, hung, suspended in midair. His collar was strangling his windpipe. His face, a mass of flesh, was turning a livid purple from the lack of oxygen. He clawed frantically at Carl's wrist with both hands, trying to pry apart those iron-like fingers. His nails left stark white scratches across the back of Carl's hand. But that hand didn't so much as tremble. Carl didn't wait for his answer. With one hand, he hoisted this overlord who once strutted arrogantly across Narrow Island. He turned around. His leather boots crunched down on the broken wooden planks, emitting a dull grinding sound. He dragged him along like a worn-out sack stuffed with stones, heading towards the side of the corridor. That was the employee restroom on the 4th floor. The old wooden door was half ajar, its hinges rusted. Bang! Carl kicked the door panel open. The wooden door slammed against the tiled wall with a deafening thud. He dragged Teach backwards, crashing straight into this cramped room. The space was so narrow it was suffocating. The air was thick with a lingering stench of urine, mixed with the pungent odor of cheap toilet cleaner. Teach's back slammed heavily against a row of sinks. The old ceramic basin shattered instantly, shards flying everywhere. The water pipe in the wall burst open. Icy tap water sprayed Teach's head and face with a hiss, stimulated by the cold water. Teach coughed up a bloody wad of phlegm, gasping back half a breath from the searing pain. I am the man destined to overthrow the world." Teach roared out like a wild beast. He absolutely could not die in a filthy corner like this. Thick, viscous black mist erupted from the palms of his hands. The power of darkness spread, instantly threatening to devour this cramped restroom entirely. He would crush this damned marine and this toilet into nothingness. Carl stood amidst the puddles on the floor, without even raising an eyelid. A wave of black-red aura exploded from within him. Conqueror's haki. It didn't spread widely but was forcibly compressed by Carl into this confined space of a dozen square meters. The air instantly became harder than wrought iron. The large mirror on the restroom wall crawled with cracks, then shattered with a crash onto the floor. This oppressive will manifested as an invisible heavy hammer, slammed brutally onto Teach's forehead. The rhythm of the churning black mist shattered instantly. Teach's chest tightened, a thick coppery taste of blood surging up his throat. The darkness in his palms dissipated like embers doused with cold water, vanishing without a trace. Even the strength to summon a sliver of his devil fruit ability was brutally severed. His head buzzed with a deafening ring, his vision beginning to blur. Carl stepped forward. His boots splashed through the accumulated water. He grabbed a fistful of Teach's matted curly black hair and shoved it down with brutal force. Beside them was an old squat-style toilet, its ceramic rim stained with stubborn yellowed grime from years of neglect. Glug! Teach's huge head was forced directly down into the foul-smelling toilet water. The murky, filthy liquid immediately flooded his nasal cavity. A revolting stench shot straight to his brain. MMPH. Teach frantically blew out a stream of bubbles underwater. Kicking and flailing, he struggled with all his might. His thick arms thrashed wildly in the air. They tore the water pipe from the wall and ripped the rusty metal towel rack free. A sharp piece of metal sliced his hand, blood mixing with the flowing water. His legs kicked out desperately against the slippery tiles. They shattered the plastic mop bucket in the corner, snapping the mop handle in two. Carl's left hand remained steady as a mountain. His 5 fingers were locked tight onto Teach's scalp, allowing no room for even a sliver of movement. The water surface bubbled and churned. Teach struggled with immense force, but in Carl's grip, he was like a turtle flipped helplessly onto its back. Overthrow the world. Carl let out a cold laugh. His voice was icy, even amidst the sound of splashing water. He raised his right foot. The military boot coated in glossy black armament hockey cut through the air with a dull whoosh. Bang! He stomped down violently onto Teach's broad back. Crack! The sound of a vertebra breaking echoed enough to make one's teeth ache. Teach's body convulsed upwards violently, as if shocked by electricity. The yami yami no mi's double pain feedback became a fatal torment at this moment. Pain. Pain so intense his very soul trembled. Teach let out a muffled, agonized howl into the toilet water. And because he opened his mouth, he swallowed even more of the filthy liquid. Carl had no intention of stopping. He no longer resembled a lofty vice admiral of the Marines. He was the spitting image of a street-brawling thug, venting his fury with the most primal savage physical blows. His boot connected again and again. Center of the back ribs, thigh bone. Bang, bang, bang. Each kick carried the terrifying force of smashing through a steel plate. The tiles on the restroom wall were shaken loose in large sheets. They clattered down into the puddles. Teach had no idea how many ribs were broken, the jagged bone ends piercing his internal organs, causing his whole body to spasm in agony. His grand ambition, to rule the new world. The yummy yummy no mi he had schemed and waited 20 years to claim. Here in this stinking filth-strewn, Impel Down restroom. It was all trampled into pulp. Suffocating despair completely engulfed him. The oxygen in his lungs ran out, his chest felt like it would explode. The filthy water he had swallowed churned violently in his stomach. His pride and joy, his power meant absolutely nothing in front of this man. He was truly going to die here. Suffocated like a stray dog in a grime-caked toilet bowl. Teach's struggles grew weaker and weaker. His limbs, as if their bones had been drained, lay limply across the broken tiles. Only his thick fingers twitched unconsciously in the dirty water, scraping up a few bits of grime mixed with blood. Carl yawned. Felt his right leg was getting a bit sore. He stopped and pulled his foot back. The sole of his boot was covered in filth and blood. He casually wiped it a couple of times on a cleaner tile nearby. His left hand still gripped Teach's hair. He yanked it backwards violently. Splash. Teach's head was pulled out of the toilet, sending a spray of yellowish-brown droplets onto the cracked walls. He flopped over onto the floor like a pile of mud. His chest heaved violently. He opened his gaping mouth, greedily sucking in the foul air. But he breathed in too fast, triggering a violent coughing fit. Cough, cough, cough. Hack. Teach vomited violently. Stomach acid blood mixed with the filth from the toilet. He vomited it all over his chest, the sour stench overpowering the original smell of blood. He had never been this humiliated in his entire life. Tears and thick snot plastered his arrogant fat face. The double pain made it impossible for him to string together a single coherent sentence. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, making a clacking sound. Teach struggled to turn over. His bloodshot eyes stared in terror at Carl as he approached. Those triangular eyes now held only pure primal survival instinct. He could no longer muster a single rebellious thought. His hands scrabbled uselessly on the floor. His grime-covered fingers tried to grab at Carl's black trouser leg. Please. Please. Teach looked up, letting out a wheezing, pathetic whimper from his throat. Tears washed through the blood and grime on his face. The dignity of a once great tyrant was utterly shattered. Spare me. Carl stood amidst the dirty water and shattered tiles, looking down from a great height at this viper whose spine was completely broken. He didn't dodge the hand. He let Teach grab the edge of his military boot. The muscles in Carl's face twitched, curling into a cruel, cold sneer. Spare you. Carl's voice amidst the sound of the water sent a chill down one's spine. He stared intently at Teach's face, twisted in agony. I need to take something from you first. Spare you. I need to take something from you first. The cold sneer on Carl's lips was reflected in Blackbeard's terror-filled pupils. Water from the burst pipe sprayed out with a hiss. It splashed against the broken tiles, sending cold droplets scattering across the floor. Teach's hand, which was gripping Carl's military boot, trembled violently. He couldn't understand what Carl meant. Take something from him. Aside from his bulk of flesh, and this yummy no mi, what else did he have left to take? You? What do you want? Teach's throat emitted a wheezing gurgle as blood dripped from his chin into the puddles on the floor. Carl didn't act immediately. He kicked aside a shattered piece of the ceramic sink. The shard scraped across the tiles, producing a sharp, piercing screech in the deathly silent restroom. The sound made Teach, sprawled on the ground, shudder violently. Carl shoved his hands back into his pockets, looking down contemptuously at this venomous snake writhing on the floor. You fat pig, you've certainly calculated your schemes well. Carl's voice echoed through the cramped, dilapidated room, sharp and cold like a blade devoid of warmth. Playing the docile fool on Whitebeard's ship for over 20 years, smiling at everyone, enduring beatings without striking back. All just to wait for that yummy no mi that might never appear. And when you got it, you killed 4th Division Commander Thatch and defected. Then you used my brother as a bargaining chip to secure the empty title of Warlord of the Sea. Teach lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently. His breathing was as rough as a broken bellows. These were all public knowledge. If the Navy High Command bothered to investigate, it wouldn't be surprising. He gritted his teeth, glaring intently at Carl's leather boots. But Carl's next word struck like a rusty iron hammer, smashing Teach's skull. You schemed for this warlord title, not to serve as the world government's dog. Carl took a small step forward, his boot pressing onto the water surface. Water splashed onto Teach's bruised, pale face. It's purely to gain legitimate access through the gates of justice. While the Navy and Whitebeard are locked in all-out war, leaving their rear defenses weak. You waltz right into Impel Down. Descend to level 6 and release those legendary monsters whose names were erased by the world government. Make them slaughter each other in their cells. The survivors you take onto your pirate crew as your founding members. Teach's breath hitched instantly. His face, covered in thick flesh, drained of all color. It was as pale as a corpse that had been submerged in water for 3 days. He gasped sharply, the pain from his broken ribs momentarily forgotten. These meticulously detailed top-secret plans. He hadn't even told his most trusted confidants like Van Augur and Jesus Burgess. How did this Marine know? But having a crew isn't the end of it. Carl watched Teach's horrified expression, the cold smile on his lips widening. You need to lead these freshly unleashed mad dogs to Marineford. Hide in the shadows. Wait until that old man Whitebeard is utterly spent, battered, and on the verge of death. Then you emerge, playing the opportunistic fisherman. Carl bent down, his gaze like 2 icy daggers piercing into Teach's eyes. Use your Yami Yami no Mi to extract the Gura Gura no Mi from Whitebeard's corpse. Because your anomalous body, which doesn't require sleep, can house 2 devil fruits simultaneously. The strongest Logia coupled with the most destructive Paramecia. That is your perfect plan to overthrow the world. Isn't it? Boom. It felt like 10,000 thunderbolts struck simultaneously inside Teach's mind. They blasted him into utter terror. He clawed desperately at the grout between the tiles, his fingernails snapping off, blood and dirt oozing out. He stared at Carl as if he were a malevolent spirit crawling out of hell. Every hair on his body stood on end. An unprecedented profound terror drenched his very being like ice water, freezing his blood. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This insane plan existed only within his mind. He wouldn't even dare mutter it in his sleep, terrified of leaking a single word to anyone. Could this man in the deputy warden's uniform see into people's souls? You? What in the hell are you? Teach's voice cracked like a strangled rubber chicken. He scrambled backward frantically, his back slamming into the broken pipe. The icy water sprayed the back of his head. Mind reading. Or are you also one of the D clan? Carl straightened up. He rotated his right wrist. His knuckles cracked in a sharp consecutive series. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Carl was done wasting words. He didn't intend to kill Teach directly. At least not now. The wounds on Luffy the suffering Ace endured in prison. This blood debt must be collected personally by the brothers themselves. That's the way of a man. However, while the death sentence was commuted, the punishment could not be avoided. This fat pig dared to try and kill Ace, so he'd have to leave a hefty toll for his life right here in this restroom. Carl's right fist clenched again. This time there were no black-red conqueror's hockey lightning bolts. Only a thin, seemingly insignificant layer of white airflow wrapped around the surface of his fist. This was a one-time physical art skill book purchased from the system's special shop. Meridian Severance Core Shatter. A sinister technique designed to destroy the body's deep physiological structures, ignoring physical defense. Your body structure is indeed peculiar. Carl looked at Teach's broad, thick back. You possess a hidden circuit beyond that of an ordinary person capable of housing a devil's soul. In all these centuries, you're the only freak on this sea who could eat 2 fruits without exploding. Teach shook his head wildly. He sensed something far more terrifying than death was about to happen. He thrashed about frantically, trying to get up. No. Stay back. He used his hands and feet, slipping and falling in the water, then getting up again like a loach out of water. Carl took a step forward. His speed wasn't fast, but it perfectly sealed off all of Teach's escape routes. He grabbed a handful of Teach's tangled hair at the back of his neck. He pressed down with force. Teach's massive body was forced back onto the filthy, waterlogged floor. His chest slammed onto the broken ceramics, leaving several bloody gashes. Carl raised his right fist, wreathed in the white airflow. He aimed it at the 3rd lumbar vertebra in the middle of Teach's spine. That was the core hub of his anomalous constitution. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. Thud. The force of this punch wasn't strong at all. It didn't even leave a visible indentation on the skin. But the layer of white airflow, like a red-hot needle, ignored the thick layer of fat and solid back muscles piercing directly into the depths of the spinal cord. Ugh. Teach's entire body stiffened. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaped wide, but no sound came out. He felt an extremely faint cracking sound from deep within his spine. Crack. Like a delicate glass bottle being mercilessly shattered from the inside. Then an overwhelming sense of numbness and excruciating emptiness spread through his entire body. Teach lay on the ground. The empty room, within him naturally designed to accommodate a second devil fruit, collapsed and withered entirely under the white airflow. It became a silent ruin. This destruction wouldn't affect his current Yami Yami no Mi, nor would it paralyze him or make him a cripple. But he could never again harbor even a trace more of devil's power. If he ever dared to take a single bite of the Gura Gura no Mi, the 2 devil souls would instantly repel within his body, blasting him into a mist of blood. Carl withdrew his fist. He flicked the white air off his hand. He pulled a crumpled tissue from his pocket and wiped a spot of dirty water off his knuckles. He casually tossed the tissue onto the back of Teach's head. Consider this the interest collected on behalf of my brother. Carl turned and walked towards the restroom's broken wooden door. His back was to Teach, who lay in the water. The sound of his military boots echoed in the dead silence. Want the Gura Gura no Mi? Carl's mocking voice mixed with the sound of the leak lightly struck Teach's eardrums. You'll never have the stomach for it in this lifetime. Teach lay on the broken tiles. The icy tap water continued to pour over him. He felt that the most special thing within him was gone forever. It was his pride, his sole confidence, that had allowed him to betray Whitebeard and defy the entire world. Gone. All gone. 20 years of patience, 20 years of playing the fool, acting as a son to others. For this perfect plan, he had trampled his own dignity underfoot. Just as he was about to climb to the pinnacle of power and become the new king of the seas, he was shattered to pieces by an unknown marine's single punch in this filthy, stinking restroom. His dream of conquering the world dissolved into a pile of pathetic foam in a toilet bowl. Despair. Bottomless despair instantly consumed all of Teach's rationality. The agony of having his dream crushed so brutally was more maddening than having dozens of ribs broken. He convulsed violently in the muddy water. The last thread of his sanity snapped. Despair transformed into bestial madness. I'll kill you. Teach roared. The roar tore his throat, bursting forth with a spray of blood and flesh. He used every last ounce of his remaining strength. His legs kicked hard, shattering the tiles beneath him. His massive obese frame lunged from the puddle like a rampaging black bear. He forced the last remnants of his yami yami no mi power into his right fist. His fist was wrapped in thick ink-black smoke carrying a suicidal madness. The wind howled. Teach swung a pitch-black heavy punch aiming directly for Carl's face. The devouring black, gravitational vortex born of Marshall D. Teach's dying madness and despair hurtled straight for Carl's face. The wind howled and tore. Black smoke churned within the cramped washroom, greedily sucking the light from the flickering fluorescent bulb overhead into its depths. Teach's eyes bulged, nearly bleeding. He poured every ounce of his lifelong greed for power and the rancor of his shattered dreams into this single punch. Even in death, he would drag down this Marine who had destroyed everything. Carl didn't even flinch. His shoulders didn't so much as twitch. His leather boots stood firm on the waterlogged cracked tiles. He merely raised his right hand slowly, curling his 5 fingers into his palm. No hand signs, no charging up. Just a common fist-clenching motion you'd see in a street brawl. Yet in an instant a layer of armament hockey dark as ink enveloped his entire fist. It was like a piece of cold iron forged a million times over. Then without warning, black and red lightning erupted from his knuckles. Crack. The air ionized under the high voltage, letting out a piercing shriek. A thick smell of scorching mingled with the scent of ozone. Conqueror's hockey, wild and untamed, coiled around Carl's fist, leaping violently and forming a visible warped aura. Within this aura was not only the king's hockey found in 1 in a million. It was also laced with the terrifying spiritual pressure from the Shinigami system that made souls tremble. Teach's fat face, distorted by despair, flickered in and out of view behind the black smoke. Though he was a schemer who preferred the shadows, he had spent 20 years aboard Whitebeard's ship. He had seen this kind of black and red lightning before. It was a supreme power, one that only the few monsters standing at the very apex of the sea could command. Conqueror's hockey infusion. Teach's breath hitched bloodshot, veins instantly flooding the whites of his eyes. There was no way a vice warden of Impel Down could possess such kingly qualities. Die! Teach roared, spraying spittle and bloody froth from his throat. He didn't want to die. He pushed the suction power of the yami yami no mi beyond its physical limits. The black smoke roiled madly, desperately, trying to swallow the fist wreathed in black lightning. Carl didn't even blink. He pulled his right arm back, slightly pivoting his waist with just a hint of force. He threw a simple, unadorned straight punch. No flashy technique, no earth-shattering roar. Their fists collided solidly in midair. Bang! It was a low, muffled boom that made hearts skip a beat. There was no prolonged stalemate. That darkness said to nullify all devil fruits and devour everything. The moment it touched the black-red hockey and spiritual pressure, it was like a rotting rag meeting a red-hot steel chainsaw. It was torn apart. The darkness shattered instantly. The black smoke scattered like mist in a gale, fleeing back into Teach's body. Carl's fist pushed forward with devastating force, meeting no resistance whatsoever, and slammed brutally into Blackbeard's face. Crack! A sickening, bone-chilling sound of fracturing exploded in the cramped washroom. It was sharper than glass shattering. Teach's nose shattered instantly. His entire face caved in, leaving a horrifying fist print, his features crushed and mangled. A few bloody yellow teeth flew from his mouth, clattering against the metal ventilation grate on the ceiling with sharp pings. The force of the blow was immense. Even so, Carl had deliberately pulled back 3/10 of his strength at the last moment. He didn't want to blow this fat pig's head clean off. This worthless life was meant for Ace and Luffy to settle themselves later. That was karma. But the remaining 7/10 of force was more than enough to right Teach's ending. The Conqueror's hockey shockwave from his fist pierced straight through Teach's massive body. Boom. A violent wave of air with the two at its center swept outward in a fan shape. The thick seastone-laced load-bearing wall of the washroom didn't last half a second. Plaster peeled off, and the steel rebar inside snapped with a sound of utter strain. The entire wall was blasted into a cloud of flying debris and concrete chunks. Out in the corridor, the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates were in chaos. Van Augur, with his monocle, was kneeling, aiming his custom long rifle. He'd just trained the barrel on the washroom, his finger on the trigger, searching for an opening in Carl. Doc Q had just helped his sickly horse, which had broken its leg, to its feet. Both man and beast were panting, blood dripping from their mouths. Jesus Burgess lay in a pool of water further away, both arms broken, just groaning as he regained consciousness. Lafitte leaned on his cane, his face dark as he stared towards the washroom. They didn't even have time to react. The thunderous collapse of the load-bearing wall ruptured their eardrums, instantly, blood seeping out. A gale carrying debris and bricks surged out like a tsunami. What kind of power is this? Van Augur managed to utter only half a sentence. The violent air pressure slammed directly into his chest. The custom barrel of his sniper rifle bent on the spot. He was sent flying like a leaf in the wind. Doc Q and his horse were hurled into the air. The sickly horse let out a piercing whinny. Lafitte's top hat was blown off, and he lost his balance midair. These thugs, famous even in the New World, were all caught by the shockwave that hit through the wall, slamming hard against the stone wall opposite. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull bone-breaking sounds echoed. Vivid bloodstains were left smeared on the wall. Van Augur spat out a mouthful of blood, his monocle shattered into glass shards that embedded into his brow. Doc Q and his horse slammed together and went silent. Burgess didn't even let out a scream, his eyes rolled back as he fell completely unconscious again. The Blackbeard pirates' remnants were utterly defeated. And Teach at the very center of the blast, his massive body, weighing over 300 pounds, was rocketed out of the washroom's ruins like a tattered sandbag. He flew through the air as a dark blur, crashing onto the stone floor of the corridor. The sheer momentum dragged him across the ground, carving a bloody trench over 10 meters long. He snapped 2 iron railings, each as thick as a baby's arm, in quick succession. Finally, his head slammed into a stone pillar at the end of the passage with a dull thud, and he came to a stop. Teach lay sprawled on his back in the filthy water. His face was unrecognizable, a mess of blood and torn flesh. His eyes rolled back, showing only a film of murky white, his pupils completely unfocused. His limbs twitched spastically as if jolted by electricity. Dark red blood bubbles welled from his nose and mouth, bursting with faint wet pops. He was completely unconscious. His chest barely rose, and fell a single thread of life, hanging by a hair. The only sound in the washroom was the hiss of water spraying from a burst pipe. Clear tap water splashed everywhere, landing on the rubble. Carl withdrew his right fist, lowered his hand, and gave it a couple of light shakes. His knuckles cracked with 2 crisp pops. He looked down at his black uniform. The shockwave had kicked up water from the floor, dirtying his trouser legs. Carl frowned. Troublesome. Now I'll have to wash these by hand. He strode forward on his long legs, his leather boots crunching over the broken bricks and tiles. He stepped out through the massive gap in the load-bearing wall. The corridor was thick with dust, and the stench of blood enough to parch one's throat. Carl stepped over the bodies of the Blackbeard pirates strewn across the floor. He walked over to Teach's still twitching form, and stepped directly over his wide fat torso. He stopped. He reached into his left pants pocket, fumbled around for a moment, and pulled out a slightly crumpled tissue. Carl lowered his head, unfolding the tissue with deliberate slowness. He wiped a few specks of blood and grime from his right knuckles, his movements meticulous, as if polishing a piece of art. The white tissue quickly stained red in a small patch. Wanted to play the opportunist and swoop in for the kill, Carl sneered, looking down at the unconscious Teach. His voice was chillingly cold in the dead silent corridor. You'd better have a spine hard enough to back it up. He casually tossed the dirty tissue aside. The tissue landed on Teach's blood-smeared face, rolling into the bloody water at the corner of his mouth. Carl didn't spare another glance for these losers. He turned his head. His gaze swept past the wreckage, looking deeper into the corridor. There in the distance was the elevator shaft leading down to the 6th level, the infinite hell. The elevator's indicator light cast a faint yellow glow through the dust. From far below, a faint muffled commotion seemed to drift up. It was the sound of someone shouting. Muffled by several thick layers of flooring, it was barely audible, but Carl heard it. About time, Carl muttered to himself, brushing the dust from his hands. He tucked his hands back into his pockets. Those brats should have run into each other by now. In the dark depths of the 6th level, Luffy sprinted through puddles, his tattered straw hat bouncing with each stride, the braided cord digging a red mark into his neck. The air was bitingly cold, with water droplets seeping from the walls and freezing into hard icicles. Luffy panted heavily. His breath formed thick white puffs that quickly dissipated in the wind of his running. His red vest was already soaked through with sweat and blood. On the 5th level, the hell of extreme cold had frozen it into a stiff iron armor. Now on the 6th level, the ice had melted into bone-chilling water that clung to his skin. He shivered uncontrollably, a fire blazing in his chest, each lung expansion accompanied by a tearing dull pain. But he dared not stop for even a second. The soles of his boots scraped frantically against the damp stone slabs, splashing murky black water. Mud splattered onto his calves and knees, rendering them indistinguishable from their original color. Ace! Luffy roared, his voice echoing through the empty, oppressive corridor, causing the dim fluorescent lights above to buzz and flicker. The light flickered, stretching his shadow long and short. He was frantic, having defeated countless guards and beasts along the way. From the sunlit sea surface all the way down to the deepest level of this prison known as a living tomb, Luffy's mind was filled with images of Ace being tortured, covered in blood. He gritted his teeth, his eyes red-rimmed, prepared for the most desperate, hellish scene. He charged around the last corner. Luffy burst into the central area of the 6th level, slamming to a sudden halt. His boots left a long black skid mark on the stone, screeching like tires. Luffy's mouth hung open, the breath he had held stuck in his lungs. The roar he had prepared got lodged in his throat. He stood frozen. No sinister torture racks. No red-hot irons. The air carried not the smell of blood, but a pungent aroma of beef tallow and Sichuan pepper. Straight ahead, in an open cell with iron bars removed, sat a round wooden table with a chipped corner on which rested a brass pot. A bubbling red broth steamed vigorously, emitting white vapor. Ace sat imposingly on a wooden chair. His upper body bare, he held a crumpled white napkin, wiping red oil from the corner of his mouth. Hearing the deafening roar, Ace flinched, the napkin falling onto the table. Their eyes met across the steaming heat. Luffy! Ace shot up, the movement so abrupt that the wooden chair toppled backward, crashing onto the bricks. His eyes widened, as if seeing a ghost staring at the filthy boy in the doorway. Luffy's eyes instantly reddened. His nose stung, and 2 streams of clear snot dripped onto his upper lip. He could no longer care about the hot pot or the prison. Ace! Luffy lunged forward like a red cannonball, arms wide, crashing into Ace's embrace. The tremendous impact knocked Ace back 2 steps, his back hitting the wall. The broken ribs throbbed with excruciating pain. Ace grunted, but instead of pushing Luffy away, he wrapped his arms around his foolish little brother, holding him tight, his muscles trembling. You idiot! Ace's tears spilled onto Luffy's tattered straw hat. He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Who told you to come to a place like this? Is this where you should be? Luffy buried his face in Ace's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably, tears and mud smearing all over Ace's solid shoulder. I thought you were going to die. Luffy wailed, his fingers scratching white marks on Ace's back. I thought I'd never see you again. The brothers clung to each other, weeping without restraint. No one disturbed them. Across the corridor, Jinbe sat cross-legged on the cold cell floor. Between his legs rested the enamel basin that had held the hot soup and beef. The broth had cooled, a layer of white fat congealing on the surface. He rubbed his blue chin and let out a heavy sigh. Watching the two brothers crying in each other's arms, he found the scene deeply moving. Yet against the backdrop of the bubbling beef tallow hot pot in the cell, it seemed absurd. He picked up a leftover piece of meat from the basin, chewed it twice, and decided to keep quiet, silently blending into the background. After a long bout of crying, Luffy finally sniffled and lifted his head from Ace's shoulder. He wiped his face roughly with the back of his hand, smearing tears, snot, and mud into a messy mask. Luffy stepped back half a step. He looked down, his gaze landing on Ace's hands. They were bare save for a few purple-red rope burns on the wrist, the skin raw, but clearly medicated. There were no heavy seastone shackles as he had imagined. Luffy was stunned. He sniffled and leaned in. Stretching his neck, he sniffed at Ace like a puppy. Besides a faint smell of blood and sweat, there was a strong aroma of garlic, sesame oil, and a hint of tripe. Luffy scratched his messy curls, a few question marks seemingly materializing above his forehead. He had been so focused on crying and the thought of parting forever. Now that reason returned, he realized the surroundings were eerily strange. Where are your handcuffs? Luffy pointed at the brass pot on the table. The red oil was still bubbling, white steam hitting Luffy's dirty face. Isn't this the great prison? Why are you eating hot pot? He turned to look around. The corridor was empty, and there's not even a guard with a whip, and the cell door is open. Luffy racked his brain, but couldn't figure it out. He pointed at the plate of untouched snowflake beef. The meat looks fresh. His stomach let out a thunderous growl at the right moment. Ace opened his mouth, about to explain the absurd situation. His gaze traveled over Luffy's shoulder to the shadowy corridor. From deep within the corridor came the sound of steady footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Boots on stone, unhurried. The sound was especially clear in the dead silence of the 6th level, carrying a tense rhythm. Ace's expression shifted slightly, instinctively stepping forward to shield Luffy. Carl, with his hands in the pockets of his black uniform trousers, slowly emerged from the dim corridor corner. The justice cloak on his shoulder was torn in a few places, a result of the laser blast from his fake fight with Kizuru at Shabandi Archipelago. His black uniform tie hung loosely around his neck, exuding a weariness from a long journey. Carl stopped. He opened his mouth wide, letting out a long yawn. His jaw creaked slightly, and a tear of exhaustion squeezed from the corner of his eye. Luffy heard the footsteps. He poked his head out from behind. Ace wiped his face and turned to look at the approaching man. His eyes scanned the large Navy Admiral cloak, finally landing on Carl's listless face. Luffy's movements froze instantly. His mouth dropped open wider and wider. His jaw seemed to lose control, hitting the floor. His tongue even stuck out a little. His round eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Carl. Luffy stuttered, biting his tongue. He winced in pain, rubbing his eyes with both hands, thinking he was hallucinating from hunger. Carl walked to the open cell door. He pulled out his left hand from his pocket, retrieving a clean whitened towel. With a flick of his wrist, the towel spun in the air. Slap. It landed precisely on Luffy's head, covering his shocked, stupid face. You caused such a big commotion up there, you idiot. Carl's voice was soft, slightly hoarse, without blame, only habitual disdain. Wipe your face. You're filthy.